For 3 years, I ferried by the world's largest river, yet never used a single boat. Every day, I carried people across at the speed of 1,000 miles, with some even willing to pay a premium just to secure a spot. However, just as I was about to depart, a cultivator heading to Red Leaf Market voiced his skepticism. Others charge only 8 spirit stone fragments for the ferry, so why do you demand a whole low-grade spirit stone? Hearing the complaint, I flashed a professional, insincere smile and replied, esteemed fellow cultivator, there is a reason for the higher price. My tidewater spirit turtle possesses an innate water-controlling ability. Wherever it goes, the waters remain calm, ensuring the smoothest ride. My explanation made the man nod repeatedly, though he still hesitated when it came time to pay. Seeing that he wanted to haggle further, I rolled my eyes inwardly. This cultivator was truly stingy to the core. If this weren't my last trip of the day, I wouldn't bother wasting words with him. Reluctantly, I dropped the smile and played my trump card. To be frank, this is the only ferry from Clearwater Market to Red Leaf Market in the past few days. The next available 1 TB for another 3 days. If you choose to travel those 1,800 miles alone, with rogue cultivators lurking along the way, you'd best be careful. My words visibly unsettled him. The current state of affairs across these thousands of miles was indeed far from peaceful, and risking danger over such a trivial price difference simply wasn't worth it. After a brief moment of contemplation, the man produced a water-attributed low-grade spirit stone and handed it to me. Now that's more like it. Rest assured, fellow cultivator, this beast boat is registered with Clearwater Market and pays its dues. Your safety is guaranteed. I accepted the spirit stone, verified its authenticity, then opened one of the beast pens and called out to a massive water turtle inside, Tu Yuan, time to get to work, we're setting off. At my call, the tidewater spirit turtle shook its head drowsily before slowly crawling out of the pen and obediently settling beside me. Everyone, board up, I instructed, leading the 4 cultivators onto the turtle's back and directing them to find their seats. Once they were settled, I sent a mental command through the contract binding me and the turtle, depart. Destination, Red Leaf Market. Receiving the signal, Tu Yuan began moving steadily toward the nearby Clearwater River without so much as a splash. Its massive frame slipped silently into the broad river before swiftly surging forward. Meanwhile, I sat cross-legged at the front of the turtle's shell, turning my focus inward to my sea of consciousness. A dim, confined space where a stunted cypress tree, barely an inch tall, stood. Clinging to its branches was a shriveled cicada husk. These were my innate spiritual manifestations, awakened upon my entry into cultivation, the 1,000-year spirit cypress, and the formless cicada husk. But just as I communed with these phantom projections, my heart suddenly twinged, snapping me out of my trance. Premonition had activated. This innate ability, the first to awaken from the formless cicada husk, allowed me to sense malice directed at me well in advance, giving me time to prepare. Opening my eyes, I addressed the 4 passengers behind me without turning. Everyone, there is danger ahead in the waters. We'll be diving deep, please activate your protective barriers. None of the passengers complained. After all, they were seasoned travelers who understood that in such situations, it was best to heed the ferry operator's advice. Hold on tight, we're diving. I shouted, and Tu Yuan immediately plunged beneath the river's surface. Moments later, the unease in my chest faded, signaling that the unknown threat had passed. As for its origin, I didn't dwell on it. It could have been a lurking river beast, opportunistic rogue cultivators, or any number of other possibilities. Half an hour later, Tu Yuan resurfaced. The rest of the journey passed without incident, and soon we arrived at our destination. Red Leaf Market, here we are. For those returning to Clearwater Market, gather at the market entrance at dawn 2 days from now. I smiled as I watched the 4 cultivators disperse, then led Tu Yuan toward the market's entrance. Brother Wei, you're on duty today. Here's the Qinghe wine you asked me to bring. Let's have a drink after your shift. I took out 2 jars of spirit wine from my storage bag and greeted a mid-stage chi refining cultivator guarding the entrance of Red Leaf Market with a smile. Ah, it's you, young Fong. Alright, we'll have a drink later. I'll introduce you to a friend then, Brother Wei replied readily, clearly craving the wine. Sounds great. I'll go ahead and reserve a table for tonight. Please join me for dinner, Brother Wei. After settling the plan with Wei, I walked familiarly into the small courtyard I rented in the market. After putting Tu Yuan into the beast pen, I took out 3 spirit rice balls from my storage bag. Old friend, you've worked hard today. This is your reward. Tu Yuan nearly drooled at the sight, eager to devour them.
Seeing Tu Yuan's anxious expression, Fong Jing couldn't help but chuckle to himself, feeling a bit smug. These 3 spirit rice balls were no ordinary items. Tu Yuan's rapid growth in just 3 months was largely thanks to these Lingmi pills. In truth, the spiritual rice used to make these pills wasn't particularly extraordinary, it was just basic spiritual rice sold at the price of 1 low-grade spiritual stone per bushel. However, the liquid used to ferment the pills was what made them precious. Just as the formless cicada shedding had awakened Fong Jingxuan's whim of the heart, the 1,000 spirits ancient cypress had awakened another innate divine ability within him, Moonlight Dew. This divine ability can be activated once a month, during the full moon when the moonlight is at its peak. One must use the same ingredient as the 1000-spirit ancient pine to collect the moonlight from the heavens and earth, then condense it into jade dew. This dew is comparable to a first-grade mid-tier elixir, and consuming it greatly benefits one's cultivation. However, after trying it, Fong Jing discovered that the Moonlight Dew had an astonishing effect on demon beasts and spirit beasts. If Fong Jing were to consume all the Moonlight Dew collected each month, it would only be equivalent to taking 1 or 2 first-grade mid-tier Huangyaden pills, which would increase his cultivation by 10 or so points. However, if the nearly 10 drops of Moonlight Jade Dew were given to Tu Yuan, a single drop could increase Tu Yuan's cultivation by a month. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. As a result, in just 3 months, Tu Yuan effectively grew by 27 or 28 months. And this growth was not forced. In other words, Tu Yuan's actual lifespan had not been reduced. It was not like pulling up seedlings to make them grow faster. Moreover, the faster a spiritual beast grows in its early stages, the greater its potential, and the higher the chances of breaking through later on. The Shishue Lingue, a type of spiritual beast, has an expected lifespan of around 300 years. If it can break through the Qi cultivation stage, and reach the foundation establishment stage, it can live for 800 years. This is far longer than the lifespan of human cultivators, as even Qi condensation cultivators who reach the peak of the 9th layer of the Qi condensation stage can only live for 120 years. Even with various longevity pills, it is difficult to surpass the 120 year limit, and such pills are worth a fortune. Who could afford to take them like candy? Foundation establishment cultivators only live for 300 years, and golden core cultivators only live for 800 years. A water-breathing spirit turtle at the foundation establishment stage is equivalent to a golden core cultivator. If a golden core cultivator suffers severe injuries that damage their vital energy, they might not even live as long as a water-breathing spirit turtle at the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, the spirit turtle, as a companion beast, truly passes down through 3 generations. The person may depart, but the turtle remains. It is one of the most favored spirit beast species among cultivating families. Chapters say, The Ways of the World. Fong Jingshuan's water-breathing spirit turtle was a mount he had specially purchased from the Ning family using the inheritance from his late master. The Ning family is a clan specializing in the trade of spiritual beasts, and within the territory of the Dan Ding sect, they are the strongest vassal clan. Originally, this money was intended for Fong Jingxian to use for marrying a spiritual partner. Unfortunately, the market conditions have changed too quickly. While the money remains the same, it no longer meets the demands of those divine maidens. Purchasing the mount cost 300 low-grade spiritual stones, and another 500 low-grade spiritual stones were spent on purchasing ferry route permits from the Qinghe and Hongye districts, along with bribes to smooth things over. Calculating that 1 low-grade spirit stone can purchase the cheapest spirit rice at 1 do approximately 0.56 gonggan, which is 12.5 pounds of spirit rice. 500 low-grade spirit stones can buy over 6,000 pounds of spirit rice. Qi cultivation cultivator requires 40 to 50 pounds of spirit rice per month. Those with higher cultivation levels consume even more due to their greater physical demands. Of course, high-tier cultivators have access to high-grade spiritual rice, as well as other spiritual pills, spiritual materials, fresh spiritual fruits, and the flesh and blood of various spiritual beasts and demonic beasts to supplement their diet. Spiritual rice is merely a side dish. However, the poor and lower classes are the majority, and this is true in any world. Take the wandering cultivators who can only afford to live in shanty towns and can't even spare 5 spirit stones for rent, for example. Their monthly fixed expenses alone amount to nearly 10 low-grade spirit stones. The largest portion of this expenditure goes toward purchasing spiritual rice to nourish their bodies. Ordinary food, though abundant, is useless to cultivators, just as gold and silver are worthless to them. Fong Jingxian had pawned the magical artifact left by his master to scrape together this money. Now, after only 3 months on this route, he still doesn't have much to spare, and he is far from being able to redeem his master's artifact. When Tu Yuan first came into Fong Jingshuan's possession, it only had the cultivation level equivalent to the 2nd layer of Qi cultivation. At that time, it was still very thin. However, under the influence of Fong Jingxuan's secret rice pills over the past 3 months, Tu Yuan successfully advanced to the 3rd level of qi cultivation, and its body began to grow rapidly. Currently, Tu Yuan is still in its youth stage, and there is still a significant gap before it reaches adulthood, when it will become a massive creature 4 or 5 zhang in length. After feeding Tu Yuan the secret rice balls, Fong Jingxian took advantage of the remaining time to clean the animal pen and Tu Yuan's body thoroughly. Fortunately, Tu Yuan had gained intelligence and was smarter than Bian Mu, knowing to defecate in a specific place, sparing Fong Jingxian the task of cleaning up after him. It was truly heartwarming. After finishing these tasks, Fong Jingxian locked the door and hurried to the tavern to reserve a table. He had to entertain Wei Tong later, and this was no time for half-hearted efforts. Speaking of which, Fong Jingxian really needed to curry favor with Wei Tong. Not only was Wei Tong a qi cultivation 6th layer cultivator, just one step away from advancing to the late stage of qi cultivation. Even his current position, though hired by the Chu family as a guard and unable to enter their inner circle, made him a prominent figure among the many wandering cultivators dependent on the Chu family for survival. Many people would go out of their way to curry favor with him, but Wei Tong finds it bothersome. Upon arriving at the tavern, Fong Jingxian ordered a feast worth 3 lower-grade spirit stones. The meal included seasonal spiritual vegetables and processed demon beast meat, though not the best quality, it was still presentable. Currently, Fong Jingxian earns around 50 to 60 low-grade spirit stones a month, which seems quite comfortable. However, after deducting rent, route fees, and beast feed expenses, half of that is gone. What remained had to be used for networking expenses. For example, inviting Wei Tong to the banquet was a mandatory expense. Otherwise, if the route operating rights weren't renewed next year, what could he do? Without a route, Fong Jingxian would have to resort to illegal ferry services, which would not only draw the attention of other ferry cultivators who might band together to attack him, but also leave him vulnerable to any cultivator bold enough to chong his customers. Unlike now, with the Red Leaf Pavilion watching over him, anyone who wants to touch Fong Jingxian must first consider how to deal with the enforcement cultivators of the Red Leaf Pavilion. Fong Jingxian naturally understood this principle, so he never hesitated to spend money when necessary. He had seen too many examples in his previous life where people tried to save a little money and ended up losing much more. Such counterexamples were almost becoming a law of nature. As the sky grew darker, Fong Jingxian went outside to wait. Calculating the time, Wei Tong should be finishing his shift soon. Moments later, Fong Jingxian spotted Wei Tong's figure, accompanied by a young cultivator. The two were walking toward him together. Fong Jingxian hurried forward to greet them, addressing Wei Tong. "Brother Wei, please come in quickly. The fine wine and delicious dishes are all ready. We've been waiting for you too. May I ask who this gentleman is?" Wei Tong laughed heartily and introduced him to Fong Jingxian. "Let me introduce you. This is Huatsang. He is not from around here, he is a wandering cultivator who happened to pass by. We hit it off immediately." Huatsang looked to be in his early 20s, not particularly handsome, but exuding a wild, intimidating aura. His physique was sleek and muscular, unlike the traditional cultivators. Although Fong Jingxian couldn't sense the other's true cultivation level, he could tell from Wei Tong's attitude toward Huatsang that there was more to him than met the eye. If Wei Tong's attitude toward him was merely admiration, then his attitude toward Huatsang was one of respect and reverence. If someone like Wei Tong, who was at the 6th layer of qi cultivation, and just one step away from the late stage, was so impressed, then Huatsang's true cultivation level must be at least the mid-stage of qi cultivation, or even the late stage. Moreover, Huatsang appeared to be only slightly older than himself. Upon realizing this, Fong Jingxian was certain that Huatsang must be a figure of great significance. "Fong has come to meet Huadao Yu. Please." Fong Jingxian led the two into the tavern. After they sat down, they first drank several bowls of Qinghe Lingjiu before beginning their conversation. Of course, the main storyteller was Wei Tong, while Fong Jingxian and Huatsang were primarily listening. "Do you know who was behind the recent massacre of the Wang family?" Wei Tong brought up the topic in a mysterious manner. Fong Jingxian naturally had no idea, while Huatsang merely smiled without speaking. Wei Tong didn't mind this. He was currently more interested in showing off his well-connected sources. It was Scorpion Tail, Lu San. This man is at the late chi cultivation stage, and has raised a scorpion-like spirit beast also at the late chi cultivation stage. Together, they are so powerful that no one below the foundation establishment stage can match them. He's always been into shady deals, and has always been cautious, targeting powerless wandering cultivators, so he's never had any powerful enemies offering bounties on his head. Who would have thought that he could gather 20 or 30 bandits and break through the Wong family's great array all at once? This is truly remarkable. Wei Tong drank as he recounted the details of the raid, describing how the bandits attacked the Wong family, broke through the array, and looted the place. He described it so vividly that it seemed as though he had witnessed it himself. Fong Jing listened intently. This information was highly valuable, likely first-hand intelligence that others would struggle to obtain. They all made their living in this area, so understanding changes in the outside world was crucial for avoiding danger. The Wong family's estate was only a few hundred miles from Hongye Lane, just a couple of hours' journey. Therefore, Fong Jing occasionally chimed in enthusiastically, which made Wei Tong feel more at ease and speak even more enthusiastically. The Wong family's mountain defending array is only a second-tier lower-grade formation, yet it could withstand a foundation establishment cultivator for several days. Yet it was breached in mere moments that day. Clearly, there's a traitor within the Wong family. These days, you can guard against everything, but you can't guard against traitors within your own family. It's truly tragic that the Wong family's 200-year legacy has been destroyed in an instant. After sighing a few times, Fong Jing continued. Now that Lu San has committed such a heinous crime, the Chu family and the He family should be offering a bounty for his head, and even dispatching foundation establishment cultivators to hunt him down. That would be appropriate. That's not certain. The Wong family's spiritual land is located between the two families. Previously, they played both sides, reaping benefits from both. Now that they've suffered such a calamity, who would dare to speak up for them? This matter should wait until the Dan Ding sect receives the news, goes through the proper procedures, and sends an investigation team to handle it. Hearing this, Fong Jing was speechless. Such bureaucratic behavior was truly identical. However, our Hongye pavilion is safe and sound. No matter how vicious Lu San is, he's no match for us. But you, running back and forth between the two places, should be extra careful. Thank you for your concern, Wei Gu. I'm just trying to make a living by helping others. Lu San is a notorious bandit. He wouldn't bother with me. As for ordinary bandits, you know my spirit turtle. Once it enters the water, even a late-stage chi cultivation cultivator wouldn't stand a chance against it. Fong Jingshuan's words made Wei Tong laugh heartily. As Fong Jingxian had said, those with higher cultivation couldn't bother with him, and those with lower cultivation couldn't catch up to him. He had accurately carved out his niche, and his life was quite comfortable. In truth, those who work as ferrymen, constantly on the move, all have their own unique skills. Otherwise, they would have been weeded out by the market long ago. Fong Jingshuan's whim, combined with Tu Yuan's rapid growth, his sharp combat skills in water battles, and his cautious nature, allowed him to make a living in this line of work. Otherwise, 500 low-grade spirit stones wouldn't be considered a fortune. Even wandering cultivators could scrape them together if they really wanted to. Why not do it? Is it because they don't like it? Or because they don't want the money? Neither. It's mainly because they're afraid of dying. Come, drink. As Wei Tong called out, the three drank heartily again. After putting down their cups, Huitsong, who had been mostly silent, finally spoke. Fong brother, I heard from Wei that you seem to have a special talent for raising spirit turtles. Your water-controlling spirit turtle has grown remarkably in the past few months. Could you take me to see it? Upon hearing this, Fong Jingxian paused, knowing that the real show was about to begin. No wonder Wei Tong brought a stranger to the banquet. He was waiting here. It seems that Tu Yuan had grown too quickly in the past 3 months, attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. Indeed, low-tier cultivators truly have no easy life. The slightest hint of the extraordinary, and they're dissected and analyzed. However, Fong Jingxian had already prepared for such a possibility. He agreed readily. Since Brother He wants to see, I naturally want to keep it hidden. After we finish eating, I'll take you to take a look. Chapter The Water-Breathing Spirit Turtle. Brother Hua, this is the Shishui Lingui I've been raising. Tu Yuan, come greet your two elder brothers. In the simple courtyard, Fong Jing led Wei Tong and Huatsong to Tu Yuan's animal pen. At that moment, Wei Tong's expression was slightly uneasy, while Huatsong seemed quite enthusiastic. He stepped forward to inspect Tu Yuan's condition, then turned to Fong Jing and said, Jingxian, may I take a closer look? At these words, Fong Jing felt a surge of anger. Companion beasts were the most cherished possessions of cultivators, as precious as their own wives. How dare he ask to touch it? Noticing the change in Fong Jingshuan's expression, Wei Tong suddenly whispered to him. Fong brother, agree to it. Hua brother comes from a beast-taming family, and his greatest interest is studying rare spiritual beasts. You can rest assured that he won't harm your spiritual beast, and there might even be some benefits afterward. After Wei Tong finished speaking, Fong Jingshuan's heart stirred. A beast-taming family? This wasn't just any ordinary cultivator family. Beast-taming was an extremely expensive art, and it wasn't something a family with insufficient strength could claim. At the very least, they must have a large-scale beast garden, and hunting grounds, well-established knowledge of spirit beast breeding techniques for taming spirit beasts, and a large number of cultivators. If Huatsong came from a beastmaster family, he wouldn't think much of his own Tu Yuan. After all, Tu Yuan wasn't a special breed with ancestral bloodline, but had grown so quickly thanks to his own innate talent. Since that's the case, to get Huatsong to offer some benefits, we'll have to inconvenience you, old friend. Cough, since you've asked, I won't hesitate to get started. With Fong Jingshuan's permission, Huatsong eagerly entered to inspect Tu Yuan's physical condition, while Tu Yuan, under Fong Jingshuan's soothing words, did not exhibit any aggressive behavior. Moments later, the excitement faded from Huatsong's face. He had clearly determined that Tu Yuan's bloodline was inferior, merely the most common variety of Shui Lingui. What do you think, Brother Hua? Is Tu Yuan a rare breed with pure blood? Could I have really stumbled upon a treasure? Fong Jingshuan's expression was even more urgent than Huatsong's. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. Huatsong shook his head and said, this water spirit turtle is just an ordinary variety. It doesn't appear to have been forcibly accelerated by its hefa, and its body is quite healthy. However, this spirit beast has grown rapidly in just 3 months. Could it be that Brother Jingxian possesses some extraordinary techniques? Huatsong narrowed his eyes slightly, causing Fong Jingxian to grow wary. Clearly, Huatsong had not detected anything unusual on Tu Yuan, so he could only direct his suspicion toward himself. However, Fong Jingxian had already considered this possibility, and had prepared a countermeasure. Even if it were not Huatsong, but any other cultivator who had come today, as long as they were willing to reason, Fong Jingxian would not be overly concerned. Hua brother is joking. I'm just a lowly first-tier wandering cultivator, making a living by ferrying passengers. I don't possess any mysterious techniques for controlling beasts. If I did, I would have applied for a position as a guest scholar at the Ning family long ago. That would be far more comfortable than risking my life every day, exposing myself to the elements, and enduring wind and rain. After hearing this, Huatsong nodded slightly. As Fong Jingxian had said, if one truly possessed beast-taming abilities, becoming a guest scholar at the Ning family would be a far more comfortable life than what Fong Jingxian currently led. The Ning family was the most powerful of the Dan Ding sect's vassal families, with 5 foundation establishment cultivators alone. Moreover, the Ning family had risen to prominence through beast taming, and with their spirit beasts, they could easily field at least 10 foundation establishment level combatants. Serving as a guest scholar for them would mean being able to roam freely within the Dan Ding sect's territory. The resources the Ning family would provide would at least allow Fong Jingxian to stop worrying about advancing beyond the qi condensation mid-stage. Moreover, since my master passed away, I haven't even had enough to eat or wear. It was only thanks to Brother Wei that I managed to scrape by in the Red Leaf district. If I truly possessed any unique beast-taming techniques, I wouldn't be living such a miserable life. Fong Jingxian began to play the victim, and Huatsong looked at Wei Tong, who nodded in agreement, confirming Fong Jingshuan's words. As for why Tu Yuan grew so quickly, I won't hide it from the two of you. You know that I ferry passengers from Hongye Lane to Qinghe Lane, a round trip of 1800 li. Along the way, I encountered many dangers. On one occasion, I sensed danger and had Tu Yuan hide in the depths of Qinghe. There I discovered a bullhorn croaker fish stuck in a rock cave, so I captured it. As you know, one shouldn't flaunt one's wealth, so I didn't tell anyone. I simply chopped up the horned carp and fed it to Tu Yuan, which is why he's grown so quickly. After finishing his story, Huatsong looked somewhat disappointed. It was a cliché tale, but its authenticity was undeniable. Oh brother, that horned carp is a first-grade mid-tier spiritual fish. Eating it would greatly benefit a cultivator's physique. Why didn't you keep it for yourself? After all, your own cultivation is the foundation. Wei Tong looked regretful. Horned mackerel was a rare find, and as a spiritual fish, it was highly valuable. If sold, it would fetch at least 300 low-grade spiritual stones, and it was in high demand but scarce in supply. I know the benefits of the horned carp. I hesitated at first, but after thinking it through, I decided to feed it to Tu Yuan. If I had eaten it, it would only have slightly enhanced my physical strength, and wouldn't have been of much use for cultivation. But by letting Tu Yuan eat it, at least it can run faster. If we ever encounter a cultivator in the future, we'll still need to rely on it. Jing Xian, you're right. The physical strength gained from advancing in the qi cultivation realm isn't very useful. It's better to cultivate your companion beast. Whether it's for fighting or escaping, it's extremely advantageous. Huatsong's expression softened, then he continued. But brother Jing Xian, aren't you short on spirit stones? Why not sell the bullhorn grouper and exchange it for cultivation resources? This was a point of contention. 300 low-grade spirit stones were no small sum. If exchanged for pills, they could at least allow Fong Jing to cultivate to the peak of the third layer of qi cultivation. If he couldn't answer this properly, Fong Jing wouldn't pass muster with Huatsong. To be honest, brother Hua, I actually considered selling the bullhorn grouper at first, but the idea fleeted away and I dismissed it. Oh, why was that? Huatsong grew curious, and Wei Tong also waited for Fong Jing to explain. The red leaf market isn't that big. The news of me selling the horned catfish would likely spread. If word got out, my younger brother isn't someone who stays in the market all the time. I still need to go out and attract customers for my ferry service. With so many spirit stones on me, even those who didn't originally plan to rob me might now be tempted. Spirit stones can be earned slowly, but this risk is something I simply don't want to take. Causing trouble for myself is not the quality of an outstanding wandering cultivator. Haha, brother Fong, you're level-headed and know when to advance or retreat. You're straightforward, that's exactly why I value you. Wei Tong smiled and patted Fong Jing on the shoulder. There were more than just Fong Jing working as porters in Hongye Alley, and there were multiple routes connecting them to the outside world. Just for the route to Danding City alone, there were 5 or 6 people, all relying on this route to make a living. And the reason Wei Tong held Fong Jing in such high regard was because he valued his character. Fong Jing smiled broadly without saying a word, now waiting to see if Huatsong would acknowledge these words. Huatsong didn't raise any further objections. His expression returned to normal, and he took out a jade slip from his storage pouch, handing it to Fong Jing. This is some research I've done on water-type spirit beasts. Take a look. While spirit turtles are easy to raise, there are still some tricks to it. Fong Jing took the jade slip, feeling a bit shocked. It was knowledge about beast taming, something even the Ning family, the masters of beast taming, didn't pass down. He had expected Huatsong to offer some spiritual stones or resources as compensation, but he never imagined Huatsong would be so generous. If Fong Jing could master this beast taming knowledge, he might even be able to apply for a position as a guest scholar at the Ning family. Hurry up and thank brother Hua. While the Ning family is powerful, once they step outside the Dan Ding sect, they can't hold a candle to Hua's family. Wei Tong extended his right little finger and gestured in front of Fong Jing his expression brimming with arrogance. The Ning family still has some merits, Wei brother. It's getting late, and the curfew will be enforced soon. Let's take our leave. Fong Jing looked at Huatsong and noticed that he hadn't refuted Wei Tong's words. Clearly, in Huatsong's eyes, the Ning family wasn't worth much. Then we won't disturb brother Fong's rest. Today, we were honored by your hospitality. Next time, I'll be the host and invite you to dinner. Why does Wei Elder say such things? It's just a meal. The two of you, please go slowly. Fong Jing held the jade slip tightly, escorting them all the way to the intersection, before turning back to his own small hut. He looked at the bewildered Tu Yuan and exhaled softly. Chapter Lo, Meditation and Cultivation. Do you think Fong Jing was lying? On the wide street, with few passers-by, Huatsung asked Wei Tong in a low voice, as if chatting idly. I don't think so. Fong Jing comes from a clean background. I knew his master before he passed away. This young man's life has always been simple, and his circle is clean. He doesn't seem like someone who would be recruited by Qingma sect cultivators to become an insider. However, his personality used to be rather timid, and such a drastic change is still somewhat suspicious. Wei Tong's expression grew serious, but Huatsung shook his head and said, that was because he had his master's protection before. Now that his master is dead, he's been bullied by others. If his personality doesn't become more adaptable, he won't survive. People, after all, will change in critical moments. Huatsung's words convinced Wei Tong. Seeing this, Huatsung continued. The White Mountain region has always been chaotic. Cultivators there are driven by self-interest, and concepts like morality and honor are nothing but jokes. It's the perfect place for demonic cultivators to lurk. This time, I came out for 3 reasons. First, to gather intelligence and find a demonic cultivator's insider. Second, to go out and gain experience to hone my cultivation. And third, to try to find some promising young talent for the family and search for rare and exotic spiritual beasts to contribute to the development of the family's beast garden. Now, I'll give Fong Jing a copy of my beast taming notes as a token of goodwill. Wei Tong's expression relaxed as he asked. How long do you plan to stay here? And when can I return to the sect? Let me calculate the days. I've already been here for 3 years, and I'm almost at 10 years of infiltration. Hee, you're complaining as an outer disciple? Don't worry. By the time you're ready to build your foundation, with this technique, you can exchange it for a foundation building pill. That's only fair. Then you won't have to wallow in this muddy swamp anymore. You're just promising me pie in the sky. You should let those core disciples try the taste of infiltration too. The two chatted and laughed as they walked down the street. In the distance, the sound of bells rang out, signaling to all cultivators within the Red Leaf district that the curfew had begun. Listening to the distant bell tolls, Fong Jing sat calmly in his small hut. He was reviewing his recent actions in his mind, trying to reverse engineer any potential slip-ups. Although Ling Yu's alibi was airtight and highly credible, he still needed to be extra cautious. Wei Tong and Huatsung were not ordinary cultivators from the White Mountain sect, and this was not a desolate wilderness, it was an orderly place after all. Additionally, the extent of Tu Yuan's transformation was not alarming, resembling the reaction after consuming the spirit fish. Wei Tong and Huatsung did not insist on getting to the bottom of it, which allowed the matter to be resolved smoothly. However, this incident served as a reminder to Fong Jing that Tu Yuan's growth rate should not continue to accelerate indefinitely. Otherwise, if it attracts the curiosity of other cultivators, things might not go as smoothly. Without a powerful backer, even the slightest deviation could become a factor leading to one's downfall. The hardships of being an independent cultivator are evident in every aspect of life. No wonder everyone aspires to join an established sect. In truth, Fong Jing had considered using his innate talent to apply for a position as a guest cultivator in a cultivation family. However, this would mean sacrificing his freedom for life and becoming no better than a beast of burden. Moreover, with such a powerful advantage, Fong Jing was confident he could achieve great things. Thus, the idea of securing a position and living a stable life was merely a fleeting thought. The current difficulties, when viewed in the future, would merely be a few minor setbacks. After reflecting on everything, Fong Jing did not rush to accept the knowledge contained in the jade tablet gifted by Huatsung. There was no rush. Waiting a bit longer would be safer. He stored the jade tablet in his storage pouch and began meditating to practice his cultivation. The 3 revolving meridian techniques combines the elements of metal, water, and wood. The ideal environment for cultivation should align with these 3 elements. However, Fong Jing did not have such conditions, so he had to make do. Fong Jing first took out an inch-tall emerald green cypress tree from his storage pouch, then retrieved a cicada exoskeleton, and placed them before him. These two items were Fong Jing's cultivation companions, respectively a first-grade lower-quality, jade green cypress, and a first-grade lower-quality cicada exoskeleton. The jade green pine was crafted entirely from green jade, not a magical artifact, but a specialized companion item, hence its price was not exorbitant, yet Barter's up lower-grade spiritual stones could purchase it. The higher the grade of the companion item, the better the effect it has on cultivation. However, Fong Jing currently lacks funds, and a first-grade middle-grade companion item starts at 500 lower-grade spirit stones, which he cannot afford. This golden cicada exoskeleton, however, is the remains of a three-winged golden cicada, merely classified as a spiritual material, primarily used for alchemy, valued at 60 low-grade spiritual stones. If it were a spiritual material used in alchemy, its price would be extremely high. Unfortunately, the golden cicada exoskeleton Fong Jing needed was a crucial ingredient for refining a specific type of pill, so he couldn't even afford a first-grade lower-quality exoskeleton. Sigh, it's all because of money. Fong Jing has only been soliciting customers for 3 months, and the net income he can save each month is no more than 2 or 30 low-grade spiritual stones. If he wanted to trade for a first-grade lower-quality exoskeleton to use as a cultivation aid, he'd have to save up for at least a year. Before that, Fong Jing had planned to redeem the magical artifact left behind by his master. This was a memento his master had left him, though his master had instructed him to dispose of it as he saw fit before passing away. Thinking of this, Fong Jing didn't want to dwell on it anymore. He silently activated his cultivation technique and began practicing with the 2 cultivation aids in front of him. A night passed quietly, and Fong Jing concluded his cultivation session, opening his eyes. True name, Fong Jing. Age, 23. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage, 29300. Life essence, 1000 spirit pine, formless cicada shedding. Cultivation technique, not specified. Innate ability, not specified. Companion beast, Tu Yuan. Congratulations! Your cultivation progress has increased by 1 point, from 258 to 259. That's truly remarkable. After all, cultivation progress doesn't increase every time one meditates. Fong Jing calculated that it takes at least 3 sessions of cultivation, or even 4 or 5, to gain a single point. And each session of Qigong practice consumes an entire night, requiring 300 points of progress. Even under ideal conditions, it would take nearly 3 years to break through to the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation. And this is only possible if Fong Jing remains diligent, avoids distractions, and ensures consistent practice time. If he continues at this pace, with only say 60 points remaining, he should be able to break through to the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation in half a year at the latest, or as soon as 4 months. Thinking of this, Fong Jing felt a surge of excitement. Reaching the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation would be quite impressive among wandering cultivators. He carefully put away the spiritual items he had been cultivating with his fellow practitioners, then took out some spiritual rice to cook. After that, he stepped out the door to head to the shantytown outside to buy some inexpensive ingredients. As he stepped out the door, Fong Jing said to Tu Yuan, "Watch the house. I'll go buy some demon beast flesh and blood to nourish you. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you last night." Tu Yuan, with his mouth full of fangs, forced a human-like smile, and watched Fong Jing leave with longing eyes. Chapter 2: The Life of a Wandering Cultivator. After leaving the courtyard, Fong Jing followed the main street outward. Early in the morning, there weren't many cultivators around, giving the place a rather desolate feel. In a moment, Fong Jing had left Hongye Lane. After walking a few hundred paces, he arrived at a bustling marketplace. A row of stalls was lined up in 2 rows, selling all sorts of things: chicken, duck, fish, meat, spiritual vegetables, spiritual fruits, rice cakes, meatballs, and much more. However, most of the items were related to food. As for precious items like magical artifacts and spiritual materials, they were nowhere to be seen here. Both ordinary people and cultivators could be seen here, and what was surprising was that the ordinary people were the ones picking and choosing what to buy, while the cultivators were the ones smiling and haggling with the vendors. Don't try to fool me with this stale meat. If my master finds out, he'll have your stall demolished. A young girl, accompanied by two agile mortal warriors, was picking through a stall selling demon beast flesh, her tone laced with threat. This young woman was merely a mortal. Fong Jing could tell she had no cultivation at all, and her body was soft and supple, indicating she had never practiced martial arts. Such a being could be crushed to death with a single finger by a chi cultivation cultivator, yet the chi cultivation cultivator across from her was instead smiling apologetically. Miss Xian, what are you saying? You don't know me, Wu Lao-san. When have I ever sold your master's expired meat? This black-winged pig was caught just a few days ago. It's still fresh. Take a look and choose which parts you want. Fong Jing withdrew his gaze. Such situations were common here. Though this mortal woman was weak and helpless, she was backed by a powerful cultivator. Those who lived in the Red Leaf district and had mortal servants were often high-ranking cultivators with some status, at least at the mid-stage of chi cultivation, or even the late stage. Xian'er was right. If we offended her, her master could indeed come and shut down Wu Laosan's stall. These days, one doesn't look at the monk's face but at the Buddha's face. Even a mere mortal with someone backing them can make a cultivator smile and apologize. After all, it's just business. There's no need to be ashamed. Ignoring the situation over there, Fong Jing walked over to the stall selling spiritual vegetables. Hey, Fang, come over here. I just harvested some spiritual kale. Take some and try it. I also have a bunch of scallions. Take them home and stir-fry them with demon bird eggs. It's so fragrant, you won't believe it. If you want some, I'll give you a discount. As soon as Fong Jing arrived, several vendors greeted him enthusiastically. The reason for their warmth was simple: they all had friends or relatives in Qinghe Lane. As a porter who frequently traveled between the two places, delivering messages or carrying items for them was a routine task for him, so he had built up a decent reputation among them. Of course, Fong Jing wasn't the type to take advantage of others. After a moment, he smiled, selected some of the spiritual vegetables he liked, paid with 2 shuiling set, and then walked over to Wu Laosan's stall. Third brother, business is booming. At that moment, the young woman named Xian'er had already left, and Wu Laosan was counting the spirit stones, his face beaming with joy. Fong brother, what can I get for you? Wu Laosan greeted him warmly. He was at the 3rd layer of chi cultivation, while most of the stall owners in this market were at the 1st or 2nd layer. Additionally, Wu Laosan had an older brother with higher cultivation, who worked at the Red Leaf Pavilion, allowing him to sell demon beast flesh, a high-profit business. Other lone cultivators without connections or cultivation base could only do manual labor, selling the spiritual vegetables and fruits they grew to make ends meet. The shantytowns outside the Red Leaf Pavilion are mostly inhabited by low-tier cultivators at the 1st and 2nd levels of chi cultivation. Once these cultivators break through to the 4th layer of chi cultivation, they won't stay here anymore. They either get hired by the market or join a cultivator family. Either way, it's much better than lingering here. What other parts are there? Third brother, you know I'm poor. Can you give me a discount? Fong Jing haggled with a smile, while Wu Laosan had just encountered a big customer who wanted half a black-winged pig, so he was in a good mood and replied with a smile. Don't worry, I'll give you the best price. There's still some 5 flower meat left. That customer found it too fatty, so I didn't take more. How much do you want? Fong Jing stepped forward to take a look. The quality was indeed excellent. This black-winged pig was a 1st-tier lower-grade demon beast, known for its fierce temperament. Even cultivators at the 1st or 2nd layer of chi cultivation would find it quite challenging to hunt down. However, Wu Laosan's brother worked in the demon hunting squad, and he had casually given him one, which was more than enough for him to make a profit. Let's take a pound then. I'll cook it for dinner. Oh, by the way, what are you going to do with the offal? Why not give it to me for cheap? Fong Laodi, you must be planning to feed it to your spirit turtle, right? Makes sense. Your spirit turtle looks pretty big, it must eat a lot. No one wants the offal anyway, so I'll throw in this piece of pork belly. Just give me a low-grade spirit stone. Wu Laosan casually chopped off a piece of pork belly, which looked like at least 1.5 pounds. The offal, untreated with spices, tasted truly awful, so ordinary cultivators didn't care for it much. Thank you, third brother. Please wrap it up for me so I can carry it. My storage bag is a bit small and won't fit it. Fong Jingxuan's storage bag was two-sided, but it was already filled with various items. The blood-soaked offal wasn't something he could just throw inside. Although storage bags weren't rare in this realm, even the most basic one cost 100 low-grade spirit stones. The one Fong Jingxian had was given to him by his master, and was twice the size of a standard one. No problem, no problem. Come back next time. Fong Jingxian returned to his small courtyard with a large bag of offal. Tu Yuan, sensing the blood scent, let out a low, excited growl. Tu Yuan was naturally a carnivore, and would occasionally eat fish and shrimp from the Qinghe River, but these offal were demon beast flesh, imbued with spiritual energy, making them far more satisfying to eat. Look at you, so eager. Do you want it raw? Or should I add some seasoning and cook it for you? This question caught Tu Yuan off guard. He hesitated, torn between wanting to taste the raw flavor and craving Fong Jingxuan's cooking skills. Seeing Tu Yuan so torn, Fong Jingxian laughed heartily. Why not have half raw and half cooked? I'll also cook some spirit rice for you. Enjoy your meal. Tu Yuan had traded the beast-taming jade tablet for this yesterday, so having a good meal was a well-deserved reward. Tu Yuan finally realized what was being offered and immediately became excited, wanting to rub against Fong Jingxian. Fong Jingxian reached out to pet it before turning away to prepare the meal. Half an hour later, Fong Jingxian and Tu Yuan were both enjoying their meal to the fullest. Fong Jingxian was eating the spiritual rice, accompanied by stir-fried black wind pork with chili, and stir-fried leeks with spiritual bird eggs, truly a delightful experience. Tu Yuan, on the other hand, alternated between the raw flavor and the cooked food, finding it even more satisfying. For a moment, the small courtyard was filled with the sounds of chewing, exuding a strong sense of domestic life. A moment later, Fong Jingxian let out a satisfied sigh. If there was one thing better here than in his previous life, it was the food. The meals infused with spiritual energy were simply fragrant, even more authentic than pure firewood cooked rice. Finished eating? Remember to wash the bowls. Don't pretend you don't know how. You're a water-type spirit beast, washing a bowl shouldn't be too hard for you. I've already prepared everything, letting you wash the bowls is only fair. Fong Jingxian pushed the bowl aside and ordered Tu Yuan, who grunted in response and continued eating, seemingly oblivious to the command. Chapter 8: Delivering Goods to the Door. There were 3 porters on the route from Qinghe Lane to Hongye Lane, and Fong Jingxian was one of them. Yesterday was his day to take customers, but for the next 2 days, it would be the turn of the other 2 porters. Therefore, Fong Jingxian had nothing to do for the next 2 days and considered it a break. However, Fong Jingxian didn't want to idle away his time. Even if he couldn't ferry passengers, he could send Tu Yuan out to carry goods. Every little bit helped. After eating at Tu Yuan, Fong Jingxian took Tu Yuan to a dock outside Hongyifang Market to wait for work. Here, you could see all kinds of different pack animals, carts pulled by oxen and horses, as well as mystical beasts resembling flying camels, hovering mid-air. Wow, those flying camel-like creatures are amazing. They can carry thousands of pounds of cargo and even fly. I wish I could save up enough to own one someday. Someone murmured enviously at the flying camel-like creatures above, clearly aware that such beasts were extremely rare and valuable. Fong Jingxian joined a small group of cultivators waiting for work. Most of the cultivators here were independent practitioners, with the highest cultivation level being the 4th layer of Qi cultivation. Forget it. The flying camel is a non-sellable item of the Ning family. Unless you've done something great for the Ning family, you'll never get one, and even then, it'll be an old, ugly one that can't reproduce. This one here is the exclusive mount of the Red Leaf Pavilion. Even ordinary merchants can't use it. What makes you think you can? Someone immediately retorted, and the two began to argue. Meanwhile, others noticed Fong Jingxuan's arrival, and someone joked. Oh, here comes Brother Fong. You're really something, taking 2 shares of the price for one spirit beast. You sure don't want to sit idle, do you? Fong Jingxian bowed his hands and said to the man. Emir Li, please don't mock me. If I don't work, what will I eat? These are tough times. How can I afford to be idle? Do you think I can afford to be idle? You're right. If you don't work, you don't eat. What can we do? We're just lowly mortals. I thought becoming an immortal master would let us control the wind and rain, but instead, life slapped us in the face first. The few of them found humor in their misery, mocking themselves to add some joy to their dreary lives. Fong Jing sighed. Mortal master? What a joke. In front of ordinary people, you're a Taoist master, but in front of those powerful families, you're just a beggar on your knees. Anyone going to Sun Family Fortress? We need to transport mineral ore. Those carrying less than 2,000 pounds, don't bother coming. It's a 300-mile round trip, with a meal provided and 1 spirit stone per trip. Sign up if you're going. Hearing this, Fong Jingshuan's eyes lit up. Food. Me, the water-controlling spirit turtle. Carrying weight is no problem. Count me in. Even though 3 low-grade spirit stones aren't worth a second glance, but now that I want to earn one, I have to give it my all. This is where you have to be frugal when you can and spend when you must. Spend your money where it matters. Show off in public, suffer in private. No one should mock anyone else. In an instant, several people began to sign up. The cultivator who had emerged from the Red Leaf Pavilion glanced around and selected 3, one of whom was Fong Jingxian. You 3, follow me inside. The rest of you wait here. Fong Jingxian happily led Tu Yuan inside. Though the reward was meager, it was better than idling at home. At least today's meal was secured. In the wilderness, several massive beasts were slowly making their way forward. Fong Jingxian sat atop Tu Yuan's back, with boxes of metal ore stacked behind him. These ores were to be transported to Sun Family Fortress for refinement, where they would be processed into the basic spiritual materials needed for weapon forging. Tu Yuan looked relatively relaxed, despite carrying 3,000 pounds of ore on his back. Sun Family Fortress is relatively close to Hongye Pavilion and falls within its martial arts influence zone, so the journey is generally safe. However, proper escorts were still necessary. One couldn't entrust their safety to mere luck. Beside the beasts of burden were 3 cultivators providing protection. These 3 were all at the mid-stage of chi cultivation, specializing in combat, and capable of handling any potential battles. Even among cultivators of the same realm, combat strength can vary greatly. Differences in magical artifacts, life-bound treasures, divine abilities, and cultivation techniques can determine life or death. Moreover, cultivators also have their own specialties. For example, someone like Fong Jingxian, who makes a living by ferrying passengers, wouldn't invest his main resources into combat techniques. The cultivators before them, however, would immediately use any spirit stones they obtained to enhance their own equipment. After all, this was their livelihood, and even a slight deficiency in their magical artifacts could prove fatal in critical moments. Of course, the risks they take are greater, and so are the rewards. Fong Jingxian, who has his own beast of burden, only receives 1 low-grade spirit stone for making this round trip. These few, however, simply follow along for a trip and can earn at least 3 to 5 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, if a battle breaks out along the way, the main family will reward them based on their performance afterward. Therefore, these cultivators earn at least 50 to 60 low-grade spirit stones per month, which is considered high income among the wandering cultivators in the surrounding regions. With bodyguards by his side and his divine ability not triggering any alarms, Fong Jingxian felt fairly relaxed. Taking advantage of this time, Fong Jingxian took out the jade slip given to him by Huatsong, quietly pressed it against his forehead, and imprinted the knowledge within into his mind. Looking at the now dim jade slip, Fong Jingxian felt a pang of regret. The jade slip was only usable once, otherwise, he could have sold it on the black market for a high price. Of course, Fong Jingxian only thought about it. If he were to actually sell it, he wouldn't dare. After all, Huatsong might have left, but Wei Tong was still around. If he were to discover it, although he wouldn't harm Fong Jingxian, the hard-earned relationship between them would certainly be ruined. He stored the useless jade tablet in his storage pouch, and began to digest the knowledge within. Moments later, a look of joy appeared on Fong Jingshuan's face. Huatsong's background was indeed extraordinary. The knowledge about water-type spirit beasts recorded in the jade tablet was completely new to Fong Jingxian. Among them, there were over 40 entries on the varieties of turtle-like spirit beasts alone, with detailed descriptions of each species, preferences, habits, mating seasons, and potential divine abilities upon awakening. More importantly, the Jade Tablet also recorded a method for selecting water, attribute spirit beasts, and cultivating them into one's own spirit pets. After Fong Jing had roughly digested this knowledge, his head felt a bit dizzy. This was due to the sudden overload of information, but it didn't matter. Fong Jing wasn't concerned about that now. He only knew that he had struck gold. Huatsong is a good person. Fong Jing had assumed that even the beast taming techniques wouldn't be too impressive, but he never expected an additional secret technique for refining spirit pets to be included. This single technique alone would ensure Fong Jingxuan's livelihood for years to come. Just as Fong Jingxian was reveling in his good fortune, the leader up ahead spoke up to remind them. We're almost at Sun Family Fortress. Everyone, let us give it our all. It turned out that, without realizing it, they had already covered the 300-li journey, and the entire trip had been smooth, with no unexpected incidents. This was how things should unfold. If every mission went wrong, that would be truly unlucky. Fong Jingxian patted the turtle shell of Tu Yuan, and immediately Tu Yuan understood, picking up the pace and carrying the cargo steadily toward a mountain range ahead. Chapter Gao, Temporary Cave Mansion. After unloading the goods, the caravan manager called everyone together and provided a meal of spiritual food. Though it was just ordinary spiritual rice and spiritual provisions, it still made Fong Jingxian very happy. Who wouldn't enjoy a free meal? Moreover, Tu Yuan also secured special rations for feeding the beasts, and he too enjoyed a hearty meal. Once the man and beast had finished eating, the remaining time was free for everyone to do as they pleased. Sun Family Fortress wasn't very large, with only around 2 or 30 cultivators living there. Most of the residents were ordinary people, with the fortress at its core and approximately 7 or 8,000 ordinary people living in the surrounding areas. Most cultivators had awakened from among the common folk. The proportion of those whose parents were both cultivators was very low, as the higher a cultivator's realm, the more difficult it was for them to have children. Moreover, even when cultivators marry each other, their children are not necessarily born with spiritual roots. Therefore, ordinary people form the foundation of this world. The White Mountain region has a strict rule: cultivators must not arbitrarily harm ordinary people or commit senseless slaughter. Of course, rules are rules, but specific situations require specific analysis. If a cultivator were to ruthlessly kill thousands of people, it wouldn't take much effort, as long as they could bear the consequences afterward. However, most cultivators would not do such a thing, as ordinary people pose no threat to them. The only ones who can provoke cultivators are other cultivators. Unless they are cultivators of the demon path, ghost path, or corpse path, who require large numbers of ordinary people as nourishment, they would not hesitate to slaughter indiscriminately. However, such cultivators are hunted down by everyone once discovered, and currently, they hide in the shadows, dare not reveal their whereabouts. Fong Jingxian led Tu Yuan around Sun Family Fortress, where the main industry was refining spiritual minerals. Within the vast industry of weapon forging, they could only scrape by on the most basic profits, belonging to a labor-intensive, low-profit, and high-risk industry. The local market primarily sells various, refined metal spiritual materials, most of which are of first-grade lower quality. Even slightly higher-grade spiritual materials were not sold at particularly low prices, completely blocking Fong Jingxuan's plans to trade between the two regions. In the end, Fong Jingxian bought nothing, merely strolled around for a while before returning to the gathering point. Having only browsed without purchasing, Fong Jingxian followed the main group back to Hongye Lane, concluding today's work. Today's earnings from delivering goods amounted to 1 low-grade spiritual stone, which was spent on purchasing water 5 flowers. The two offset each other, creating a perfect balance. Oh wait, he also scored a free meal, so today wasn't a total loss. Feeling that today hadn't been wasted, Fong Jingxian happily returned to his small courtyard with Tu Yuan. He skipped dinner, adhering to the traditional virtue of eating only 2 meals a day, and not eating after noon. Of course, Fong Jingxian would never admit that he was short on money and couldn't afford dinner. He was just being old-fashioned. As the curfew bell rang, Fong Jingxian began his meditation as usual. In the small, quiet room, a jade-green sapling and a golden cicada exoskeleton flickered with spiritual light in sync with Fong Jingxian's breathing. At the same time, the two life-bound illusions in Fong Jingxuan's spiritual sea were also gently absorbing the faint wisps of mist from the spiritual sea, making themselves more solid. The next morning, Fong Jingxian awoke from his meditation, glanced at the panel as usual, and found that the points had not increased. He shook his head, stood up, and prepared breakfast. There was still more than half of yesterday's braised pork left, so he didn't need to go out to buy groceries today. Cooking and tending to the fire, doing everything himself, was not without its own charm. However, while eating, Fong Jingxian also pondered whether he should recruit a mortal servant to handle these mundane tasks. My time should be spent on more valuable things. But recruiting ordinary people to work at the Red Leaf Pavilion would require him to vouch for them, and pay a living allowance, which wouldn't be worth it. Sigh, I should earn some spirit stones first, redeem my master's magical artifact, and then think about these trivial matters later. After eating his fill, Fong Jingxian left the marketplace with Tu Yuan and swam toward the middle section of the Qing River. Fong Jingxian had no plans to haul goods today. Though a low-grade spirit stone was valuable, he had his own matters to attend to. He rowed Tu Yuan swiftly along the Qing River. The river was wide, and ordinary cultivators wouldn't come here for no reason. I recall there's a fairly large tributary that branches off into the depths of the forest. Perhaps there's a waterfall and a pool there. That would suit my needs. Fong Jingxian pondered in his mind. Today, he had come out primarily to find a temporary cave residence for himself. After receiving the beast-taming knowledge from Huatsung yesterday, Fong Jingxian had become interested in the method for refining water, attribute spirit pets recorded in the jade slip. Before finding a way to conceal it, the growth rate of Tu Yuan should not be too fast. While Tu Yuan had sufficient defensive capabilities, its offensive abilities were lacking. Refining a new offensive type spirit pet at this time would be perfect to address his weaknesses. However, refining a spirit pet requires a significant amount of time, at least 3 months, and possibly even half a year. In that case, the small courtyard he was renting in Hongye Lane would no longer be suitable. Since Fong Jingxian needed to go out to ferry passengers and earn spirit stones, the small courtyard he rented was only secure against honest people, not against those with ill intent. If someone were to sneak in, he would be powerless to stop them. Therefore, Fong Jingxian hasn't left anything of value in the courtyard. All his belongings are stored in his storage bag, which he carries with him at all times. Fong Jingxian directed Tu Yuan to turn into a tributary, and followed it downstream. The area around this tributary was a dense primeval forest shrouded in toxic mist, with occasional strange growls echoing through the air, sounding rather unsettling. The White Mountain region was sparsely populated due to its harsh environment and scarcity of spiritual veins. Without spiritual veins, cultivators cannot practice normally, so they are unwilling to stay for long periods. Without the protection of cultivators, ordinary people would eventually be devoured by demon beasts and wild animals. Thus, such remote, spirit vein-deprived areas have always been desolate and uninhabited. Places with spiritual veins are so coveted that cultivators would fight tooth and nail to get in, while places without spiritual veins, no matter how beautiful the scenery, are avoided by cultivators. This is why those wandering cultivators would rather set up makeshift shelters near the Red Leaf Pavilion than live in spacious houses in the wilderness. After walking and stopping intermittently, Fong Jingxian spent nearly half an hour before finally arriving at a secluded waterfall. This place was about 100 miles from the mainstream of the Qing River, with no spiritual veins in the vicinity. In the eyes of cultivators, it was truly a barren and inhospitable wasteland. However, in Fong Jingxuan's eyes, this place was quite suitable, perfect for his temporary cave residence and secret base. Carrying Tu Yuan, Fong Jingxian approached the waterfall. It wasn't very large, with a drop of only about 20 meters, and the pool below was also shallow, only about 10 meters deep. Although it generally meets the requirements, I still need to make some careful modifications. Otherwise, those cracked catfish larvae might escape. Fong Jingxian stared at the pond before him, his eyes filled with contemplation. He wondered if the spirit pets he had refined using the Moonlight Dew technique on the split-mouth catfish larvae could reach the level of a first-grade lower-tier spirit beast. Chapter Sup, Collecting Jade Dew. Half a month later, Fong Jingxian sat in his small courtyard, calculating his current savings. With what I earned over the past half month, I now have a total of 180 low-grade spirit stones, plus about 100 pounds of spirit rice. That should be enough to last for 1 or 2 months, but the rent is due at the beginning of next month. Damn it, when will I ever be able to afford my own place? Fong Jing muttered to himself as he repeatedly counted the low-grade spirit stones on the table. The most valuable items he owned were 2 items of equal value, plus the storage bag itself. Of course, Tu Yuan was also extremely valuable, but these 4 items were all non-negotiable, so in terms of current assets, Fong Jing only had these low-grade spirit stones. As for the rest, there were some talismans, such as light body talismans and protective talismans, which were life-saving items. Fong Jing had 4 of these, each worth 5 low-grade spirit stones. There is also a flame symbol, an offensive talisman, which is quite expensive, worth around 23 low-grade spirit stones. Qualified cultivators should possess their own combat artifact, but where is mine? Fong Jing currently had no combat artifact to use. A first-tier lower-grade combat artifact starts at 200 lower-grade spirit stones. His master's combat artifact, which was originally meant to be passed down to him, was now in his possession, having been traded for spirit stones to purchase the Tu Yuan. First, his master's combat artifact wasn't suitable for Fong Jing, and second, Fong Jing was indeed short on funds to use as startup capital to purchase the Tu Yuan. Back then, I traded it for say sub low-grade spirit stones. Now, 3 months have passed, and it's probably risen to nearly say sub stones. The interest alone is 10 low-grade spirit stones per month. That's really steep. At my current savings rate, I can save 30 stones a month by gritting my teeth, but it'll take at least 10 months to save enough, and that doesn't even cover the interest. With compound interest, it'll take a year and a half. Damn it, I really want to kill these loan sharks. Fong Jing felt a pang of despair. It's so hard for the poor to rise up. After putting away the spirit stones, Fong Jing opened the panel, feeling a bit better. He saw that the progress in the cultivation level section had changed from Qi cultivation stage, Yi 59300 to the current Yi 864 In just half a month, the progress had increased by 5 points, truly cause for celebration. At this rate, he would only need another 2 months to advance to the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. The future looked promising. Fong Jing chuckled, stood up, and called out to Tu Yuan. The man and the turtle stepped out of the small courtyard and headed to the dock to look for work. Let's head to Qinghe Lane. All water routes, direct service, no waiting. At the entrance of Qingdefeng Market, Fong Jing saw off his last customer. Looking at the time, it was already late, and there might not be any more business today. Today's earnings were 4 low-grade spirit stones, which wasn't bad. If he could successfully pick up passengers from Hongye Alley, and also get customers here, he could manage 1 round trip a day. Thinking about earning 2 more spirit stones, Fong Jing waited at the market entrance for a while longer, but unfortunately, at this time, there were no passengers heading to Hongdifang Market. Those with higher cultivation levels can simply fly there on their own. Those with insufficient cultivation, but enough money can choose to ride a flying boat. Only those with neither cultivation nor money would opt for the smelly beast ships. My future looks bleak. Seeing that he couldn't attract any customers, Fong Jing felt a growing sense of anxiety about the future. The market was saturated, and there were 2 other porters competing for business. Earning money was truly no easy task. Forget it, I won't bother anymore. Let whoever wants to come, come. Fong Jing called his beast of burden, and didn't plan to stay overnight in Qinghe Market. He turned and headed toward Qinghe City. As night fell, a full moon hung high in the sky, casting a bright, shimmering glow. At the base of a secluded waterfall, Fong Jing waited in silence. He was waiting for the moment when the moonlight was at its most intense tonight. The monthly Moonlight Dew, divine ability, must be activated at this time, otherwise, even a few drops less of the dew would cause Fong Jing immense regret. Moments later, the moon above grew even brighter. Fong Jing's mind stirred, and he retrieved the jade-carved companion artifact Emerald Jade Cypress from his storage pouch. The 1-inch tall jade pine tree glowed even more translucently under the moonlight. Fong Jing channeled his energy to activate this companion artifact, while simultaneously connecting it to his life essence in his spiritual sea. The thousand-spirit ancient pine began to glow, and his life essence divine ability, Moonlight Dew, immediately activated. The jade cypress tree began to absorb the moonlight descending from above, like dewdrops in the morning, gradually condensing on the surface of the tree. When the illusory form of the thousand-spirit century pine in his spiritual sea began to fade, Fong Jing reluctantly severed the connection between his life essence and the artifact. At that moment, Fong Jing quickly retrieved a jade bottle from his storage pouch, and used a water control minor spell to collect all the jade dew condensed on the jade green pine tree into the bottle. Once all the jade dew was collected, a smile appeared on Fong Jing's face. This time, he had collected a total of 11 drops of moonlight jade dew, the most he had ever collected in the past 4 months. This was because Fong Jing's cultivation had increased slightly, allowing his life force's illusory form to sustain itself for a longer duration. The life essence also grows stronger as a cultivator's cultivation increases. With the right opportunity, it could even evolve into a higher-tier life essence. Fong Jing carefully stored the jade bottle and the other items in his storage pouch. Meanwhile, Tu Yuan, who had been on guard in the distance, returned. With Tu Yuan by his side, Fong Jing felt much more at ease. Currently, his combat strength was still inferior to Tu Yuan's. In truth, Fong Jing also wanted to enhance his combat strength, but all of that required spiritual stones, talismans, magical artifacts, and elixirs, none of which came cheap. Having concluded the most important matter of the month, Fong Jing felt somewhat relieved. Now that he had the Moon Dew Jade essence, the remaining challenge was how to utilize it. He planned to divide the 10 drops of Moon Dew essence into 3 portions, with 5 drops made into spiritual rice pills to feed to Tu Yuan. This way, Tu Yuan's monthly growth progress could effectively be controlled to about half a year. In other words, while Tu Yuan appears to grow at a monthly rate, it actually undergoes 6 months of actual growth. However, as Tu Yuan grows larger, the amount of Moon Dew required will increase. Eventually, a single drop of Moon Dew will no longer be sufficient for a month's growth. The remaining 6 drops, Fong Jing plans to keep 3 for himself. Lately, the White Mountain region has been in turmoil, which has also caused Fong Jing some concern. Unfortunately, he lacks the alchemy skills to fully harness the Moon Dew essence's potential. Otherwise, by adding some ingredients and refining it into a pill, the effects would be even better. Originally, Fong Jing had planned to cultivate slowly until he reached the 3rd layer of qi cultivation, but he decided that the sooner he could achieve it, the better. This way, he would have a few more chances to survive in dangerous situations. As for the remaining 3 drops, Fong Jing already had a plan to feed them to the spiritual pet he had recently collected. They weren't yet considered spirit pets, they hadn't been successfully refined yet. However, these 3 drops of Moon Dew essence should significantly increase the success rate of refinement. With this in mind, Fong Jing took Tu Yuan to a nearby pond. At that moment, the once clear pond was now teeming with over 10,000 fish fry, each no larger than a thumb. These fish fry were all of the same species, a type of fish that Fong Jing had commanded Tu Yuan to catch from the clear river, known as the split-mouth bone catfish. Chapter Subject: Crack-mouthed bone catfish. The split-mouth bone catfish is a relatively common aquatic demon beast. Even when fully grown, it is only a low-tier first-grade demon beast, with the highest strength equivalent to the mid to late stages of qi cultivation. Moreover, the split-mouth bone catfish lays an enormous number of eggs each time, with over 10,000 eggs in a single batch. However, out of these 10,000 eggs, not a single one may survive to grow into a demon beast. Not all fully grown crackbone catfish become demon beasts, only those that meet certain conditions can absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth and embark on the path of cultivation. However, the split-jawed catfish has a unique trait: cannibalism. If tens of thousands of juvenile fish devour one another, those that survive are likely to become demon beasts, which can be contracted as spirit pets. This knowledge was all obtained by Fong Jing from the jade slip given to him by Huatsong. Following the instructions in the jade slip, Fong Jing set up this rudimentary alchemy site. It was a small pond about 20 square meters in size, with a waterfall that supplied fresh water. The flowing water above would carry various small fish and shrimp into the pond, sparing Fong Jing the trouble of feeding them. However, this amount of food may suffice for the young cracked bone catfish in the early stages, but once they grow to the size of a palm, the food brought by the flowing water will no longer be enough. At that point, starvation would drive the young fish to cannibalize one another, and the survivor would likely evolve into a mutated, fully formed cracked mouth bone catfish. Fong Jing closely observed these thumb-sized bone catfish. Though still juveniles, they already exhibited strong aggression. A grass carp swept in by the current, though as large as a palm, couldn't withstand the bone catfish's bites, and was reduced to nothing in moments. Those that managed to secure blood and flesh had swollen bellies, while those that failed to obtain food cowered nearby, barely moving. From now on, the competition among these bonefish begins. The faster they move, the faster they gain an advantage. Within half a month, these bonefish will face their first major cull. After collecting the Moonlight Dew and ensuring the safety of the bone shark pups, Fong Jing waited quietly until dawn. Although he was under the protection of Tu Yuan, in such a wild place, Fong Jing chose not to risk meditating. For cultivators, meditation and cultivation had replaced the ordinary sleep of mortals. However, during this process, their self-defense capabilities dropped significantly. If they encountered danger, even a moment's delay could be life-threatening. Therefore, Fong Jing typically chose to meditate and cultivate within the town, where the town guards patrolled all night, making it far safer than this desolate wilderness. Once dawn broke, Fong Jing finally set off on his return journey with Tu Yuan. Following the river downstream, by the time they reached the Red Leaf Market, the crowd within the market was growing steadily. Today was not Fong Jingxuan's shift, so he returned directly to his courtyard to rest for a while and see if he could find some work around noon. However, shortly after he returned, someone came to visit. "Brother Fong, I've come to collect the spiritual dung. We've accumulated enough for another month." The visitor was a gaunt middle-aged man in his 40s named Mo Guanong, a spirit plant cultivator. The spiritual plants he cultivated required fertilizer, so he collected spiritual manure from various places to fertilize his fields. Fong Jingxuan's Tu Yuan was large and had a hearty appetite, so it produced a lot of manure. Mo Guanong saw this as a good opportunity, and had been collecting all of Tu Yuan's manure for the past few months. Old Mo, Tu Yuan has grown even larger this month, and his manure is more abundant than last month. "You can't keep charging me the same price, can you?" Fong Jing leaned against the doorframe, negotiating with Mo Guanong, while Tu Yuan, in the animal pen, cleverly dropped a large pile of manure, clearly showing off its abilities. Mo Guanong walked toward Tu Yuan while saying, "You know my reputation. Don't worry. As long as the manure meets the quality standards, I'll give you a little extra." Saying this, Mo Guanong reached out and grabbed Tu Yuan's fresh, warm dung, breaking it open to inspect it, and immediately gave his appraisal. "There are still some undigested fish bones and shells. This will save me from buying bone meal. The quality is top-notch." Fong Jing's lips twitched slightly. This spirit plant cultivator looked at the dung as if it were a beauty to a lecture. It was all about the right taste. "I weighed it. Including this fresh batch, it's 2 spirit stones plus 5 shuiling sec. Here's the spirit stone. Count it." Fong Jing took the spirit stones, but he could still smell a faint odor of feces. This old man Mo must have touched the spirit stones without washing his hands first. Finally, Mo Guanong called for a cart to take everything back. As they were leaving, Fong Jing remembered his ginseng and asked, "Old Mo, do you have any cypress trees or similar spiritual plants in your courtyard?" Mo Guanong hesitated for a moment before saying, "Cypress-like spiritual plants? I don't have any here. These plants grow too slowly, are hard to sell, and there's little demand for them. Even ordinary spiritual plant cultivators wouldn't bother growing them. However, the Danding sect should have them. They cultivate all sorts of spiritual plants, with a wide variety of species, mainly for medicinal use. The needles, bark, and sap of cypress trees are all excellent materials for medicine. They will prepare some for you." Mo Guanong gave Fong Jing this suggestion, but Fong Jing merely smiled. Such rare spiritual plants were extremely expensive, let alone trying to obtain them from the Danding sect. As a lone cultivator, he doubted he could even step foot inside the gates of the Danding sect. Then, Mo Lao Gu, everyone knows your skills. If I were to find a cypress-type spiritual plant, would you be willing to cultivate it for me? Mo Guenong was a first-tier mid-grade spiritual plant cultivator. He could handle most spiritual plants at the chi cultivation level. Fong Jing planned to ask Mo Guenong to custom make a cypress spiritual plant for him. Last night, he used the jade cypress tree to activate the Moonlight Dew, but it felt a bit off. This might be because the jade cypress was a dead object. If he used a living spiritual plant, perhaps activating it once could condense around 20 drops of dew, who knows? Oh well, that would make the price quite high. But I won't take advantage of you, Fong brother. If you really manage to obtain a cypress-type spiritual plant, I'll cultivate it for you at cost. Prepare 100 low-grade spiritual stones as a down payment first. Fong Jing smiled as he saw Mo Guerong off, adding that nothing was certain yet, and talking about money too soon would hurt their feelings. Mo Guenong merely shot him a disdainful glance before departing with a cartload of spiritual manure, clearly eager to fertilize his precious spiritual plants. After sending Mo Guenong away, Fong Jing ran his fingers over the newly acquired spirit stones, staring at Tu Yuan with growing fondness. A companion beast that could carry people, transport goods, fight, escape, and even sell its excrement for money, it was simply perfect. Tu Yuan seemed to sense Fong Jingxuan's mood and immediately raised his head high, adopting a proud and arrogant expression. Fong Jingxian laughed heartily, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a specially made rice ball. Instantly, Tu Yuan lowered his noble head and nuzzled against Fong Jingxuan's sleeve, begging for more. Fong Jingxian patted Tu Yuan on the head and instructed. Work hard. Once I get a new partner next year, I won't shortchange you. Your good days are yet to come. Tu Yuan nodded earnestly. He didn't care what Fong Jingxian said, all he could see was that fragrant rice ball. Chapter Subyi, the Curfew Incident. 10 days later. After finishing his day of ferrying passengers, Fong Jingxian was in a bad mood. He had only earned 2 spirit stones today, and for some reason, there had been a significant decrease in the number of cultivators traveling between the two locations recently. The route that used to bring in 4 or 5 cultivators a day now only brought in 2 or 3, causing Fong Jingxuan's income to decline. With business sluggish, the number of people in the marketplace had also decreased significantly. As a result, Fong Jingxian's usual side jobs, such as carrying goods and doing odd jobs, had also dried up. In a short time, Hongye Alley had begun to look rather desolate. Fong brother, come here. At the entrance of the marketplace, Wei Tong spotted Fong Jingxian and waved him over. Fong Jingxian, recognizing Wei Tong, approached him with Tu Yuan in tow. Brother Wei, what's the matter? Wei Tong looked around first, then lowered his voice and said. Take a break for now. Stop ferrying passengers. Spirit stones can be earned anytime, but your life is more important. Upon hearing Wei Tong's words, Fong Jingxuan's expression changed slightly, and he also whispered. Wei Gu, what's going on? Another chi cultivation family has been attacked and overrun, with heavy casualties. All the families and branches are now gathering their people, closing their doors, and Red Leaf Pavilion is about to impose martial law to prevent infiltrators from the bandits. That's why there are so few people around. Those bandits are gathering together, searching for opportunities. If they can't find their target for too long and encounter you, do you think you can escape from them? Upon hearing this, Fong Jingxian nearly gasped in horror, but managed to hold it back. Wei Tong's information was invaluable. Otherwise, he would still be foolishly ferrying passengers, and if he were targeted, even if he could run, he might not be able to evade the tactics of so many bandits. I'll spare myself the trouble, Wei Gu. I'll stay put for the next few days. Thanks for the warning, big brother. Hey, as a guard of the Red Leaf Pavilion, it's my duty. Besides, you've treated me to so much wine, I can't let you risk your life crossing the river. Alright, head back early and buy some more spirit rice and demon beast meat. I think the prices are about to rise. Fong Jingxian suddenly snapped out of his daze. That's right, once the gates are closed, these supplies will be in high demand. Though he still had a decent stockpile, who knew when this turmoil would end? With that thought, Fong Jingxian quickly took his leave from Wei Tong and headed toward the spirit rice shop within the district. Half an hour later, Tu Yuan returned home, carrying 7 or 8 bags of spirit rice and a large piece of demon beast flesh on his back. After carefully cataloging and storing these supplies, Fong Jing finally exhaled in relief. Looking at the spirit rice and demon beast flesh, he felt a sense of security. However, glancing at his current supply of spirit stones, Fong Jing couldn't help but sigh. Spirit stones truly became scarcer the more one accumulated them. One bag of spirit rice weighed 50 pounds, equivalent to 4 dough. Calculating at 1 lower grade spirit stone per dough, that amounted to 30 lower grade spirit stones spent. The demon beast flesh was also extremely expensive. A single piece cost 20 low grade spirit stones. Had it not been for the needs of Tu Yuan, Fong Jing would not have purchased it. These supplies were enough for Fong Jing and Tu Yuan to survive for 2 months. Fong Jing didn't believe that the chaos caused by the demon cultivators outside would subside in just 2 months. Given the current dire situation in Hongye Pavilion, the Chu family wouldn't tolerate it either. Hongye Pavilion is the Chu family's property. Its decline means a reduction in the Chu family's income, which is akin to cutting off their livelihood, an unforgivable offense. The Chu family will certainly take action to resolve this. With this belief in mind, Fong Jing, after purchasing a large amount of supplies, chose to stay at home and lead a quiet life of cultivation. A single drop of moon dew jade essence slowly trickled into Fong Jing's mouth, instantly transforming into a surge of heat that spread throughout his limbs and bones. Feeling the heat, Fong Jing quickly began to circulate his energy, the 3 rotating meridian technique, moving at an astonishing speed. By the end of a full cycle, he had completed the process in less than half the usual time. Once the drop of moon dew had been fully absorbed, Fong Jing's current cultivation progress now appeared as follows. True name, Fong Jing. Age, Yi Sub Sam. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage, Yi Sam Sam Ling Ling. Looking at the cultivation progress on the data panel, Fong Jing couldn't help but smile. A single drop of moon dew jade essence had added Yi cultivation points to his progress, which was equivalent to 5 or 6 days of arduous cultivation. Indeed, relentless cultivation alone is not enough. Elixirs like these are indeed better in abundance. However, even the cheapest bottle of Qi-enhancing pills costs 10 low-grade spirit stones. Cultivation pills are not something that low-level cultivators can afford to dream of. Once he had money, he would treat Qi-enhancing pills like candy. Fong Jing set another goal for himself, then rose gracefully to prepare breakfast. Clang! At that moment, someone knocked on the door of the small courtyard. Fong Jing furrowed his brows and asked aloud, "Who is it?" Immediately, an elderly voice came from the door, saying, "Young Master Fong, I am your neighbor, Old He. I have come to your door today with something to discuss." Old He? An image of a hunched-over old man flashed through Fong Jing's mind. This Old He indeed existed, but he was only at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, and at least 80 years old. Though he was a cultivator, and lived longer than ordinary people, he was still in his twilight years. Though the lifespan of Qi cultivation cultivators is said to be 120 years, not everyone can reach that age. Generally speaking, living past 120 is considered a sign of mastering the art of longevity. He had met Old He before, but they were only acquaintances who nodded to each other. Why had he come to find him now? What could he possibly want to discuss? Fong Jing disliked trouble, and didn't want to cause any, but since the other party had come to his door, avoiding them wasn't a viable option. After some thought, Fong Jing signaled Tu Yuan to open the door. As the courtyard gate opened, Tu Yuan's ferocious beast-like head appeared before Lao He, startling the old man. After giving Lao He a warning to show he wasn't someone to mess with, Tu Yuan stood behind Fong Jing, while Fong Jing silently stroked Tu Yuan's head with a cold gaze. Feeling Fong Jing's hostility, Lao He, with his thick skin, bowed and said, "Young Master Fong, we're all neighbors in the same neighborhood. With Hongye Lane under lockdown for nearly half a month, many of our neighbors in Muyu Lane have lost their livelihoods, and are struggling to make ends meet. So I, Old He, volunteered to act as a mediator, hoping to organize a barter exchange to help each other out. That's why I came to ask you to take a look." Fong Jing knew exactly what was going on. It seemed that when he had asked Tu Yuan to bring back the spiritual rice, someone had noticed, and now they were eyeing his spiritual rice. However, private fights were strictly prohibited within the Red Leaf District, and Tu Yuan didn't seem like someone to mess with, so they dared not resort to underhanded tactics. Instead, they hoped to exchange goods and see if they could get some spirit rice from him. Since that was the case, Fong Jing had an idea. They say even a broken ship has 3 nails worth of value. With rice being so expensive now, perhaps these old neighbors had something valuable they could offer in exchange, allowing him to snag a bargain. Chapter Subsam, Demon Beast Talismans. In a relatively spacious courtyard on the Woodleaf Street, dozens of cultivators had gathered. With over 100 people present, the scene was bustling with activity. Though there weren't quite 100, the powerful auras of the cultivators made the place feel crowded. Fong Jing, accompanied by Tu Yuan, followed Old He into the courtyard, immediately drawing the attention of many. On the surface, Fong Jing appeared calm and composed, but in reality, he was quickly assessing the strength of those present. Like a predator entering unfamiliar territory, one must quickly determine one's place in the food chain, otherwise, misjudging one's strength could easily lead to danger. At a glance, most of the people here were at the early stage of qi cultivation. Unlike the scattered cultivators at the qi cultivation stage outside the market, those who could afford to live within the market either had relatives working there with connections, or were under someone's protection. Or they have a skill that allows them to make a living, such as working in the basic industries related to talismans, making beast skin talisman paper, or drawing basic spirit talismans, which is enough to cover the monthly rent of 5 low-grade spirit stones. Most of the cultivators present fell into one of these 2 categories. However, there were a few individuals whose aura differed from the rest, catching Fong Jing's attention. 2 of them were mid-stage qi cultivation cultivators with similar appearances and fierce auras, exuding a murderous intent that set them apart from ordinary cultivators. Fong Jing's heart sank. These must be professional combat cultivators specializing in bodyguard and combat techniques. Compared to these 2, most of the cultivators here were livelihood cultivators, with a significant disparity in combat strength. Besides these 2, there were a few other cultivators with higher cultivation levels, but Fong Jing couldn't immediately discern their backgrounds. Ah, it's Brother Fong, the ferryman. I am Tian Qingyun. I lead a loose demon hunting squad and run a shop selling demon beast meat. If you ever need some meat, please feel free to stop by. As soon as Fong Jing entered the door, a cultivator with a cheerful expression approached him. This individual was at the 5th layer of qi cultivation, making him the highest-ranked cultivator present. Seeing that someone was being friendly and had such high cultivation, Fong Jing politely agreed and promised to visit in the future. At that moment, Old He cleared his throat and said, "Young brother Fong is here for the first time. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask or look around. We're all neighbors here, we wouldn't dare to cheat you. What do you say, team leader Tian?" Tian Qingyun remained unfazed, still smiling as he replied, "Of course not. We wouldn't cheat our own neighbors. Brother Fong, rest assured. The demon beast blood and meat we buy ourselves are absolutely clean and fresh." Fong Jing felt a bit sensitive. From their words, he sensed that Old He had some grievances toward Tian Qingyun, while Tian Qingyun also seemed to fear Old He, though he maintained a respectful facade. Sigh, dealing with people is truly exhausting. Every casual remark hides multiple layers of meaning, and those who are a bit slow-witted simply can't discern the underlying intentions. Besides Tian Qingyun, several others came forward to greet him, and Fong Jing responded to each one in turn. Once the formalities were over, Fong Jing led Tu Yuan to a corner and began waiting quietly. At that moment, Fong Jing couldn't help but feel a hint of joy. It seemed that with Tu Yuan's backing, his status among these cultivators was rising rapidly. Otherwise, as a mere second-tier qi cultivation cultivator, he wouldn't be worthy of such overtures from these cultivators. Judging by the situation, among the 40 or 50 people present, he should be able to rank among the top 10. Moments later, as the remaining few arrived, Lao He spoke up, announcing that the Neighborhood Mutual Aid Association meeting would now begin. Fong Jing took out 2 bags of spirit rice from his storage pouch, opened them, and placed them in front of Tu Yuan. Tu Yuan, however, remained hidden within its thick shell, peering out with only its head exposed, closely watching everyone who passed by. After a few breaths, an older cultivator approached. "Friend, how much are you selling the spiritual rice for?" Do you accept anything other than spirit stones? Fong Jingxian glanced at the man's slightly faded robe, clearly indicating he wasn't well off. With the Red Leaf District closed for half a month, the price of spirit rice in the market had skyrocketed, and this man was probably running out of food. Not everyone had such keen crisis awareness, nor could everyone stockpile large quantities of spirit rice. If it weren't for Wei Tong's reminder, Fong Jingxian wouldn't have thought to buy so much spirit rice to hoard either. The previous price was 1 low-grade spirit stone for a bushel of spirit rice, but as you know, such cheap spirit rice is no longer available. These are all I've managed to save up. If you want it, I'll give you 8 pounds for 1 low-grade spirit stone. A bushel is 12.5 pounds. Fong Jingxian is raising the price by more than half, but don't say he's being greedy. The rice shops in the marketplace are even worse. Now, a low-grade spirit stone can only buy 6 pounds. Hearing Fong Jingxuan's price, the man's face grew somber. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "To be honest, all my spirit stones have been used for purchasing goods. But who knew the marketplace would suddenly be sealed off? Now the only thing I have in abundance is this. Could I possibly exchange it for a bushel of spirit rice from you?" The man took out a stack of thin, leather-like objects from his robe and handed them to Fong Jingxian to examine. Fong Jingxian took one, unfolded it, and examined it closely. The object was as thin as paper and as soft as water, resembling animal hide treated with a special substance. These are talisman papers made from the hides of first-grade lower-quality demon beasts. They are commonly used as talisman carriers by talisman makers. A single lower-quality spirit stone usually buys a dozen of these. Now, I'll trade you 1.5 dozen of these beast hide talisman papers for a bushel of spirit rice. How about it? So these were beast skin talisman papers. No wonder they felt so familiar. I had a few talismans in my storage pouch, and their texture was very similar. However, a single finished talisman costs 5 low-grade spirit stones, while a dozen of these talisman papers are only worth 1 low-grade spirit stone. Clearly, the greatest profit in the talisman-making industry goes to the talisman makers themselves. As for these beast skin talisman papers, Fong Jingxian recognized their value. After all, once the blockade ends, the price of these talisman papers will stabilize, and the price of spirit rice will also drop. By trading them back and forth, he could at least make a dozen or so low-grade spirit stones, which would compensate for his losses during this time. Exchanging is possible, but why didn't you go to the marketplace earlier and sell the talisman paper to those shops? Those shops are all price gougers. They offer such low prices that I'd have to sell at a loss. Who would agree to that? Ah, I see. Fong Jingxian recalled the shopkeepers' greedy faces in the marketplace and nodded in agreement. He measured out a measure of spirit rice from the sack and handed it to the man. Watching the man's delighted expression, Fong Jingxian felt a sense of relief. This was a good start. As soon as the man left, someone else approached. "Brother Fong, I have some fragments of magical artifacts. Would you like to take a look?" Fragments of magical artifacts? Fong Jingxian perked up. These were precious items, and even fragments were highly valuable. If they could be repaired, that would be a huge profit. Thus, Fong Jingxian eagerly replied. "That's great, let me take a look." Chapter Subsay, Fragments of a Magic Weapon. Is this the artifact fragment you were talking about? Are you just teasing me? Fong Jingxian faced a chi cultivator with a cunning expression, who smiled apologetically and explained. "Brother Fong, don't underestimate its small size. This object is made of an extraordinary material. I've tested it. Ordinary magical artifacts can't even scratch it. This might be a fragment that broke off from a second-tier magical artifact. Taking it won't be a loss for you." In Fong Jingxian's hand, a fragment no larger than a fingertip quietly emitted a faint spiritual glow, proving that it was not worthless. This object was merely a metal fragment. If left on the ground, no one would have noticed it, and no one knew how it had been discovered. You ask about its origin? I won't keep it from you, Brother Fong. I was fortunate enough to be honored by my peers with the nickname, Mole Driller. In the vicinity of Baishan, wherever a major battle erupts, I usually show up to join the fray. This spiritual artifact was obtained by me at great risk. When Drill Mole Hosan spoke of this item, he became animated, talking non-stop. This behavior annoyed some cultivators who knew him, prompting them to expose his true nature. "You're just a trash collector. What are you showing off for? Others fought to the death and cleaned up the battlefield, yet you snuck in to pick up scraps. A stroke of luck gave you some trinkets, and now you're bragging about it?" Upon hearing this, Hosen felt a bit embarrassed, but he quickly recovered and asked Fong Jing, "Fong Daoyu, this item is indeed a spiritual object. It's definitely not from a first-tier magical artifact. Though it's only this much, it's still quite valuable." Fong Jingxian tossed the item in his hand and asked casually, "How many pounds of spirit rice do you want to trade for it?" 10 pounds. "Oh no, 8 pounds. 5 pounds is the absolute minimum. Any lower, and I won't trade." Hosan looked at Fong Jingshuan's expression, and lowered his expectations repeatedly, finally settling on 5 pounds of spiritual rice. Fong Jingxian thought for a moment, nodded, and handed over 5 pounds of spiritual rice to Hosan. "I'm not doing this for the sake of the broken artifact fragment. I just think you're an interesting person, so let us be friends." Hosan was taken aback, then smiled awkwardly. As a lowly trash collector in the cultivation world, he had never been noticed before. Now, being valued by Fong Jingxian, a cultivator accompanied by a powerful beast pet, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Watching Hosan leave with the spirit rice, Fong Jingxian smiled, and stored the broken artifact fragment in his storage pouch. As he had said, the artifact fragment wasn't worth much, but Hosan was an interesting person. He had been to many places, mastered quite a bit of the 8 trigrams, and most importantly, had managed to stay alive all this time. There would surely be a use for him someday. Next, one after another, people came forward to trade spiritual rice with Fong Jingxian. To be honest, in this small wooden village, many cultivators actually had some valuable items. As the sky grew dark, he announced the end of the mutual exchange meeting. The next gathering would likely be held 5 days later, provided that the curfew on Hongya Market had been lifted by then. Fong Jingxian climbed back onto Tu Yuan's back and prepared to leave. This time, he had gained a lot. He had only spent 2 bags of 50 pounds of spirit rice, but had exchanged them for quite a few items. He was thinking about going back to carefully calculate his gains and losses. At that moment, Tian Qingyun appeared with a smile, addressing Fong Jingxian. "Fong brother, please stay for a moment. I have an important matter to discuss with you." Fong Jingxian was somewhat surprised. In terms of strength, Tian Qingyun was far superior to him. While Fong Jingxian had managed to obtain several bags of spirit rice, Tian Qingyun, who ran a butcher shop, should have ample supplies of demon beast flesh and spirit rice. "It's like this. The town is short on meat, and demon beast flesh isn't as readily available as spirit rice. My stockpile is almost depleted after half a month, so I was planning to go out and hunt a few demon beasts. However, demon beasts are massive, and ordinary storage bags can't hold much. That's why I thought I'd ask Brother Fong for help with spirit beast transportation. Rest assured, the reward will be generous." At this point, Tian Qingyun looked sincere, but Fong Jingxian asked with a puzzled expression. "The marketplace is under martial law and sealed off. How can you take people out? Hey, rules are made to be broken. No matter what, those high-ranking officials or their family members need to eat meat too. I have my connections, there won't be any trouble." Hearing this, Fong Jingxian fell into deep thought. From what Tian Qingyun was saying, his actions must have been authorized by some influential figure within the Hongya district. It was likely that the influential figure was the one reaping the lion's share of Tian Qingyun's profits. However, he didn't know Tian Qingyun well yet, so he couldn't just go out with him into the marketplace. Moreover, although he was currently short on spirit stones, he wasn't yet at the point of desperation. His previous savings were sufficient, so there was no need to take the risk of hunting demon beasts. After all, demon beasts aren't lifeless creatures. When they turn ferocious, they can take lives. And with Tu Yuan being such a prominent target, if he were to be targeted and suffer any injuries, Fong Jingxian would be heartbroken. Thinking of this, Fong Jingxian politely declined. "Thank you for your kind invitation, but I am currently at a critical stage in my cultivation, and do not wish to be distracted. Please forgive me." Upon hearing Fong Jingshuan's refusal, a cold gleam flashed in Tian Qingyun's eyes, but he maintained a smile and said, "No problem, no problem. I'll find someone else." Your cultivation is more important, and we can collaborate another time. Fong Jing bowed slightly, climbed onto Tu Yuan's back, and signaled for Tu Yuan to move forward. The massive spirit turtle took slow, deliberate steps, its presence imposing and majestic, gradually disappearing into the distance. Behind him, Tian Qingyun stared intently at Fong Jingshuan's retreating figure, his expression twisted. After safely returning to his small courtyard, Fong Jingxian first prepared food for Tu Yuan. These days, most of Fong Jingshuan's prestige came from Tu Yuan. The stronger Tu Yuan grew, the greater Fong Jingshuan's prestige would be, so he never spared any effort or resources for Tu Yuan. After feeding Tu Yuan, Fong Jingxian returned to his meditation room to review today's gains. Half a dozen beast skin talismans, a fragment of a broken magical artifact, several spiritual herbs that didn't meet the required grade, and 3 low-grade talismans, a sound-dampening talisman, a cleansing talisman, and a path-guiding talisman. Several feet of spiritual silk, which is material for making a Taoist robe, but he would need to find a spiritual tailor to make it, and the materials were insufficient. Some alchemy materials and various odds and ends. All told, if he waited for the Red Leaf Pavilion to lift the blockade and sell them slowly, he could earn 5 or 6 low-grade spirit stones. Today's harvest was decent. Fong Jingxian smiled silently a few times. However, there were still 6 bags of spiritual rice, and about 30 pounds of regular rice from that day. He needed to keep 2 bags for himself, leaving only 4 bags to trade. The Red Leaf Pavilion has been sealed off for half a month now. It shouldn't stay sealed forever, right? With this thought in mind, Fong Jingxian took out his cultivation artifact and began meditating to cultivate his energy. There was one thing he hadn't hidden from Tian Qingyun: he was truly on the verge of a breakthrough. Chapter 7: Experimenting with Magic. A single drop of jade dew was swallowed into his abdomen, and only now did he understand the joy of the wealthy. Fong Jingxian opened his eyes contentedly from his meditation, his face radiant with joy, feeling the magical power within him growing stronger. This experience was truly wonderful. Unlike the previous sessions, which yielded little results, with the nourishment of the moonlight and jade dew, this night's meditation practice was equivalent to 5 or 6 days of previous training. True name: Fong Jingxian. Age: 23. Cultivation level: Qi cultivation stage: 28300. Looking at his cultivation progress on the attribute panel, compared to just a few days ago, it was like making progress every day. Such a cultivation speed was something he had never experienced before. Unfortunately, this rapid progress, where his cultivation changed daily and continued to improve, could not be sustained indefinitely. Fong Jingxian took out the jade bottle containing the moonlight jade dew, took a look, and estimated there were still 5 drops left. Half of the month had already passed, and he had already used up 6 of the original 11 drops of moon dew. The 3 drops originally intended for cultivating the cracked bone pike had also been diverted by Fong Jingxian. Since the marketplace was sealed off and he couldn't go out anyway, he might as well use it himself. That was how Fong Jingxian comforted himself. With the assistance of the 6 drops of dew, his cultivation progress soared rapidly. The remaining 5 drops, however, Fong Jingxian had no intention of using. These were reserved for Tu Yuan to consume. Currently, feeding them to Tu Yuan seemed more effective than using them himself. Even if he broke through to the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation, he probably wouldn't be a match for Tu Yuan. Being unable to defeat one's own companion beast was normal for a wandering cultivator whose sole occupation was ferrying passengers. At present, Fong Jingxian has a clear self-assessment: when faced with danger, flee first and avoid confrontation whenever possible. After all, he has no intention of engaging in magical duels or battles. With the warning of whim, ambushing him would be no easy feat. Fighting and killing is so dangerous. Isn't it better to earn a living peacefully? We're all just trying to make a living. Why bother? With this mindset, Fong Jingxian stepped out of the quiet room and began his leisurely day. He gathered firewood, set up a large pot, poured in spiritual rice, bone powder, and a small amount of mineral powder, then stirred everything evenly. This was Fong Jingxian preparing secret rice balls for Tu Yuan. According to Tu Yuan's appetite, fist-sized spiritual rice balls, 3 a day, barely met its demand for spiritual food. Soon, a large pot of spirit rice was cooked. Fong Jing reluctantly pulled out a jade bottle from his storage bag and poured the 5 drops of moon dew into it. Eat up, eat up. Grow bigger and stronger. One day, when you stand before your enemies, I'll see who dares to lay a finger on you. Fong Jing rolled 3 rice balls, walked over to Tu Yuan, and watched as it drooled eagerly. He resisted the urge to taste one himself, lifted it up, and fed it to the creature. Tu Yuan ate quickly but gently, nuzzling his head into Fong Jingxuan's palm to nibble, careful not to bite him. Xiao Yuan, you're getting bigger and bigger. I think it's time for me to enter the 4th layer of qi cultivation, right? Hearing Fong Jingxuan's question, Tu Yuan blinked, looking confused. It was only 8 years old, while most qi cultivation stage say Shishui spirit turtles were at least 20 years old. The leap from the 3rd to the 4th layer of qi cultivation was a major hurdle. Many qi water spirit turtles never achieved it in their entire lives, and it was still far from its goal. This knowledge was a faint inheritance in its bloodline. If its bloodline were stronger, it might even awaken 1 or 2 innate divine abilities. Hey, I was just being impatient. You're only 8 years old and already this big. What more could I possibly want? Fong Jing noticed Tu Yuan's mood had grown despondent and immediately comforted him. Although Tu Yuan stood 3 meters tall, was over 2 zhang in length, and weighed several thousand jin, at the end of the day, it was still just a child. After being comforted by Fong Jing, Tu Yuan perked up immediately and started demanding demon beast jerky. Fong Jing sighed and took out a few pieces of meat jerky the size of a palm from his storage bag, tossing them to Tu Yuan before finally escaping his clinginess. He moved a chair into the courtyard and began to soak up the sun. Boredom set in. The marketplace was sealed off, and no one was allowed to go out. Besides cultivation and training, there was nothing else to do. Cultivation also requires a gradual and steady approach. One must not rush for quick results, as the risk of going off the path is quite high. Fong Jing meditated every night, which was already quite diligent. Some cultivators only meditated every 3 days, or practiced every 5 days, and there were many such people. After a while, Fong Jing, basking in the sun, began to look for something to pass the time. Perhaps he should practice some spells? Although the 3 rotating meridian techniques is a low-grade cultivation method, it does record several small spells, primarily for combat purposes. Fong Jingxuan's previous self had no interest in these spells and hadn't cultivated them, while Fong Jingxian himself had been too busy attracting customers and hauling goods to find the time to practice. Now that he had plenty of time, practicing them wouldn't hurt. As he thought about it, Fong Jingxian grew curious. He recalled the 3 spells mentioned in the early sections of the 3-turn pulse secret technique. They were the Golden Blade technique, Water Blade technique, and Rejuvenation technique. These are ordinary 5 elements spells with nothing particularly remarkable about them. The Golden Blade technique and Water Blade technique are both offensive spells. As for their power, it might take 5 uses of the Golden Blade technique or Water Blade technique to break through an opponent's protective barrier. If the opponent used protective talismans, it would be even harder. After studying them for a while, Fong Jing couldn't help but sigh. No wonder his previous incarnation didn't want to cultivate. The power was just too weak. The primary combat method for low-tier cultivators in the White Mountain region is exchanging talismans. In spell duels, the first thing they compare is their cultivation base. Compared to low-tier spells that consume one's own spiritual energy, talismans that can be activated with just a thread of spiritual energy are truly essential for daily use and the top choice for eliminating enemies. A single golden bell talisman on my body can block 10 strikes of the Golden Blade technique. Then tell me, what's the point of all your hard training in spells? Is it just to save on spirit stones for talismans? Lower-tier cultivators don't have abundant magical power. Instead of wasting precious magical power on spells, it's better to buy more talismans for self-defense. Or even buy a combat artifact and use its built-in spells to fight enemies. That's the right path. Fong Jing thought about it and also felt that practicing spells wasn't worth the effort. With talismans, which are like firearms, who would bother to train their fists and feet? Of course, this is a characteristic of combat during the qi cultivation stage. By the foundation establishment stage, cultivators' magical power becomes much stronger, greatly enhancing the power of spells, while the role of talismans begins to diminish. That's another story. However, since he had nothing better to do, Fong Jing decided to give it a try. After all, the more skills one has, the better. Thus, Fong Jing proceeded to attempt the golden blade technique and the water blade art. But after a while, Fong Jing scratched his head. What he had thought would be simple turned out to be quite challenging. This technique was difficult to learn and master, and its power was rather lackluster. Instantly, Fong Jing lost most of his interest. I clearly overestimated myself. Well, it's getting late, and since things have come to this, I'll just eat first. With that thought in mind, Fong Jing enjoyed a hearty meal, and then entered the meditation chamber to begin his cultivation. Chapter Suplok, Shattered Tortoise Shell. The next day, Fong Jing checked his attribute panel, and found that his progress hadn't moved at all. Sure enough, without the nourishing assistance of the Moonlight Dew, I was still the same mediocre cultivator struggling to make progress. After acknowledging his true place, Fong Jing didn't dwell on it. After all, the Moon Dew Jade essence was a product of his innate divine ability. Though my innate talent is low, my divine ability is unmatched. The future holds promise. After breakfast, Fong Jing felt a bit dazed. What had he planned to do yesterday? Oh, practicing spells. But upon realizing he needed to prepare the materials, Fong Jing thought it over carefully, and then solemnly declared that he was giving up. It would waste spirit stones, time, and effort, and the future looked bleak. There was no point in being stubborn and pushing forward. With a clear conscience, he abandoned yesterday's decision, and began to ponder what to do next. Recalling the keyword mentioned most frequently yesterday, Fong Jingxuan's eyes lit up. Right. I could try making talismans. They're so expensive. If I could really make them, wouldn't spirit stones come pouring in? However, talisman making is one of the top 10 most prestigious arts in cultivation. Does he have the talent for it? Never mind, I'll give it a try. At worst, I'll lose some materials and time. Besides, the neighborhood mutual aid meeting is coming up soon. The next day, Fong Jing sat cross-legged on Tu Yuan and leisurely made his way back to the same courtyard. This time, however, the Tuan Yuan was carrying only a bag of spirit rice. Upon entering, many cultivators' eyes lit up. In the current Woodleaf Street, only a handful of households could consistently produce spirit rice. And since Fong Jing offered a fair price, he was the ideal trading partner in the minds of many cultivators. Senior He, how have you been these past few days? Fong Jing jumped down from Tu Yuan and chatted with the old man named He, the owner of the place. Old He was hunched over and looked rather ordinary, but Fong Jing knew he was no ordinary man. No one dared to confront him directly. Cough, cough. It's still the same. As long as the marketplace remains closed, life here is tough. Fong Jing also wanted to know when the Red Leaf Market would finally reopen. He had planned to go find Wei Tong for information, but was told that Wei Tong wasn't in the market. Now, his only reliable connection was cut off. Senior He, do you know how long this lockdown will last? It's been half a month already. Can the spies inside the market still hide? If I knew, I'd tell you. Just stay put. Our voices are insignificant, don't trouble yourself. After a few casual words, Fong Jing felt even more frustrated. Even wandering cultivators deserve to know what's going on. Oh, this is the cultivation world, the strong reign supreme. So there's nothing to worry about. Arriving at an open area, Fong Jing had Tu Yuan lie down behind him as an intimidating backdrop, and immediately someone approached to trade. Fong Daoyu, I'd like to trade for a few pounds of spirit rice. What do you think of this? A middle-aged male cultivator stood before him. Though he was of advanced age, his cultivation was only at the third layer of qi refining. He had brought out his precious collection, hoping to trade it for a few pounds of spirit rice to sustain himself. Friend, it's not that I don't want it, but this metal spirit ore isn't very useful these days. Fong Daoyu, you could save it up to craft your own magical artifacts. I've been saving for a long time and still haven't enough, but you can definitely do it. Fong Jing looked at the cultivator before him, feeling a pang of sympathy. It reminded him of someone who had spent half their life saving money, dreaming of owning their own home. However, an unexpected upheaval had just occurred, and this person's dreams would have to be postponed for many more years. Never mind. 5 pounds of spirit rice. I'll pick a few pieces that interest me. How about that? In the end, Fong Jingxian selected only a few pieces of low-grade first-tier spiritual materials, considering it a small profit. As he watched the man's expression of joy mixed with reluctance, Fong Jingxian turned away, not wanting to look anymore. "Hey, brother Fong, I'm Ho-san, the mole digger. I have something good." At that moment, a scrawny figure squeezed in. Ho-san held a broken piece of armor and approached Fong Jingxian. "Oh, it's Ho, brother. What's the good stuff this time?" Ho-san ignored the disapproving glances from others and held up the object in his hand as if presenting a treasure. "Bongo, ever since we switched to the spiritual rice last time, I've been thinking about what you might need." "Oh no, I meant, what can I do to help you?" I thought long and hard and remembered that I found a piece of turtle shell by a large lake. I thought it might be suitable for your mighty companion beast. So I brought it along and have been waiting for you. Fong Jingxian heard Ho-san say this and became curious. "Turtle shell? As the saying goes, you are what you eat. If you grind this tortoise shell into powder and feed it to your spirit tortoise, it might help purify its bloodline." "That's a good idea, Ho-san. I didn't know you knew about purifying the bloodline of spiritual beasts." Ho-san smiled proudly and explained. "I heard it from others. They said that if a lower-tier spiritual beast consumes the flesh and blood of a higher-tier spiritual beast, it can bring significant benefits. Though the turtle shell isn't as effective as flesh, it should still have some use." To be honest, Fong Jingxian secretly agreed with Ho-san's words, but whether the turtle shell was actually useful was another matter. "Then tell me, where did you get this turtle shell? Don't just bring any old turtle shell to fool me." Fong Jingxian gestured for Ho-san to elaborate, and Ho-san didn't hesitate, saying directly. "That was 3 years ago. In the western region near the Lianshui Gate, there have always been numerous lakes and a well-developed water system. One day, while traveling near a large lake, I heard the sounds of a battle from a distance. Though I dared not approach, I could tell one side was a cultivator, and the other a demon beast. After a long time, when things had calmed down, I crept over to take a look and discovered this piece of broken tortoise shell. Unfortunately, it was too small to be used as a magical artifact." Fong Jingxian listened to Ho-san's words and immediately held him in high regard. The Lianshui Gate was located at the farthest western edge of Baishan, and for Ho-san to have traveled so far was truly impressive. White Mountain was vast, with the 5 Elements Alliance holding the highest authority. The Danding sect was merely a regional power in one corner of the mountain. Regardless of whether Ho-san's words were true or false, the story was still intriguing. Fong Jingxian reached out to take the fragment of turtle shell and examined it closely. It was a shattered corner of a tortoise shell, about the size of a human head, with some broken patterns on it that resembled the lines on talismans. However, the spiritual energy had mostly dissipated, making it impossible to determine the original rank of the demon beast it once belonged to. The turtle shell weighed about 10 pounds, quite heavy. Fong Jingxian weighed it in his hands before placing it before Tu Yuan's nostrils. Tu Yuan sniffed it carefully, his eyes growing brighter, and Fong Jingxian immediately understood. "I'll take this broken tortoise shell." "Ho-san, how much spirit rice do you want this time?" Ho-san's face lit up, and he eagerly replied. 10 pounds of spirit rice?" Fong Jingxian laughed heartily and poured out half a small bag of spirit rice, weighing about 15 or 16 pounds. "I really like this piece of broken turtle shell, and it's rare of you to think of me. I can't let you lose out. This is what you deserve. Next time there's something good, come find me." Ho-san clutched the cloth bag tightly, bowed deeply to Fong Jingxian, then hurried out of the courtyard. Fong Jingxian stored the broken tortoise shell in his storage bag, looked at everyone, and then declared in a strong voice. Next. Chapter 7, Bloodline Potential. With the last half bag of spirit rice, Fong Jingxian exchanged it for some items related to talisman making. For example, a talisman brush made from a foxtail hair, several dozen sheets of Qingxin bamboo paper, and a few ounces of cinnabar, spices, and ink. This was already top-tier equipment for a beginner. During ordinary times, these items would cost at least 5 low-grade spirit stones. Yet now, Fong Jingxian had obtained it all with just half a bag of spirit rice, a considerable profit. "Fong Daoyu, do you have any more spirit rice? Don't leave in a hurry." Seeing Fong Jingxian packing up the rice sack, some people grew anxious. They had hoped to snag a bargain at the last minute, but now they couldn't even buy the spirit rice. There's none left. Just one bag. Next time, speak up sooner. Make way. Fong Jing saw that he was surrounded by several cultivators who refused to disperse. His eyes narrowed, and the beast on his back suddenly stood up, opening its massive jaws to reveal sharp fangs. Scary. Fong Daoyu, control your companion beast. It's going to eat people. There's none left, why be so aggressive? The few muttered, but it worked. Seeing Tu Yuan's ferocious appearance, they backed away as if afraid of being bitten by a dog. Fong Jing chuckled, but said aloud, "It won't bite. Don't worry, fellow cultivator." Aha. Tu Yuan also showed a human-like smile, but those unfamiliar with it couldn't tell the difference. Fong Jing turned around and climbed onto Tu Yuan's back, preparing to leave. This time's haul wasn't too bad, but unfortunately, there were only 5 bags of spirit rice left. Next time, he wouldn't be able to exchange so generously. Upon reaching the door, old he was sending off others. Fong Jing thought for a moment, then got down and addressed old he. "Senior he, where is fellow Daoist Tian this time?" Fong Jing was referring to Tian Qingyun, who had previously invited him to go hunting in the wilderness but had been refused. Tian Qingyun? He hasn't returned yet. He went with another cultivator who has a beast of burden. He's been gone for 3 days now, so he should be back soon. That's great. I can buy some fresh demon beast meat then. The one I bought earlier is almost gone. Lao he nodded, his eyes growing dim, and didn't say anything else. He turned around and continued chatting with the others. Fong Jing began to mutter to himself. Perhaps there really wasn't any danger. What a pity he had missed out on a chance to make some money. But if given another chance, Fong Jing knew he would still refuse Tian Qingyun. Safety first, safety first. In just a moment, Fong Jing safely returned to his small courtyard, letting Tu Yuan rest. He took out the broken turtle shell he had obtained and began studying it. Looking at the turtle shell, Fong Jing speculated that it must have been taken from a second-tier demon turtle. Second-tier demon beasts were equivalent to Foundation establishment cultivators, and unlike human cultivators who focused on cultivating their spiritual energy, they did not place much emphasis on their physical bodies. Most of a demon beast's essence is contained within its own body. They cannot forge magical artifacts, and can only continuously temper their own bodies. This also means that demon beast flesh is an extremely nourishing ingredient. Although it's just a small fragment of shell, it's still from the body of a second-tier demon beast. Even if I soak it in water and drink it, it should have some effect. Fong Jing believed that this fragment of turtle shell must be highly nourishing, at least for Tu Yuan. So Fong Jing fetched some tools and prepared to grind the piece of turtle shell, which was about the size of a human head, into powder. He planned to mix it with water and feed it to Tu Yuan like protein powder. However, as soon as he began, Fong Jing encountered a problem. His grinding tool was ineffective against the turtle shell fragment. After half a moment, Fong Jing looked at the nearly worn-out mortar and frowned. After all, the mortar was made from high-quality stone. It had easily ground demon beast bones and fish bones in the past, but it was ineffective against this second-tier turtle shell. If only I had a combat artifact. I could just summon it and smash it to pieces. No matter what kind of turtle shell it is, I'd reduce it to dust. Unfortunately, I don't have one. Fong Jing sighed and began to ponder how to deal with the broken turtle shell. This shell was unusually hard, and ordinary refinement methods were ineffective against it. A few breaths later, Fong Jing suddenly remembered the fragment of the magical artifact he had obtained from Ho-san during their first transaction. Couldn't that be put to good use now? Since it was also made from a second-tier material, the artifact fragment should work, right? With that thought, Fong Jing took out the magical artifact fragment, which was only the size of a finger, from his storage pouch. It was small, but it would have to do. Fong Jing held the artifact fragment and began scraping it against the turtle shell. The hard, iron-like turtle shell gave way easily this time, turning into powder with just a few rubs. This is promising. Fong Jingxuan's eyes lit up, and he sped up his movements. Soon, the small courtyard was filled with the sound of scraping. Moments later, the stone bowl below was already filled with a small pile of tortoise shell powder. Fong Jing saw this and stopped what he was doing, deciding to test a small amount first to see the effect. Xiao Yuan, come taste it and see if it's salty or not. This is the nourishing soup I carefully prepared for you. Fong Jing held up a large bowl, which was filled with a white paste, along with a few pieces of demon beast bones, each pitifully coated with a trace of meat. This was what Fong Jing had left over from his meal. He couldn't digest the bones, so he gave them to Tu Yuan to eat. Upon seeing the bone soup, Tu Yuan's eyes narrowed, and a smile appeared on his lips. It stretched its neck, buried its head in the bowl, and soon the sound of slurping and chewing filled the air. In just a few breaths, the entire bowl of bone soup had disappeared into Tu Yuan's stomach. Once Tu Yuan had finished eating, Fong Jing closely monitored the information on his attribute panel. Since Tu Yuan had already signed a soul contract with him, Tu Yuan's information was also recorded on his panel. This soul contract was part of the services provided when Fong Jing purchased Tu Yuan from the Yushoning family. This was a master-servant contract. Once signed, Tu Yuan's life and death would be bound to Fong Jingxuan's. If Fong Jing were to die, Tu Yuan would also be consumed by the contract within his soul and perish. Such a deeply bound contract has tightly connected Fong Jing and Tu Yuan, hence Tu Yuan's information can be captured by Fong Jingxuan's attribute panel. However, Fong Jingxuan's divine soul is currently not strong enough, so he can only bind Tu Yuan as his companion beast for now. Once Fong Jing reaches the mid to late stages of qi cultivation, he can begin preparing for a new life-bound companion beast. Putting aside the idle chatter, Fong Jing waited for a moment, estimating that Tu Yuan was quickly digesting the bowl of secret recipe turtle shell bone soup. As a result, the section on Tu Yuan in the attribute panel was now detailed. Companion beast, Tu Yuan, a first-tier lower-grade qi water spirit turtle, with qi cultivation at the third layer. Bloodline progress, 91 Awakening of innate divine ability in progress. Chapter 18, Symbol formation. There was a change. Fong Jing clearly remembered that Tu Yuan's bloodline progress was only in the 80s. Although Tu Yuan had grown rapidly over the past month, bloodline progress was relatively difficult to improve. This was because Tu Yuan's innate talent was not high, and the Moonlight Dew could only accelerate his growth rate, having little effect on purifying his bloodline. However, this small amount of tortoise shell powder had a better effect than he had imagined. Perhaps Tu Yuan and the original form of the tortoise shell were highly compatible. Currently, Tu Yuan's bloodline progression has reached 91, with only 9 progression points remaining until its first awakening of innate divine abilities. Generally, demon beasts awaken their innate divine abilities as their cultivation improves. For spirit turtle-type demon beasts, the innate divine abilities they can awaken are more or less the same, just a few standard options. For example, the ability to conceal one's own aura to evade enemies, known as hide breath, or agility to increase their speed, and stone skin to enhance their defense, among others. These are the common innate abilities awakened by spirit turtle-type demon beasts. Only a small fraction of spirit turtles awaken higher-tier innate abilities. Of course, this also depends on the spirit turtle's own rank. The higher the rank, the stronger the bloodline power within its body, and the more powerful the innate divine abilities it awakens. Fong Jing had not harbored much hope for the innate divine abilities that Tu Yuan could awaken. Tu Yuan was merely a first-tier lower-grade qi water spirit turtle, so the innate abilities it could awaken would certainly not be of a high rank. However, after consuming a bowl of turtle shell tonic soup, its bloodline progress had increased by several points. This meant that Tu Yuan might be able to awaken higher-tier innate abilities with a higher bloodline progress. Thinking of this, Fong Jing felt a surge of excitement. Compared to other cultivators who raised spirit pets, he could clearly see the bloodline progress of his own companion beast. This alone was enough to create a significant gap. Perhaps controlling how a spirit pet awakens its innate divine abilities is the secret technique of various beast taming sects and families, but his attribute panel could display this information directly, allowing him to try competing with them. Suppressing his slight excitement, Fong Jing quietly calculated. This bowl of turtle shell bone soup contained turtle shell material equivalent to about 1/20th of the total. In other words, the remaining turtle shell could be used to boost Tu Yuan's bloodline progression to around 300 points. With 100 points, one could awaken an innate divine ability. Should he use these 300 points to awaken 3 ordinary innate divine abilities, or trade them for a rare innate divine ability? For a moment, Fong Jing was lost in blissful contemplation. After feeding Tu Yuan, Fong Jing tidied up and returned to his meditation chamber. Although the turtle shell tonic was effective, it required time to digest. With 3 feedings a day, it would take another 5 or 6 days for Tu Yuan to fully absorb the turtle shell. By then, the next neighborhood mutual aid meeting would be approaching. However, thinking about their current situation, Fong Jingxuan's mood grew somber. Sitting around doing nothing was not an option. Perhaps I should take the initiative and investigate the situation within the neighborhood. If the lockdown were to last a year or 2, I could at least make plans. Shaking his head to dismiss these troublesome thoughts, Fong Jing took out the paper, ink, brush, and inkstone he had received today from his storage pouch. From now on, I too will become a talisman maker. Fong Jing arranged the various items on the desk in front of him, then solemnly pulled out a book and opened the first page. On the yellowed title page, a long line of text appeared, the 8 common symbols for beginners in qi cultivation. The 8 talismans described in the book were Purification Talisman, Silence Talisman, Guidance Talisman, Evil Repelling Talisman, Arrow Deflecting Talisman, Lightness Talisman, Demon Exorcising Talisman, and Self-Defense Talisman. However, as he flipped through the pages, Fong Jingxuan's expression grew increasingly grim. The intricate lines on the pages seemed to transport him to a scene dominated by advanced mathematics. Moments later, Fong Jing tossed the book aside and rubbed his temples. Now, thinking back to the jade tablet Huatsong had given him earlier, that was truly a display of wealth and power. He had simply used his divine consciousness to read it, imprinting it directly into his mind. Compared to reading with his eyes now, the efficiency was incomparably higher. But alas, such a transmission jade tablet was something Fong Jing couldn't afford to exchange for spirit rice at the moment. Perhaps I shouldn't aim too high. Starting with the symbol-making techniques is a bit too difficult. I'll stick to this book for now. Fong Jing pulled out another book he had collected from his storage pouch. The title read, On the Yebat Lingbat Basic Forms of Elementary Symbols. According to the book, the 3 types of talismans, cleansing talismans, silencing talismans, and guiding talismans, only require mastering the basic 18 configurations. I can try to replicate them. If I learn 1 type a day, I should be able to get the hang of it in half a month. With this mindset, Fong Jing picked up the book and began reading, his expression focused as if he had seen a mountain of gold. Slap. Symbols. Even dogs wouldn't bother learning them. Fong Jing angrily threw the book onto the table. He had been completely overwhelmed by the countless symbols and lines on the page. The structure of the talismans was akin to the layout of a circuit board. To those who hadn't grasped the essence, it was nothing more than gibberish. Fong Jing hadn't grasped it yet. After staring at it for a while, he recognized the first few patterns, but as soon as he let his guard down, they started dancing around in his mind, blending into a chaotic mess, and he couldn't recognize them anymore. No wonder talisman masters are so arrogant. They actually have something to be proud of. Damn it, creating talismans is this difficult. Those array masters and alchemists who look down on talisman masters, the things they have to master must be even more insane. Fong Jing sighed. The cultivation world was so competitive. Without a master to guide him, relying solely on self-study, it would be extremely difficult for him to quickly master the art of talismans. But now, if he were to go and seek a master, he wouldn't want to. Freedom was so much better. Why would he want to go and bow down to someone else? The master-apprentice system in the cultivation world was even more ruthless than the feudal society of his previous life. Once you became a disciple, it was a lifelong commitment. If you get a good master, that's fine, but if you end up with a master with ulterior motives, your life is ruined. Fong Jing dared not take the risk. It's tough, but I'll take it slowly. With that thought, Fong Jing perked up and picked up the book again, diving into the basic structures of the talismans. Over the next few days, Fong Jingxuan's progress was as follows. On the first day, he learned 3 basic patterns. On the second day, he learned 5 patterns. On the third day, he revisited the 3 basic patterns. 5 days later, Fong Jing, looking dazed, stared at Tu Yuan for a long time before his eyes finally regained their luster. Good news, Tu Yuan's bloodline progress, after several days of continuous nourishment from the turtle shell and large bone soup, had finally reached a new height. Companion beast, Tu Yuan, a first-tier lower-grade Qi water spirit turtle, with a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of Qi refining. Bloodline progress. 318 innate divine ability can be awakened. Bloodline progress. 318 innate divine ability can be awakened. Chapter 19, 3 Talents. Within the courtyard, Fong Jing summoned Tu Yuan and closely observed its changes. After the bloodline progress reached over 300 points, Tu Yuan appeared much more profound than before. This was not a physical change, but a sensory perception, an intangible sense that this beast was not to be trifled with. As Tu Yuan grew more spirited, Fong Jing nodded in satisfaction. Their lives were intertwined. The stronger Tu Yuan became, the safer he would be. Let me see what kind of innate divine ability you can awaken. Fong Jing placed his hand on Tu Yuan's head, gently stroking it a few times. A thread of divine consciousness connected them, and then Fong Jing opened the attribute panel. Companion beast, Tu Yuan, a first-tier lower-grade Qi water spirit turtle, with a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of Qi refining. Bloodline progress. 318 Awakenable innate abilities, stone skin, agility, water control, turtle breath. A dozen or so innate divine abilities unique to turtle-like demon beasts were displayed on Fong Jingxuan's attribute panel. Seeing these innate abilities, Fong Jing was overjoyed. Originally, they were random and uncontrollable, but with the help of the attribute panel, he could now select and pair innate abilities for Tu Yuan. These innate abilities could also complement each other, forming bonds similar to the traits in Golden Shovel. Even demon beasts of the same cultivation level could easily take on 3 or 5 opponents, if their innate abilities were properly coordinated. Other cultivators who raise Tuan beasts likely don't have the means to actively awaken innate divine abilities for their companion beasts. Such techniques are typically closely guarded secrets passed down within beast-taming sects and families, never shared with outsiders. Perhaps within the Dan Ding sect's territory, only the Ning family of the beast-taming clan, a foundational level family, might possess a few such techniques. However, being able to fully access and freely combine them is likely beyond their capabilities. Fong Jing reflected on the information he had received earlier and realized that none of the cultivators in his circle had mentioned anything about controlling their companion beasts or awakening innate divine abilities. It made sense that these lower-tier cultivators wouldn't have access to such advanced beast-taming techniques. This is my chance to rise to greatness and defy fate. I must cultivate Tu Yuan into the best beast for carrying the most cargo and running the fastest. Before I'm fully prepared, I must avoid unnecessary battles. Run if you can, hide if you must. If all else fails, I can just stay in the marketplace all day. After all, with the whim warning, I don't have to leave the house at all that day. As for this time's innate abilities, I'll focus on those related to survival and escape. Combat-related abilities aren't necessary yet. These thoughts flashed through Fong Jingxuan's mind. He didn't expect Tu Yuan to fight for him. Tu Yuan's current role was that of a beast of burden, primarily used for carrying passengers and cargo. Moreover, Tu Yuan was not skilled in combat. With its massive size, it was slow on land and couldn't keep up in a chase, making it an easy target for enemies. For combat, it was better to use specialized spirit beasts. After all, Fong Jing was already in the process of cultivating the cracked bone catfish. Having determined the direction for Tu Yuan's awakening, Fong Jing no longer paid attention to combat-related talents. Instead, he focused all his efforts on talents and abilities related to survival and escape. Agility can increase Tu Yuan's movement speed. With this talent, Tu Yuan's speed will at least increase by 8%. At this speed, even mid-stage Qi cultivation cultivators won't be able to catch up. To catch up with Tu Yuan, one would likely need a late Qi cultivation stage cultivator riding a magical artifact. This would significantly enhance the safety of my cargo transport operations. There's also this water mastery talent, which enhances Tu Yuan's water control abilities. Tu Yuan is already a water-attributed spirit beast with decent water control, and with this talent, even late chi cultivation stage cultivators won't be able to easily harm it underwater. Still depths? Increases vital energy and spell defense, balancing resistances. A high-tier innate ability? And the advanced talent of Stone Skin, Jokai. It requires 500 bloodline points? Fong Jing felt increasingly disheartened. The dozen or so initial tier innate divine abilities had originally satisfied him, but why was he now being shown high-tier innate divine abilities? These innate abilities are also ranked by tier. Those like Stone Skin and Agility are just basic tier innate abilities, while Jokai and Jing Yuan are high-tier innate abilities. Looking at these high-tier innate abilities, Fong Jing wanted them all, but he only had around 300 points, so he had to hold back for now. After much deliberation, Fong Jing finally chose 3 low-tier innate abilities: Agility, Water Mastery, and Return to Origin. Agility allows Tu Yuan to run faster, Water Mastery gives Tu Yuan a significant advantage in water, and Return to Origin enhances Tu Yuan's physical endurance. With these 3 talents working together, Tu Yuan will be able to run and hide in water with ease, have abundant stamina, and enjoy maximum safety. Unfortunately, higher tier talents must be temporarily set aside for now, as they cannot be awakened yet. After selecting these 3 talents, Fong Jing communicated with Tu Yuan. A profound insight emanated from Fong Jingxuan's divine consciousness, directly entering Tu Yuan's mind, causing its bloodline power to awaken unconsciously in the 3 designated directions. Moments later, looking at Tu Yuan, who was dozing off, Fong Jing exhaled in relief. He hoped that when Tu Yuan awoke, these 3 talents would have successfully awakened. After sending Tu Yuan back to the stable, Fong Jing spent the night awake. Although the town was safe, it was still a critical period of martial law, and he needed to protect Tu Yuan. At least, if anything unusual happened to Tu Yuan, he could be by its side immediately. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. When Tu Yuan awoke the next day, Fong Jing noticed that he was different from before. Its once heavy-looking body now moved with a surprising lightness. The water-based spiritual energy surrounding Tu Yuan was also more vibrant than before. It seemed that the benevolent water talent had enhanced his water-based spiritual energy. As for the final return to origin, Fong Jing couldn't observe it yet. This talent seemed to be transforming and improving gradually, requiring more time. At that moment, Tu Yuan also sensed the changes within himself and became overjoyed. He could clearly sense that after just a single night's sleep, he had become far stronger than he had been the day before. Tu Yuan, overjoyed, rubbed its head against Fong Jingxuan's chest. Fong Jing pushed it away while checking Tu Yuan's current information. Companion beast, Tu Yuan, a first-tier lower-grade Qi water spirit turtle, with a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of Qi refining. Bloodline progress, Sapat Yatpa. Talents beginner, agility water mastery return to origin. The bloodline progress had once again reached double digits. It seemed like it would take several more years to accumulate enough to reach Yatpa. However, if he could drink more of that turtle shell bone soup, Tu Yuan could awaken his innate talent much faster. In that case, I should pay more attention to this type of spiritual material in the future. Thinking of this, Fong Jingxuan's eyes gleamed slightly. Does Ho San still have any more in stock? Chapter Yisup, exclusive position. Brother Fong, you called for me? At the He family mansion, Fong Jing, accompanied by Tu Yuan, began the 3rd trading session. However, this time, Fong Jing brought even less spirit rice, a mere 30 pounds. With the Red Leaf Pavilion under lockdown for nearly a month, the supplies of food within the pavilion were beginning to run dangerously low. Those who had previously managed to endure by gritting their teeth were now growing panicked. Some had already run out of spiritual food, and their bodies were slowly beginning to deteriorate. Before reaching the foundation establishment stage, Qi cultivation cultivators still needed to consume spiritual rice to nourish their bodies. Otherwise, the spiritual energy they absorbed through cultivation alone was insufficient to offset the physical wear and tear on their bodies. Fong Jing had heard the news from Wei Tong earlier, and had prepared 8 bags of 50 pounds of spiritual rice in advance. This was already the maximum amount he could obtain. Later, news spread, and spiritual rice was immediately rationed and priced higher. Eventually, it was completely hoarded. It now seemed that Wei Tong's information was quite reliable, at least half a day faster than other cultivators in the marketplace. And this mere half-day difference was enough to create the current situation. Fong Jing had ample spiritual rice, while other cultivators were facing starvation. However, as the blockade continued, despite the patrol teams from the Red Leaf Market keeping order, theft began to emerge on the street where Fong Jing was located. This situation is likely to escalate further until everyone can no longer endure it, leading to a riot and rebellion against the Red Leaf Market's blockade. Of course, the most likely outcome is ruthless suppression, as the elite martial arts forces are under the control of the Foundation establishment cultivators. However, at present, under broad daylight, most of the cultivators Fong Jing saw were still maintaining the previous order, and had not yet entertained the idea of openly looting. The presence of Tu Yuan also made many people wiser compared to trying to take something from Fong Jing. It was easier to deal with other cultivators. "Oh-san, I want to know if you still have any of those shattered tortoise shells from before." Seeing that Fong Jing was interested, Ho-san turned his gaze toward Tu Yuan. Feeling the gaze, Tu Yuan lazily glanced at him before ignoring him. "Don't look at him. Those turtle shells do have some use. My companion beast ate some, and its spirit improved significantly, so I'm asking if you have any left. If not, it's no big deal." Fong Jing didn't want Ho-san to figure out the key point. This kid was cunning. If he really caught onto something, it would be trouble. However, Ho-san clearly wasn't as clever as Fong Jing had imagined. He only glanced twice before withdrawing his gaze and answering seriously. "There's none left. That piece of turtle shell was the only one I dug out of the muddy ground. But whether there's any left at the site, I can't guarantee." "Oh, you mean the lake site near the water gate?" Fong Jing became interested. That was indeed the case. Back then, Ho-san had only picked up this one piece, but there might still be remnants left at the site. Judging by how badly this piece of tortoise shell was shattered, it must have been struck by some powerful magical artifact, shattering the entire shell in one blow, with fragments flying everywhere. There might still be fragments buried deeper underground. If we search carefully, we might stumble upon one or two pieces that would be a pleasant surprise. Thinking of this, Fong Jingxuan's gaze toward Ho-san softened. This young man was quite useful. The task of searching for the turtle shell was something he couldn't do himself. It had to be entrusted to him. But this matter couldn't be rushed. It required careful planning. "What good things did you bring this time? Let me take a look." Ho-san reached into his pocket and pulled out an item, but Fong Jing didn't find any of them to his liking. Of course, if he always had something valuable, he wouldn't be called a trash picker. In the end, considering how much Ho-san had helped him, and the possibility of needing his assistance in the future, Fong Jing selected a few trinkets and traded them for 3 pounds of spirit rice. Ho-san could tell his items weren't worth much, but he desperately needed the spirit rice. After bowing in gratitude, he hurried back to his small courtyard. This third trading fair was lacking in items worth mentioning. Everyone's resources were nearly depleted, and the items they brought were increasingly unimpressive. When the trade fair ended, Fong Jing felt like he had come for nothing. Just as he was about to leave, he stopped him. "Young brother Fong, please stay a while. Given the current situation, things won't be easy. I'm boldly inviting a few fellow merchants to discuss strategies together. Would you be willing to join us?" Fong Jing was both flattered and surprised. Was he really being invited to discuss matters? Did he have such influence? Seeming to read Fong Jingxuan's thoughts, he smiled. "Young Master Fong is well informed. You managed to find out about the market blockade in advance, stockpiled grain, and even raised a spirit turtle as a companion. Whether it's wealth or connections, you've proven you have the strength to take on such a responsibility. So it was all thanks to Wei Tong and Tu Yuan. No wonder I was invited. I'm only at the 2nd level of qi cultivation. I shouldn't be consulted on such matters." After hearing Lao He's explanation, Fong Jing thought it over and decided to go anyway. At least they could exchange information, and he'd have a better idea of the situation. Thus, Fong Jing said, "Since senior he has honored me with such regard, I shall not refuse. Please lead the way." In a large hall, there were 7 chairs arranged in a circle. Fong Jing left Tu Yuan at the door and followed Lao He to take his seat. He sat down at the third seat on the right. The main seat, reserved for the host, and the eldest and most experienced among them, was occupied by Lao He. Besides Fong Jingxian and Old He, the other 5 chairs were already occupied. Additionally, there were about 10 other cultivators standing behind the large pillars to listen in. Once everyone was present, Lao He began his opening remarks. Everyone, we are all old neighbors who know each other well. Though I am not very talented, I can say with some exaggeration that everyone here is someone I personally saw move into this Woodleaf Street. For example, Team Leader Tian, I remember you moved in 18 years ago, and back then I even had the honor of attending your family banquet. There is also Zhao Daoyu and Wang Daoyu. We've known each other for decades. As for the youngest here, Fong Xiaoxiong, he is a clean living, upright neighbor with a spotless background. Since none of us here are outsiders, I've gathered everyone today to discuss how we should respond to the current situation. If the marketplace remains closed, what should we do? Old He didn't beat around the bush, he got straight to the point. Meanwhile, Fong Jingxian was still observing his surroundings, trying to recognize people. Some people he had only seen before, familiar faces, mere acquaintances. Others he didn't recognize at all, having no idea what they did. In fact, Fong Jingxian could sense several hostile glances fixed on him from behind. Clearly, they were dissatisfied with his being seated in the last chair. Actually, I didn't want to sit here either, but since I'm already here, if you ask me to stand up and give my seat, I definitely. Just let them have it. It's just a seat. Besides, there was that famous scene where the old demon gave up his seat for someone else. This isn't something to be ashamed of. Fong Jingxian kept his ears open, observing the situation and gathering information. Since Wei Tong had disappeared, he was just like everyone else, clueless. After a moment, listening to everyone's discussions, Fong Jingxian finally gained a clearer understanding of the recent lockdown incident. It turned out that the reason the Hongye Pavilion had voluntarily sealed off the market wasn't solely because the outer sect's cultivator families had been attacked by bandits, but also because they were trying to capture spies and traders within the pavilion. Chapter Yi Subjet, the inside story of the lockdown. Fong Jingxian listened quietly as everyone discussed the matter for a while, finally gaining a general understanding of the current situation. The reason the Red Leaf Market had been sealed off for so long was not only due to the chaos caused by the external cultivators, but also because the main family of the Red Leaf Market was involved. The main family of the Red Leaf District was the Chu family, which had 4 foundation establishment cultivators. No matter how fierce the external cultivators were, none of them had reached the foundation establishment stage, which was merely a minor threat to the Chu family. However, if someone targeted the Chu family's foundation establishment cultivators, the situation would become serious. After so much time had passed, rumors finally began to circulate. A month ago, while the Chu family's foundation establishment cultivator was out supporting a Qi condensation family under attack by bandits, someone had struck and injured this Chu family cultivator. The targeted cultivator was named Tu Yuan, the youngest foundation establishment cultivator of the Chu family. He was said to be exceptionally talented, possessing a single life essence and a single spiritual root. Despite his young age, not yet 30, he had already reached the second layer of foundation establishment. Such a precious disciple being ambushed enraged the Chu family, who immediately sealed off the marketplace, imposed martial law across the entire region, and vowed to investigate the matter thoroughly. Upon hearing this news, Fong Jingxian finally realized what had happened. I knew it, he thought. How could a mere bandit cultivator cause the Chu family to take such precautions? The news of Chu Yunho's ambush had only begun to surface in recent days, and it was unclear whether the Chu family had intentionally kept it under wraps or if another faction had deliberately leaked it. Since it involved a foundation establishment cultivator, Fong Jingxian, as a member of a cultivation family, instinctively knew that this had nothing to do with him. Such matters were far removed from his own affairs. Although he was currently affected by this, he had never even met Chu Yunho, and was confined to the marketplace, suffering an undeserved misfortune. But such is the way of the world, to whom could he complain? Fong Jingxian understood his place in the world. He was just a lowly cultivator scraping by in the Red Leaf District. Foundation building cultivators, cultivation geniuses being ambushed, and family struggles, all of these were matters of another world, close at hand yet far away. Don't even mention getting involved beyond one's capabilities, even being caught in the aftermath could mean being crushed to death. So it was best to stay within his familiar circle. For now, with Tu Yuan's backing, he was a notable figure in this small circle of qi condensation stage cultivators. Fong Jing was quite content with his current situation. Though he was still poor, he had spiritual rice to eat, a place to stay, and was looked upon with respect by some. That was enough for him. Fang, why don't you say a few words to express your thoughts? Someone noticed that Fong Jing wasn't saying anything, and approached him to strike up a conversation. Fong Jing smiled and replied, I am a young and inexperienced novice. Having just arrived here, I am unsure how to handle such matters. Therefore, I prefer to observe and listen more, and follow the guidance of the senior cultivators present. Hearing Fong Jing speak in this manner, the cultivator nodded approvingly, clearly satisfied with Fong Jingxuan's attitude. Who wouldn't appreciate a newcomer who knows when to advance and retreat, understands etiquette, and respects their elders? Haha, Fong Daoyu, there's no need to be so formal. Since you're able to sit in this position, you must have exceptional abilities. Let us talk, we can discuss anything. Speak your mind freely. Fong Jing rolled his eyes inwardly, then declined again, insisting he had no thoughts to share, finally managing to divert the other's attention. What's there to talk about? Will you even listen to me? Don't just blurt out nonsense like a spoiled child when the time comes. Fong Jing made up his mind to go with the flow. In such a setting, it was best not to stand out. A mere second-tier qi cultivation cultivator like you, they're just giving you a little recognition, and you actually think you're something special? Stop daydreaming. Use that time to think about how to improve your cultivation instead. In the end, without Fong Jing offering any suggestions, the first meeting of the Woodleaf Street Committee came to a close. During the meeting, several agreements were discussed. First, internal conflicts were prohibited within the district, and a patrol team would be formed to deal with cultivators from other districts who might come to commit crimes at night. Second, led by Lao He, they would explore connections with the Chu family to at least gauge the situation, and determine how long the blockade would need to remain in place. The remaining cultivators, each with their own special skills, were assigned tasks to perform tasks beneficial to the street. Fong Jing also took on a task, leading Tu Yuan to roam around and intimidate other monks. After all, Tu Yuan looked so imposing that he was quite intimidating. As night fell, on the streets of Muyi, Fong Jing led Tu Yuan, followed by several early qi cultivation stage cultivators, patrolling the area. The streets of Muyi weren't very large, with no more than 100 households at most. It didn't take long to make a round trip. After a moment, Fong Jing signaled for everyone to stop and rest, finding a spot to sit down and start slacking off. A night of patrol for just a pound of spirit rice? That's way too little. What if we really encounter danger? That wouldn't be worth it at all. Fong Jing looked at the young man speaking, whose chin was just beginning to grow yellowish downy hair. He was only at the first layer of qi cultivation, a complete novice with no real understanding of anything. Perhaps because the rate of spiritual root awakening was higher here, there were more cultivators around the town, but most of them were no different from ordinary people outside, except for their spiritual roots. Without resources or talent, they couldn't break through to the mid-qi cultivation stage in their lifetime, and they'd spend their entire lives scrambling for spirit rice. They called themselves cultivators? Ha! Stop trying to make yourself look better. Stop complaining. Otherwise, I'll give your spot to someone else. Pound of spirit rice a day isn't much, but what times are these? If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of others who will. Before Fong Jing could speak, someone else jumped in to rebuke him. After speaking, he looked at Fong Jing with a flattering expression. Fong Jing naturally smiled at him in approval. They get 1 pound, but when you add in the burden of carrying the spirit rice, it's not the same. Once there were more than 3 people, they had to establish a hierarchy to confirm their status within the group. With only 5 people in this small group, Fong Jing was the leader. Fong Jing glanced at the others, 2 at the first layer of qi cultivation, 1 at the second layer, and another at the third layer. Even with himself, they didn't reach the peak of the 9th layer of qi cultivation. With such a lineup, if they were to encounter a late qi cultivation stage cultivator, they would be defeated in an instant. Of course, late Qi cultivation stage cultivators wouldn't stoop to stealing in the streets of Mai. What Fong Jing and his group needed to watch out for were those early Qi cultivation stage cultivators who came to take advantage of the night to steal and loot. Tu Yuan, standing behind Fong Jing, yawned. At this time, it would normally be sound asleep. But suddenly, Tu Yuan turned its head and fixed its gaze on a certain spot. Fong Jing, whose mind was connected to Tu Yuan's, felt a sudden tightness in his heart. No way, on my first day of this side job, I've already been targeted. Will there be a fight? Thinking this, Fong Jing began to glance around, already planning his escape route. Chapter Yi Sup Yi, Tu Yuan's first battle. Who are you, fellow cultivator? Coming here at midnight, please show yourself. Fong Jing spoke aloud in the direction where Tu Yuan was staring, and at that moment, the other 4 cultivators finally realized what was happening. Some stood up in panic, while others looked excitedly in that direction. Glancing at the others' reactions, Fong Jing sighed inwardly. What a bunch of amateurs. Only the cultivator at the 3rd layer of Qi condensation showed a relatively composed expression, which gave Fong Jing a slight sense of security. However, the main reason Fong Jing had spoken up was due to his innate talent, whim, which had not issued a warning. This meant that even if the person who came was a cultivator, they would not pose a significant threat to him. Considering there was no immediate danger, and this was his first time doing this, he couldn't back down right away. That's why Fong Jing spoke up first, testing the other party's capabilities. Of course, if the other party was troublesome, he would pretend not to see anything, and let them do as they pleased. But if the other party was a minor figure, then he wouldn't hesitate to act impartially. As Fong Jing called out, there was a rustling sound from the shadow. A few moments later, a young cultivator emerged. Seeing that someone had actually emerged, the other 4 were startled, and then began to feel a hint of admiration for Fong Jing. This person was so close, only about 20 or 30 meters away, yet they hadn't noticed him at all. It was only because Fong Jing had spoken up that they hadn't been caught off guard. Fong Jing narrowed his eyes and studied the other men carefully. He didn't seem very powerful, and with his face covered, it was clear he had bad intentions. We have 5 of us here, plus Tu Yuan. What could you possibly do to us? Thus, Fong Jing coldly asked. Friend, what are you doing here in my Woodleaf Street in the middle of the night? If you don't explain yourself, don't blame us for being rude. After a moment of silence, the other party spoke. I took a wrong turn. I'll leave right away. Lost? Who are you trying to fool? Cowardly sneak easy pickings. Fong Jing gave the others a nod. They were all cultivators. Even in the dead of night, they could see clearly. Immediately, the cultivator at the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation began to move his feet, slowly encircling the man from the front, while others pulled out their magical conch shells, ready to blow them at a moment's notice. Fong Jing signaled Tu Yuan to move forward slightly for safety, then took out a lightness talisman, a protective talisman, and the only fiery talisman from his storage pouch, ready to activate them at any moment. These talismans could be reimbursed after use, otherwise, Fong Jing wouldn't dare to use them. Of course, he shouldn't be too reckless with reimbursement. Talisman charms weren't free, and he didn't want to have to explain themselves to old he. After making these preparations, Fong Jing's heart was still pounding. This was his first time fighting. But there has to be a first time. With such favorable timing and location, it's better than being ambushed in the wilderness and panicking. With this mindset, Fong Jing appeared quite proactive. Public funds for combat, only loyalty matters. Gentlemen, you're really making a fuss. I've already said I'm leaving. Why push so hard? Seeing the commotion, the man immediately spoke threateningly, but to Fong Jing, it was nothing but futile resistance. No more words were needed, they acted immediately. Tack together, stay on guard. Just hold him off for a moment, reinforcements are on the way. Fong Jing shouted orders, then signaled Tu Yuan to charge brutally. Weighing thousands of pounds, Tu Yuan charged with overwhelming momentum, its massive head and sharp fangs glinting coldly. Enhanced by the agility talent, Tu Yuan moved swiftly, matching the agility of even the most nimble spirit pets. Seeing Tu Yuan charge toward him at such a blinding speed, the cultivator across the field was visibly shocked. Clearly, in his understanding, a turtle-like spirit beast of such a massive size should not possess such speed. Several water arrows shot toward the man. These were water-based spells cast by Tu Yuan. As a water-type spirit beast, it was natural for it to know basic water arrow and water gun spells. Originally not in a river, Tu Yuan's water-based spells were significantly weakened. However, with the water affinity talent enhancing him, the water arrows he unleashed were faster than what a chi condensation stage cultivator could achieve. This was the result of two innate talents enhancing Tu Yuan's combat power. Otherwise, before awakening his talents, Tu Yuan wouldn't have been so formidable. Seeing Tu Yuan launch his attack, the others also began their own offensive maneuvers. However, none of them had magical artifacts, and the spells they could use were rather crude. They were also extremely poor, unable to afford even offensive talismans, so Fong Jing didn't expect much from them. Distracting the enemy's attention was sufficient. As for himself, he naturally stayed safely in the rear. After all, he was a beast-taming cultivator. Would it make sense for him to charge into battle personally? Thus, Fong Jing watched the battle from the rear with a clear conscience, and the others had no objections. Though it sounds complicated, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Facing the attacks from everyone, the man spoke coldly. "Pardon." Instantly, a streak of spiritual light flashed, and whether it was water arrows or other spells, they were all blocked by a shield-shaped magical artifact. What? A magical artifact? A wooden shield-shaped magical artifact swiftly darted around the man, moving with extraordinary agility. Before Fong Jing could react, Tu Yuan charged forward with a mighty impact. Boom! After a dull thud, the wooden shield-shaped magical artifact was knocked several zhang away. Amidst the chaos, a faint groan could be heard. It turned out that Tu Yuan had moved too quickly, leaving the person no time to dodge. He had no choice but to use his protective magical artifact to block the impact, but due to their connected minds, he also suffered some shock. Tu Yuan shook his head, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, clearly driven mad by the pain. Roar! Tu Yuan lunged forward, his fangs like razor-sharp daggers, ready to bite into the man. If struck, even the finest steel would shatter into pieces. However, at that moment, Fong Jing urgently ordered, "Little Yuan, come back." Hearing Fong Jingxuan's call, Tu Yuan immediately abandoned his opponent, swiftly retreating back to Fong Jingxuan's side, using his own body to firmly shield his master. It was only then that this sudden conflict came to an abrupt end, lasting less than 10 breaths. Seeing Tu Yuan stop, the others dared not approach either. Fong Jing then spoke up. "Sir, will you not reveal your true identity? With such a magical artifact in your possession, you clearly are not here for petty theft. I suspect you are from the marketplace, correct?" "Cough, I already said I was leaving. What's the commotion?" "Yes, I am a secret guard from the marketplace. I was patrolling here tonight, and didn't want to be discovered by you. It's my bad luck." "Ugh, you're really something. It's my duty, I had no choice. However, if you had revealed your identity earlier, I certainly wouldn't have attacked you." Fong Jing began to struggle with the man. Neither party was at fault in this matter. Fong Jing was thinking of using the spiritual rice given to him by Lao He to at least do something. However, the other man was a secret guard of the marketplace, and his identity couldn't be revealed to just anyone, so the misunderstanding arose. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, the rest depended on how the matter was handled. If it wasn't handled properly, Fong Jing wouldn't fare well, and the other party would also be reprimanded by their superiors. As a secret guard, being discovered fighting was a clear dereliction of duty. Moreover, Fong Jing had confronted the secret guard, and if word of this reached the marketplace, how could his reputation remain intact? Therefore, the two silently agreed to talk things out and try to resolve the matter, preferably as if nothing had happened, so that everyone could be satisfied. However, such matters require some wisdom to handle properly. Thus, Fong Jing said, "Speaking of which, we didn't know each other before we fought. I have a friend who also works in the marketplace. His name is Wei Tong. Do you happen to know him?" "Oh, so he's Wei's friend? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm on good terms with Wei." "Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Aha, haha." Under the night sky, the two men laughed awkwardly, while the other four looked on in admiration. Just moments ago, they were fighting for their lives, and now they were somehow connected. This so-called captain really had some skills. Chapter Yi Subsam, laying out the plan. Now that they had a mutual acquaintance to connect them, there was room for negotiation between Fong Jing and the other party. The marketplace wasn't that big. With a little bit of networking, they could easily connect. Of course, this also demonstrated Fong Jingshuan's value. With that move earlier, the other party dared not underestimate him. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary qi cultivation stage Yi cultivator, do you think they would even bother to acknowledge you? Fong Jingxian motioned for the others to step back. What he was about to say wasn't something they needed to hear. All they needed to know was that he had connections, but they shouldn't fully understand his background. This was a lesson Fong Jingxian had learned earlier. People always need a touch of mystery. Once they become completely familiar with you, they lose their sense of awe, and how can you establish your authority in the future? Carrying Tu Yuan, Fong Jingxian cautiously approached, but didn't get too close. They began talking from a distance of 5 or 6 meters. This is Fong Jingxian, a laborer at the docks outside the marketplace. I am close friends with Wei Tong. May I ask who you are? Fong Jingxian began to probe, aiming to gauge the other party's true intentions. The market district's secret guards? He hadn't had much contact with them before. Haha, my name is Chu Yunseng. I'm a collateral branch of the Chu family, and also on good terms with Brother Wei. He is in the Market District's guard unit, while I serve in the secret guards. The Chu family? Fong Jingxian was startled. Though a branch family, their status was still quite high. After all, how many members of the Chu family were there in Hongye District? A few dozen was already impressive. And there were at least 1,000 or 2 people in the Red Leaf District, all under the watch of just a few dozen Chu family members. One could only imagine the prestige of the Chu family. So you're a member of the Chu family? My apologies. May I ask who Chu Yunho is to Brother Yunsheng? Fong Jingxian asked softly, and the other replied bluntly. He is my cousin. We are both of the Yun generation, but my talent pales in comparison to his. Even at my age, I am still refining my qi at the mid-stage of the qi cultivation realm. Mentioning Chu Yunho, the foundation establishment cultivator, Chu Yunseng's tone grew more reflective. They shared the same surname and generation, yet the gap between them was so vast. Listening to Chu Yunsheng's musings, Fong Jingxian couldn't help but feel speechless. You're already in the mid-stage of qi cultivation, and I'm about the same age as you, yet I'm still only at the second layer of qi cultivation. Since that's the case, today was just a misunderstanding. Once the seal is lifted, I'll host a banquet and invite Wei Dage along. Would you honor us with your presence, Yunsheng? Having learned the other's identity, Fong Jingxian decided to cultivate a relationship with him. In the Red Leaf District, being connected to the Chu family would make life much more comfortable. Chu Yunsheng readily agreed to Fong Jingshuan's proposal. Ordinary wandering cultivators wouldn't dare, but Fong Jingxian had Tu Yuan, after all. No problem, no problem. Wei Dage's friends are my friends too. It'd be nice to gather and get to know each other. However, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Of course, if you don't want to answer, that's fine too. Cloud Rising brother, feel free to ask. I'll tell you everything I can. Alright, then. I just want to know, is your companion beast a bloodline mutation? How can it move so fast and have such immense power? I've seen ordinary Shishui spirit turtles before, but one like yours is rare. Fong Jingxian listened to Chu Yunseng's complaints, feeling a bit proud. Tu Yuan had awakened 3 innate abilities, completely outclassing those ordinary turtles that hadn't awakened any abilities at all. The fact that Chu Yunsheng valued it so highly was enough to prove that Tu Yuan, in its current state, posed a certain threat even to cultivators at the mid-stage of qi refining. Back then, Tu Yuan was just a clumsy turtle who could only run away from enemies. How could it be as formidable as it is now? However, Tu Yuan's true abilities couldn't be revealed, and Chu Yunsheng couldn't be brushed off lightly either. After some thought, Fong Jingxian spoke directly. Since we're all friends now, I won't hide anything from you, Yunsheng. Tu Yuan isn't some kind of bloodline mutation. He was just an ordinary water-controlling spirit turtle before. I bought him from the Yushoning family, and there's no reason they would have overlooked him and let me get such a bargain. As for why Tu Yuan has become so fierce, it's because, over a month ago, I found a spirit fish in the Qing River. Fong Jing repeated the same story he had used to deceive Wei Tong and Huizang, this time using Wei Tong as a reference. With Wei Tong's endorsement, Tu Yuan naturally believed him without a doubt. I see. I never expected that spirit fish to have such a significant effect, allowing your companion beast to awaken divine ability through good fortune. What a stroke of luck. Tu Yuan's tone carried a hint of envy. Even the cheapest spirit beasts cost several hundred lower-grade spirit stones, and given Tu Yuan's current market value, it would likely take over 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones to purchase it. Although the Chu family was wealthy, they had many members, and resources were inevitably allocated to those with innate talent. How much could Tu Yuan possibly receive? Currently, just looking at Tu Yuan, Fong Jing's wealth surpassed his own. As Tu Yuan imagined the scenario, Fong Jing immediately agreed, exactly. After catching up and discussing matters, the relationship between Fong Jing and Tu Yuan grew more harmonious. Fong Jing wanted to say more, but Tu Yuan interjected. It's about time. With all this commotion, the others from your street should be arriving soon. It's inconvenient for me to meet so many people here. Please help me smooth things over, and I'll come find you when I have the chance. Hearing Tu Yuan's words, Fong Jing naturally agreed. There was no need to rush, there would be plenty of opportunities to deepen their relationship in the future. I'm leaving. Oh, here, take this. If you're ever stopped by other patrol cultivators at night, show them this token, and they'll let you pass. Before leaving, Tu Yuan tossed a wooden token to Fong Jing. It was engraved with a few characters, indicating temporary passage. Not bad. This Tu Yuan is someone worth befriending. We've only known each other for a short time, and he has already given me a favor. Fong Jing was about to thank him, but in the blink of an eye, Tu Yuan had vanished into the shadows. Exhaling, Fong Jing looked at Tu Yuan, who shook his head and finally relaxed. On his own, he couldn't be sure if Tu Yuan had truly left. As a secret guard of the marketplace, he must have some special skills. But that couldn't compare to Tu Yuan's perception. It must be the water mastery talent, enhancing Tu Yuan's perception of the surrounding environment's water vapor, which allowed him to detect Tu Yuan. It seemed that the water affinity talent was indeed a worthwhile choice, while the other two talents had yet to fully demonstrate their true value. Fong Jing had just put the wooden tablet away in his storage pouch when Lao He arrived with a group of people. It was only a few steps away, yet Lao He had taken so long to arrive. He must have gone to gather reinforcements. Where are they? Did you catch them? A cultivator asked urgently, but Lao He moved slowly, showing no signs of urgency. Fong Jing blinked and whispered to Lao He. Senior He, can we step aside for a moment? Do you know about the secret guards? Chapter Say, a little reward. In a corner, Fong Jing and Old He began to speak in whispers. After Fong Jing mentioned the secret guards, Old He's expression changed slightly. He dismissed the others and followed Fong Jing to talk. The dark guards? I know about them. Having lived this long, I've seen it all. The Dark Guards are a covert patrol unit under the Red Leaf Pavilion, divided into two teams, the upper 5 elements, and the lower 5 elements, totaling 12 members. As you mentioned, this Tu Yuan should be a wood guard from the lower 5 elements. All members of the lower 5 elements are mid-stage qi cultivation cultivators. Once they accumulate enough merits, and their cultivation reaches the late stage of qi cultivation, they can be promoted to the upper 5 elements. Indeed, an old man in the family is like a treasure. Old He, who had lived in the Red Leaf Pavilion for decades, knew the inner workings of the pavilion like the back of his hand. A few casual remarks were enough to give Fong Jing a basic understanding of the Dark Guards. Since they're called secret guards, they're obviously not something everyone knows about. Fong Jing had never heard of them before. It seems the Chu family is truly furious this time, recalling the Dark Guards back. Normally, these Dark Guards are always busy outside. Wait, that doesn't make sense. How do you know so much, Old He? Fong Jing looked puzzled, and Old He realized he had said too much. He cleared his throat and laughed. Once one gets old, one can't help but say more. Just listen and forget it. Let's not spread this around. You did well tonight. I wasn't wrong about you. Not just anyone can spot a secret guard, and you even fought him once. You didn't disgrace the reputation of the Woodleaf district. Well done. Receiving old He's praise, Fong Jingxuan's face flushed slightly. He had completely relied on Tu Yuan's abilities. Without Tu Yuan, what was he? But that said, he still had to ask for what he deserved. So Fong Jingxian thickened his skin and said, "So if that's the case, I guess I've done something worthy of praise. I've contributed to the neighborhood on the street. Is there any reward for that?" After Fong Jingxian finished speaking, old He looked at him helplessly. You really don't let go until you've caught the rabbit. But we did agree earlier that there are rules to follow. Everyone saw your performance tonight, so I'll give you 3 qi nourishing pills. How about that? Oh, there's medicine to eat. Though they're only 3 pills and of the lowest grade, they're still worth 7 or 8 lower grade spirit stones. Why not take them? That's great, thank you, Senior He. Hee, when will the pills be distributed? Old He shook his head, took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch, and tossed it to Fong Jingxian. There are 3 more qi-enhancing pills inside. Take them and eat them. Your companion beast is indeed powerful, but your own cultivation must keep up. Otherwise, even if others can't harm your companion beast, they'll still be able to harm you. Yes, you're absolutely right. I'll take your advice and go back to work on improving my cultivation, so I can serve the street better. Fong Jingxian, having received the pills, didn't hesitate to shower old He with flattery. Clearly, old He also enjoyed hearing kind words. He nodded satisfactorily and walked away with his hands behind his back. Fong Jingxian looked at the jade bottle in his hand, chuckled, patted Tu Yuan's head, and called out, "Good partner, today's credit is half yours. When we get back, I'll double the dose of my secret spiritual rice pills for you." Tu Yuan shook his head, retracting his fangs, his face lit up with excitement. Yay! After finishing his midnight patrol, Fong Jingxian returned to his small courtyard. After feeding Tu Yuan 3 jade dew rice pills, he cooked a pot of demon bone soup for him. After Tu Yuan had eaten his fill, and used the large bone as a chew toy to play with, Fong Jingxian returned to his quiet room, took out the newly acquired pills, and examined them carefully. Opening the jade bottle, 3 pill-shaped elixirs the size of lychees emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. Fong Jingxian merely inhaled the scent, and his spirits were immediately invigorated. These pills are excellent. How could one cultivate without taking pills? Before, I didn't take them because I was poor. Who would have pills and not eat them? Relying solely on my own efforts to endure and refine myself, that's just asking for trouble. For wandering cultivators, elixirs are a luxury, like a high-end buffet costing over $1,000 in my previous life. If you grit your teeth, who can't afford it? It's just that I couldn't bring myself to spend the money, thinking it wasn't worth it. Fong Jingxian had the same mindset. He could afford the qi-enhancing pill, but it wasn't necessary. The qi-enhancing pill is the cheapest cultivation pill available, and 1 pill can save a cultivator several days of meditation. But for wandering cultivators, time is the least valuable thing they have. With that money, I could buy some spiritual rice, or some demon beast flesh to nourish myself. Wouldn't that be better? But since it's a gift from someone else, eating it feels guilt-free, and it even tastes better. Fong Jingxian examined the pill carefully to ensure there were no issues. Although Lao He had no reason to harm him, it was still something he would consume, so he took extra precautions. Still uneasy, Fong Jingxian used his whim of the heart technique to sense it carefully. After confirming there were no issues, he slowly placed one of the pills into his mouth. One word, smooth. This qi-nourishing pill was like the finest chocolate, melting away in just a few breaths and flowing into his stomach. At the same time, a warm current rose from within his body, as the spiritual energy contained within the pill rapidly released. What else was there to say? Fong Jingxian took out the other pills and began to circulate his cultivation techniques. For a moment, the quiet room was utterly still. Half an hour later, Fong Jingxian emerged from his cultivation state. The first thing he did was open the attribute panel to check his current status. True name, Fong Jingxian. Age, Yi sub Sam. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage, Yi ba ba Sam Ling Ling. Not bad. The cultivation progress points were still at Yi ba ba sub Sam. Taking into account the cultivation over the past few days, this qi-enhancing pill had actually increased his points by 3. The effect of the qi-enhancing pill was even stronger than that of the Moonlight Dew. At this rate, he only needed 12 more points to break through to Qi cultivation stage Sam. Thinking of this, Fong Jing felt a surge of excitement. From Qi cultivation stage Yi to stage Sam, there are no bottlenecks in between. Once one's cultivation reaches the required level, one can advance directly. However, advancing from the third to the fourth layer of Qi cultivation, from the early to the mid-stage requires breaking through a bottleneck. This stage is particularly challenging, and has stalled many cultivators. However, this was still far off for him, so Fong Jing didn't dwell on it for now. He calculated that with the remaining 2 Qi enhancing pills, he should be able to break through to the third layer of Qi cultivation in half a month at most. At the third layer of Qi cultivation, one's cultivation level is already quite high among wandering cultivators, at least not the lowest tier. Whether it was the shantytowns outside the marketplace or other neighborhoods on the streets of Mai, Fong Jing noticed that most people were at the first or second stage of Qi cultivation, with few reaching the third stage. Those at the mid-stage of Qi cultivation were truly elite figures. As for late Qi cultivation stage cultivators, Fong Jing hadn't come into contact with them much. They didn't ride beast ships when traveling, they had their own magical artifacts, and could simply fly there directly. In the absence of foundation establishment cultivators, every late Qi refining cultivator held real power and influence, wielding significant authority. For example, the manager overseeing the dozen ferry routes in Hongye Lane, who supported dozens of people's livelihoods, was only at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. Don't underestimate the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation. When you're constantly worrying about where your next meal of spiritual rice will come from, you can't even focus on cultivation. Fong Jing carefully put away the jade bottle. Although the Qi-enhancing pill was effective, it couldn't be taken continuously in a short period of time, or else the body wouldn't be able to handle it. It's best to take one every other day to ensure the pill is fully absorbed by the body. Of course, the best option would be to take higher-grade pills, such as the Huangya pill, which has the effect of 10 Qi-nourishing pills. But since Fong Jing couldn't even afford the Qi-nourishing pills, forget about the others. After finishing the pills, Fong Jing felt better, but when he picked up the book on talisman formations, a pained expression returned to his face. Sigh, I guess I have to study. I can't spend my whole life ferrying passengers and running around in the wind and rain. Mastering a skill will at least make life a bit more comfortable in the future. With this thought in mind, Fong Jing plunged headfirst into the vast ocean of talisman design. Chapter Yi Sup Qi Cultivation Stage Sam. As he made a stroke, the talisman paper in front of Fong Jing began to emit wisps of green smoke. He quickly picked up the paper, tore off the smoking part, and kept the remaining half. Phew, that's a relief. There's still half left, I can practice a few more strokes. When one is poor, one can't afford to waste anything. Fong Jing was no exception. Though the top half of the talisman paper was ruined, the bottom half was still usable. It wasn't a complete talisman, so the size didn't matter. Do other cultivators also practice such frugality? Poverty truly limits one's ambitions. Even a single talisman paper costs quite a bit. Fong Jing didn't feel the least bit embarrassed. If it weren't for the symbol S structure, which required drawing on the talisman paper to better grasp its essence, he would have used ordinary calligraphy paper instead. However, while the talisman paper could be saved, the spiritual ink and cinnabar were indispensable. He had only been practicing for a few days, and the spiritual ink and cinnabar he had previously exchanged were almost depleted. Making talismans was indeed an expensive profession. Without family support, a lone practitioner hoping to use this to change their fate was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Although I haven't mastered it yet, I can feel that compared to a few days ago, I'm more familiar with these talisman configurations. Perhaps enlightenment is not far off. If it weren't for the glimmer of hope, spending so much money every day would be unbearable. Fong Jing put down his talisman brush and began analyzing the reasons for his failure. These talisman patterns are like circuit diagrams. If you draw them incorrectly, or apply too much or too little pressure in any area, the entire base structure is ruined. And a single cleansing talisman requires 18 basic configurations, all drawn on a talisman paper the size of a palm, with no mistakes allowed in any of the configurations, and all of them connected seamlessly. This alone demonstrates the immense difficulty of talisman, making it's not something just anyone can master. This is just the simplest cleansing talisman. Slightly more advanced talismans require even more configurations. Fong Jing couldn't even imagine what kind of technique would be needed to fit over 100 basic patterns onto such a small talisman paper. When putting pen to paper, my spiritual perception wasn't clear enough. The book said that the most important aspect of talisman making is having a powerful soul. Even if your hands are unsteady, as long as your soul is in place, it's sufficient. My understanding is that the soul can penetrate into the talisman paper, carefully monitoring the completeness of each configuration. If the talisman configuration is like an electrical circuit, then the soul is the flowing current. As long as the soul passes through, the talisman is considered complete. That's the true meaning of writing as if guided by a divine hand, but I'm only at the initial stage of chi cultivation, and my spiritual essence is too weak to meet those requirements. Fong Jing clearly understood the reason for his recent failure. His hands were steady, but his spiritual essence was too weak to sustain the process, so he couldn't control the intensity of the spiritual ink in certain areas. It's still a lack of experience. Those talented talisman makers probably have more refined soul perception. The way they sense the soul's connection to the talisman's structure must also involve secret techniques, and that's what sets each talisman maker apart. Fong Jing reasoned this way. Otherwise, if two cultivators had the same cultivation level, some could create talismans while he couldn't, then it must be the other person's fault, not his own. I can't do it? Let me find my own issues? Nonsense, you're better than me, so you must have the problem. With this mindset, Fong Jing didn't rush himself. He had plenty of time, so there was no need to rush for quick results. Brother Fong, elder, he asked me to invite you to discuss some matters. At that moment, there was a knock at the courtyard gate. A young boy stood at the entrance, too afraid to enter. Fong Jing put away his things and stepped out. Glancing over, he saw a young cultivator at the first stage of chi cultivation, timidly staring at the beast in the pen. Tu Yuan, however, remained composed. He merely bared his fangs to intimidate the boy, and even this small gesture caused the youth's face to pale. All right, Xian, let's go. After the recent turmoil, Fong Jingxuan's reputation had spread throughout the streets of Muyu. This was mainly because the four people involved had embellished the story, spreading rumors that Tu Yuan could overpower a cultivator at the late chi condensation stage. Anyone with common sense knew this was impossible, but there was nothing to be done. Those with common sense were few and far between. Thus, Fong Jingxuan's status rose sharply. In the past, when someone mentioned Fong Jing, the first reaction was, oh, that ferryman who makes a living by ferrying people. Now, however, people say, oh, that ferryman with the fierce beast. Everyone has begun to fear the massive Tu Yuan. This young cultivator must have heard some rumors, which is why he's so afraid of Tu Yuan. Want to come up and sit for a while? Fong Jing leaped onto Tu Yuan's back. Even if it was just a few steps, as long as he went out, Fong Jing would always bring Tu Yuan along. No, thanks, I'll just walk. The young man's face looked conflicted. He seemed eager to try, but ultimately gave up. The Tu Yuan, however, strided forward confidently, moving steadily toward the front. Upon arriving at Laohi's courtyard, there were already several cultivators present. Jingxian, come sit down. As Laohi called out, Fong Jingxian sat down comfortably in the third seat on the right. In this realm, the left side was considered the seat of honor, and the left-hand seats were more prestigious. Currently, there were 3 seats on each side of the main hall, totaling 6 seats. Fong Jing was quite satisfied with securing the last seat. I've gathered everyone here today to share some news about recent developments in the marketplace. This lockdown has yielded significant results. We apprehended several internal collaborators of the bandits within the market, and captured a long-time criminal, resolving all the unsolved cases from years past. These are all achievements, so the lockdown was indeed necessary and a successful operation. Laohi spoke some words in defense of Hongye Alley, while Fong Jing listened below, shaking his head silently. After finishing his routine speech, he addressed the issue everyone was most concerned about. The higher-ups said that the lockdown isn't the goal. They're considering everyone's situation and will lift it soon. Please bear with it for now. What? We have to wait. It's been over a month already. What are we supposed to eat or drink? We're out of food. Old he, what should we do? For a moment, several people began to complain, and Fong Jing followed suit, going with the flow, better not stand out and seem different from the group. Old he pressed his hand down firmly and said, "This time, all 10 streets in the market district are in a similar situation. It's not just us. The Chu family's cultivation seeds were ambushed, which concerns the very foundation and reputation of the Chu family. Compared to that, what are we? The Chu family has said that anyone who can't handle it can leave the market district after an inspection. They'll be free to go wherever they want outside." Upon hearing this, many faces began to hesitate. Leaving was a good thing, but given the current situation, with cultivators rampaging everywhere, leaving the protection of the district could mean certain danger. And now, we're only lacking a little food and drink. If we grit our teeth, it seems like we could endure it. You're too scared to leave now? What's the point? After discussing with the Chu family, the rice shops in the district will sell some affordable grain. Though it's still expensive, at least you can eat. That's final. Fong Jing, stay behind. As everyone left with various expressions on their faces, Fong Jing stayed behind. Lao He looked at Fong Jing and smiled. Not bad. You've reached the 3rd layer of qi cultivation. When did that happen? Fong Jing replied honestly. Just yesterday. After meditating all night, I broke through on my own. The reason I could break through so quickly is mainly because of the 3 qi nourishing pills you gave me. Old he chuckled and said, enough about that. 3 qi nourishing pills aren't worth mentioning. You just happened to be in the right place at the right time. I have a favor to ask of you. Would you be willing to help? Upon hearing that he was needed for help, Fong Jing blinked his eyes and smiled innocently. Are we going out to the marketplace? If we're going out, I'll pass. Chapter Yi Sup Lo, Smuggling? With how dangerous it was outside, Fong Jing naturally didn't want to go out. After all, he was living a pretty comfortable life these days. There were still 4 large bags of spirit rice left, each weighing 50 pounds, totaling 200 pounds. That was enough to last him 2 or 3 months. It's just that Tu Yuan has a bigger appetite and eats a lot of meat each meal. However, as a turtle-like spirit pet, he can go without spiritual food for a year or 2 without starving to death at most. He'll just grow a bit weaker. Moreover, there were the Jade Dew pills to sustain him. Though the portions were small, they could meet Tu Yuan's needs. For other staple foods, ordinary fish and shrimp would suffice. With no shortage of food or shelter, Fong Jing saw no need to venture out on dangerous missions. Hence, when Lao He broached the topic, Fong Jing immediately shut him down. You brat, I haven't even finished speaking yet. It's a good opportunity. The marketplace is short of porters to transport goods out. With the marketplace sealed off, ordinary people can't go out. If you take advantage of this opportunity. Old he, you're not being honest. I didn't expect someone with such a kind face to have so many tricks up your sleeve. Fong Jing understood Lao He's meaning. He wanted to smuggle goods into the market area. Currently, prices in the market area were skyrocketing, with a pound of spirit rice nearly tripling in price. If we could transport some supplies from outside now, the profit margin would be too tempting to resist. However, Fong Jing felt that such a lucrative venture was beyond his reach. After all, spirit stones were too easy to make money from, and the lion's share was undoubtedly controlled by those late-stage qi cultivation managers. As a lowly independent cultivator with no connections, could he really make that kind of money? Master this is a tricky situation. I have no connections within the marketplace. If I'm caught, I'll face severe punishment. Secondly, my capital is small. Going through all this trouble for such a small profit, why bother? Fong Jing cautiously explained his predicament. Old he deliberately mentioned these issues, as he likely had solutions for them. Sure enough, Old he smiled and said, do you know why everyone listens to me and elected me as the head of the Woodleaf Street? It's because you're so respected and selfless. You deserve it. Fong Jing flattered him, and Lao He nodded in satisfaction, but he said, those are just superficial matters. In truth, I have a son who serves as an administrator at the Dan Ding sect. That's why the Red Leaf Alley and the other neighborhoods all treat me with respect. But if I didn't have that son, I'd just be an old fool whose words are ignored. Ah, so old he has such strong connections. The Dan Ding sect is a Golden Dan sect, and the main branch of the Chu family. Having a son working there, even if he's not a disciple, means he has connections above. No wonder everyone respects old he despite his cultivation, at the second layer of qi refining. After revealing his background to Fong Jing, old he spoke earnestly. I've taken a look at these people, and among them, you're the one with the purest intentions. The others are too self-serving, and I don't trust them with this matter. Plus, you already have a ready-made beast to carry things, so there will be less resistance when promoting you. I'll help you make some connections, and this matter will be settled. As for the spirit stones we earn, we'll split them 3/7 to me and 3/7 to you. I'll take the smaller share since you're young and have more expenses. Hearing this, Fong Jing felt a pang of desire. Though he wasn't lacking in food or shelter, who wouldn't he want to earn more spirit stones? His master's magical artifact hadn't been redeemed yet, and he didn't even have a decent magical artifact of his own. The robe he wore was a mundane garment devoid of spiritual energy. He'd always wanted to try the feel of a robe made from spiritual silk. He also wanted to buy a house. Renting wasn't satisfying, and ideally, it should have a trace of spiritual energy. That way, when he meditated, he could save a lot of time and effort. The most crucial thing is the 2 items for cultivation. If I could replace them with first-grade upper-tier items, no, that's too ambitious. First-grade middle-tier would suffice. I dare not hope for more. In an instant, Fong Jing realized he had such a huge shortage of spirit stones. His original plan to just relax was completely shattered by Lao He. Noticing Fong Jingxuan's interest, Lao He added, "You should also look into your own connections. Your older brother Wei Tong is said to have returned. Go pay him a visit and verify the situation on my end as well." With the matter put so plainly, Fong Jing could only bow respectfully. "Thank you for your consideration, old he. I'll give you an answer in a couple of days." Go on, go on. You're the most cautious porter I've ever seen. In this line of work, everyone's got nerves of steel, traveling all over the place every day. How come you're so timid? Fong Jing just chuckled at old he's teasing. Porters at the wharf were generally pretty bold. These people were like Fong Jingxuan's past life-long distance truckers in the Yet Gao Gao Lings. Back then, highway bandits roamed the roads in gangs. Trucks were always loaded with long knives and short guns. When trouble arose, they fought their way through. How else could they make a living? However, with his whim talent, it was understandable that he was a bit timid. Safety came first, after all. With Tu Yuan in tow, Fong Jing left old he's place and returned to the small courtyard he rented, beginning to plan his next moves. Wei Tong returned, which was good news. Old he must have found out about this connection through the other 4, who probably told him after hearing about it that night. This older brother of mine has some influence in the district. When it comes to smuggling, he should be able to cover some of it. Oh right, I should also call Chu Yuan. Our relationship is getting closer, and if you don't act now, it'll be too late when you need him. Fong Jing assessed his current network of connections. Wei Tong was the most important, but their relationship was only slightly above that of casual drinking buddies. They were still far from being life and death allies. As for Chu Yuan, he wasn't very familiar with him yet. Though he was only a distant relative of the Chu family, as an undercover guard within the town's system, he was the highest-ranking person Fong Jing could currently access. As for old he, with his neighborhood connections, if this collaboration goes smoothly, their relationship might become more harmonious in the future. If he could bring Wei Tong into the fold, and give him a cut, then a relationship based on mutual benefit would be far more solid than one based solely on eating and drinking. Keeping his head down and ferrying passengers wouldn't take him far. Fong Jing was well aware of this. It was too slow a way to make money. If he could monopolize a few ferry routes, that would be a real way to make money, and his status would also be more valued by Wei Tong and Chu Yuan. But working as an independent operator has its limits. At the end of the day, it's just a small-scale operation. Fong Jing paced back and forth in the quiet room, contemplating his next moves. Once the market restrictions were lifted, he would have to resume ferrying passengers, as that was currently his only means of survival. But he couldn't keep ferrying passengers indefinitely. The money he earned was barely enough to get by. He needed to gain control of the means of production. He planned to secure contracts for several ferry routes, hire a few cultivators, and eventually form a merchant caravan. That was the path to prosperity. After mulling it over, Fong Jing felt much more at ease. Person needed to have some dreams, otherwise, they'd be no better than a piece of dried fish, dying with regret. With renewed determination, Fong Jing turned his gaze to his attribute panel. He was now at the third level of qi cultivation. Perhaps Wei Tong would value him more now. Opening the panel, the information displayed read. True name, Fong Jing. Cultivation level, qi cultivation stage 3 yet lockup. However, advancing from the second to the third layer of qi cultivation required an additional 3 experience points. That was way too difficult. For a moment, Fong Jing felt even more discouraged. At the rate of 1 point every 3 days, it would take nearly 5 years of cultivation to reach the third layer of qi cultivation. No, I need to make money, live in a spirit vein cave mansion, use high-tier cultivation companions, take cultivation pills, and switch to a top-tier cultivation technique. I refuse to believe this pace can't be accelerated. With this thought, Fong Jingxuan's gaze grew resolute. He clenched his fist tightly, as if he could already see a pile of spirit stones flowing into his account. Chapter 27, A New Perspective. On the empty street, Fong Jing sat on Tu Yuan's back, heading forward. The market district was sealed off, and what had once been a fairly bustling street now had only a few shops open, selling spiritual rice and medicinal herbs. Tu Yuan's large size naturally drew attention, and soon a patrol team of 5 arrived. What are you doing here? Which district are you from? The market district is sealed off. You're not allowed to move around freely. If you have no valid reason, you'll have to come with us. The leader, a 4th-tier qi cultivator, led his men to surround them. Fong Jing, seeing this, cursed under his breath, but forced a smile onto his face before quickly leaping down from Tu Yuan's back. Sir, I am from the Woodleaf district. Here is my household registration document. Please take a look. Fong Jing pulled out the household registration he had obtained when renting the residence earlier and handed it to the other party for inspection. The cultivator took it, glanced at it casually, then fell silent, deep in thought. Fong Jing slapped his forehead, pulled out a low-grade spirit stone from his storage pouch, and slipped it into the other man's hand before saying, I'm heading to the West Gate to handle some business. The captain of the West Gate Guard is my older brother. After receiving the spirit stone, the captain's expression improved slightly, but he still seemed dissatisfied with the amount. He paid no heed to what Fong Jing had said. He had seen many such people who tried to build connections by making up stories. If he believed everything they said, he wouldn't have anything left to eat. Seeing that mentioning someone didn't work, Fong Jing took out the token given to him by Tu Yuan from his storage bag. As soon as the wooden token was produced, Fong Jing could clearly sense that the other party's attitude had softened. Seeing this, Fong Jing speculated that this token was likely an internal token for their patrol team. Upon seeing such a token, they would know the other party was one of their own. Such tokens weren't something just anyone could issue, so they held significant value, and weren't widely circulated. So you're one of us after all. Alright, go quickly and return promptly. Don't miss the curfew. The other party quickly let Fong Jing pass, and turned to stop another cultivator. For the unfortunate soul behind him, Fong Jing could only wish him luck. Tu Yuan continued on steadily. Fong Jing played with the unremarkable token in his hand. It seemed that Tu Yuan held a fairly high position. Just by showing it, he saved himself the expense of 1 or 2 low-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, given the situation, he would probably have to pay a few more to get through. Was it the value of the Dark Guard's status, or the Chu family's influence, that allowed Tu Yuan to casually hand over such a token without batting an eye? Throughout the journey, Fong Jing pondered these matters, realizing that to live comfortably in the marketplace, one must think strategically. Upon reaching the West Gate, Fong Jing arrived at Wei Tong's rented residence and knocked on the door. Brother Wei, are you home? It's Fong Jing. I heard you've returned, so I came specially to bring you something. Fong Jingxuan's voice echoed into the courtyard. After a few moments, Wei Tong's voice finally responded. It's Brother Jing, huh? Cough, cough. Wait a moment. Wei Tong's voice sounded weak, causing Fong Jingxuan's heart to sink. Moments later, the door opened, revealing Wei Tong's pale face. Fong Jing held gifts in both hands: several pounds of demon beast flesh, a small bag of spirit rice, and some miscellaneous items, all practical in nature. In the current situation where the markets were sealed off, these items were already quite valuable, showing that Fong Jing still cared deeply for Wei Tong. Wei Gu, what's this? Fong Jing hesitated before speaking, as he could tell Wei Tong was not in good condition. Wei Tong smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a minor injury. It'll heal in a few days. Come inside." Carrying the items and leading Tu Yuan, Fong Jing entered Wei Tong's small courtyard. As the commander of the Western Gate Guard, Wei Tong's courtyard was quite spacious, and Tu Yuan could stay inside comfortably. Fong Jing put down his belongings and asked with concern, "Brother Wei, are you really okay? What did the herbalist say?" Seeing Fong Jingxuan's concern, Wei Tong felt a warm glow in his heart. Fong Jing was the first friend to visit him, and he had brought so much spirit rice. For someone like Wei Tong, who relied on ferry crossing for a living, saving up such a fortune wasn't easy. Thinking of this, Wei Tong's expression softened slightly. He paused for a moment before saying, "I had a fight with a bandit in the outer regions and sustained some internal injuries. I had a spirit medicine practitioner examine me at the marketplace. With some rest and recuperation, I'll be fine. Don't worry." "Ah, so you really fought those bandits, Wei Gu. How did it go? Did you come out okay?" "Just a mere bandit cultivator. I held my own against a late-stage chi cultivation cultivator. If it weren't for that bastard's deep pockets, I would have taken him down already." Hearing Wei Tong's words, Fong Jing was a bit amazed. Fighting a late-stage chi cultivation cultivator while only at the mid-stage was no easy feat. Seeing that Fong Jing was interested in the matter, Wei Tong felt more inclined to talk and couldn't help but add a few more words. "Don't let their fierce appearance fool you. Their cultivation techniques are weak. Who would choose to become a bandit if they had a decent background? They all resort to banditry because they can't make ends meet, and among those who can't make ends meet, few come from prominent families. Therefore, the cultivation techniques these bandits practice are one worse than the next, all being first-tier lower-grade or middle-grade techniques. If one has a first-tier upper-grade technique, that's already considered decent. As for second-tier or third-tier techniques, forget about it. They rely solely on the sharp magical artifacts and talismans they've eluded. These bandits are obsessed with such life-saving items, so while their cultivation levels aren't impressive, they do have quite a bit of experience in combat." Upon hearing this, Fong Jing asked curiously, "Have these bandit cultivators never obtained any good cultivation techniques? Don't they want to switch to better ones?" "Of course they want to, but changing cultivation techniques isn't that simple. It might take a year or two for some, but for others, it could take 4 or 5 years. And if it fails, they'll suffer backlash, ruining their lives. Moreover, as Gipsao, they have enemies everywhere. They don't have the time for that." Within the Gipsao community, strength speaks louder than words. During the period of switching cultivation methods, their combat abilities weaken, and if they're ambushed, there's no place to seek justice. So while Gipsao may seem carefree, their lives are as tough as a rat's. When mentioning Gipsao, Wei Tong looked down on them. In his view, the upper limit for Gipsao was late chi cultivation stage, and there were very few Gipsao who had reached the foundation establishment stage. Once a Gipsao breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, they must try to wash their hands of their past, otherwise, relying solely on stealing resources from chi cultivation cultivators, they have no way to continue their cultivation. After discussing the topic of Gipsao for a while, Fong Jing no longer asked about it. He recounted his previous battle with Tu Yuan, and hoped Wei Tong could invite Tu Yuan to join them for a meal. After listening, Wei Tong looked at Fong Jing with a different expression. He hadn't expected Fong Jing to have fought against Tu Yuan and not been outmatched. Tu Yuan, all right. Wait for my message. Tonight, we'll have a proper meal. I'll bring a few more men, all trusted allies. You should get to know them. If I'm not around, you can handle matters through them." Hearing Wei Tong speak so generously, Fong Jing felt a surge of joy. It seemed that coming to visit Wei Tong while he was injured had been the right move. He hadn't expected Wei Tong to be injured, but this turned out to be a fortunate coincidence. In this situation, Wei Tong was more emotional. Clearly, Wei Tong had clearly acknowledged him and wanted to bring him into his inner circle. As the commander of the West Gate Guard, he had 5 or 6 cultivators under his command. What kind of powerful figures were in his circle? Thinking this, Fong Jing immediately said, "That's great. Wei Gu, you go ahead and make arrangements. I'll go book a table." "What banquet?" "Let's just eat at my place tonight. I've prepared some special treats for this outing. Everyone can try them. Just bring some wine." Chapter 28, Premium Flesh. That night, Fong Jing did not return to his small courtyard early but stayed at Wei Tong's place, preparing various ingredients. In a large copper pot, the bone broth was rich and aromatic, with several large pieces of demon beast flesh boiling inside. These processed demon beast flesh pieces emitted an enticing fragrance, drawing the attention of Tu Yuan, who kept glancing over from a distance. In the courtyard, several stone stools had been set up, and a few jars of Qinghezui, one of Fong Jingshuan's few remaining supplies, were placed nearby. "Brother Wei, are you all right?" A greeting came from the doorway. Fong Jingxian glanced up and saw that it was Chu Yunseng. He was also holding a gift. Today, he had removed the cloth covering his face, revealing his handsome features. Upon seeing this, Fong Jingxian couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. His cultivation was higher than his own, he was more handsome, and his family background was better. And yet, he was merely a collateral relative. Was there any justice in this world? Though cultivators could absorb spiritual energy to nourish their bodies, most of them weren't particularly handsome. But being not bad was a far cry from being handsome. Fong Jingxian considered himself at most delicate and refined, but to be as handsome as Chu Yunseng, he still had a long way to go. "Hey, Fong brother, busy? Let me help you." Chu Yunseng saw Fong Jingxian preparing food and immediately wanted to help, but clearly he wasn't skilled in such mundane tasks. In the end, he was hurriedly pushed aside by Fong Jingxian. Chu Yunseng then turned his attention to Tu Yuan, wanting to tease him a bit, but Tu Yuan clearly remembered Chu Yunseng and didn't want to acknowledge him. A few moments later, several more people arrived, one of whom was a stunning female cultivator. This caused Fong Jingxian's heart to race. Could this be Wei Tong's mistress? Once everyone had gathered, the demon beast flesh in the pot was nearly cooked. Wei Tong gestured for everyone to sit down and begin the meal. The meal consisted solely of the demon beast flesh. Even the most delicious ordinary ingredients couldn't compare to the preciousness of the demon beast flesh. According to Wei Tong, this demon beast meat was the hind leg meat of a first-grade superior grade rhinoceros horned wild bull. It had been specially awarded by the marketplace to reward Wei Tong for his injuries and to help him recover. The demon beast flesh that Fong Jingxian usually consumed was only first-grade lower quality, and even that required 1 lower-grade spirit stone to purchase 2 or 3 pounds. First-grade upper-tier demon beast flesh, however, is priced 10 times higher, and these dozen or so pounds of flesh would likely cost dozens of lower-grade spirit stones. Eat your fill. Though I was injured this time, I've already been rewarded. This meat is highly nourishing. After you eat, practice your cultivation techniques, and you might be in for a pleasant surprise. Wei Tong was a generous man with a bold personality. The high-quality flesh he considered a treasure, he simply shared with everyone. This made the others call him Big Brother with genuine respect. "We raise our cups to you, Big Brother. May your cultivation progress swiftly, and you advance to the late qi refining stage soon." After a few cups of wine, Fong Jingxian felt his body grow hot. He picked up a piece of cooked rhinoceros horn barbarian beef, put it in his mouth, and tore it apart with force. Damn, this is tough. Although Fong Jingxian had decent teeth, he still found it challenging to handle the rhino horn barbarian beef. Haha, Jingxian brother, your physique isn't up to par. You should find a body cultivation technique to practice. Wei Tong laughed loudly. Fong Jingxian ignored him, focusing solely on eating the meat. After a great deal of effort, he finally chewed the meat to a pulp and swallowed it. Suddenly, a warm current similar to that from taking a tonic pill surged through his body, though this one focused more on his physique. Feeling this warmth, Fong Jingshuan's eyes lit up. A single mouthful of meat had such an effect, no wonder it was so expensive. It was clearly worth the price. Brother, you said I should practice a body cultivating technique? But it seems like not many people practice this technique. Fong Jing replied briefly before continuing to chew. Wei Tong, however, showed no interest in the flesh, likely having eaten it many times before. He simply kept drinking. Body refining techniques require a huge investment, but yield mediocre results. Spending over 100 low-grade spirit stones to cultivate your body might not even allow you to withstand an attack talisman made with 5 low-grade spirit stones. With that kind of money, it's better to buy a better protective artifact or talismans. If you don't need them, you can sell them for resources. That's why many cultivators don't want to practice it. But let me tell you, if you want to become a master of combat, you must practice body refining techniques. If I hadn't cultivated body refining techniques, I wouldn't have gotten away with just internal injuries this time. Wei Tong's talkative nature resurfaced, and the others began to listen intently to his words. Among everyone present, Wei Tong was the most powerful cultivator, and the strongest in combat. Hearing his insights on cultivation could save them a lot of time and effort. Fong Jing listened attentively, but his mouth was not idle. At this moment, he was multitasking, having learned it without a teacher. When facing spell attacks, cultivators have magical artifacts, personal protective barriers, and protective talismans on the outer layer. So they're all like turtle shells, hard to kill with a single strike. Unless it's a sneak attack, where the target hasn't had time to react, a single strike can be fatal. Or if there's a significant difference in cultivation levels, there's no need to discuss that further. When facing someone of a higher cultivation level, it's best to admit defeat and retreat. Never attempt to fight beyond your own level, that's sheer folly. Being one cultivation realm higher is like being infinitely superior. Don't think you're special. Those who end up dying are usually the ones who think that way. These words caused everyone to nod in agreement. These were Wei Tong's hard-earned lessons, and they made perfect sense. Fong Jing also agreed with this reasoning. Crossing realms to fight back only exists in storybooks. In reality, 9 out of 10 end up dead. With so many defensive measures, it seems you're not relying on the protection provided by physical cultivation. However, physical cultivation isn't just about making your body stronger, it also enhances your spiritual willpower, allowing you to control your body with greater precision. And in this aspect, it's the difference between a combat master and an ordinary cultivator. At this point, Wei Tong stopped speaking, leaving the rest for everyone to ponder on their own. As for whether to practice body refinement or not, that was up to each individual's choice. Fong Jing chewed on the demon beast meat, a thought forming in his mind. Body cultivation could enhance the willpower of the soul. This seemed quite suitable for him. Moreover, he didn't have any protective artifacts. If someone were to cross the Tu Yuan to attack him, at least he could withstand a few more hits after refining his body. After Wei Tong finished speaking, the others began discussing other topics. Fong Jing temporarily set aside his thoughts on physical cultivation and focused on blending in. During the conversation, Fong Jing gained a preliminary understanding of the others present. Besides Wei Tong and Tu Yuan, there were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 male cultivators were Wu Yong, a first-tier mid-grade talisman craftsman. The other was Lu Yu, a combat cultivator at the 5th layer of qi cultivation. As for the remaining female cultivator, Fong Jing initially assumed she was Wei Tong's mistress, but he was wrong. She was actually a pharmacist specializing in medical arts. This herbalist was named Wang Xinyu, at the 4th layer of qi cultivation. She had a rather carefree personality, and appeared quite straightforward, unlike most female cultivators. It was likely that her personality allowed her to befriend Wei Tong. Symbolists, combat cultivators, and herbalists are all high-ranking professions within the district. Though they hold no official power, their status is still quite esteemed. The meal lasted well into the night, and everyone finally dispersed. With Chu Yunsheng, the secret guard, present, these few didn't need to worry about the curfew. Before leaving, Fong Jing mentioned to Wei Tong what Lao He had said. Wei Tong agreed it could be done, and if there were any uncertainties, they could come ask him. With Wei Tong's assurance, Fong Jing felt much more at ease. After stuffing himself full of meat, he returned to his small courtyard, handed the bones he had collected to Tu Yuan, and immediately began meditating to absorb the essence of the flesh and blood. When the night had passed, Fong Jing felt his stomach empty. He eagerly opened the panel. The screen displayed. True name, Fong Jing. Cultivation level, Chi cultivation stage 368. Chapter 29, Why bother? Looking at the information on the attribute panel, Fong Jing's face lit up with joy. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly, but he tried to suppress it only to fail in the end. He never expected that the demon beast flesh he had consumed last night would increase his cultivation progress by 4 points. Rounding up, that was equivalent to saving half a month of tedious cultivation. No wonder it was the flesh of a first-tier upper-grade demon beast. Its efficacy rivaled that of a mid-grade cultivation pill. Though he had eaten a bit more than usual last night. But don't dwell on such minor details. This was Fong Jing's first time tasting such high-grade demon beast flesh, so he naturally wanted to savor it properly. Not only did Fong Jing eat a lot himself, but he also brought back the leftover scraps, big bones, and other bits and pieces, planning to boil them for Tu Yuan as a special meal. At least he could let Tu Yuan drink the soup while he ate the meat. That's what a responsible master does. Fong Jing closed his eyes, savoring the taste of the meal. The rhinoceros horn beef wasn't particularly delicious. It was overcooked and tough, making it difficult to chew. But once it entered his stomach, it felt like a warm current, as if it were compensating for the deficiencies in his body. He speculated that this was due to his own low cultivation level and weak physique. Among the group of cultivators who had dined with him last night, his cultivation was the lowest, only at the third layer of Chi cultivation. The only female cultivator, Wang Xinyu, seemed far more agile than him, which was truly astonishing. Could it be that, as a spiritual herb master, she had been consuming large quantities of tonic herbs in her daily diet? Recalling Wang Xinyu's rounded, robust figure beneath her robe yesterday, Fong Jing felt a stir of desire. If he could cultivate a good relationship with her, perhaps he could even sample some of her potent spiritual herbs. Spiritual herb masters were a high-tier profession, not much different from talisman masters, though they were slightly weaker than alchemists and array masters. However, alchemists and array masters are rarely seen by ordinary cultivators. They are treasures of their respective sects, and rarely venture out into the wild. Fong Jing felt quite satisfied with his actions over the past few days. He had expanded his network and reaped some benefits. The gift he had given to Wei Tong wasn't even worth the cost of last night's meal. There was no choice when one was poor, one had to be frugal. One could be extravagant in public, but behind closed doors, one must always keep a clear account of one's finances, lest one end up in debt one day. Straightening his robe, Fong Jing suddenly felt a bit shabby. This robe was just a mundane item. Wearing it around Wei Tong and the others made him feel inadequate. However, this thought quickly faded. Clothing was merely an external thing. Wei Tong wouldn't look down on him just because he wore a better robe. What they valued most was his true self. Thinking of this, Fong Jing felt more confident. With his attribute panel, he could always see his progress. The confidence gained from every small step forward was what truly made him charming. Eat up, don't waste it. This is the flesh of a first-grade superior demon beast. You wouldn't be able to eat something like this under normal circumstances. It's only because you're with me that you have this opportunity. Fong Jing squatted in front of Tu Yuan, watching him devour the meat soup in the bowl while muttering to himself. The best part was that Tu Yuan was completely buying into this routine. The boss eats the meat, and I get the soup. It's only fair. How fortunate I am. After Tu Yuan had licked the bowl clean, Fong Jing waited for a while, confirming that Tu Yuan's powerful digestive system had fully processed the meat soup. He then opened the attribute panel. He wanted to see if the demon beast's flesh had any noticeable effect on Tu Yuan's bloodline progression. If it worked, he'd have to get more of this high-end ingredient in the future. However, the results were disappointing. The section regarding Tu Yuan displayed the following. Bloodline progress, Yi Subdedepa. This was less than 3 points higher than before, completely ineffective compared to that small amount of turtle shell powder. Cows and turtles seem to be quite different. This doesn't have much effect on Tu Yuan's bloodline potential growth. We need to find various turtle-like demon beasts, at least water-type spirit beasts. Land-based ones just don't work. Fong Jing scratched his head, his mind racing with these thoughts. This action looked a bit silly to Tu Yuan, who realized that sometimes his master wasn't as smart as he was. But the cautious Tu Yuan wouldn't let his master notice such things. He was clever, after all. Fong Jingxian pondered for a moment and decided to verify this later. For now, the urgent matter was to find Lao He and plan the smuggling operation in the marketplace. So Fong Jingxian leaped onto Tu Yuan's back, and without needing to be told, Tu Yuan automatically headed toward the He family mansion. Upon arriving, old He saw Fong Jingxian, and a subtle smile appeared on his face. How about it? Do you think it's feasible? Recalling Wei Tong's instructions, Fong Jingxian nodded cautiously before speaking. Old He, I can do this, but there are some things I must make clear beforehand. Those sensitive supplies are off limits to me. I will only handle a few specific categories. Fong Jingxian had carefully considered these words. After all, smuggling goods had its own set of rules. For example, in his previous life, if you were transporting a ship full of pig's feet, the authorities might chase you, but they'd eventually let you go after all. They needed to eat pig's feet for dinner. But if you were to transport a ship full of double lions treading the earth, they wouldn't hesitate to risk their lives to stop you. You'd be dead before you knew it. Therefore, Fong Jingxian absolutely dared not touch the goods explicitly banned by Hongye Pavilion. At most, he would smuggle some spiritual rice, ingredients, and spiritual vegetables, items in high demand that everyone still needed. Don't worry, I may be old, but I'm not ready to die yet. Why would I get involved with you in dealing contraband? Besides, those black market merchants have a monopoly on these goods, and their methods are far more ruthless than those in the market. Black market merchants? Fong Jingxian had heard of them before but had never encountered them. There was no other reason. He was too poor to be a target customer for the black market. Rumor had it that the black market sold everything from female cultivators locked naked in cages and auctioned off for human elixirs used to break through cultivation bottlenecks. There were also blood-stained magical artifacts seized from slain cultivators, and materials prohibited by law for the cultivation of demonic and evil paths. If the marketplace is the yang side of the cultivation world, then the black market is the yin side. Despite repeated crackdowns, it remains untouchable. Even a single artifact from the black market is of high quality, though cheaper. However, the trouble it brings is equally headache-inducing. One might be tracked down by the rightful owner, who, in their anger, could take your life. Such precedents exist. Therefore, Fong Jingxian did not want to have any connection with the black market. He just wanted to make a little money on the side, which was enough for him. I can tell you don't have the guts. To be honest, neither do I. The older you get, the more you fear death. If it weren't for my good-for-nothing son needing my old bones to support him, I wouldn't be getting involved in this mess. Fong Jingxian was taken aback. Ah, your son works at the Danding sect? That's a Golden Dan sect. Even if he leaks a little information, you'd have more than enough to enjoy. Why have things come to this? Old He sighed bitterly, his face full of worry. Precisely because it's a Golden Dan sect, the competition is fierce. His mansion is still in debt, and he needs to secure his position, bribe his superiors, and support his entire family. It's harder for him than it is for me. I just need to feed myself, but he can't do that. Alright, Fong Jingxian didn't ask any more. He feared that if he continued, old He might break down in tears. This old man, it seems, hasn't had it easy either. At his age, he's still struggling for his son. Others see him as living a glamorous life, but only he knows the hardships he endures. What's the point of all this suffering? Chapter Samsup, First Smuggling. The next day, Fong Jingxian brought Tu Yuan to the place recommended by old He. You were sent by old He? You turtle, how much can you carry? Fong Jingxian quickly put on a smile and said. Yes, old He recommended me. This spirit turtle is robust and gifted. Carrying 5,000 pounds at a time is no problem. Upon hearing this, Tu Yuan, standing beside him, widened his little eyes, a hint of panic flashing through them. Wait, master, are you serious? Do you even care about me? I'm your favorite pet. After Fong Jingxian finished speaking, the senior chi cultivator in charge approached Tu Yuan and tapped the turtle shell on his back. Without any apparent effort, Tu Yuan was nearly knocked to the ground by the light tap. Not bad. You have a strong build. You'll make a good pack animal. You're in. This time, you'll be transporting goods to Ping Yuan. 5 low-grade spirit stones per trip, with meals provided along the way. You'll return the next day. Any issues? No. Since that's the case, take your token and head over there to wait. Fong Jing took the token and led Tu Yuan to the side. He turned to look back, and Tu Yuan's eyes were moist, almost about to cry. The sudden attack by the cultivator had startled Tu Yuan, and Fong Jing, feeling sorry for him, took out some dried demon beast meat slices from his storage pouch, placed them in his palm, and comforted him. Don't be upset. Once your master becomes successful, I promise no one will dare to treat you like this again. This dog, how heavy-handed. With Fong Jingxuan's comfort, Tu Yuan's mood improved significantly. It ate the meat slices with a pout, and every time it ate one, Fong Jingxian would take out another. After a few breaths, Fong Jingxian realized that the creature was taking advantage of the situation to sneak more food. Glaring at Tu Yuan, Fong Jingxian ignored it and went to a corner to quietly observe his surroundings. As far as he could see, there were several pack beasts waiting patiently under their masters' soothing words. Fong Jingxian recalled the manager's words about going to Pingyuan Dew to transport goods, and that they needed to transport many pounds of it. Could it be spirit rice? Pingyuan Dew produced spirit rice. If the marketplace had purchased a large quantity of spirit rice, wouldn't buying it himself be a waste of money? No, Fong Jingxian didn't believe the marketplace would be so generous as to sell pure spirit rice at a low price to the scattered cultivators within the marketplace. They would definitely sell it at a higher price. Fong Jingxian didn't understand the market, and he certainly didn't understand the nature of those managers. Thinking this, Fong Jingxian was certain that even if he brought back a large amount of spirit rice, he could secretly transport some and sell it for a good price. On the way there, everything went smoothly, because many of the beasts of burden weren't carrying any cargo. Not only were there no goods, but the defensive measures were also strong. As far as Fong Jingxian could see, the leader was a middle-aged male cultivator holding a magical sword. His cold expression alone was enough to showcase the aura of a powerful cultivator. This was a late-stage qi cultivation expert at the 9th layer, and one who wielded a magical sword, a true powerhouse. Even ordinary cultivators would be too scared to approach him. In the cultivation world, those who choose to use a magical sword in battle are either newcomers who think it looks cool, or they were seasoned warriors who had endured countless brutal battles, and had long since abandoned any regard for their own lives. This is because the magical sword is a weapon that only attacks and never defends. It is used for all-out, life-or-death combat. Sword cultivators do not bother with protective artifacts or talismans, they trust only the sword in their hands. Therefore, when encountering a sword cultivator, most people would show them a great deal of respect. The Red Leaf Pavilion had clearly dispatched this expert to lead the operation, indicating the importance they placed on this mission. Besides this sword-wielding expert, there are several other combat cultivators at the mid-stage of qi cultivation accompanying them. These are the true professional bodyguards, equipped with defensive artifacts, offensive artifacts, and their life-bound divine abilities. With these people guarding the outside, Fong Jingxian felt at ease, especially since his whim showed no reaction, so he wasn't the least bit worried. After a long and arduous journey, the group arrived at Pingyuan Ferry, which was the territory of another Foundation establishment family, but it did not belong to the Dan Ding sect. Instead, it was under the jurisdiction of the Lingmu Alliance. The Dan Ding sect and the Lingmu Alliance share some border territories. Compared to the Dan Ding sect, the Lingmu Alliance is much stronger, with 5 golden core cultivators alone. However, none of this concerned Fong Jingxian, and he didn't care about such matters. He only wanted to buy more spirit rice to take back and sell. By the time the group arrived at Pingyuan Ferry, it was nearly evening. The overseer in charge of the group distributed a low-grade spirit stone to each person, before allowing Fong Jingxian and the other pack animals to roam freely around the inn where they were staying. However, the pack beasts had to stay at the inn, as they would need to carry goods the next day, and could not be risked. After calming the pack animals, Fong Jingxian headed to the market in Pingyuan Dew to select goods. Compared to the sealed-off Hongye Lane, many items here were of better quality and cheaper, including spirit rice, which sold for 13 pounds per low-grade spirit stone, cheaper than before the seal. 3 pounds of first-grade demon beast flesh, which was of lower quality, only cost 1 lower-grade spirit stone, making it quite cost-effective. The Spirit Wood Alliance was the place with the most wood-attributed cultivators, and spirit plant cultivators were everywhere, with the sound of discussions about cultivating spirit plants filling the air, creating a lively atmosphere. With so many spirit plant cultivators, the variety of crops grown in the fields is abundant, and the region is rich in lakes and waterways, rivaling even the Water Alliance in terms of water resources. Fong Jing clutched the 92 low-grade spirit stones in his storage pouch, lost in thought. What could he buy with this money that would allow him to earn even more? Spiritual rice? Spiritual herbs? Spiritual tea? Or perhaps demon beast flesh and blood? Having finally obtained the opportunity to arrive here safely, Fong Jing did not want to waste it. After all, not everyone had the privilege of being escorted by a late chi cultivation stage sword cultivator. The journey had been perilous, and ordinary cultivators attempting to travel back and forth would likely face the wrath of bandits. Fong Jing first considered what the wandering cultivators in the Woodleaf Street were most in need of, as his first sales channel would have to start from a place he was familiar with. Meat and spiritual rice were the most urgent needs. Other items could be endured for now, but without food, that was out of the question. With that in mind, Fong Jing gritted his teeth and bought all the spirit stones he had to purchase pickled demon beast meat, totaling about 200 pounds, and then bought nearly 300 pounds of the lowest grade spirit rice. Though it sounded like a lot, it could all fit into a few large bags. However, transportation was a hassle, as he no longer had the carrying beast. Fong Jing would have to carry everything himself. It took Fong Jing quite some time to carry all the supplies back to the inn where he was staying. The commotion did not go unnoticed by the team leader's assistant, but he merely glanced over briefly before losing interest. He was only responsible for transporting the goods. As long as they were delivered safely, he didn't want to get involved in anything else. After all, the packers who came on this trip were mostly connected to someone, and he didn't want to cause trouble for everyone. Since the supervisor didn't care, the others certainly didn't either. As for the sword cultivator, he didn't show his face at all throughout the entire process. It wasn't just the porters like Fong Jing who were like this. Some of the combat cultivators had also bought some goods. Clearly, this was considered a perk of being on an external mission. That evening, Fong Jing, who had no interest in cultivation, looked at the two large packages in the corner of the room and couldn't help but smile. This single trip would net him at least a third of his usual earnings, roughly 30 low-grade spirit stones. This was after deducting his share for Lao He, and it was all his own. Oh, and he hadn't even counted the 5 low-grade spirit stones he'd earned as a reward. Just this one trip had yielded 35 low-grade spirit stones, which was nearly equivalent to a month's earnings from toiling as a ferryman and hawking goods. Indeed, to make money, one needs connections and connections. Otherwise, working as a ferryman and hailing customers, when would one ever be able to afford a house in the Red Leaf District? Chapter Samsupyat, the Formless Cicada's Molt. Outside the city, Fong Jing didn't relax for a single moment all night, remaining constantly alert and on guard. To be honest, this was his first time venturing so far from home, having already crossed the borders of the Dan Ding sect's territory. The White Mountain region had never been particularly stable, and small caravans were often raided. Unless absolutely necessary, ordinary cultivators would avoid venturing far from home. Some people spend their entire lives in one place. Is that by choice? No, it's the environment that shapes them. As the sky began to grow light, Fong Jing was awakened and told to prepare the pack animals. Box after box of heavy cargo was strapped to Tu Yuan's back, making the already massive creature appear even larger. Hundreds of boxes of unknown goods were piled high. Fong Jing inspected Tu Yuan's condition to ensure it could withstand the load. Tu Yuan simply lay quietly on the ground, appearing steady and composed. When he noticed Fong Jing looking at him, his eyes gleamed with pride. It seemed to say, "This measly load? Don't even think about challenging the mighty Tu Yuan." Fong Jing stuffed the dried meat and spirit rice he had bought the previous night into the gaps between the cargo, effectively smuggling them along. By the time he finished these tasks, it was already broad daylight. At the signal from the overseer leading the group, everyone set off on their return journey. 7 or 8 beasts of various kinds, their backs loaded to the brim, formed a single file as they walked. Such a large scale was impossible to hide from those with keen eyes. However, Fong Jing noticed the manager's intentions and wasn't too worried. The security within the Lingmu Alliance's territory was relatively stable. The main concern was the stretch of land between the Dan Ding Gate territory and the Red Leaf Pavilion. As the group left Pingyuan Ferry and entered the Wilderness Highway, Fong Jingshuan's mood grew slightly somber. He hoped his first smuggling mission would go smoothly. By afternoon, the Red Leaf Pavilion S group had already left the Lingmu Alliance S territory and entered the Dan Ding Sect S domain. Unlike when they arrived, the beasts of burden were now fully loaded with goods, moving slowly. It would likely be nightfall by the time they reached the Red Leaf district. Along the way, Fong Jingxian sat cross-legged on the back of the pack beast, appearing to close his eyes and rest, but in reality, he was constantly connecting with his life-bound formless cicada shedding, keeping Heart's Blood Surge in a state of constant activation. Heart's Blood Surge was a passive ability. Whenever Fong Jingxian was about to face danger, he would feel uneasy and panicked. The greater the danger, the more pronounced these emotions became. Compared to the Thousand Spirit Ancient Pine, Fong Jingxian felt that his other life-bound artifact, the formless cicada shedding, was far more mysterious. Thousand Spirits Ancient Pine can be found recorded in the cultivation realm, but formless cicada shedding cannot. Moreover, the innate ability Whim awakened from it is not an ordinary innate divine ability. The mechanism behind Whim leaves Fong Jingxian puzzled. Is it his intuition for dangerous environments, or some mysterious connection through causality? If it's the former, that's manageable. But if it's the latter, then the status of this divine ability is extremely high. What does formless cicada truly signify? The attribute panel provided no explanation on this point, possibly because his cultivation was insufficient to comprehend the essence of such a rank. However, since he plans to engage in smuggling and travel freely in the future, the innate function of Whim is extremely important. If he could enhance it by even a little on top of its current foundation, that would be even better. The method to enhance one's innate talent lies in the objects that share the same essence as one's innate essence. The higher the grade of the companion item, and the more compatible its characteristics, the faster the cultivation progress, and the more powerful the innate divine ability that awakens. However, the companion object for his formless cicada shedding is merely a spiritual herb, not even a low-grade first-tier item. With such cultivation, the effect of Whim cannot be significantly enhanced. It can be said that Whim is just the most basic version, but even so, Whim has helped me avoid several crises in the past. Once I've saved enough spirit stones, I'll buy a first-tier lower-grade formless cicada shedding companion first. As for the Thousand Spirit Pine companion, I'll keep it for now, it's still usable. Fong Jingxian was pondering these matters in his mind when suddenly, his heart gave a sharp jolt. Whim had been triggered. Fong Jingxian opened his eyes and quietly observed his surroundings, glancing at the cultivator holding the magical sword to see if he had noticed anything unusual. The sword-holding cultivator remained seated on the back of a beast, eyes closed in meditation. This state of mind made Fong Jingxian inwardly curse. Isn't he supposed to be a master? How could he fail to detect danger in advance? Fong Jingxian considered warning him but held back. At this moment, it was best not to make any reckless moves, lest he draw the enemy's attention. If he were targeted first, it would be disastrous. He quietly pulled out 3 talismans from his storage pouch, a lightness talisman, a protective talisman, and a flame-splitting talisman. He also took out a short blade, not a magical artifact but ordinary iron, though sharp enough. Fong Jingxian was preparing for the worst if things turned sour. He would sever the ropes binding Tu Yuan's back, send the cargo flying, and flee with Tu Yuan as quickly as possible. The enemy's target was the cargo. He was just a pack animal, not worth their time to chase. It should be fine. Fong Jingxian comforted himself in this way, and the whim of the heart had not been triggered severely. The situation was not yet dire. It all depended on whether the guards of Hongye Pavilion could hold out. 10 breaths later, the cultivator holding the magical sword finally opened his cold eyes. He raised his hand and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, stop." The team leader in charge was startled and hurriedly ordered everyone to stop. He asked, "Brother Yunshen, what has happened?" Chu Yunshen floated in mid-air, surveying the surroundings, and spoke calmly. "Some guests have arrived. I will meet them." Fong Jing watched Chu Yunshan floating in mid-air, feeling a touch of envy. Flying through the air was a technique only mastered by late Qi cultivation stage cultivators, while mid-stage cultivators relied primarily on magical artifacts to fly. As for early Qi cultivation stage cultivators who wanted to fly, at best, they could flap their arms in the air a few times. Their spiritual energy wasn't strong enough, so it was best not to make a fool of themselves. After speaking, Chu Yunshan flew forward with his magical sword toward the dense forest ahead. Brother Yunshan, be careful. Don't fall for a diversion tactic. The attendant shouted loudly, but Chu Yunshan paid no heed. He merely said, "No problem. There are no strong opponents nearby. You can hold them off. Capture the leader first, I'll be back shortly." Chu Yunshan wasn't a good bodyguard. Though he was powerful in battle, he had no sense of professional ethics. Fong Jing inwardly cursed, "The cargo is the most important thing. Have you lost your mind as a sword cultivator? Seeing the enemy and wanting to test your sword?" As Chu Yunshan departed, the remaining 5 Qi cultivation mid-stage combat cultivators silently drew their magical artifacts, preparing to face the enemy. At that moment, Fong Jing sighed, "I really have such a hard life." Chapter Samsupyi, deliver the goods and collect the money. However, to Fong Jingxuan's surprise, the battle never escalated into a full-scale fight. Before the battle even began on this side, Chu Yunshan had already returned, holding a severed head in his hand. The entire ordeal lasted no more than 20 breaths, and the crisis was over. An unknown bandit cultivator, probably a vagabond who came here to cause trouble. He was at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, but he ran too slowly, and was caught and beheaded by me. Fong Jingxian stared at the lifeless head of the cultivator, feeling a chill run down his spine. This was a Qi cultivation stage cultivator, a prominent figure in the marketplace. And yet, in less than half an hour, he was gone? It seemed that Chu Yunshan wasn't reckless or arrogant, but confident. That's why he went straight for the enemy's lair. Impressive. Feeling more at ease, Fong Jingxuan's impression of Chu Yunshan improved greatly. Those without ability are called reckless, while those with ability are called confident. That's the difference. It's all about the results, after all. This shows the true capabilities of sword cultivators. Even if ordinary cultivators were to engage in a magical duel, it wouldn't end so quickly. Perhaps they're still fighting fiercely right now. After this interlude, Chu Yunshan continued to hold his sword and close his eyes to rest, while the team leader wrapped the head and prepared to take it back for identification, hoping to trace its origins. The remaining journey was quiet. After what had just happened, Fong Jingxian no longer felt the urge to act on impulse. As night approached, the Red Leaf Pavilion came into view. Looking at the dazzling human structures lit up by lanterns, Fong Jingxian felt a sense of peace. Unload all the cargo first, then go collect the spirit stones. This hire is now complete. If we need you again, I'll find you. The team leader directed everyone to work busily. Fong Jingxian watched the laborers on the dock unload the cargo from Tu Yuan's back one box at a time, while the 2 packages at his feet remained inconspicuous. Once Tu Yuan's back was empty, Fong Jingxian hurriedly set off toward the Woodleaf Street, carrying the newly acquired payment and the 2 large packages. Old he, I'm back. Fong Jingxian walked straight into Lao He's courtyard. At that moment, Lao He hadn't gone to rest yet. He looked at Fong Jingxian, and a smile spread across his face. How much cargo? 200 pounds of pickled demon beast meat, 300 pounds of low-grade spirit rice, and goods worth nearly 100 low-grade spirit stones. I couldn't carry any more, so this is all I have. That's enough. Any more would be too conspicuous. This is just right. Let me calculate it for you. Currently, in the marketplace, 1 low-grade spirit stone can only buy 5 pounds of spirit rice, and 1 pound and 2 ounces of demon beast blood and flesh. If we sell all this cargo, we can get 180 low-grade spirit stones. Fong Jingxian also calculated silently in his mind. The demon beast flesh could fetch yetbak yisup low-grade spirit stones, the spirit rice loksup, and his own cost was just over gausup. This drip alone would yield a bafunzi yetbak profit, truly a lucrative deal. However, he had to give old he a third, and send some to Wei Tong's side. He also wondered if the manager would want a cut. Should we split it as we agreed earlier? Fong Jingxian spoke up, and Lao He nodded and said, I didn't do much, and you took the risk to handle it. 3/10 is enough for me. However, I'll take 10 low-grade spirit stones from that as a gift to smooth things over. That part won't be shared. After hearing Lao He's words, Fong Jing calculated his final earnings, which amounted to about 50 low-grade spirit stones, far exceeding his previous estimate. Alright, then please help distribute this cargo. I don't have the energy for it. The long journey was exhausting, and we encountered unexpected situations along the way. I need to return home to rest. If there are any future shipments, we can discuss it then. After saying this, Fong Jing left with Tu Yuan toward his small courtyard. He looked at the 2 large bags on the ground and couldn't help but smile, humming a few lines of opera. Today is my day of joy. First to Xiangyang for the king, then to Xiangyang. Upon returning to his familiar little nest, Fong Jing finally relaxed completely. Smuggling and trading could indeed make money, but the head of the cultivator he had obtained today had left a significant impact on him. This was a life-threatening job. At that moment, Fong Jing felt a chill run down his spine. If Tu Yuan hadn't been able to handle it, wouldn't he have been forced to fight for his life? Shaking his head, Fong Jing pushed those thoughts aside. After all, the spirit stones were in his hands now. Once this batch of goods was sold, his spirit stones would return to around the Yi Bat mark, and with the miscellaneous items he could break through the Yi Bat mark if sold. 200 low-grade spirit stones were enough to purchase a first-tier companion that wasn't too perfect, and his jade pine only cost 150 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the spiritual material cicada shell in his possession could fetch 50 low-grade spirit stones. With anticipation for his new fellow disciple, Fong Jing began meditating. The 2 days he had wasted needed to be made up for as soon as possible. The next morning, Fong Jing finished his cultivation and opened his attribute panel, nodding slightly. True name, Fong Jing. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage 3 His cultivation progress had increased slightly, not bad, there was progress. However, it would take 5 years to break through Qi cultivation stage 3, and stage say would likely require 8 years. Based on this calculation, would he even be able to reach foundation establishment in his lifetime? With dual life-bound spirits and 3 spiritual roots, is my potential really that poor? Then what about those with 3 primary destinies and 5 spiritual roots? Won't they be stuck at the late Qi cultivation stage for their entire lives? No wonder so many cultivators aren't enthusiastic about cultivation, they've completely given up, as they see no hope. Fong Jing stopped dwelling on these thoughts. He checked the time and realized it was time to practice symbol formation. He took out the talisman paper, which was still half intact, carefully dipped it in spiritual ink, and began his practice. As the number of failures increased, he gradually figured out some tricks. His experience in using his divine consciousness to penetrate the talisman paper and sense the structure of the spiritual ink also grew. By midday, he had someone call Fong Jing over. Accompanied by Tu Yuan, he entered Lao He's courtyard, where Lao He handed him a pouch of spirit stones. This is your share. I sold all the goods from last night this morning. The price was slightly cheaper than the market rate, and they were snapped up. People even asked when the next batch would be available. Fong Jing opened the spirit stone pouch, glanced at it briefly, then stuffed it into his storage bag. He thought for a moment and said, could you keep an eye out for me? When Tu Yuan is accompanied by his guards, I'll follow them. As for the other routes, I need to observe them first. Tu Yuan? Alright, I'll keep an eye out. I haven't heard much about him. He's probably a direct descendant of the Chu family from Tu Yuan Mountain. Hongye Pavilion belongs to the Chu family, but the Chu family doesn't live there. They reside on Tu Yuan Mountain, which is a bit farther away. Tu Yuan Mountain is a mysterious place for the people of Hongye Pavilion. Ordinary folk cannot access it, which is why he had never heard of Tu Yuan before. Having obtained the spirit stones, Fong Jing was in a good mood. After leaving he took some items with him and hurried to Wei Tong's place. This time, Fong Jing wanted to try asking Wei Tong about the body cultivation technique he practiced. If possible, he wanted to see if he could try practicing it himself. The death of the cultivator today had only strengthened his resolve to enhance his body through cultivation. Chapter 3 Qingmu Health Preservation. In Wei Tong's courtyard, Fong Jing set up a stone table and brought out a jar of spiritual wine. In the small pot in front of them, the flesh and blood of a demon beast were simmering, occasionally bubbling and rising before sinking back down. Fong Jing and Wei Tong ate the meat and drank bowl after bowl of spiritual wine, looking quite content. Tu Yuan stood nearby, gnawing on a large bone with meat still clinging to it, eating with relish. After a few bowls of wine, Fong Jing began to share his experiences from his recent outing. When he mentioned Tu Yunshen's techniques, Wei Tong became interested and said, "The magical sword in Tu Yunshen's hand must be a second-tier magical sword. Otherwise, it wouldn't have broken through the defenses of a late Qi cultivation stage cultivator so quickly. It only took a few breaths to sever the opponent's head. A second-tier magical sword? Isn't that something only foundation establishment cultivators can use?" In the cultivation world, magical artifacts are classified as follows. First tier corresponds to Qi cultivation cultivators, second tier to foundation establishment, and third tier to golden core, and so on. The use of magical artifacts requires a significant amount of spiritual energy and divine awareness. If one's cultivation is insufficient, and they forcefully use them, it's like a child swinging a sledgehammer. It's easy to lose control and harm oneself. Manipulating a magical artifact emphasizes smoothness and adaptability, not merely pursuing raw power. Otherwise, even if it's powerful, if you can't control it, it's inevitably inferior. In response to Fong Jingxuan's words, Wei Tong shook his head and said, "You don't understand. Sword cultivators have techniques to manipulate higher-tier sword artifacts. They have a method of cultivating their lives in tandem with their swords, claiming to nurture the sword embryo, or nourish the sword with their divine essence. It's all very mystical. Then why does Tu Yunshen always hold on to his magical sword instead of storing it in his storage pouch? It must be to constantly nurture it and establish a connection with the sword. That's his cultivation method." After hearing this, Fong Jing felt he had a deeper understanding of sword cultivators. If that's the case, they can use higher-tiered swords to overpower lower-tiered ones, making their combat power truly formidable. "Brother Wei, you know so much. I came here today with a favor to ask. The body cultivation technique you mentioned earlier, I'd like to try practicing it. Could you give me some guidance?" Fong Jing looked at Wei Tong with eager eyes. After spending some time with him, he knew Wei Tong's temperament well. He was generous and open-hearted, and very generous to those he considered his own. If there was anything he wanted, he could just ask directly. Sure enough, Wei Tong didn't hesitate. He downed a bowl of wine, and Fong Jing quickly refilled it. The physical cultivation technique is no big deal. It's not some secret technique that can't be passed on. If you want to practice it, I'll teach it to you. But let me be clear, once you start practicing the physical cultivation technique, you must continue practicing it consistently. Otherwise, if the technique backfires, you could end up with severe injuries, or even paralysis, and death. It's not impossible. Fong Jing blinked. He hadn't expected the body tempering technique to have such risks. No wonder the cultivators here didn't practice much. Please enlighten me, what does the backlash of the physical cultivation technique refer to? Body cultivation techniques require the consumption of various spiritual materials and resources. Many cultivators find the initial stages enjoyable, but as their cultivation level rises, the resources required increase significantly. Eventually, they become unwilling to invest further. The physical bodies cultivated through the technique, without continued resource investment, gradually deteriorate. In severe cases, this can lead to irreversible consequences, which vary from person to person, and depending on the specific cultivation technique practiced. However, despite this, the benefits of physical cultivation techniques are immense, becoming increasingly evident as one progresses. Wei Tong spoke mysteriously, and Fong Jing noticed his expression, which didn't seem like he was putting on an act. Fong Jing recalled that Wei Tong was able to associate with someone like Huizong, disciple of a prominent family, which clearly indicated that he had some secrets of his own. His words should be highly credible. As for the potential risks of the cultivation techniques, that was not something he could consider at the moment. I already know the strengths and weaknesses of this physical cultivation technique. Please teach me one of your physical cultivation techniques. Since you wish to learn, I won't withhold anything. You have the 3 spiritual roots of metal, wood, and water, correct? I have 2 body refining techniques, wood and water. Which one would you like to learn? Information about one's spiritual roots isn't very sensitive, but one's life-bound element is a taboo subject, and is generally not revealed to others. Fong Jing recalled his own life essence, the 1,000-year-old pine, which was also wood attributed, and thus pondered for a moment before saying, I wish to cultivate the wood attributed physical cultivation technique. Wei Tong laughed heartily and said, a good choice. Wood attributed physical cultivation techniques are relatively gentle, and the risks are smaller compared to the other schools. Once you reach the peak of physical cultivation, you may also obtain a spiritual body, which is highly beneficial for cultivating wood attributed techniques. This technique, the green wood nourishing body technique, I will pass on to you. Wait here for a moment, I will fetch paper and ink to write it down for you. After leaving Wei Tong, Fong Jing returned home, and looked at the thin booklet in his hands, feeling a bit moved. This older brother, Wei Tong, was indeed reliable. The booklet even included his own annotations and insights on this technique, showing how much effort he had put into it. This older brother had been so generous, he must repay him in the future. Putting his thoughts aside, Fong Jing carefully studied the physical cultivation technique. The Qingmu Yangshinggong was only of the first-tier middle grade. According to Wei Tong, if this physical cultivation technique were to reach the peak of its realm, there would be even higher-tier techniques available, but those would require the purchase of spirit stones. Fong Jing wasn't thinking that far ahead yet. The Qingmu Yangshinggong was compatible with his wood-attributed spiritual root, and secretly harmonized with his life-bound Qianling Suibai. It was the most suitable cultivation technique for the qi condensation realm. The unique feature of this technique is that it requires the fusion of plant spirit energy to temper the physical body, emphasizing external resilience and internal nourishment. It is divided into 5 layers. These are Qingmu Pai, Tingjing Luo, Yunsong Jin, Di Mai Shen, and finally Qingmu Changxing Ti. Of course, the final Qingmu Changxing body is just hype. Its effects are merely to extend one's lifespan by 10 years, accelerate recovery after injuries, and enhance perception of wood-attributed spiritual energy. While the effects seem promising, they pale in comparison to the resources and time required to cultivate through the 5 layers. Nevertheless, Fong Jing is deeply fond of this technique. Each layer mastered grants corresponding benefits. Upon completing the Qingmu Pai layer, the skin becomes as though constantly protected by a wooden vine armor shield, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities. The vine meridians allow one's meridians to expand slightly, enabling faster cultivation and energy circulation during meditation, which is highly beneficial for future cultivation. The Yunsong Jin involves listening to the sound of pine and cypress trees to comprehend the ways of nature, which strengthens the soul and nurtures the internal organs, offering numerous benefits. The earth vein body technique allows one to become like a great tree, always rooted in the earth, greatly enhancing perception of earth vein spiritual energy. This enables one to absorb more spiritual energy during outdoor cultivation in the future. The Qingmu Changxing body technique extends lifespan, enhances perception of wood spirit energy, and accelerates wound healing. These are the 5 levels of this cultivation technique. After reviewing them, Fong Jing felt quite excited. He decided to act promptly and try it out tonight. However, before that, he needed to complete the preparatory work first. The materials required for the body cultivation technique had to be purchased in advance. As for where to buy these materials cheaply, Fong Jing already had a target in mind: his old acquaintance, Mo Guanong, the spirit plant cultivator. Thus, Fong Jing set off with Tu Yuan, heading toward Mo Guanong's spiritual plant garden with haste. Chapter Samsupse, Attempting Body Cultivation. Mo Guanong's cultivation garden was located in a corner of the town, in a remote area with few people and little spiritual energy, so it was rarely visited. However, the garden covered about 7 or 8 acres, and the rent paid to the Red Leaf District each year was substantial, making it Mo Guanong's largest expense. However, if he were to save this rent and move his farm outside the town, he would certainly refuse, as the security outside was poor, and his crops would often be stolen before they ripened. As a result, there are often years where nothing is harvested, and all the hard work goes to waste. Therefore, Mo Guenong would rather pay a large sum of rent to secure land within the town for cultivation, even though the town has good security and is protected by an array formation, ensuring that his harvest is not diminished in any way. Fong Jing, accompanied by Tu Yuan, arrived at the location and knocked on the door. After a few moments, a boy of 7 or 8 years old emerged. Seeing the massive Tu Yuan, he spoke timidly. "Sir, are you here to see my grandfather? He has gone out on business and will return in an hour." Fong Jing examined the child, who bore a striking resemblance to the old man Mo Guenong. It must be his grandson. Mo, the old man, had been coming here to buy manure all this time, and I didn't even know he had a grandson. "I'm here to see your grandfather." "Since that's the case, I'll wait here for a moment. You go inside." Since the other was just a child, and the plantation was filled with valuable spiritual plants, Fong Jing didn't want to go inside. It wouldn't be appropriate, so he decided to wait at the entrance for a while. The child nodded, went inside, and closed the door. Fong Jing stayed outside with Tu Yuan, waiting. But after a moment, the child came out again, this time carrying a set of teaware. He approached Fong Jing and said, "You are a guest. My grandfather taught me to show hospitality. I have brewed a pot of spiritual tea for you. Please enjoy it while you wait." After speaking, he poured a cup of tea for Fong Jing. Fong Jing was surprised that the child was so well-mannered, completely different from the other young cultivators he had encountered before. He took the teacup, merely sniffed it, and did not drink. He asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Mo Jianqin. I am 8 years old." Fong Jing nodded, thanked him, and then Mo Jianqin left the tea set outside and returned to the garden. After about half an hour, Mo Guenong returned. Spotting Fong Jing from afar, he approached to greet him. Rare guest. How did you find the time to visit me today, young Master Fong?" Fong Jing didn't beat around the bush and said directly. "Old Mo, I came here today to buy some spiritual wood essence for body cultivation. I recently acquired a new body cultivation technique, so we'll be doing a lot of business together in the future." "Oh, this is a big customer." No problem. Follow me." Upon hearing Fong Jingshuan's words, Mo Guenong's face broke into a wide smile. Fong Jing wanted to cultivate his body, which meant he would be a steady customer for him in the future. He had to make sure to treat him well. Mo Guenong led Fong Jing into the garden, with the tea set still in his hands. Mo Jianqin saw his grandfather return and rushed forward to tell him about what had just happened. After receiving praise, his little face lit up with joy. "Young Master Fong, this spiritual wood essence is made by extracting the core of a 100-year-old tree and blending it with the essence of wood-attributed spiritual plants. On the market, one low-grade spiritual stone is worth £1. Since we're old acquaintances and will be doing business in the future, how about one low-grade spiritual stone for £1 and 3 ounces? Mo Guenong began to quote a price, but Fong Jing thought for a moment and smiled. That was the old price. Now that the marketplace is sealed off, how many people would buy this spirit wood essence? I bet you've stockpiled a lot of it. Why not make it cheaper? One low-grade spirit stone for £2. £2? That'd be a huge loss for me. My expenses are high rent, spirit fertilizer, array spirit stones, spirit-enhancing potions, none of that comes cheap. Fong Xiaoxiong, you've gotta let me break even. Hee, business is business. 100-year-old wood core isn't worth much. What's valuable is the spirit plant juice. You've got plenty of that in your garden. £2 of low-grade spirit stones per piece, I'm not joking." After some back and forth, Mo Guenong gave in. As Fong Jing had said, his spiritual wood essence was indeed hard to sell right now. Everyone was struggling to make ends meet who would buy spiritual wood essence now. In the end, Fong Jing pulled out 5 low-grade spirit stones and left with £10 of spirit wood essence. Once Fong Jing had gone, Mo Guenong wiped the gloom from his face and laughed aloud. Back at his own courtyard, Fong Jing took out a large vat, lit a fire beneath it, boiled a vat of hot water, and then stepped inside completely naked. To cultivate the greenwood bark, one must first undergo a medicinal bath. The body refining techniques are roughly the same, though the ingredients for the medicinal bath differ. When the hot water began to boil and Fong Jing felt a bit warm, he took out the spirit wood essence he had just purchased and poured about 3 taels into the vat. The originally clear water instantly turned emerald green upon contact with the essence, and a refreshing herbal fragrance began to rise. For the first practice session, 3 taels is just right. As the body refinement progresses, I'll add more each time. After pondering silently, Fong Jing closed his eyes, recalled the energy circulation path of the green wood nourishing body technique, and began his first attempt. Not far away, Tu Yuan watched Fong Jing boiling himself in water, his large eyes filled with confusion. An hour later, the emerald green essence of the spiritual wood had become crystal clear, and Fong Jing had completed his first medicinal bath cultivation session. He stood up from the tub, walked out, and carefully sensed the changes in his body. His skin felt slightly more resilient than before, but the difference was subtle, something one might not notice without close attention. Never mind, let's check the attribute panel to see how it's reflected. Thus, Fong Jing opened the attribute panel, which displayed the following at the top. True name, Fong Jing. Age, 23. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage 366. Body cultivation technique, Qingmu Yang Gong. Current realm, Qingmu Pai, 118. I've already reached the beginner's level? The attribute panel detected it. Could I really be a genius at physical cultivation? Fong Jing was shocked. According to Wei Tong, it should take at least 5 or 6 days to reach the basics, and another half a month to achieve a noticeable difference. Yet this was his first time practicing physical cultivation, and he had already entered the basics and gained progress points. Could it be that this attribute panel can help consolidate my cultivation level? If that's the case, will the realm decline that Wei Tong mentioned still happen to me? Thinking even further, if he wasn't afraid of his physical cultivation realm declining, he could avoid the dilemma of constantly investing resources to consolidate his progress. Then I could simply complete one body cultivation technique, disregard it, and start another. Wouldn't that allow me to cultivate body cultivation techniques endlessly? By then, with each physical body cultivated to perfection and stacked together, wouldn't he end up spending an unimaginable amount of spirit stones? Thinking of this, Fong Jing felt both pain and joy in his heart. At this point, Fong Jing felt both pain and joy. Chapter 3. The seal is broken. 3 days later, in the dead of night, Fong Jing stood in the courtyard, carefully connecting his life essence within his spiritual sea to collect the moon dew and jade dew. As the jade dew gradually condensed on the emerald jade tree, the qianling suibai within Fong Jingxuan's spiritual sea, which had previously been vibrant, began to grow dimmer. After a long time, Fong Jing exhaled deeply and quickly used a water control technique to collect the dewdrops from the jade green trees into a jade bottle. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Fong Jing counted carefully, and in the end, he counted a total of 13 drops. Indeed, as my cultivation increases, the power of my life-bound divine ability, Moonlight Dew, is also growing stronger. When I was still at the second layer of Qi cultivation, I could only collect 10 drops at a time, but now I can collect 13. Fong Jing was very satisfied with this result. Under unchanged conditions, the increased collection of Moonlight Dew clearly stemmed from his improved cultivation. Judging by this, the heart's blood surge must also follow the same principle, though he had yet to verify it recently. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Fong Jing looked at the jade bottle in his hand with a delighted expression. 13 drops of jade dew. He had never been so well stocked before. Besides the 5 drops he would keep for Tu Yuan, he could keep 8 drops for himself. Based on the calculation that 1 drop of jade dew increases 2 points of cultivation progress, that was 16 points, which could save him 1.5 months of arduous cultivation. If that's the case, then in reality, he could enter the 4th layer of Qi cultivation in just over 2 years. At this thought, Fong Jing felt a surge of excitement. Advancing 1 realm in 2 years was quite impressive. He could call himself a genius now. After putting away the jade dew, Fong Jing felt in good spirits. Having something to look forward to was better than anything else. He turned and returned to his meditation chamber, carefully took out a drop of jade dew, poured it into his mouth, then retrieved the items for his cultivation practice, and began meditating with utmost focus. The next morning, Fong Jing awoke from his meditation, and the first thing he did was check his cultivation progress to see how much it had increased. Cultivation level, Qi refining third layer 968. Not bad. A single drop of jade dew combined with 3 days of cultivation had increased his cultivation progress by 3 points, bringing him close to breaking into double digits. The feeling of making progress bit by bit was truly delightful. Fong Jing stepped out of the meditation room and entered the courtyard, beginning to clean the animal pen for Tu Yuan. Although Tu Yuan had a high level of intelligence, it was still unable to handle some of the more delicate tasks, so it could only rely on Fong Jing to take care of it. Fong Jing picked up a large brush and scrubbed Tu Yuan's back thoroughly, then applied soap. After a thorough cleaning, Tu Yuan felt so comfortable it let out a contented hum. After a long while, looking at the freshly cleaned Tu Yuan, Fong Jing felt a sense of satisfaction. Who would want to ride a smelly beast like that? After finishing all this, it was already noon, time for lunch. Fong Jing took out some spirit rice and dried meat from his storage bag, mixed in some spirit vegetables, and cooked a large pot of rice porridge. He then gave the majority of it to Tu Yuan. One man and one turtle ate the spiritual porridge with relish, savoring every bite. Such a luxurious lifestyle would make others envious. Spiritual rice was so expensive these days. Fong Jing dared to eat like this, he really didn't know how to live. And feeding his companion beast like this was even more unbearable. But Fong Jing thought it was fine. If there was food to eat and he didn't eat it, that would be like tormenting himself. After finishing their meal, Fong Jing had Tu Yuan wash the dishes and pots. As a water-type spirit beast, it could control water magic, so washing dishes wasn't too much to ask. Fong Jing entered the quiet room and began practicing talisman formation. It had been over a month, and he had already wasted dozens of talisman papers and consumed a significant amount of spiritual ink. In terms of spiritual stones, that would amount to over 20 low-grade ones. These days, Fong Jing's life was simple. He meditated and cultivated his qi at night, practiced talisman formation for an hour during the day, and in the evening, he boiled himself in a large pot for a medicinal bath while cultivating the green wood nourishing body technique. This routine was both orderly and fulfilling. If it weren't for the steady decline in the spirit stones in his pouch, Fong Jing would have been content to continue this way indefinitely. After purchasing spirit wood essence, some talisman paper, and spirit ink, Fong Jing now had over 130 low-grade spirit stones remaining. While this amount seemed sufficient, it wouldn't last long. At his current rate of consumption, it would be gone in 4 or 5 months at most. As a result, Fong Jing felt a bit uncertain about the future. However, he had instructed old he to keep an eye on Tu Yuan. As soon as that man went on a mission, Fong Jing would definitely follow him. Having witnessed Tu Yuan's abilities, Fong Jing believed that following him was the safest option. Fong Jing focused his mind, channeling his faint divine sense into the talisman paper on the table. Holding the foxtail talisman brush dipped in spiritual ink, he gently traced lines across the paper. Under the surveillance of his divine sense, each stroke was steady, and when the complete talisman pattern was finally drawn, Fong Jing slowly withdrew his hand. It was done. Fong Jing's brows furrowed in delight. He had finally managed to complete the entire structure of a talisman. This brought him one step closer to the next stage, where the 18 talisman patterns he needed for his first talisman would be interconnected. Fong Jing admired his masterpiece, holding up the talisman paper and examining it repeatedly, reluctant to put it down. Creating talismans could cultivate one's spiritual awareness, earn money, and elevate one's social status in the marketplace. It was definitely worth investing some effort into. In the future, he could make a few talismans in his spare time, sit at home collecting fees from the ferry routes, and that would be the life of a dream. Fong Jing outlined his plan for the next 10 years. Within a decade, he would become a cultivator at the mid-stage of qi cultivation, with the public identity of a respected talisman maker, while secretly becoming the overseer controlling 7 or 8 ferry routes. In the future, the porters at the dock would have to pay him a share of their earnings if they ferried passengers. He would complete his transformation from Xiangzi to Huyi. He couldn't spend his whole life pulling a cart, could he? 5 days later, Fong Jing returned from outside, covered in dust, and followed Lao He, saying, "Something feels off. The blockade is probably about to be lifted, and the scale of the smuggling has grown significantly. This time, at least 10 porters followed me. It doesn't look good. Lao He counted the goods Fong Jing had smuggled in while saying, "It's better if it's lifted. The blockade has been in place for nearly 2 months. These wandering cultivators can't take it anymore, and their supply of spirit stones isn't unlimited. They'll run out soon, and there's not much left to squeeze out." Fong Jing sighed helplessly. "I thought I'd found a way to make a fortune, but after just 2 attempts, it's already impossible to continue. Why is making money so difficult?" Lao He chuckled and said calmly, "Being able to get a share of the profits is already pretty good. Your connections and relationships can only get you this far. If you want to make big money, you either need extraordinary courage or extraordinary connections. You have neither, so what is there to complain about? Compared to those wandering cultivators with no connections who are completely blocked off, you're already doing well. The masters of the markets don't want to disrupt the markets either. This level of control is just right. It doesn't shake things up too much to drive the wandering cultivators away, yet it still extracts enough money. After 2 months, these wandering cultivators are back to square one." Fong Jing couldn't help but spit out, "What a joke. I feel like the wandering cultivators are just pigs and sheep, meant to be slaughtered at will." Lao He finished counting the goods, glanced at him, and said, "You're just figuring that out now? Alright, stop complaining. This time you'll get 80 low-grade spirit stones. Just focus on ferrying people and hauling goods. Opportunities like this will come again in the future." Chapter 36, Mutant Bone Catfish. Let South go to Qinghe Lane. 1 low-grade spirit stone per person. Line up over here. On Tu Yuan's back, 4 people had already climbed aboard, and Fong Jing was still leading more up, which made Tu Yuan feel a bit wronged. At the Hongye wharf, there were many more people than usual. Fong Jing directed the wandering cultivators to line up. Compared to before, his business was booming. Hongye Alley had suddenly lifted its blockade a few days ago, prompting many wandering cultivators to consider leaving the area. As a result, Fong Jingxuan's business began to boom. What used to be 1 person per day had now turned into 3 shifts. Fong Jing and the other 2 packers worked in relays, managing to send around 20 wandering cultivators to Qinghe Wharf each day. Not only were they heading to Qinghe Alley, but many more were bound for Danding City, the Ning family's territory, and the Zhang family's territory. These places are all bustling areas within the Danding sect, and the blockade of Hongye Fong has indeed brought about many negative consequences. However, according to Old He, these people can leave if they want to. In a few years, they'll probably come back. Don't think other districts are pushovers. Their methods might be even harsher than Hongye districts. When Tu Yuan's back was already loaded with 8 cultivators, Fong Jing finally stopped stuffing more people in. There was no room left for anyone else. "Everyone, squeeze in a bit. In times like these, we should be more tolerant. We're all traveling, and it's not easy. Please forgive us." Fong Jing called out while checking that there was no more room. He had no choice but to jump onto Tu Yuan's back and direct him forward. Tu Yuan turned toward Qinghe and began to crawl forward. With silent splashes, Tu Yuan floated steadily on the surface of Qinghe River, then moved his limbs, and his speed began to increase. "Everyone hold on tight. If you get thrown off, don't blame me. We're moving at lightning speed." The 8 wandering cultivators on Tu Yuan's back all looked a bit downcast, clearly having been left with a bad impression by Hongye Pavilion. These wandering cultivators were mostly at the 2nd or 3rd layer of qi cultivation, with few at the mid-stage. Those at the mid-stage of qi cultivation had some resources, so this blockade wasn't too much of a hardship for them. Only these low-tier cultivators, with no assets, were willing to take the risk of venturing elsewhere. 1800 li seemed far, but it wasn't that close. Tu Yuan was familiar with the route, and even with 8 people on his back, he raced all the way, arriving at Qinghe Alley by evening. With 8 low-grade spirit stones now in his possession, Fong Jing felt delighted. The frustration of not being able to smuggle goods for profit gradually faded away. Freedom was still the best. He wondered how his group of split-jawed catfish he had been raising was faring. Had they all perished? It was too late, so Fong Jing didn't want to take any risks. He spent a few shilling sek to find a small room in Qingefang to stay the night. The next morning, he went out to look for customers. However, unlike the bustling Red Leaf Alley, few were willing to go to the Red Leaf Alley in Qinghe Alley. After spending half an hour soliciting customers, he still hadn't found a single one. Disheartened, Fong Jing could only set off alone on his return journey. Under the pressure from the Chu family, there were also fewer bandits on the road. The bandits who had previously attacked the Qi refining family had scattered to other regions and wouldn't return here to cause trouble in the short term. However, the two spiritual lands of the Qi cultivation families that had been breached were still unresolved. It was rumored that some collateral relatives wanted to inherit them, but this matter was complicated, with various factions vying for control. Fong Jing had heard many rumors about it. Possessing a spiritual site, or mountain, is the first essential element for establishing a cultivator family, and the value of a spiritual site is astronomical. Even a first-tier lower-grade spiritual site, when auctioned, starts at 2,000 or 3,000 lower-grade spiritual stones. If the spiritual site has any special features, it might even jump to 10,000. Those bandit cultivators only managed to seize some magical artifacts, spiritual materials, spiritual stones, and pills, but the most valuable items were beyond their reach. Fong Jing couldn't help but think maliciously, could it be that these bandits were instructed by some foundation establishment family to let them take whatever they wanted, so they could claim the spiritual land for themselves? There's nothing new under the sun, Fong Jing mused as he arrived at the small waterfall where he had been before. My spirit fish. I wonder how many are left now after 2 months. Fong Jing approached with Tu Yuan to investigate, only to be surprised by what he saw. He had expected them all to be wiped out, but to his surprise, there were still around 100 left. Moreover, compared to their previous thumb-sized bodies, these crackbone catfish were now about a foot long, significantly larger. Not bad, not bad. It seems these split-fin catfish have undergone several rounds of cannibalism. The largest one probably has 10 or so of its own kind inside its belly. Fong Jing stepped forward to examine each one carefully, checking the condition of every split-jawed catfish. After discarding those with injuries, the smallest ones, and a few others, there were still about 10 that caught his eye. How did this little one manage to survive until now? Fong Jing glanced aside and spotted a tiny bone catfish in the corner. Unlike its kin, this one was only 2 inches long, hiding in a crevice and looking alert. As if sensing Fong Jingxuan's gaze, the bone skeleton fish turned and vanished in an instant. Impressive. It's not lacking in intelligence. To survive among so many of its kind, and break away from the bone catfish's tendency to gather in groups, that's interesting. Fong Jing grew interested. Compared to the other bone catfish, this one held greater value. To become a spirit beast, one must first awaken its spiritual intelligence, and body size is only one of the factors. While larger individuals have a higher chance of awakening, this doesn't account for those with exceptional bone shark-specific talents. This bone shark was clearly a mutated variety. Xiao Yuan, catch it and bring it here. Fong Jing calmly issued the order to Tu Yuan. A mere bone catfish let it witness the might of the Qi cultivation realm expert, the ancient ancestor Tu Yuan. Tu Yuan obeyed the order, lightly slapping the water with his front limbs. Instantly, an invisible current of water transformed into a rope, entering through the crack in the rock, and pulling out the bone-spined fish. Once pulled out, the bone catfish looked panicked, struggling desperately to break free, but it was no use. Fong Jing chuckled, extended his finger, and tapped the bone-skinned fish, imprinting a mark into its body. All right, release it. This bone catfish has been marked by me, it cannot escape. Fong Jing held high hopes for this bone catfish, but it wasn't time to wrap things up yet. It would take some more time. 100 bone catfish would need to devour each other in several more rounds. However, the heavens are merciful and favor this mutated species. Very well, I shall grant you some disaster relief grain. Fong Jing amused himself, taking out a small ball of spirit rice soaked in jade dew and tossing it to the bone shark. The jade dew mixed with the spirit rice was clearly something the bone catfish couldn't resist. It rushed forward and devoured it all in an instant. Not bad. Grow strong. I'll be back, Ji. Fong Jing chuckled evilly, then approached the gathering of bone catfish and scattered a large handful of spirit rice. Instantly, the water began to boil as the bone-headed catfish rushed to compete for the food. Eat, eat, grow big and strong for me. Fong Jing looked at the bone-headed fish before him, as if he were an old farmer gazing at a field ready for harvest, his face filled with kindness. Chapter 3 Introduction to Symbol Creation. Jingxian, do you want a house? Upon returning to the marketplace, Fong Jingxian was called over by old He. After their 2 previous collaborations in smuggling and splitting the profits, the two had grown quite familiar with one another. Carrying Tu Yuan, Fong Jingxian was confused by Lao He's words. What do you mean, do you want a house or not? Of course I want one. Here's the thing. With so many cultivators leaving the district suddenly, some are in a hurry to sell their properties. The market is now flooded with available houses at relatively affordable prices. Since you've been renting all this time, why not take advantage of this opportunity and buy one? You might get a good deal. Lao He said with a smile. Fong Jingxian listened and felt tempted. Renting a place wasn't a long-term solution. If he could own his own property, he wouldn't have to pay rent every month. The monthly rent of 5 low-grade spirit stones wasn't a huge amount, but it still felt like a lot when he had to pay it. How cheap is it? You know how many spirit stones I have? Fong Jingxian asked eagerly. After the 2 smuggling trips and the recent ferry work, he had managed to save up over 260 low-grade spirit stones. That's enough for half a first-tier low-grade magical artifact, and even if he bought a first-tier low-grade cicada shell for cultivation, it should be more than enough. Haha, some are cheap and some are expensive. For example, the place you're staying in now originally cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, but now it's only 800. Some places even smaller than your courtyard can be had for just 400 or 500 low-grade spirit stones. How about it? Tempted? It's still so expensive. I thought it would be much cheaper. Fong Jingxian rolled his eyes inwardly. You didn't even haggle. What kind of bargain is this? Instantly, Fong Jingxian lost interest. His spirit stones were precious, he couldn't spend them on something like this. Whether it was magical artifacts, fellow cultivators, talisman making, or body cultivation techniques, all of them required spirit stones. Forget it. My pockets are empty. This house will have to wait. After saying that, Fong Jingxian turned and left, but old He called out from behind. Don't rush off. You can pay part now and the rest later. Fong Jingxian hurried away with Tu Yuan, afraid he might not be able to resist listening any longer. Back in his small courtyard, Fong Jingxian surveyed the 1 mu plot of land, his expression gradually returning to calm. The house would come in time, but not now. Over the next 10 days or so, Fong Jingxian spent his days busy ferrying passengers back and forth. However, as time passed, his ferry business gradually slowed down. What had once been 6 or 7 passengers per trip now dwindled to 2 or 3. The decrease in the number of cultivators from Hongye Pavilion had a significant impact on various aspects of life. One day, after finishing his ferry business, Fong Jingxian went through his usual routine of sketching on the talisman paper. However, without realizing it, he unconsciously sketched out the patterns of all 18 talismans one by one. Once his spiritual sense had run through all the configurations, Fong Jingxian suddenly snapped back to reality. Had he just drawn a talisman? These 18 talisman patterns were already deeply ingrained in his mind, but this was the first time he had connected them all together. Looking at the palm-sized talisman paper, which was faintly glowing with spiritual energy, Fong Jingxian couldn't help but doubt his own eyes. He quickly took out a sound-dampening talisman from his storage pouch and carefully compared it with the one he had drawn. After a long while, Fong Jingxian solemnly activated one of them. Instantly, an invisible force field spread out, and within a 10-foot radius, everything fell silent, as still as the deepest night. Fong Jingxian tried to speak, but only his lips moved without a sound. He tried tapping on the table and chairs, but everything seemed like a silent play. The sounds that should have been there were absorbed in that moment. After half a minute, the effect of the talisman gradually faded, but Fong Jingxian did not relax. He activated the next one. The same scene repeated itself, with the sound-dampening force field reappearing, though its range had shrunk to just 2 meters in all directions. Once the sound-dampening talisman's effect faded, Fong Jingxian burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Master, I've done it." He quickly opened the attribute panel to confirm whether the talisman-making skill had been added to his list. True name, Fong Jingxian. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage 327600. Symbol creation, sound dampening symbol, 118. Sure enough, once he had mastered the basics, the attribute panel recognized it. The silence symbol was now officially his. His cultivation level had also increased by 16 points over the past 10 days due to consuming 8 drops of Moon Dew essence. Combined with his meditation practice, it now stands at 27 points. Fong Jing reflected on his previous state, finding it clearly etched in his mind. It seemed that as long as he wished, he could recreate it at any time. Thus, Fong Jing picked up his brush and began sketching again on a new piece of talisman paper. After 10 breaths, a new silent symbol was sketched out, and at that moment, Fong Jing felt a bit dizzy. Using his divine consciousness twice in a row, continuously following the talisman's structure, and completing the entire process, this had caused significant strain on his divine consciousness. However, Fong Jing paid no heed to this. Without hesitation, he activated the newly created sound-dampening talisman once more. The result was the same as before. The sound-dampening force field descended once more. Good. Fong Jing carefully analyzed the details of this attempt, and then looked expectantly at the attribute panel. However, the data under the talisman creation section still read talisman creation, sound-dampening talisman, 118. The proficiency level didn't increase? Fong Jing felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that the attribute panel only had the ability to record data, and didn't have the feature to increase proficiency by even a little bit after each practice session. However, this was still quite good. Compared to other symbol crafters who had to figure things out on their own, he already had a significant advantage. It was best not to be greedy. Realizing this, Fong Jing felt much more at ease. He began to calculate the profits from the silence symbols. On the market, each sound-dampening symbol sold for 1 low-grade spirit stone. After deducting the cost of the symbol paper and the spirit ink consumed, each symbol yielded a profit of 7 showling sek. However, there is a failure rate when drawing symbols, and not every attempt is successful. Therefore, the cost of materials lost in failures must also be factored in. Thus, for each silence symbol sold on the market, a symbolist could earn half a low-grade spirit stone. This profit margin was already quite high. Moreover, the silent talisman is the lowest-priced talisman, and many talisman masters can create it, leaving little profit margin. The real money is made from high-tier talismans. Fong Jing estimated his own situation. He had just finished drawing 2 talismans and already felt dizzy, able to draw at most 1 more. If he forced himself to continue, the chances of failure would increase significantly, making it not worth the effort. Even if he managed to draw 3 a day, that would only add 1.5 low-grade spirit stones to his daily income. Over a month, that would amount to 45 low-grade spirit stones. Ferrying passengers required working in shifts and relying on luck. Sometimes he could earn 4 or 5 spirit stones, but other times only 1 or 2. After a month, he would only make around 30 to 40 low-grade spirit stones. Even then, you have to set aside a portion to feed the beasts, maintain the route, and pay favors. Compared to that, talisman makers are the real earners. With a steady monthly income of 45 low-grade spirit stones, they are truly guaranteed income regardless of the season. And this is just the most basic talisman. No wonder talisman makers are so arrogant. They truly have the right to be proud. Fong Jing's eyes betrayed his envy toward talisman makers, but he was now one himself. Combining his previous ferryman income with his talisman making earnings, wouldn't he that amount to 70 or 80 low-grade spirit stones each month? His income had skyrocketed. Thinking about it, Fong Jing began to daydream about how he would spend the money once he had it. Chapter 3, Opening the Fried Rice Stall. On the 3rd day, Fong Jing brought the 3 newly drawn silence talismans to a talisman shop in the marketplace. Shopkeeper, how much do you sell the sound-dampening talismans for? Fong Jing first tested the market price. The Red Leaf district had been sealed off for so long, and the prices for basic talismans had not yet fully recovered. My friend, a low-grade spirit stone for each sound-dampening talisman. We offer discounts for bulk purchases. If you buy 10, I'll throw in 1 for free. Oh, that's a 百分之10 discount. Not bad. However, Fong Jing already knew the cost price of the sound-dampening talismans, so he wasn't tempted. What if I were to sell them? As soon as Fong Jing spoke, the shopkeeper glanced at him and then adopted a colder tone. 1 for 6 shilling sec, 10 for the first batch. That's really greedy. You're making such a huge markup. I wouldn't even make as much as you. Fong Jing left the talisman shop in a bad mood, called out to Tu Yuan, and continued on to the next shop. After a while, Fong Jingxuan's expression grew grim. It seemed as though all the talisman shops in this marketplace had formed a price cartel, relentlessly driving down prices for independent talisman masters like him. Silence talismans, which he sold for 1 low-grade spirit stone, they were reselling for more than he made. Without a sales channel, was he supposed to set up a stall at the outer market? Or should he open a small shop and sell them slowly over time? The situation for wandering symbol masters was dire. Oh right, there was a symbol master named Wu Yong who had dined with Wei Tong that day. Perhaps he had some connections. Fong Jing recalled the connections he had made and thought they might come in handy now. After scouting the market, Fong Jing returned to his small courtyard. Before he had even sat down for long, Lao He came over. Big news. The Chu family of Hongye Lane is challenging the He family of Qinghe Lane to a martial arts tournament to decide the ownership of the 2 spiritual lands that were previously raided and breached by bandits. Our chance has come. What? Fong Jing was taken aback by the news. What does this have to do with him? He wasn't a combat cultivator, he couldn't participate in the duel. Moreover, those 2 spiritual land families probably still had descendants. Why should the Chu and He families decide their fate? In response to Fong Jingxuan's confusion, Old He said mysteriously, the Chu family supports one branch, and the He family supports another. Since the 2 families couldn't come to an agreement, they're holding a martial arts tournament to settle it. Moreover, the Chu and He families won't participate personally, instead, they'll have their branches recruit fighters. Of course, that's just the official story. In reality, they're still recruiting people for themselves. We shouldn't participate in the competition, but we can go to the venue to sell goods. We can prepare some talismans and elixirs in advance, and sell them on the spot for a profit. It must be said that Fong Jing also admired Old He's foresight. If there's a shortage of pills and talismans on site, we can stock up first, they'll definitely sell like hotcakes. When exactly does it start? The stage is still being set up. It should be ready in a few days. The Chu and He families, Foundation establishment cultivators, will also be there, so we'll get to see the prowess of Foundation establishment cultivators. This news has just spread. We need to hurry and stock up on healing pills and enhancement pills. Buying in bulk gets a discount. For talismans, we should stock up on lightness talismans and protective talismans, and also get some offensive talismans. Alright, I'll go right away. I'll buy 300 low-grade spirit stones first. Even if I can't sell them, they won't be a loss. I can always sell them at cost. Fong Jing, with this in mind, hurried back to the talisman shop with Tu Yuan to restock. Old He, on the other hand, went to buy pills. The 2 split up and, after an afternoon of shopping, settled the accounts. On Fong Jingxuan's side, he purchased 10 light body charms and 10 protective charms, each costing 5 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 100 spirit stones. The remaining 200 low-grade spirit stones were spent on other talismans, such as flame talismans, water wall talismans, stone rock talismans, and mind-focusing talismans. This completely depleted all the spirit stones Fong Jing had accumulated. To make ends meet, he even sold some materials he had exchanged for spirit rice during the lockdown. Lao He also came away with a bountiful haul. When the 2 reunited, they exchanged smiles, filled with anticipation. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fong Jing, accompanied by Tu Yuan and Lao He, set off for the location of the upcoming martial arts tournament. Along the way, he also recruited 3 cultivators, earning an extra 3 low-grade spirit stones. Wang Clan's mountain gate was about 1,000 miles away from Hongye Pavilion, but it was already beyond the influence of the Chu family of Hongye Pavilion. In comparison, it was closer to Qinghe village, but unfortunately, the He family of Qinghe village was not as powerful as the Chu family. By the time Fong Jing arrived, the number of cultivators in the area had already significantly increased. Hundreds of cultivators gathered before the Wang clan's mountain gate, surrounding a large arena and dividing into several groups. Among them, the two largest groups were clearly on the verge of conflict. Lao He pointed out to Fong Jing. These are the various branches of the Wang family who have been summoned to assist. Their main branch has been nearly annihilated, yet these branch members show no sign of sorrow on their faces. Fong Jing looked around and found that this was indeed the case. He then shifted his gaze to the distant spiritual vein, where a mountain shrouded in mist stood, and atop it lay the first-tier lower-grade spiritual vein. Let's go and try to sell something. While there's still time, we should make as much as we can. Lao He took the initiative, walking into a small group of 4 or 5 people. After exchanging a few casual words, he successfully retrieved a jade bottle, and returned with several lower-grade spirit stones. Fong Jing watched in astonishment, amazed that Old He had such a talent. Since Old He had made the first move, Fong Jing wasn't about to be outdone. After observing the situation, he locked onto a small group. Leaving Tu Yuan to wait, Fong Jing approached the group and spoke to them in a mysterious tone. Fellow cultivators, anyone interested in talismans? Everyone, A moment later, Fong Jing returned with a frustrated expression. After haggling for a while, he managed to sell only one protective talisman, and the price wasn't much higher either. The situation was different from what I had anticipated. Fong Jing began to reflect on where things had gone wrong. When Lao He returned, Fong Jing looked at him expectantly. Lao He stroked his gray beard and smiled, saying, Jing, you're still too inexperienced. Selling things requires presentation. I, on the other hand, have the aura of an immortal. I promote myself as a herbalist, so my pills sell much better. Fong Jing looked at Lao He's appearance, which did indeed fit the image of an old herbalist, but he was only in his 20s. How could he possibly deceive anyone? However, I can be both a spiritual herbalist and a talisman maker. Brother Jing, do you need my help? But let us make one thing clear, I'll take a bafunzi subcut. At this point, Fong Jing realized Old He's ulterior motives. Using my skills to make money for yourself, don't you have a conscience? With no other choice, Fong Jing reluctantly agreed to let Lao He help him, as long as he could make some money. Watching Lao He leave with the talismans, Fong Jing pondered for a moment, then quickly took out an iron pot, spiritual rice, and a large bone, and began cooking. In such a remote area, I don't believe I can't even sell a plate of fried rice. It's almost noon, you'll have to eat eventually, right? Fong's fried rice, now open. Chapter Samsupgao, growing big and strong. Pills for cultivation, pills for enhancing abilities, and pills for healing, all on sale at discounted prices. Talismans, whether offensive or defensive, are all on sale at discounted prices. Auction time. Bid now and walk away with your chosen cultivator. Take a chance. Fried rice, fresh fried rice. A strange figure had been drawn into the scene, causing many to turn their gaze toward Fong Jing. As noon approached, in this desolate mountainous area, the Chu family and the He family didn't bother to provide meals. Though cultivators could go without a meal, if there was food available, why not check it out? Some people approached Fong Jing, watching him stir-fry spiritual rice in an iron wok. Friend, how much are you selling this fried rice for? A young cultivator asked, while the older ones showed no interest, clearly aware that spirit stones were hard to come by. Fong Jing, seeing a customer, smiled and said, Fong's fried rice. 1 low-grade spirit stone per portion. Large portions fill you up. Delicious and affordable. What? 1 low-grade spirit stone per serving? Nowadays, 1 low-grade spirit stone can buy 10 or so pounds of spirit rice. Does your serving even use a pound of spirit rice? That's too greedy. Seeing someone question him, Fong Jing immediately explained. If you think it's expensive, I think it's expensive too. But where else can you buy rice now? My fried rice is a unique skill. The oil I use is fragrant wind pork fat, and the meat chunks inside are from a first-tier low-grade demon beast. The ingredients are top-notch. Selling it to you for 1 low-grade spirit stone isn't too much. Fong Jing spoke confidently, then took out the dried demon beast meat and showed it to everyone. After confirming it was genuine demon beast meat, and not just ordinary fierce beast meat, several people were tempted. After all, there were some who weren't exactly short on money, so someone said, "Give me a portion to try." After eating my fill, I'll have the strength to watch the martial arts competition. Alright, here's your low-grade spirit stone. Take your portion of fried rice. A large banana leaf wrapped around a generous portion of demon beast meat fried rice, looking fragrant and tempting. Fong Jing pulled out a pair of wooden chopsticks that had been modified with a water blade technique by Tu Yuan, and handed them over along with the rice. The cultivator took the fried rice, took a bite, and nodded in approval. The taste is decent. It's not as bad as I expected. There are plenty of meat chunks, and the ingredients are decent. The fried rice Fong Jing had made wasn't particularly skillful, but the key was the fragrant spirit rice. With a simple preparation, it tasted quite good. The main ingredient was fragrant pork lard, a premium ingredient. This pig was fed various flowers and honey over time, giving it a natural floral aroma. Adding a few drops to regular cooking makes it a delicious dish. Fong Jing was generous with it, as this was the first day of business, and he didn't want to ruin his reputation. The others, seeing someone trying it and getting good reviews, also rushed over to taste it. In no time, the pot of fried rice sold out 5 portions, disappearing in an instant. Please wait a moment, the next batch is coming out soon. Whoever pays with spirit stones first will be served first. Fong Jing was busy beyond belief. In just an hour, he sold over 40 portions of fragrant wind fried rice, earning 43 low-grade spirit stones. It wasn't until the foundation establishment cultivators from the Tu and he families arrived that everyone rushed over, no longer interested in the fried rice. After everyone had left, Fong Jing finally began to clean up, exhausted. The firewood was scattered everywhere, but he didn't bother with it. The only thing that mattered was the iron pot. After dismantling the makeshift stove and restoring it to its original state, Fong Jing, accompanied by Tu Yuan, eagerly gathered around. Foundation building cultivators? He had never seen them before. At that moment, old he also approached. Seeing that his lips were dry, clearly from all the hawking, Fong Jing pulled out a portion of fried rice and handed it to him. This is for you. Have some to fill your stomach. How did the sales go? Old he took the fried rice, eating as he spoke. It's not selling well. There were only around 20 or 30 participants in total, and most of them had already prepared in advance. They don't have much demand for pills or talismans, and those who were injured or disabled have arrangements for treatment from the Tu and he families. Eye healing pills aren't selling well either. It's not just me, many others have the same idea. Now, we're all probably going to be stuck with our inventory. Lao he ate gloomily. Fong Jing sucked on his teeth. This bleak market buying and selling was supposed to be simple, but who could have predicted this? It's like selling fresh flowers on Valentine's Day. Every street is filled with them, so of course they'll be stuck with them. Luckily, I'm smart. I switched my strategy in time. There are plenty of people selling pills and talismans, but I'm the only one selling fried rice. However, Fong Jing estimated that the other cultivators hadn't caught on yet. By tomorrow, there might be several competitors. Old he, you saw the fried rice business earlier. It seems more profitable than selling pills and talismans. Why don't we collaborate and expand our operations? Let's make some good money while we can. Fong Jing calculated the profits from the fried rice business and was deeply impressed. He sold 43 portions of fried rice, earning 43 low-grade spirit stones, while the cost was less than 8 low-grade spirit stones. 4 low-grade spirit stones could buy 40 pounds of spirit rice, and each portion of fried rice didn't even require a pound of rice. The only high-cost item was demon beast meat, but 4 low-grade spirit stones could at least buy 8 pounds of meat, which was more than enough. Calculating it this way, he had earned 35 low-grade spirit stones in just 1 hour, nearly as much as he would make in a month as a ferryman. Moreover, this money is even faster than smuggling, which requires traveling long distances and risking being robbed by bandits. With fried rice, all you have to do is cook it and sell it. Of course, this was just a one-time deal. Once the martial arts tournament ended, there wouldn't be such a good opportunity again. He quickly finished his fried rice, gave a thumbs up to Fong Jing's cooking, and wiped his mouth before saying, "How do you want to handle this? Don't make it too big." The Tu and he families, these wealthy clans, all have their own chefs. Only these wandering cultivators have nowhere to eat. If you set the standards too high, they won't be able to afford it. The members of the foundation establishment families naturally have no shortage of places to eat. They should have already eaten well in the market districts before coming here. As for the wandering cultivators, if they want a good spot to watch the martial arts matches, they have to arrive early, which means they won't have anywhere to eat. The poorer ones can endure it, a day will pass. Those slightly stronger can survive on dried meat and snacks. However, there are also cultivators who aren't short on money. Fong Jing was thinking that watching the martial arts tournament was like going to a sports stadium to watch a game in his previous life. Even if it's not a feast, at least beer, fried chicken, and popcorn should be provided. And Fong Jingxian's target was precisely this group of cultivators who weren't too short on funds. Here's my plan: we'll transport spiritual wine from the marketplace, store it in large bamboo tubes for easy carrying and selling, and sell each tube for 1 low-grade spiritual stone. Then, we'll fry some demon beast meat chunks, sprinkle them with spices, and let these people eat while they watch. Of course, we can't forget the fried rice business. That's simple. Other stir-fried dishes are too complicated. I'll also bring some tables and chairs from the marketplace, set up a makeshift shelter on site. We've got Tu Yuan to help with transportation. Then we'll raise the standards. Think about it, others sell food where people have to stand and eat, but here, they can sit down and drink. That's a big difference. Fong Jingxian grew more enthusiastic as he spoke. These were all simple business tactics from his previous life, but for Lao He had never seen a cultivator with such innovative ideas in his entire life. How big is Hongya Lane? How much business can it generate? How intense can the competition be? It's just a small shop, passed down from father to son. Who would think about such things? So Lao He looked at Fong Jingxian with growing admiration. This kid has potential. Chapters say up, the show begins. Fong Jingxian spent a long time explaining his ideas, and old he agreed. The two then began discussing the details. But moments later, they were interrupted by the cheers from the crowd. Fong Jingxian looked up and saw a dozen or so cultivators flying toward them, looking extremely imposing. Once they landed, old he explained to Fong Jingxian. These are cultivators from the He family. The middle-aged man leading them is He Qingsong, a 6th-layer foundation establishment cultivator, and the head of the He family. The one beside him is his son, He Yuchen, a 9th-layer Qi cultivation cultivator, who is likely close to breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Fong Jingxian listened to Lao He's explanation and looked around. He saw He Qingguang with a square face and an extraordinary demeanor. The 2nd-tier cultivation robe he wore was imbued with spiritual light, yet it remained understated. However, it gave off an air of immense value. A 1st-tier magical robe would cost at least 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones, more expensive than magical artifacts of the same tier. As for a 2nd-tier magical robe, Fong Jingxian dared not even imagine the price. His son was no different, appearing noble and graceful, with a composed demeanor and no trace of arrogance. Fong Jingxian glanced at himself again, dressed in ragged clothes with oil stains from cooking rice still on his hands. Crowded among the crowd, he felt like a lowly servant. Before Fong Jingxian could dwell on his feelings, cheers erupted from the other side as a group of cultivators approached swiftly. Those are the Chu family members. Look, Chu Shenfeng and Chu Zhuangyuan are here. The 2 cultivators who had arrived were from the Chu family. Chu Shenfeng was the family head, appearing to be around 40 or 50 years old, though his actual age was likely over 150. Chu Zhuangyuan, on the other hand, looked much younger, but female cultivators were obsessed with beauty-preserving techniques, so their ages were hard to estimate. Among them, Chu Shenfeng was at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, while Chu Zhuangyuan was at the 3rd layer. They were both likely stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through to the next realm. However, Chu Zhuangyuan is truly beautiful. She is tall and slender, with a perfect figure, and her skin is as smooth, lustrous, elastic, soft, and tender as the finest sheep's fat jade. This foundation establishment female cultivator was the first of her kind that Fong Jingxian had ever seen. Enough, stop staring so intently. If you get caught, you might end up in trouble. Old he noticed Fong Jingxian staring intently and immediately reminded him. This female cultivator at the foundation establishment stage held a high status, while Fong Jing was just a first-tier wandering cultivator with no power or status. If Tu Yuan got angry, she could easily slap him half to death, and no one would dare to intervene. After being reminded, Fong Jing realized his boldness and awkwardly smiled. I've never seen such a beauty before. I lost my composure. Haha. Hee, don't mention it. Back in my day, I was even worse than you. Do you know that Tu Yuan is from the same era as me? I never thought I'd be this old, but she hasn't changed much from her younger days. As Fong Jing listened to Lao He speak, he couldn't help but feel a touch of melancholy. Perhaps, in his youth, Tu Yuan had been the goddess of his dreams. The two foundational clan leaders had arrived. After exchanging polite greetings, they each brought out their supporters to engage in a heated argument, each claiming their rightful inheritance of the spiritual veins behind them. Once these formalities were over, the moment everyone had been waiting for finally arrived, the battle between the two factions. Fong Jing listened as the referee announced loudly that the battle would be to the death, with no restrictions on casualties, and would end when one side admitted defeat. The rules were simple, or rather, there were no rules. You could use any magical artifacts or talismans, and even divine abilities were permitted. As long as you had the skill and the resources, you could take everything. After the notary finished speaking, the crowd erupted into cheers. This was what they had come to see. What's the point of stopping at a certain point, using martial arts to make friends, or banning this and that? We want to see rivers of blood, we want to see brutal combat. Gentlemen, the match is about to begin. Want to place a bet? At that moment, cultivators organizing the betting ring sent people over to promote it. Fong Jing thought for a moment and asked, "Who's fighting in the first match? What are the odds?" "It hasn't been decided yet. There are 9 matches in total, 2 per day. We mainly focus on the big picture, betting on the ratio of wins to losses. The side with fewer casualties wins, regardless of individual match outcomes." Oh, Fong Jing listened, feeling it was similar to football betting on the score and the outcome. He never expected that these cultivators had taken betting on matches to such an extreme. This was indeed addictive. However, this was all too complicated for Fong Jing. He had never been exposed to such things and dared not get involved. Old He, however, pulled out 10 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to the other party, saying, "Give me a ticket. I'm betting on the Chu family to win. Alright, after the battle, we'll settle based on the tickets. But this is just a simple bet on the outcome, so the odds are low. Even if the Chu family wins, you'll only get 14 low-grade spirit stones. Want to combine your bets? That's enough. I'm just paying for the memories of the past. Don't try to trick me." The cultivator chuckled and handed Lao He a ticket made of material resembling talisman paper. Fong Jing examined the patterns on it and recognized several talisman formations. Wow, these betting tickets are so advanced. They even use talisman patterns for anti-counterfeiting. It seems like there's a talisman master providing technical support behind this operation. Fong Jing was stunned by the professionalism. He looked at Lao He and asked, "You don't even know him, and you just bought it?" "They're the tentacles of the black market. Wherever there's a major magical combat tournament, they're usually involved. Don't worry, these people have a good reputation and won't renege on their bets. So they're from the black market. That's fine then. It's strange though. The black market's reputation is actually better than some of the official markets." After this minor incident, both sides finally sent out their representatives. On the Chu family's side was a cultivator at the 6th layer of the Qi cultivation stage, tall and slender, with a sharp appearance. On the He family's side was a burly man who seemed to be a physical cultivation cultivator, though his cultivation level wasn't high either, also at the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. They're all being pretty cautious in the first round. I recognize that burly man. He's a combat cultivator from Qinghe Market, specializing in protecting merchant caravans. I wonder what benefits the He family offered him to get him to risk his life like this. Old He, being older and more experienced, knew most of the cultivators in the area, especially those of higher cultivation levels. Fong Jing listened to Old He's explanation while eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. He wanted to see where he fell short compared to the core combat forces in the market district. Understanding the gaps would allow him to target his improvements. These 9 duels would give him a clear understanding of the core combat strength of both Hongye Ali and Qinghe Ali. Many other cultivators shared Fong Jingshuan's mindset, which is why so many people had gathered to watch the battle. Moreover, this was only the first day. Many cultivators from remote areas had not yet arrived. By tomorrow, when the news spread, the number of attendees would likely be even greater. There might even be 1,000 cultivators. Thinking of this, Fong Jingshuan's heart began to race with excitement. He decided to prepare extra portions of fried rice for tomorrow, aiming to sell over 100 servings and make a hefty profit in spirit stones. Clang! With the sound of a gong, the battle began. Chapter Seisupya, the small shop opens. This was the first time Fong Jingxian had the chance to watch others duel with such composure. He had encountered such scenes before, outside the marketplace, where people would start fighting at the slightest provocation. But back then, he dared not linger, fearing he might accidentally get caught in the crossfire. So whenever such conflicts erupted, he would retreat to a safe distance. Now, however, 2 mid-stage chi cultivation cultivators were fighting to the death, providing entertainment for others, a rare sight indeed. First, the cultivators from the Hongye market began casting various buffs on themselves. One of them tapped his storage pouch, and a shield-shaped magical artifact flew out, circling him as it soared up and down. Then came various talismans, lightness talismans, protective talismans, and even the luxurious golden bell talismans, all being slapped onto his body. This made Fong Jingxian envious. Golden Bell Talisman costs 30 lower-grade spirit stones, and only a first-tier upper-grade talisman craftsman can make it. That's pretty expensive, right? But that wasn't all. The person pulled out several bottles of pills, and began swallowing them. Fong Jingxian guessed that these were probably temporary potions to boost blood qi, enhance reaction speed, or increase total magical power, among other effects. After finishing the pills, the person finally pulled out another offensive magical artifact, a willow leaf-shaped item, and began cautiously testing the waters. The opponent followed a similar procedure. Moments later, Fong Jingxian glanced at Lao He, who was watching intently, while the two above were locked in a stalemate, mutually draining each other's energy. It was the kind of battle where one would throw a few talismans, the other would dodge, and if unable to dodge, they would endure the attack, then dodge again, and endure again. Extremely boring. Are you serious, old he? You can actually watch such a boring battle? What's there not to watch? Do you think a magical duel is like that? Do you think my magical artifact would make the opponent collapse the moment I use it? That's how it works when one is at the foundation establishment stage against someone at the chi cultivation stage. But when both are at the same cultivation level, it's all about who has more resources. Everyone is fighting for their lives. Why would they let you win easily? Do you think this is a game? Old he shook his head and nodded, cheering along with everyone else during the exciting parts. But Fong Jingxian couldn't help but think that this wasn't how a magical duel should be. 2 turtle shells pulling at each other. What was so interesting about that? A magical duel should be like that of Tu Yuan back then, where he summoned his magical sword and settled the matter of life and death on the spot. Even if you're not a sword cultivator that sharp, at least use your life-bound divine ability. Those scenes of countless clones filling the sky, towering flames, and illusions of flowers in water and moons in mirrors, you've got to pull something like that off, right? No wonder only 2 matches could be held today. I thought there must be some deeper reason. Turned out it's just a waste of time. By the time this match is decided, it'll be at least half an hour. Then another match, and by the time it's over, it'll be dark. Fong Jingxian looked helplessly at the stage, where the 2 combatants were still surrounded by thick protective barriers that showed no signs of breaking. This battle had been going on for half an hour, and it was clearly still in the warm-up phase. I shouldn't have held out any hope, Fong Jingxian sighed, accepting reality. The final battle ended with the cultivators from Qinghe Lane losing due to their insufficient magical power. The next battle also dragged on in a prolonged stalemate. After observing the 2 battles, Fong Jingxian realized that these cultivators were all like turtle shells. They didn't think about how to defeat their opponents. Instead, they focused on strengthening their defenses to the extreme. From this, it was clear that Tu Yuan, who only attacked and never defended, was truly formidable. On the way back, Fong Jingxian took along a few cultivators returning to Hongye Fong. They chatted excitedly about today's battles along the way, clearly having gained a lot from the experience. Seeing this, Fong Jing began to try accepting it. Perhaps I was wrong. The turtle shell survival strategy is the true mainstream after all. That evening, having earned another sum of travel expenses, Fong Jing dragged Lao He around the marketplace to make purchases. He bought tables, chairs, and benches from the shantytown cultivators, and 3 grades of spiritual wine to be sorted by quality. He also planned to boil demon beast flesh and blood in a large pot, letting it bubble and simmer. The aroma would be irresistible. After a busy half-day, Fong Jing finally finished everything before the curfew. Looking at the pile of items in the courtyard, he felt full of determination. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he planned to make a few hundred low-grade spirit stones. While others fought, he would sell food. Both were promising ventures. The next morning, Fong Jing sat cross-legged on Tu Yuan's back, with a pile of odds and ends behind him. These items were tied together with ropes, piled high, and looked shaky and unstable. Hurry up, old he. We need to get a good spot quickly. Don't dawdle. Facing Fong Jingxuan's urging, Lao He was speechless. You youngster, your desire for money is so strong? Have some mercy on an old man like me. I'm nearly 80 years old. I didn't get any rest last night after staying up half the night. How can I compare to you young whippersnappers? Old he bent over, having long since given up meditation and cultivation. His cultivation hadn't improved, and he feared that continued meditation might lead to spiritual imbalance. Therefore, old he had returned to the traditional method of resting his mind through sleep. Last night, he hadn't slept well. Think about your son, think about your grandchildren, think about. Enough, stop talking. You're bringing misfortune upon yourself. Under Fong Jingxuan's encouragement, Lao He's limbs moved more nimbly. Once he climbed onto Tu Yuan's back, Fong Jing impatiently urged Tu Yuan to set off. This weight was no problem for Tu Yuan. It took steady steps and quickly began crawling toward Qinghe. Hey, fellow cultivator, give me a ride. There's no room left. You'll have to wait for the next one. Sorry about that. Watching Tu Yuan enter the water and set off, many cultivators on the shore stamped their feet, enviously gazing at the cultivators hanging on Tu Yuan's back. Those who had managed to secure a spot didn't mind the harsh conditions. For the next few days, having a beast to ride was enough. Why be picky? At this hour, the sky was just beginning to grow light, and the river was shrouded in mist, creating a beautiful scene. Fong Jing had secured the best spot, with Lao He Zing beside him, and 6 other cultivators crammed behind them. Fellow cultivators, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Once the shop opens, please come and support us. We'll give you a bafunzi sub discount. Fong Jing started promoting his shop first. After all, those closest to the water get the moon first. Watching martial arts competitions requires a good spot. If it weren't for the dangers of the wilderness at night, these cultivators would have stayed right there. The tournament wouldn't begin until the afternoon, as they needed to give cultivators from within a 1,000-mile radius time to arrive. The Chu family and the He family were competing, and the more people there were, the better the witness, and the more famous the two families would become. Upon arriving at the scene, Fong Jing happily collected the entrance fees and began preparing. First, he cut down a few trees nearby to build a shelter, then set up tables and chairs below. A large iron pot was placed over the fire, with several chunks of demon beast flesh simmering inside. On the other side, jars of spiritual wine were neatly arranged. A wooden board was placed above them, with the words, Fong Family Small Shop, today's menu. 1 portion of braised meat with large bones, 5 low-grade spirit stones. 1 portion of secret recipe fried rice, 1 low-grade spirit stone. Fresh and delicious spirit wine, 1 low-grade spirit stone. 1 discount combo meal, including. Such an innovative opening caught the attention of the cultivators from the remote mountain villages, who found it quite intriguing. They had never even been to the marketplace before, so they were naturally curious about Fong Jingxuan's shop. Since they had nothing better to do, many of them gathered around. Chapter Say Sup Yi, the 4 beasts of the Chui family. Brother, this bone stew smells so delicious. Can I have a taste? Outside Fong Jingxian's small shop, 4 cultivators who looked poor and shabby were chatting among themselves. These 4 individuals looked different from the other cultivators. Their attire exuded a primitive, rugged beauty. In other words, they were so poor that their clothes were shabby and outdated, clearly out of fashion at a glance. The aesthetic standards of cultivators also evolve over time, with new trends emerging every few decades, though at a slower pace. Therefore, when an old cultivator dressed in clothing from hundreds of years ago appeared, anyone with discerning eyes would immediately bow down in awe. Trying to blend in and take advantage of others? No chance. You've eaten demon beast flesh before, why are you so greedy? The clan sent us out to train, and the spirit stones they gave us are supposed to be saved. This piece of meat is so expensive it could buy so many pounds of spirit rice. The leader began scolding his third younger brother. Though short in stature, he had a fushang face, and when he frowned, he still exuded some authority. Big brother is right. We're near the wilderness. You've eaten demon beast meat before, why are you so greedy? But older brother, the third brother, has a point. This stewed meat really does smell delicious. It tastes different from what we've eaten before. Why don't the four of us buy a portion to try? Second brother, you're thinking the same way. Have you forgotten the expectations of our clan's relatives? Eldest brother, I think second brother and third brother are right. Let us have a portion. I'm so hungry. For a moment, all three younger brothers wanted to eat. The eldest brother, with his sour expression, sighed deeply, wiped his mouth, and led the three of them over. Fong Jing had been observing the four people at the door for a long time. Seeing their poverty-stricken appearance, he feared they might come to chong his food. In this remote wilderness, the Chu family and he family hadn't arrived yet, and he felt no sense of security. It was just him and old he, both of them useless. If it came to a fight, a mid-stage chi cultivation cultivator could easily send the two of them running for their lives. In that case, he'd have no choice but to flee with Tu Yuan. But fortunately, though these four looked rough, they actually approached to ask for a price. The shortest of them asked, "Shopkeeper, can you give me a discount on this meat? For low-grade spirit stones worth of it would be enough." "Sure, want some wine?" No, we can't drink." "Alright, find a place to sit, and I'll cut the meat for you." Fong Jing watched as the man reluctantly handed over the 4 low-grade spirit stones. He nodded and went to the large pot to scoop out the meat. Stewing demon beast meat is no simple task. Fong Jing added plenty of spices and herbs, ensuring the meat would be fragrant, tender, and melt in your mouth. However, for cultivators who didn't know how to stew meat, the result was tough and dry, so bad that even dogs would shake their heads at it. These 4 had clearly never tasted the meticulously crafted dishes available in the marketplace, which is why they looked so eager. After about 10 breaths, Fong Jing brought a full plate of stewed meat to the table where the 4 were sitting. "Today is our grand opening, so I've brought you all a little extra meat and some 4-cornered wine. I hope you enjoy it." After saying his polite words, Fong Jing returned to continue his work while the 4 began to whisper among themselves. "This shopkeeper seems like a decent guy. He's so easy to talk to, unlike what the elders in our clan said. Not everyone outside is so materialistic. Come on, stop talking. Let us eat first. Big brother, you go ahead. The elder isn't hungry. You 3 eat. Fourth brother, this is yours." The 4 of them faced a plate of stewed meat, beginning to defer to one another. What was originally enough for one person was divided into 4 portions, leaving little left. However, these 4 were clearly big eaters, and it was still not enough. In the end, they ate bit by bit, tasting the flavor. The Jiaoling wine made their eyes squint with joy, and they felt incredibly happy. But a few arguments interrupted their happy moment. "I want the meat. I said 5 low-grade spirit stones. I don't have spirit stones. I only have this spirit herb. I want the meat. I don't accept spiritual herbs, I only accept spiritual stones. No spirit stones, only the spirit herb. I want meat." In front of Fong Jing stood a cultivator at the 5th layer of chi cultivation, holding a spiritual herb in his hand and pressuring Fong Jing. Fong Jing's eyes flashed with anger. He was just running a small business, why was someone causing trouble? "So you want to eat for free? Fellow cultivator, are you here to pick a fight?" As Fong Jing spoke harshly, Tu Yuan, who had been lying down to rest, slowly got to his feet, glaring coldly at the other man. His beast-like eyes, as large as fists, flickered with savage light. What's so special about being at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation? Tu Yuan, though only at the 3rd layer, had awakened 3 divine abilities, more than enough to match him. Oh come on, it's not that bad. Peace brings prosperity, right? Jingxian brother, just let it go. Give this fellow some meat to eat. Old He quickly stepped forward to mediate, giving Fong Jingxian a meaningful glance, hoping he would back down. But Fong Jingxian remained unmoved. If I give in this time, what about next time? If someone takes a single blade of grass and demands meat, will you give it to them? How could we do business like this? How could we make any money? The key point was that Fong Jingxian deeply disliked such behavior. If you had said a kind word, I could have given you some meat to eat. But you insisted on being so stubborn. With Tu Yuan around, I'm still being so cowardly. How can I face him? As the situation grew tense, a voice came from the side. Hey, what are you doing? You're eating meat without paying. We know we have to pay even if we don't have money, but you're dressed so much better than us, why won't you pay? Fong Jingxian glanced over and saw it was the same 4 poor brothers who had spoken up for him. But the next moment, he wanted to cover his face. The eldest brother had finished speaking, and the second brother secretly pulled on his sleeve and said, Big brother, we're away from home. The elders of our clan said not to cause trouble. Is this causing trouble? I can't stand it anymore. Third and fourth brothers, can you stand it? The shopkeeper is a good person, good people shouldn't be bullied. Exactly. I think the same way too. While they were chattering away, the cultivator who wanted to eat for free sneered. What kind of poor schmuck are you, daring to talk back to me? Don't you know who I am? Within hundreds of miles, everyone knows the flower between the leaves leopard. Don't even think about eating my meat. If you want to open a shop here, did you ask me first? Did you pay the protection fee? It was clear he was here to collect protection money. I thought, this guy has such a thick skin. Ordinary people wouldn't dare do such a thing. He called us poor and beggarly, which is true, but I'm furious. You 3 brothers, what are you waiting for? Beat him to a pulp. In an instant, the 4 brothers charged forward, their roars echoing through the air. Unlike ordinary cultivators, these 4 seemed to have undergone physical cultivation. In an instant, Fong Jingxian heard the roars of tigers and dragons, the cries of phoenixes and cranes. In the blink of an eye, the 4 brothers seemed to be empowered by 4 divine beasts, becoming incredibly powerful. In an instant, Fong Jingxian only heard screams. The cultivator at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation hadn't even had time to pull out his magical artifacts, or talismans, before he was knocked to the ground. Chapter 6 Upsam, the secret recipe for stewed meat. Amidst several screams, the 5th tier Qi cultivation cultivator desperately summoned a magical artifact, forcing the 4 back. You 4? Reveal your backgrounds. I, flower between beasts, will remember you. This man was all bark and no bite, clearly the type to bully the weak. Seeing that Fong Jingxian was of lower cultivation, he had come to extort some benefits. Such individuals were common in the White Mountain region, but Fong Jingxian had never dealt with them extensively before. Now that he had just set up his stall, these flies were already swarming around him, eyeing his thriving business, and wanting a piece of the pie. Fong Jingxian would rather not do business at all than give in to such people. It was too disgusting. However, it seems that among these ruffians, there are also those with a sense of justice. Fong Jingxian had merely shown a little kindness to the 4 brothers, yet they had come to his aid out of righteousness. It seems that being kind-hearted does have its advantages. I'm Cui Long, your grandfather. If you need anything, just come find me. Next time we meet, I'll beat you until you yourself. The leader, Cui Long, along with his brothers, didn't back down at all. The flower between beasts merely spat out a few threats before slinking away. They had no choice but to leave. Over there, Fong Jingxian was already itching to act. If he got bitten by that giant turtle, they'd have to spend spirit stones to hire a spirit medicine master. This sudden turn of events had the surrounding cultivators cheering. They all seemed to enjoy this kind of drama. Thank you all for speaking up for me. This meal is on me. Fong Jingxian pulled out the 4 low-grade spirit stones that Cui Long had given him earlier, intending to return them, but Cui Long avoided taking them. He shook his head in refusal. Shopkeeper, we just couldn't stand seeing that guy bully someone. We ate your meal, so we should pay for it. There's no reason to take it back. We may be poor, but we still understand basic principles. After Cui Long finished speaking, the other three nodded in agreement, which warmed Fong Jingxuan's heart. Such principled cultivators were rare these days. Alright, since that's the case, I'll treat you all to a proper meal as a token of my gratitude. You can't refuse this gesture, Cui Dao Yu. Have a proper meal? Hearing Fong Jingxian say this, the four of them lit up. The meat earlier had been delicious, but it was gone in just a few bites. Now that they had the chance to eat properly, the fight earlier had been well worth it. Cui Long swallowed the saliva in his mouth, glanced at his younger brothers, and nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Fong Jingxian laughed heartily, turned around, and scooped out 4 large plates of stewed meat from the big pot. He then handed each of the 4 members of the Cui family a plate of fried rice, and a jar of spiritual wine. The cost of this wine and meat was only a dozen, or so low-grade spirit stones, but to be able to befriend such powerful cultivators was well worth it. Fong Jingxian had seen clearly that the flower between beasts was at least a 5th layer Qi cultivation cultivator with a storage pouch containing a magical artifact, yet he had been caught off guard by the 4 members of the Cui family and could only flee after leaving a threatening remark. This clearly showed that the 4 members of the Cui family were truly skilled, and the technique they had just displayed seemed to be a form of combined array formation. Body cultivating cultivators, joint attack formations, and yet they're still poor. These are definitely high-quality mercenaries. Fong Jingxian now wanted to recruit 1 or 2 of them. Over the next few days, he planned to ask these 4 to keep an eye out, to prevent any more troublemakers like the flower between leaves leopard from showing up to cause trouble. At this moment, Old He approached. He understood Fong Jingxuan's choice, but in his opinion, Fong Jingxian was still a bit impulsive. Jingxian, that flower between the leaves leopard, is a thug. He values his reputation above all else. You humiliated him today, he'll definitely want revenge. Be careful in the coming days. Why not ask your older brother Wei Tong to mediate and find someone to smooth things over? It's better to resolve conflicts than to create them. He was offering a prudent solution, but Fong Jingxian didn't want to do that. Relying on Wei Tong to resolve everything would only make his impression of him grow worse. He's just a lowly Qi cultivation mid-stage thug. If he's afraid of him, how can he make a living? He might as well stick to his old job as a ferryman, earning a meager living each day. At least it was safer. Fong Jingxian thought it over. He didn't want to outright reject Lao He's suggestion, so he said, Old He, I understand your meaning, but going now is a bit too soon. Let us wait a few more days. By then, we can ask Brother Wei to step in, and it won't be too late. Fong Jingxian used the delaying tactic, and Old He didn't press him further. He just sighed. These days, nothing is easy. In this world, we just have to get by. Cui Long belched contentedly. This meal was the most satisfying one he had since leaving the mountains. And the most important thing was that he didn't have to pay. Free food was the best. Look at you lot, such losers. It's just a meal, what's there to cry about? Brother, I've never tasted meat this delicious before. All the ways we used to cook it were a waste of those demon beast meats. No way, big brother, I want to learn this skill. When we go back, I'll pass it down to the next generation so they'll never have to eat plain boiled meat again. Cui Hu, the second son, had tears in his eyes. He couldn't understand how he could have once enjoyed plain boiled meat so much. If you want to learn, will the shopkeeper teach you? This is a secret technique, just like our family's book of 100 beasts. Can it be passed on so easily? The third son, Cui He, reminded his older brother Cui Hu, while the fourth son, Cui Qi, remained silent, focused on eating. Cui Hu, the second son, heard this and felt it was hopeless, growing disheartened. Cui Long glanced over and noticed Fong Jingxian busy at work. A thoughtful gleam flashed in his eyes. Second brother, if you apply for a menial job at this shop and work there for half a year, wouldn't you learn the craft? Sigh, yeah, I could learn by observation. Though it's not exactly above board, I'll only pass it down to our clan's younger generation, and never use it to open a shop. Cui Hu comforted himself. After all, among foodies, how could that be called stealing? Keep your voices down. The shopkeeper is coming. The third son, Cui He, cautiously reminded them, and everyone quickly sat up straight. Fong Jingxian glanced over and couldn't help but laugh. Have you all finished eating? How was it? My cooking isn't bad, is it? The shopkeeper's cooking is truly unmatched. It's the best stewed meat I've ever tasted in my life. Unfortunately, I won't be able to eat it again once I return home. No, you're too kind. It's just a little of my own experience. If you want to learn, I'll give you the recipe. Just follow the ingredients. Wait, that's not right. I haven't even spent half a year as an apprentice to learn the tricks of the trade. How can you just pass it on to me? Cui, who was a bit confused, and the other three were also stunned. Only Fong Jing shrugged indifferently. It's just a stew recipe. It's not some secret martial art technique. What's it worth in spirit stones? Indeed, a stew recipe isn't worth much. Every tavern has its own unique formula. Fong Jing had developed this recipe based on his previous life's experience in stewing meat, combined with the spiritual ingredients and herbs of this world, and had refined it over time while cooking for himself. He didn't think it was worth much. He didn't believe he could open an inn just with a stew recipe that was too simplistic. Running an inn profitably isn't just about the taste. The details are what determine success or failure. Moreover, judging by the appearance of the four members of the Cui family, Fong Jing didn't think they would compete with him for business, so he was so generous. Hey, who wants to learn this? Today's duel held no surprises. By afternoon, Fong Jing didn't bother to go watch. He was busy frying meat jerky. The finest demon beast meat, coated in a secret blend of spiritual rice flour, then sprinkled with various spices. It was absolutely delicious. The bamboo tube spirit wine was also selling like hotcakes. Cui, who, having obtained Fong Jing stewed meat recipe, volunteered to help with the chores. Fong Jing couldn't refuse him, so he let him help old he with some tasks. To his surprise, Cui, who, despite his youth, was quite nimble and efficient. During the breaks between frying meat and selling wine, Fong Jing learned that Cui, who was only 20 years old this year. His older brother, Cui Long, who looked so haggard, was only 23. The other two brothers were even younger, one 18, and the other 17. They had come out this time at the family's request to gain experience, but from the way Fong Jing heard it, he guessed that the clan couldn't afford to support these four big eaters, and had sent them out to find work. If they could make a name for themselves and bring back some spirit stones to support the clan, that would be even better. The Cui family was located in the Danding sect, the area closest to the barbarian wastes. The land there was barren and inhospitable, with poisonous mists everywhere. In the eyes of cultivators from the Red Leaf Pavilion, it was a true wasteland. The Danding sect's territory had only a few hundred years of history, and before that, the land had belonged to the barbarian wastes. As a newly opened territory, the cultivators here were generally poor. In the White Mountain region, others viewed the Cui family in the same way. And the entire White Mountain region is viewed in the same way by the cultivation world. Aha, the elder doesn't mock the younger, we're all cut from the same cloth. After the afternoon's arena matches concluded, Fong Jing invited the four brothers of the Cui family to stay the night at the Red Leaf Pavilion with him. Originally, the four members of the Cui family had planned to spend the night outdoors to save money, but after hearing this, Fong Jing said, "I'll cover your accommodations." This wasn't Fong Jing being overly generous, he was being proactive. In case the flower between beasts wanted to cause trouble along the way, he wouldn't have to risk exposing his impulse and avoid them proactively. If the flower between the leaves leopard couldn't ambush him once, twice, or even 3 times, then the little cutie would realize there was something wrong. If the flower between the leaves were to go all out and buy a life-hiding symbol or similar talisman, then his impulse would be wasted. Of course, the flower between beasts wouldn't part with a life-hiding amulet, but he could sell his own secrets to others. Who knows? This might become a plot twist that trips him up in the future. So, for the sake of convenience and to win them over, Fong Jing took Lao He, all his belongings, and the 4 brothers of the Cui family, and slowly made their way to Hongye Lane. Chapters say, the battle comes to an end. Upon arriving at the Red Leaf District, Fong Jing arranged for the 4 brothers of the Cui family to stay at an inn outside the district. The 4 of them crammed into a single room, and the cost for the night was only 3 low-grade spirit stones, which also included breakfast the next morning, a very reasonable deal. After making arrangements for the 4 brothers of the Cui family, Fong Jing hurried into the district with Lao He. They had made a decent profit today, and needed to settle the accounts promptly. At Lao He's home, Fong Jing began to meticulously calculate today's earnings. The spiritual wine in bamboo tubes alone sold nearly 100 tubes. Many cultivators bought more than once, finishing one and coming back for more while watching the martial arts matches, and before they knew it, a tube of wine was gone. There were also earnings from fried meat jerky, stewed meat, and fried rice. It was truly astonishing. After calculating everything, Fong Jingshuan's net income for the day reached approximately 230 low-grade spirit stones. Wow, selling things at a stall is so profitable. Fong Jingxian exclaimed in amazement. His total costs were only around 50 low-grade spirit stones, and now it had quadrupled in an instant. Most of the income came from the spirit wine, which accounted for about half of the total earnings. A single jar of spirit wine could be divided into 4 or 5 bottles, and Fong Jingxian added some aromatic herbs and invigorating herbs to enhance the flavor. On the other hand, the stewed meat fried rice, which Fong Jingxian had high hopes for, sold in smaller portions. No wonder the liquor business is so profitable. I bought the spirit wine ready-made and mixed it myself. If I could brew my own, the profits would be even higher. After calculating today's earnings, Fong Jingxian took out 36 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to Old He. Old He, this is the share we agreed on earlier. Take it and keep it safe. A yi-sub-ba-sub split was acceptable to Old He, as the main work in selling alcohol and food fell on Fong Jingxian. Old He's main task was to sell the pills and talismans he had stockpiled earlier. He couldn't just let them go to waste. Similarly, the profits from selling the pills and talismans wouldn't be split evenly with Fong Jingxian either. In this regard, Lao He also wanted the lion's share. Old He took the spirit stones with a smile, then worked all day. Though he was exhausted, seeing the spirit stones made him feel he could keep going. After distributing the spirit stones, Fong Jingxian took Tu Yuan to go shopping. The meat was gone, and the wine was also running low. Everything needed to be replenished. Fortunately, he had Tu Yuan, who could carry a lot. Otherwise, how would they transport all these items? It would indeed be a hassle. By the time Fong Jingxian finished shopping, it was already pitch black outside. He looked at the bustling night scene of the marketplace lit up by lanterns and smiled. The future would be better. The next day, Fong Jingxian finished his brief meditation practice amidst his busy schedule. Lately, he had been so busy that he couldn't find time for meditation and cultivation. He could only do his homework at night, while the other tasks of drawing talismans and refining his body had to be temporarily put on hold. Fong Jingxian glanced at the panel, cultivation level, Qi refining stage 32600. His cultivation progress had increased by 2 points, though slowly, it was still growing. However, for now, earning money was the top priority. After setting up his belongings, he called Old He and left the marketplace, heading toward the Cui family's 4 brothers. Upon seeing Fong Jingxian arrive, the innkeeper's face turned pale. These 4 men could eat like horses, nearly driving him into the red. Free spiritual rice, served with just a few pickles, and they ate so heartily. The innkeeper had rarely seen such people. Fong Jingxian dragged the 4 brothers, who had eaten their fill, along with him. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way toward Wang Family Spirit Mountain. Upon arriving at the location, Fong Jingxian unloaded his belongings and felt an uneasy premonition. Sure enough, as the sun rose higher, along with the cultivators came other merchants. Sellers of spiritual fruits, rice wine, and food of all kinds filled the area, turning it into a bustling marketplace. I should have seen this coming, Fong Jingxian tapped his forehead. Cultivators love a good spectacle, and where there are people, there's a market. Though it's only a brief boom for a few days, it's enough for these merchants to make a fortune. The first 2 days, they probably hadn't fully realized the scale of this event, but after 2 days of buzz, everyone knew about it, so everyone came to join the fun. With other merchants competing, Fong Jingshuan's business wouldn't be as good as it was yesterday. However, others weren't as well prepared as Fong Jingxian, who had Tu Yuan helping him carry a bunch of things. At present, Fong's small shop remains the most eye-catching. For the sake of those precious spirit stones, Fong Jingxian reignited his determination. He asked the 4 brothers from the Cui family for help, and everyone began bustling about. frying meat, stewing meat, stir-frying rice with spirit wine, serving customers, and cleaning up. 6 people worked together, and for a moment, it actually looked quite professional. In the following days, Fong Jing took Lao He and the 4 brothers from the Cui family back and forth. The innkeeper outside the marketplace initially refused to accommodate the 4 of them, but in the face of Fong Jingxuan's spirit stones, he eventually relented. During those days, the 4 brothers of the Cui family lived comfortably, ate well, and enjoyed a life of ease and contentment. However, good times never last forever, and before they knew it, the final day had arrived. Today was the final match of the 9-round tournament, with cultivators from the Chu family and the He family, all late-stage qi cultivation experts, participating. Fong Jingxian took the opportunity to sell off his items at discounted prices, as he knew that once today was over, these items would be unsellable. Fong Jingxian didn't go to watch the actual battle. He couldn't leave, but he heard that on the Chu family's side, Tu Yuan, armed with a single sword, had defeated the opponent so thoroughly that they couldn't even put up a fight. This battle of martial arts and stage combat naturally ended with the Chu family's victory. With this, the Wang family's sacred mountain had found its rightful owner, and from now on, the Wang family would become a vassal family of the Chu family. Jingxian, guess what I encountered? When I went to exchange tickets, that black market merchant gave me a mark, saying it could be used to apply for access to the black market. Old He flaunted the mark in front of Fong Jingxian, but Fong Jingxian merely shrugged indifferently. In recent days, Old He had been busy helping out and selling the pills he had stockpiled, as well as Fong Jingxuan's talismans, with sales reaching nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was likely this scale that caught the black market merchant's attention, leading him to view Old He as a potential customer. Please keep them safe. If the marketplace discovers them, you'll be in for a world of trouble. Hearing Fong Jingxuan's words, Lao He dared not show off anymore. He was in a good mood at the moment. The pills hadn't gone to waste, and although the profits weren't as high as he had imagined, over the past few days, combined with the share Fong Jingxian had given him, he hadn't made a bad profit. Hurry up and pack up. Let's go back and settle the accounts. You've made a decent profit these days too. Fong Jingxian chuckled. In just 5 days of selling, he had earned enough spirit stones to afford the first-tier cultivation item he had been eyeing. However, before that, he needed to settle the wages for the 4 members of the Cui family first. Chapter Say Something, a bountiful harvest. Here's some money for your hard work over the past few days. It's also a token of my appreciation. Don't think it's too little. Fong Jingxian took out 4 portions of spirit stones, wrapped them in 4 small bags, and handed them over. Each bag contained approximately 15 to 20 low-grade spirit stones, calculated by Fong Jingxian at 5 per day for 3 days' work. Depending on their roles, the second eldest, Cui Hu, received the most, followed by the eldest, Cui Long. The 2 younger brothers only received enough to cover their expenses. 5 low-grade spirit stones per day was already considered a high price on an ordinary day. Fong Jingxian also covered their accommodation, and meals the Cui family's 4 brothers were provided for by Fong Jingxian. At first glance, Fong Jingxian seemed very generous, but in reality, the 4 brothers of the Cui family also bore the hidden responsibility of providing security. With the 4 of them present, no troublemakers dared to cause trouble during those days. Other vendors, some of whom were successfully extorted, even got into a few altercations during the process. Brother Fong, you've provided us with food and lodging. Helping you out is the least we can do. How can we accept your spirit stones? The eldest brother, Cui Long, ignored his 2 younger brothers' pleading expressions and firmly refused. The second brother, Cui Hu, also agreed with Cui Long's words. Fong Jingxian had already generously shared his secret recipe for stewed meat with him, which was more than enough for him. Facing Cui Long's refusal, Fong Jingxian firmly stated, "No, this is a hired job. Providing food and lodging is my responsibility. Now that the work is done, you must be paid. Our feelings are one thing, but spirit stones are another. Don't make this difficult for me." In his previous life, Fong Jingxian had always despised people who talked about emotions without action. In his view, actions spoke louder than words. Faced with Fong Jingxuan's persistence, Cui Long relented. He took the bag containing the spirit stones and said earnestly to Fong Jingxian, You're different from most of the people I've dealt with. Jingxian brother, if you ever need our 4 brothers' help in the future, just ask. No matter how far we have to go, we'll come to assist you. Alright, I'll wait for that day then. Haha, farewell, everyone. Fong Jingxian didn't take Cui Long's words to heart. He had always disregarded others' promises, having seen too many people who broke their word for personal gain. But Fong Jingxian seemed to have forgotten that this was the cultivation world, where the promises made by cultivators were far more binding than anything in his previous life. Hurrying along, Fong Jingxian didn't even bother to help other cultivators, missing out on earning several spirit stones. It wasn't that Fong Jingxian didn't want to earn them, he was mainly afraid that after making a fortune in the past few days, he might accidentally pick up someone with ill intentions who would try to rob him along the way. Where would he go to seek justice then? Therefore, Fong Jingxian discarded all the broken items that couldn't be stored in his storage bag, taking only Lao He and the turtle with him, and rushed toward Hongye Pavilion at full speed. Fong Jingxian's mindset made Lao He also grow suspicious. Fortunately, by the time the two of them rushed into the Red Leaf District, no bandits had emerged to rob them. Once inside the market, protected by a defensive array, the two relaxed and looked at each other, suddenly bursting into laughter. You're so cowardly. You made this old man scared too, almost losing my composure. Lao He joked, but Fong Jingxian was too busy catching his breath. He was genuinely worried. Without the Cui family's 4 brothers, he and Lao He were nothing but easy prey. Although they had returned safely now, that didn't mean all the preparations they had made earlier were in vain. Alright, let us settle the accounts quickly. After that, I plan to stay in the town for a while to lie low. You? Hide from the storm. It's not that bad, is it? Lao He laughed at Fong Jingxian. Just doing business for a few days, and already needing to lie low? His sense of impending doom was way too strong. Fong Jingxian shook his head and said, better safe than sorry. Besides, we made a decent profit this time. We should focus on digesting it properly. Let's suspend the ferry service for a while. It's not much in a month anyway. We might as well take a break. Lao He rolled his eyes. He hadn't had enough rest during the lockdown, had he? But seeing Fong Jingshuan's firm attitude, he didn't say anything else. The two returned to the courtyard, closed the doors and windows, and began to go through the accounts one by one. These talismans, worth a total of 300 low-grade spirit stones, I initially marked up by 30% but only sold a few. Later, I marked them up by 20%, and finally sold them off at a discount, marking them up by less than 5%. In total, I sold 360 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting my share, this leaves 350 low-grade spirit stones. Count them. Old He pushed the spirit stones he had earned from selling the talismans toward Fong Jingxian. Earning 50 low-grade spirit stones in 5 days was already quite decent by previous standards. However, compared to what Fong Jingxian earned from selling wine and food at his stall, it wasn't very impressive. Moreover, this was only because Old He had a good appearance and was eloquent otherwise. Earning this amount would have been no easy feat. Fong Jingxian set the spirit stones aside and began calculating his own earnings. Over the past 5 days, except for the first day, when he hadn't prepared in advance and had to sell food on the spot, the income from the remaining 4 days was substantial. Despite the fierce competition from other vendors, Fong Jingxian managed to secure a significant share of the market thanks to his first-mover advantage, scale advantage, and the appeal of his new products. He earned 230 on the second day, 180 on the third, 260 on the fourth, and on the final day, an impressive 390. Adding the 50 or 60 from the first day, he had earned approximately 1,100 low-grade spirit stones over the 5 days. After deducting over 160 low-grade spirit stones for costs, the wages for the 4 brothers from the Cui family, and living expenses, that's roughly another 100. Roughly calculating, the net profit was nearly 800 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting 20% for Old He, Fong Jingxian ended up with around 630 to 640. Upon calculating this, Fong Jingxian realized that in just 5 short days, the number of spirit stones in his possession had actually surpassed the 1,000 mark. Indeed, a horse doesn't grow fat without night grass, and a person doesn't grow rich without unexpected wealth, a timeless truth. After settling the accounts with old he, Fong Jing ignored his suggestion to have a few drinks and enjoy some delicious food to celebrate. Instead, he hurried to a spiritual material shop in the marketplace with Tu Yuan. "Shopkeeper, is that pot of 10,000-year-old pine still available?" "It's here. I just put it away." "Are you planning to buy it, sir?" "Of course I am. Why else would I be here?" "Hurry up and bring it over." Fong Jing suppressed his excitement, his expression growing impatient. This 10,000-year-old pine was a first-grade superior quality companion item, extremely rare, and he had no idea how it had ended up in this shop. The shopkeeper probably didn't know that the 10,000-year-old pine held a special attraction for cultivators whose elemental spirit was a pine tree. "If it weren't for the good omen, I'd take it to give to an elder. I wouldn't buy this thing otherwise." "Shopkeeper, don't rip me off. If it's too expensive, I'll turn around and leave, and just get another lucky charm." Fong Jing shrugged indifferently. The shopkeeper merely chuckled and placed a 3-foot-tall potted cypress tree on the counter. Chapter Say Sup Lo, One Show Han Bai. Upon seeing the tree, Fong Jing examined it closely. The 3-foot-tall sapling was planted in an earthen pot, but its branches and trunk were twisted and coiled like dragons and snakes, exuding a rugged yet reclusive aura. Its main trunk was mottled and cracked, resembling the inscriptions on a bronze artifact. Its overlapping leaves were as green as jade, intricately carved like ancient script. The twisted branches resembled frozen thunder patterns, with every scar and knot bearing the marks of its struggle against time. The tree's vitality flowed endlessly through its growth rings. Truly, it is as the saying goes, a dragon slumbers in a shallow basin, its ancient spirit hidden, its scales shimmer in the light, as if about to transform into clouds. There is no doubt that this cypress tree is alive. Well, Fong Jing admits that he is overly fond of this cypress tree, so he finds it charming no matter how he looks at it, and his descriptions are somewhat exaggerated. To others, it was simply a cypress tree with a touch of spirit, nothing extraordinary. Not bad, not bad. The symbolism is excellent. I'll take this cypress tree. What's your asking price, shopkeeper? Fong Jing stepped forward to examine it closely before asking the price with a smile. The shopkeeper, a seasoned veteran, had already seen through Fong Jingxuan's intentions. Fong Jing was still too inexperienced in such matters. The shopkeeper remained calm and replied, "A fair price of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." "What? 1,000? This is just a common item, not a magical artifact. Why would you ask for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones?" Compared to magical artifacts, items of the same rank, but used for cultivation companions are significantly cheaper. Because companion items, though also spiritual objects, have extremely low compatibility. Unlike magical artifacts, they are not specialized, and can be used by almost any cultivator. However, if a companion item is incompatible with another cultivator, it's just a disposable item in their hands. Therefore, magical artifacts of the same rank are much more expensive than companion items. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones are enough to buy a first-tier mid-grade magical artifact, which is why Fong Jing said the shopkeeper's asking price was too high. In Fong Jingxuan's mind, this one Shou Han Bai was excellent, but he hoped to acquire it for 500 low-grade spiritual stones. The shopkeeper remained calm and began to justify the price he had quoted. This 10,000-year-old cold pine may only be 3 feet tall, but it has been growing for 100 years. As its name suggests, if cared for properly, this tree can live for 10,000 years, making it highly symbolic. Furthermore, as a spiritual object, this cold pine possesses mystical properties. Its leaves can be used as medicine, its dew can be used in elixirs, and its essence can be infused into the soul. The shopkeeper then proceeded to elaborate on the unique selling points of this rare spiritual object. The medicinal use of the pine leaves is straightforward, so I won't elaborate further. Every morning, dewdrops form on the cold pine tree, which gather spiritual energy and are used in the refinement of certain elixirs. Though the price is not high, the fact that they are produced daily, over time, can add up to a modest benefit. The key lies in its meaning. The cold pine stands tall in wind and snow, fearing no harsh cold. Observing its intent can make one's soul more resilient, and understanding its way can make one's resolve more steadfast. The shopkeeper slowly explained these 3 benefits, making Fong Jing even more tempted. However, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones were still too expensive. He only had a total of 1,100 spirit stones in his pocket. To spend 1,000 of them at once would leave him with nothing for the rest of his days. Rent, food, social expenses, and caring for Tu Yuan, everything required money. He couldn't possibly give up his livelihood for an item meant for fellow practitioners, could he? Thus, Fong Jing began to haggle fiercely with the shopkeeper. Although you've made a good case, I've identified several flaws. For instance, the plant is too short, and how many leaves can naturally fall off? How many dewdrops can it condense? Second, it grows too slowly, it only grows 3 feet tall in 100 years. The more Fong Jing spoke, the more he felt he was being unreasonable, but for the sake of his meager wallet, he continued to haggle. Perhaps this cold pine was simply hard to sell, or maybe the shopkeeper had been persuaded by Fong Jing. Finally, the shopkeeper spoke. All right, we're both reasonable people. I won't beat around the bush. 900 low-grade spirit stones, take it or leave it. If you don't want it, I'll keep it for when a lower-ranked cultivator comes along. After haggling for a while, he only managed to knock off 100, leaving Fong Jing feeling disheartened. If old he had come, he might have been able to negotiate it down to 800. But 900 it is. This one-show cold pine is indeed worth that price. If it weren't for the scarcity of cultivators whose life essence is bound to a pine tree, this cold pine could easily fetch over 2,000. All right, 900 it is. But shopkeeper, you must give me some spiritual soil and fertilizer. It'll save me the trouble of buying them separately. The shopkeeper looked at Fong Jing and gritted his teeth. All right. I'll give it to you. Half a moment later, Fong Jing sat cross-legged on Tu Yuan's back, returning expressionlessly. 10,000-year cold pine had already been stored in his storage bag. Fortunately, his storage bag was two-sided, so he managed to make some space to fit it in. At that moment, Tu Yuan's back was still carrying several bags of spiritual soil and fertilizer, which were to be used for cultivating the cold pine. These spiritual soil and fertilizer were worth a few low-grade spiritual stones. He would use them sparingly, he wouldn't have to worry about them for the next 3 years. On the surface, Fong Jing remained expressionless, but deep down, he was thrilled. Exchanging a first-grade lower-quality jade green cypress for a first-grade upper-quality 10,000-year cold cypress, what kind of experience was this? It was more than just upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon, it was a qualitative leap. Moreover, the 10,000-year cold pine is a living entity, while the jade green pine is a lifeless object. The jade green pine has reached its maximum potential, but what about the 10,000-year cold pine? It can still grow and advance. Once properly cultivated, its grade could easily rise from first grade upper to second grade middle. Of course, the chances are slim, and the process is extremely time-consuming. It might take hundreds of years to succeed. But at least there's hope. Hope is better than nothing, isn't it? Upon returning home, Fong Jing hurried back to his quiet room, and took out the 10,000-year cold pine to admire it with a calm mind. Earlier in the shop, he hadn't examined it so closely, fearing that the shop owner might notice and raise the price. Now that he was alone, Fong Jing felt no urgency and appeared much more at ease. He reached out and gently stroked the branches and leaves of the cold pine, feeling its texture. It felt slightly cool to the touch, yet incredibly smooth. A surge of vitality seemed to flow through his fingertips and into his body. Fong Jingxuan's spirit stirred, and he burst into laughter. He then took out the cicada shell, and immediately sat down to meditate, beginning his first cultivation session with the cold pine tree. 3 hours later, Fong Jing slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still lingering with the joy of cultivation. After switching to the same cultivation object, Fong Jing clearly felt his cultivation progress accelerating. Unlike the icy coldness of the emerald jade cypress, the vibrant vitality of the 10,000-year cold cypress brought him immense benefits during his cultivation. Fong Jing turned his gaze toward the 10,000-year cold pine, and noticed that after this cultivation session, the tree seemed even more vibrant. Sharing cultivation with one's life essence is mutually beneficial. While Fong Jing cultivated, he was also accelerating the growth of the 10,000-year cold pine. However, in the past, the two entities he had cultivated alongside were inanimate objects, and the extent of their refinement was minimal, so Fong Jing hadn't been able to sense it before. Thinking of this, Fong Jing opened the attribute panel to see how the cultivation had been recorded. Chapters say subtut, leisurely daily life. True name, Fong Jing. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage Sam Yet Lok Ling Ling. Fong Jing looked at his attribute panel and nodded satisfactorily. Today's cultivation session had actually increased his cultivation by 1 point. Fong Jing was certain that the increase came from this session, as his cultivation progress had been at 30 points after he finished setting up his stall. It seemed that after switching to a new cultivation partner, his cultivation speed had increased to 2 to 3 times its previous rate. Previously, it took 3 to 5 days of meditation to increase his cultivation progress by 1 point, but now, just 1 night of meditation was enough. Although he still needed to verify the stability of this data, the efficiency had undeniably improved. This couldn't be faked. Thinking of this, Fong Jing couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If he had known that changing his cultivation partner would make such a huge difference, he would have borrowed money. Borrowing money is out of the question. That's too risky. If the interest piles up and I can't pay it back, I'll end up selling myself on the black market, and that's the end of me. Fong Jing was quite satisfied with his current situation. The companion item for the Qianling Suibai was already very suitable, leaving only the companion item for the Wuxiang Chantu. If he were to replace the companion item for Wuxiang Chantu with a first-grade superior quality item, wouldn't he be able to increase his cultivation progress by 2 points with just 1 day of meditation? If calculated this way, he could advance to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation in less than a year. And he had originally planned for 5 years. No wonder when I saw the cultivation seeds from the He family the other day, they were so young yet already at the late Qi cultivation stage. Judging by their cultivation speed, theirs must be countless times faster than mine. It turns out that having resources for cultivation is worlds apart from having none. Fong Jing thought of other geniuses and felt his initial arrogance dampened, but he still couldn't help but feel a bit proud. He had also improved significantly. With his current Qi cultivation early stage cultivation, he could already use a first-grade upper-tier cultivation companion. Could ordinary Qi cultivation early stage cultivators from ordinary foundation establishment families even hope for such treatment? After a moment of self-admiration, Fong Jing regained his composure. He stored the cultivation artifact in his storage bag, but left the 10,000-year-old pine in the quiet room. Although the storage bag could hold the 10,000-year-old pine, it was a living plant and couldn't stay in the bag for too long. For a short time, it would be fine, but if left for too long, the 10,000-year-old pine would wither and die. It would be best to allow the cold pine to bask in the sun and breathe fresh air daily, as this would promote healthier growth. However, this poses a problem when Fong Jing needs to go ferry people across the river. Currently, in this rented courtyard, Fong Jing doesn't bother much with security measures, as all his valuable items are on his person, and other cultivators wouldn't find anything of value to steal. But things will be different from now on. With this cold pine tree, Fong Jing will have to start worrying about how to prevent thieves. After admiring the cold pine for a while longer, Fong Jing tidied up and began practicing drawing talismans. After completing 2 sound-dampening talismans, Fong Jing rested for an hour at noon. In the afternoon, he began his cultivation of the body refining technique. After soaking in the essence of the spiritual wood for an hour, Fong Jing finished his physical cultivation, had a simple dinner, drew another sound-dampening talisman, and began his meditation practice. On the second day, he continued this routine: meditation, drawing talismans, eating, physical cultivation, drawing talismans again, and meditation once more. Tu Yuan was also a reclusive type, like a turtle, preferring stillness over movement. Since Fong Jing didn't go out, he could just stay put, eating and sleeping all day, and didn't seem bored at all. This routine continued day after day. Before he knew it, half a month had passed, and Fong Jing hadn't stepped out of the courtyard once. Until one day, Fong Jing looked up at the sky. The moonlight was at its peak, and it was the perfect time to collect moon dew. That night, Fong Jing used the 10,000-year-old pine for the first time instead of the jade green pine, beginning the collection of Moonlight Dew. The results of this attempt completely exceeded Fong Jing's expectations. Afterward, looking at nearly 50 drops of moon dew, Fong Jing was stunned. Though he had mentally prepared himself, a fivefold increase was far beyond his expectations. Recalling the days when he could only count the dewdrops each month, Fong Jing felt as though he had been transported to another world. How was he going to use up 50 drops of moon dew jade dew? Aha! I really wish I could just stay home and meditate every day, feeling my cultivation grow bit by bit. That kind of comfort, who could understand it? Fong Jing muttered to himself. If conditions permitted, he would truly want to stay home and cultivate forever, but unfortunately, the current circumstances did not allow it. As he watched his spirit stone reserves officially drop below the Yetbat mark, Fong Jing had no choice but to step away from his cultivation and start thinking about how to make money. He couldn't possibly wait until he was completely broke, with not a single spirit stone left, before stepping out again. That wasn't a lifestyle he could accept. Moreover, compared to before, Fong Jing felt that his consumption of spirit stones had increased significantly. 10 pounds of spiritual wood essence were gone in half a month. As Fong Jing's body refinement progressed, the amount of spiritual wood essence required for each refinement increased compared to the previous time. At first, it was 3 taels per session, then 4 taels, 5 taels, and now he needs a full pound each time. The materials required for talismans, such as talisman paper, spiritual ink, and cinnabar, were also significant expenses. Currently, Fong Jing was only proficient in one type of talisman, the sound-suppressing talisman, but he couldn't draw it, leading to a situation where his spiritual stones were no longer sufficient to cover his expenses. There is also the food for Tu Yuan. Besides spiritual rice, Tu Yuan needs to eat ordinary fish and shrimp to sustain himself, and all of these must be purchased with money. As for the more trivial expenses, such as the firewood used for body cultivation, the incense and candles needed for meditation, and the various spices and seasonings used for cooking, these may seem insignificant, but when added up, they also amount to a considerable expense. Living within the town, everything must be transported from outside, making prices naturally higher. A single low-grade spirit stone may seem valuable, but when broken down, it's not worth much. Let's start by getting rid of the things I don't need, especially that jade pine. It's just taking up space in my storage bag. I'll convert it all into spirit stones. Over the past month or so, I've accumulated over 100 silence charms without even realizing it. If I sell them all, that's over 100 low-grade spirit stones. No wonder I've been spending money so quickly. A large portion of it went into making talismans. But it was all worth it. My understanding of creating silence talismans has deepened significantly. Fong Jing pondered these thoughts in his mind while glancing at the attribute panel, which displayed cultivation level, chi refining stage, sam ya sam yi luk ling ling. Symbol crafting, silence symbol, sam sup yep ba. Body cultivation technique, qingmu yang gong, current realm, qingmu pai, sam sup sam yep ba. This was Fong Jing's progress over the past month. With the help of his new fellow practitioner, and the Moonlight Dew, his cultivation progress had surged forward, increasing by 100 points. The proficiency in crafting the silent symbol has also risen to Samsuk. Compared to when he first started, Fong Jing feels that the silent symbols he now crafts are nearly on par with those available on the market. The progress of his body refinement technique is also satisfactory, but the changes are not yet noticeable, so he will need to wait a bit longer. After reviewing the summary, Fong Jing was quite satisfied. Now, it all depended on whether the sound-dampening talismans could fetch a good price. His future happiness depended on it. With that thought, Fong Jing stepped out the door with Tu Yuan, whose body had grown another size, and headed straight for the marketplace outside the town. Chapter 6, the majestic Tu Yuan. Outside the town, in the shantytown market. The environment here was much like it had been several months ago, chaotic yet orderly, with people bustling about their daily trades, striving to earn a living. It seemed that the prolonged lockdown imposed by Hongye Pavilion had little impact on these cultivators. But Fong Jing knew the impact was profound. Many wandering cultivators had not survived and had quietly passed away. What he could see now was the new situation formed by the market absorbing fresh blood. As always, Fong Jing had come here to sell talismans, but he didn't go to the talisman shops in the market, or seek out Lao He. He wanted to try selling them directly, without going through intermediaries, to see if he could make a living on his own. The talisman shops in the marketplace took a 百分之40 cut, and they had formed a price cartel, rarely offering any concessions to independent talisman makers like him. As for Lao He, although there is a personal connection, the commission is slightly lower, but it is still likely to be a 20% split. This wasn't a one-time deal. The competition only lasted 5 days, and the money was quick. Symbol making, however, is a long-term business. While the monthly profit margin may seem small, but over time, a 20% profit margin is substantial, as Fong Jing deducts the cost of making the talismans and only keeps 50% of the profit. A single sound suppression symbol sells for one low-grade spirit stone, not overly expensive, and affordable for most. However, the function of a silent talisman is quite limited, and ordinary cultivators wouldn't buy many of them. Having 1 or 2 on hand is sufficient. There is one type of cultivator who desperately needs this talisman, and Fong Jing believes that the probability of finding such cultivators in the marketplace is quite high. Carrying the massive Tu Yuan, Fong Jing sat arrogantly at the head of the table, looking down on the bustling crowd below. The narrow market alleys became even more crowded due to the arrival of the Tu Yuan. Over the past month, not only had Fong Jingshuan's cultivation progressed rapidly, but the harvest of Moonlight Dew had also been bountiful, resulting in a significant increase in the portion allocated to the Tu Yuan. With so much Dew, Fong Jingxian dared not feed it all to the pack beast, fearing that its growth might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. However, he had arranged for Tu Yuan to receive 15 drops per month. Now that Tu Yuan had grown to a certain size, a single drop of Moon Dew could sustain its growth for an entire month. After verification by Fong Jingxian, it now only lasts for about 26 or 27 days. This ratio continues to decrease as Tu Yuan's size grows. However, the monthly supply of Moon Dew also increases, so overall, Tu Yuan's growth rate can be maintained. The larger Tu Yuan now exudes an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ordinary animals, when their bodies become too large, naturally evoke fear in others. Even a gentle dog like a golden retriever can be feared by many, simply because of its large size. Tu Yuan, however, is a demon beast, a carnivorous creature. Its fangs at the corners of its mouth, its thick limbs, and the sharp scales covering its exposed skin all serve as a reminder that it is not to be messed with. Even ordinary cultivators standing beside Tu Yuan, without Fong Jingshuan's protection, would likely be trembling in fear. Moreover, among the talents Tu Yuan awakened a few months ago, there is one called Return to Origin. This talent has been quietly enhancing Tu Yuan's physical body over time, causing him to now appear significantly different from ordinary Shishui Lingoe. Larger, more powerful, and exuding a greater sense of oppression. As he watched the others in the market secretly cast envious and jealous glances his way, Fong Jingxian felt a surge of satisfaction. Playing the underdog? That's too frustrating. I want to be respected and admired in public. Tu Yuan seemed to sense Fong Jingshuan's mood and became even more arrogant, either a dog relying on its master's strength, or a master relying on his dog's strength. Facing the scattered cultivators in the market town, who were mostly at the first or second level of qi cultivation, Fong Jingxian felt a strong sense of superiority. Until he reached Wu Laosan's stall, he finally composed himself and focused on the matter at hand. Hey, Emir Fang, it's been a while since you've been here. Wu Laosan was still the same, wearing a dirty apron, with a few scattered pieces of demon beast meat on his stall. Fong Jingxian remembered him. Several months ago, he had been berated by a mortal woman. Now, the vendors around Wu Laosan had almost all changed, but he remained the same. I've been busy with cultivation lately, and haven't been out much. How's business? I took a break for a while and just reopened last month. Sigh, just trying to make ends meet. Wu Laosan smiled lightly, appearing calm and composed, but Fong Jingxian could tell he was feeling quite smug. He had a brother who worked in the demon hunting squad in the marketplace, so he always had fresh demon meat to sell. Unlike other meat vendors, who either had to hunt it themselves or buy it at high prices, he lived a comfortable life. What would you like today? These are all that's left. Don't be picky, I'll give you a discount. Wu Laosan switched into business mode, while Fong Jingxian smiled at him, selected a few pieces of meat, and then said, After you close shop, let us grab a drink. I've got something to discuss with you. Upon hearing that Fong Jing wanted to talk to him, Wu Laosan grew suspicious, but quickly burst into a hearty laugh. Sure, I know a small tavern. The drinks aren't great, but their stewed meat is delicious. I'll treat you later. Fong Jing nodded and led Tu Yuan to the side to wait. Wu Laosan glanced over at them, his expression torn. He clenched his teeth, packed up his stall, and said abruptly, "Forget it. There's not much left anyway. I'll close early today. Let's go have a drink." Behind the market, Fong Jing ventured deeper into the area. In the past, he would buy what he needed and leave, rarely venturing behind the market. Wu Laosan led Fong Jing to a dingy tavern and signaled the owner to bring some stewed meat. The meat wasn't entirely made from demon beast flesh, but mostly from demon beast offal, heavily seasoned with spices. Fong Jing took out the Qinghezui he had brought and poured a bowl for Wu Laosan. "Third brother, have you ever used a sound-dampening charm?" Wu Laosan paused, then asked in confusion. "Of course I have. How could I not? In our line of work, we probably use sound-dampening charms more than any cultivator. Don't misunderstand, butchers use sound-dampening charms not to prevent the screams of demon beasts during slaughter from disturbing the neighbors. Rather, they use them during the hunting process to conceal their own tracks. As everyone knows, when encountering prey, what's the most important thing to do? It's not to immediately launch an attack, but to avoid alerting the other party. The closer the distance between the two parties during the hunt, the greater the chance of success. Otherwise, if the prey is startled and flees. Do you really think you can outrun a demon beast native to the wild forest? Therefore, the silence symbol and the breath-holding symbol are essential talismans for hunters. Once you spot your prey, apply one to yourself, and then you can slowly approach. Approach first, then consider how to capture it. Moreover, when facing a lone demon beast, how do you prevent it from calling for help and attracting its companions, leading to a group attack? Apply a silence symbol. What about demon beasts skilled in sonic attacks? Apply a silence seal again. Even during a magical duel with a cultivator, applying a silence symbol to them can significantly weaken their ability to recite incantations or speak aloud. The mechanism of the silence talisman is simple, but its applications are numerous. The talisman is merely a tool. How to use it depends on the specific situation. Fong Jing took a bite of the stir-fried pork intestines and found them indeed delicious. Such food was only eaten by wandering cultivators eking out a living in the marketplace. The cultivators in the marketplace only ate the freshest and most delicious meat, looking down on the offal of demon beasts. Seeing that Fong Jing was willing to eat it, Wu Laosan's face lit up with a smile. Chapter 6 Gao, Market Sales. It's like this, third brother. I have a batch of sound-dampening charms I want to sell. Are you interested? Some of them are defective, so the price is very low, but you're sure to make a profit. Wu Laosan had a genuine need for sound-dampening talismans. After a hunting trip, he always needed 2 or 3, so selling them to him was a sure thing. Although he could obtain them from the demon hunting squad, they couldn't compare to the ones he hunted himself. If he successfully hunted a black-winged pig, he could sell the parts for over 100 low-grade spirit stones, with the cost being just a dozen or so low-grade spirit stones. Of course, if the hunt failed, the cost of the talismans would be minimal, well within his budget. However, over 100 sound-dampening charms are too much for Wu Laosan to handle alone. But Wu Laosan has his own connections and peers in the trade. He can easily buy them and resell them as a middleman. Upon hearing Fong Jingxuan's words, Wu Laosan's eyes lit up. While he wasn't sure about other talismans, he was well versed in silent talismans, having used them extensively. Defective ones? What do you mean? Seeing that Wu Laosan was interested, Fong Jing explained. This was drawn by a novice talisman maker. They're just starting out and lack experience. While it can be activated, the range of the silence effect is less than 10 feet, so it's considered a defective item. Although the silent symbol has a standard structural layout, the effects each talisman can achieve vary from person to person. Advanced symbol makers can even add extra patterns to silent symbols. Once activated, such symbols not only cover a larger area, but also conceal their presence. Of course, this goes beyond the level of low-tier talismans, and Fong Jing is not yet at that level. However, Fong Jing was fully aware of the gap between the dozens of silent talismans he had made initially and those available on the market. He would never compromise on quality or deceive others. This goes against Fong Jingxuan's principles. He is not inherently kind-hearted, rather, he wants to avoid the negative consequences that greed can bring. Many things begin with a single greedy thought, and Fong Jingxian had seen this many times in his previous life. For example, a millionaire businessman deliberately withholds a $3,000 salary, only to end up with his entire family wiped out. This is the result of a single greedy thought. Fong Jingxian does not want to make such a rookie mistake. Being kind to others is not about being inherently good, it is about striving to avoid the consequences of evil. This is Fong Jingxuan's approach to life. Therefore, whether he collaborates with Lao He, interacts with Wei Tong, or deals with the Cui family's 4 brothers, he always chooses fair transactions, adheres to the rules, takes what is rightfully his, and does not covet what belongs to others. This time was no different. Fong Jingxian addressed the potential issues up front, and after Wu Laosan was informed, he understood the situation, and would not harbor any thoughts of being deceived afterward. If Fong Jingxian had chosen to deceive, Wu Laosan would have been furious and might have sought revenge, which would only have caused trouble for himself. Therefore, Fong Jingxian made it clear that everything would be divided fairly, and there was no need for any trouble. Listening to Fong Jingxian's words, Wu Laosan pondered for a moment before picking up a few dishes to taste. Fong Jingxian wasn't in a hurry. If it worked out, great. If not, he could find someone else. As long as the price was low enough, talismans were a hard currency and wouldn't go unsold. A moment later, Wu Laosan made up his mind and said, "If the talismans are in good condition and the price you offer is reasonable, I'll take them." Fong Jingxian smiled slightly. With Wu Laosan saying that, the matter was already half settled. The rest was just a matter of price. As for this first deal, Fong Jingxian didn't plan to make much profit. As long as he could sell the goods and open up a channel, that would be more than satisfactory. After they finished eating and drinking, Fong Jingxian followed Wu Laosan to his home. "Wife, there's a guest at home. Have Wu Ma pour some tea." Wu Laosan's residence was quite spacious, with no trace of the makeshift shack it had once been. It was indistinguishable from an ordinary dwelling. Seeing Fong Jingxuan's surprised expression, Wu Laosan smiled smugly. "Here, if you can fight, have connections, or know the right people, you can live comfortably. My house has been inspected many times by the authorities in the marketplace, but I've passed every time. It's all thanks to this." Wu Laosan took out a low-grade spirit stone and jingled it. The crystal-clear spirit stone shone brightly in the sunlight. "Oh, I see. Third brother is really something. You even hire mortal servants. Your lifestyle is more grand than that of the masters in the marketplace." Wu Laosan had also hired several ordinary servants to take care of his daily needs, and his life was indeed carefree. Hey, no one cares outside the marketplace. As long as they can survive, it's fine. These are all relatives from our hometown who came here seeking refuge. You have to take care of them, don't you? Mentioning his hometown, Fong Jingxuan's expression darkened. In this realm, he had no family left. "Come on, let's go inside for tea and chat." Fong Jingxian told Tu Yuan to wait at the door so as not to scare the commoners, then followed Wu Laosan into the courtyard. Once inside, Fong Jingxian didn't look around much. He took out 10 sound-dampening talismans from his storage pouch and handed them to Wu Laosan to examine. These are the initial defective ones. Their coverage starts at 7 feet and extends up to 8.5 feet. These ones, however, are perfect. They are nearly identical to the sound-dampening talismans available on the market. You can compare the differences between them. Wu Laosan picked them up and examined them closely for a moment before shaking his head and putting them down. He knew how to use them, just input a bit of spiritual energy to activate them, but Fong Jingxian was asking him to compare the talisman patterns, and he had no idea how to do that. If he could really understand them, why would he still be selling meat and working as a butcher? At this point, Wu Laosan wore a half-smile, looking at Fong Jingxian and said, "These silent symbols, you didn't make them yourself, did you?" Fong Jingxian wasn't surprised by Wu Laosan's reaction. He knew it would be hard to keep this a secret, especially since they'd be dealing with each other for a long time. So he admitted it openly. "I never expected you to venture into the art of talisman making. With this skill, you have a bright future ahead of you. Upon hearing Fong Jingxuan's admission, Wu Laosan's expression grew even more excited, and his attitude toward Fong Jingxian became warmer. The four arts of cultivation: arrays, dan, weapons, and symbols. Although symbol making ranked last, it was still highly esteemed. Making an early connection with a symbol making master would be valuable networking for the future. So it seems like we'll have plenty of opportunities to collaborate in the future. What about this time? Just calculate it normally. Don't undercut me, and I won't shortchange you. Let's take it slow and steady, and build this relationship over time. After saying this, Fong Jingxian began to estimate the value of each talisman with Wu Laosan, and after tallying them all, there were a total of 123 silent talismans, which were eventually converted into 91 lower-grade spirit stones. The overall discount rate was over 80%, which was several low-grade spirit stones more than going through Lao He. Most importantly, the channel had been established, and in the future, Wu Laosan could provide a significant supply of sound-dampening talismans. After settling the transaction, Fong Jingxian was satisfied and bid farewell to Wu Laosan. However, after he left, Wu Laosan looked at Fong Jingxuan's departing figure, then at the spirit talismans on the table, his eyes growing distant, lost in thought. Chapter 9: Golden Bone Catfish. With provisions in hand, Fong Jingxian felt at ease as he emerged from the marketplace. He could survive for quite some time now. The cost of making the sound-dampening talismans was around 40-odd low-grade spirit stones. With 95 now in the coffers, the profit margin exceeded 50%. Excellent. However, the market on Wu Laosan's side was already saturated. With so many silent talismans, it would take several months to sell them all, and he wouldn't buy any more. If only he could ship them out at any time, that would be so much better. Fong Jingxian daydreamed about the good times, sitting cross-legged atop the Tu Yuan, letting it carry him along. As he watched the Tu Yuan head toward the town, Fong Jingxian suddenly thought of his cracked bone catfish. Oh no, I've been so engrossed in cultivation that no one has fed those bone catfish. They must be starving. Fong Jingxian slapped his head and ordered Tu Yuan to change course. The Tu Yuan turned its head and raced toward the outer dock. Upon arriving at the pond where the split-jawed catfish were being raised, Fong Jingxuan's mood began to sink. But it didn't sink too much. After all, he hadn't put much effort into raising these bone-cracking catfish, and not much resources had been wasted. If necessary, he could simply catch another batch and repeat the process. It would just delay things a bit. With this thought in mind, Fong Jingxian felt much better. As long as he could stay positive, nothing could bring him down. Beneath the water's surface, dark shadows flickered. Upon noticing them, Fong Jingxuan's heart leaped with joy. He hadn't expected any more gains. Being able to survive in this situation with insufficient food was already a miracle. Whatever it was worth it. Seeing this, Fong Jingxian called out to Tu Yuan, instructing him to activate his water manipulation ability and locate everything that was moving in the pond. Soon, a large bone catfish, over 5 feet long, was pulled out by Tu Yuan. As he watched the bone catfish thrashing in mid-air, Fong Jingxian furrowed his brows. Was this the victor among catfish, having survived countless battles? This catfish did possess a trace of spiritual energy, suggesting it had potential to be cultivated as a spirit pet. However, compared to Tu Yuan, its innate talent was far inferior. Of course, Tu Yuan, after being constantly cultivated by Fong Jingxian, had seen a dramatic increase in value, and was no longer something ordinary fish could mess with. I recall there was another mutated bone catfish back then, a sly one. Could it have been killed as well? Fong Jingxian muttered to himself. Although Tu Yuan hadn't detected the whereabouts of another bone carp, Fong Jingxian recalled how clever that bone carp had been and couldn't help but feel that it probably hadn't died so easily. This pond had been tampered with by him, making it difficult for any creatures inside to escape. While the mutated bone catfish was clever and possessed intelligence beyond its kind, it still paled in comparison to the techniques of a cultivator. Since it couldn't escape and wasn't likely to die easily, Fong Jingxian speculated that the little creature had probably hidden itself. And this hiding technique had even gone unnoticed by Tu Yuan. It seems we only have this one thing to show for it. Sigh, never mind. Let's go, Xiao Yuan. Fong Jingxian called out to Tu Yuan, who understood immediately. The man and the turtle, accompanied by the large bone catfish, slowly moved away. After a long time, a ripple spread across the water surface. Golden bone catfish, no larger than the palm of a hand, quietly emerged from the crack in the rock. It surveyed its surroundings, confirmed there was no danger, and then swam around contentedly. With the large bone catfish gone, it dared not move around freely before. Now that it was gone, this pond would be its domain from now on. Suddenly, the golden bone shark startled. Just as it was about to dive down, it was lifted into the air. "Haha, little bone shark, you've learned to play tricks on me too." Fong Jing and Tu Yuan emerged from the side. He had only gone a short distance away, and had quietly returned, taking the precaution of casting a sound-dampening spell on himself and Tu Yuan. Though this bone carp had developed some intelligence, experience still trumped youth. How could it compare to Fong Jingshuan's cunning? Tu Yuan smiled, his eyes narrowing, his mouth opening and closing, seeming a bit greedy. This frightened the bone catfish greatly, causing it to bow repeatedly toward Fong Jingshuan's position, signaling its submission. You can still survive, and you know when to retreat. All your mutation potential is in your brain. Fong Jingxian was very satisfied with capturing this mutated bone carp. Such an intelligent spirit fish was extremely rare. Moreover, the bone catfish's appearance was also quite beautiful, golden and shiny, symbolizing good fortune. Among mortals, gold is highly valued. In the cultivation world, there are also many materials that require gold extraction, so gold isn't exactly a cheap material. However, it's quite important for both cultivators and mortals. If sold, this catfish could fetch a substantial amount of spirit stones. However, Fong Jingxian believed that spirit stones could be earned gradually, while this catfish was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Judging by your behavior, you remind me of the sixth disciple. From now on, I'll call you Lu Zhai. Once I advance to the mid-stage of qi cultivation, I'll contract you then. Fong Jingxian made his calculations. Compared to the bone pike he had caught earlier, although it was large and fierce, its potential paled in comparison to Lu Zhai. The greater a demon beast's potential, the more valuable it is, and the higher its future limit. Fong Jingxian didn't want to waste his precious contract slot on that big, dumb, black bone catfish. Because the total amount of a cultivator's soul essence is limited, one cannot contract as many demon beasts as one wishes. During the qi cultivation stage, one can only contract up to 3. Of course, if the contracted demon beasts are weaker, one can contract 1 or 2 more. However, the scene where dozens of demon beasts swarm the enemy, with a single wave of the hand is unlikely to occur. However, if one possesses a special innate talent, such as the ability to reduce the total soul essence of contracted spirit beasts, or has special cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, or other external aids, one can contract more demon beasts. However, such cultivators are rare beast-taming prodigies, and ordinary cultivators rarely encounter them. Therefore, most cultivators adhere to the rule of contracting 3 demon beasts. Fong Jingxian lacks talent in beast taming, and can currently only contract 3 beasts. Excluding Tu Yuan, he has 2 slots remaining during the qi cultivation stage. Having obtained such a precious spiritual object, Fong Jingxian was in a hurry to return. The 10,000-year-old pine was still in his storage pouch, and if left there for too long, it would wither. On the way back, Fong Jingxian played with the water ball in his hand. Inside the water ball, which was the size of a human head, a golden bone pike the size of a palm was blowing bubbles. On Tu Yuan's back, the massive bone pike was bound up. This creature wasn't very smart, constantly thrashing about, and with its fierce temperament, it naturally didn't receive the same treatment as the 6 cubs. At that moment, Fong Jingxian looked at the 6 cubs in his hand, and the large bone catfish behind him, and thought of the 10,000-year-old pine tree in his storage bag. The desire to have his own set of quarters grew stronger within him. He couldn't very well carry all his belongings with him every time he went out, could he? However, the courtyard he was currently renting was not something he could easily modify, as there was a landlord. If he dug a pond to raise fish in the courtyard, he would have to explain himself. But Fong Jingxian wanted to do more than that. He wanted to purchase an array formation to completely protect his small courtyard. That way, even if he were away for a few days, he wouldn't have to worry about his home being robbed. After all, petty theft is easy, but breaking through an array formation to steal is a matter of honor for the marketplace. It's not the same thing. Last time old he mentioned there was a cheap house for sale. I didn't want to buy it at first, but now I have no choice. I guess I'll go take a look. Who would thought I'd spend my whole life worrying about a house? Fong Jing muttered to himself, while Tu Yuan swam swiftly across the water. Before long, they arrived at Hongye Lane. Chapter Nsupyat, pooling money to buy a house. With two bone-headed catfish in tow, Fong Jing easily entered the marketplace. Though his reputation wasn't great, he had at least become a familiar face. The main reason was that Tu Yuan was too distinctive. Such a majestic spirit turtle was rare even in the marketplace. However, Wei Tong had not been on duty, clearly because his internal injuries had not yet fully healed. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Fong Jing surveyed the place he had lived in for half a year, finding it increasingly unsettling. Indeed, once one develops feelings, one grows increasingly disdainful of the past. Fong Jing had Tu Yuan give the large-bone catfish a lesson, teaching it some of the rules here. He took the 6 cubs with him and entered the quiet room. He found a basin, filled it with water, and placed the 6 pups inside. You'll have to endure this for a few days. Once I buy a house, I'll build you a pond right away. Fong Jing made grand promises, and the 6 cubs nodded obediently. They had no choice, after all, they were under his roof. After settling the 6 young ones, Fong Jing took the sacred tree from his storage bag, and placed it by the door to soak up the sun. Seeing that the treasure tree was fine, Fong Jing began drawing talismans. Currently, he only had 1 or 2 sound-dampening talismans left, with no reserves. After a morning's work, Fong Jing had only managed to draw 2 talismans. It wasn't that he didn't want to draw more, but his spiritual awareness couldn't withstand the strain. Under these circumstances, attempting other talismans was also impractical, unless Fong Jing was willing to abandon the creation of the sound-dampening talismans and allocate his precious spiritual energy to other basic talismans. Rubbing his temples, Fong Jing thought that compared to the sound-dampening talismans, other talismans of the same rank were even harder to sell. For example, the cleaning symbol and the path-guiding symbol had much lower market demand. As for the demon-repelling symbol, arrow-deflecting symbol, and light-body symbol, these 3 symbols require 24 different symbol configurations to create, and drawing them demands the skill of a mid-tier first-rank symbolist, a level he was still far from achieving. As for higher-tier talismans like demon-banishing talismans, self-defense talismans, and flame talismans, which require 36 talisman configurations, even ordinary talisman makers cannot produce them, and Fong Jing isn't interested in those yet. He decided to stick to making sound-dampening talismans for now. At least they could make money, and once he became more skilled, the quality of his talismans would be top-notch, and he wouldn't have to rely on Wu Laosan to sell them. Fong Jing pondered these matters. At the moment, he believed the most urgent task was to save enough money to buy his own house to accommodate the 6 children and the large catfish. And his precious companion, Han Bai. For the new house, Fong Jing wanted to use a better array formation for protection and build a large pond. This way, Tu Yuan and the 6 cubs could live more comfortably. However, a property within the city walls was no cheap affair. Although prices had dropped significantly due to the lockdown, the price for a house that met his requirements would still be astronomical. Thinking of this, Fong Jing couldn't help but sigh. He was still poor. He had briefly possessed over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, which was the peak of his earnings over the years. No, I'll have to wait a little longer. With the silent symbol as a stable source of income, I'll save up slowly. It'll come eventually. Shopkeeper, this is made of jade, and it's a shared item. Asking for only 120 low-grade spirit stones is too low. Could you at least raise the price a bit? Inside a shop in the marketplace, Fong Jing looked at the old man across from him, playing with his own once-cherished item, the jade pine. This item had been purchased by his master for 120 low-grade spirit stones back in the day. Little did he expect that after 7 or 8 years, its value had not only failed to rise, but had actually declined. The jade material is decent, but the pine tree design detracts from its value. If it weren't for the material, I wouldn't have offered you this much. If you're not satisfied, why not ask around for other offers? The price elsewhere isn't even as high as yours. I asked around before coming here. Fong Jingxian silently thought to himself, never mind, never mind. Getting back a little is better than nothing. It's not a magical artifact, selling it for 80% of its value is already quite good. Alright, let's go with this price. Shopkeeper, give me the spirit stones. Alright, let's go over there to register it. The marketplace has regulations. Any transactions involving fellow cultivator artifacts must be recorded to prevent them from being stolen by bandits and then laundered as stolen goods. Fong Jingxian heard this and couldn't help but roll his eyes. These rules were useless, just a way to shift responsibility. They were causing trouble for normal transactions, while the real bandits selling stolen goods couldn't be caught. With no other choice, Fong Jingxian left his name on the register and finally received the spirit stones. He then sold all the supplies he had obtained during the lockdown period in exchange for spirit rice, retrieving over 40 low-grade spirit stones. After finishing all this, Fong Jingxian returned home and calculated the number of spirit stones he currently possessed. He had less than 100 low-grade spirit stones saved as an emergency fund, plus the proceeds from selling the sound-dampening talismans, the money from selling his fellow cultivator, and the money from selling miscellaneous items. In total, he had over 360 low-grade spirit stones. This amount was enough for the down payment on a property within the district. Thinking of this, Fong Jingxian clenched his teeth, took Tu Yuan with him, and set out to find Lao He. Old He, it's been a while. Your courtyard here is truly one of a kind on my street. In Lao He's courtyard, Fong Jingxian and Lao He sipped tea together. Looking at the spacious courtyard, he couldn't help but express his admiration. My son bought it back then. He had just joined the Danding sect, full of ambition, hadn't settled down yet, and had saved up some money. He wanted to show his filial piety to me, so he spent an entire high-grade spirit stone on it. Hearing old He say this, Fong Jingxian couldn't help but gasp. A high-grade spirit stone? That's equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. How extravagant. Unfortunately, good times don't last. After he got married, took a spouse, and had children, money was always tight everywhere. I had planned to sell this property and move to a smaller place. After all, I'm just an old man, what use is such a large house? But he refused outright, saying it was his filial offering to me, and also the family's pride. We can't let others talk behind our backs, saying that while his son went to the Danding sect, his father had to sell the family property. That would be embarrassing, so let's just leave it as it is for now. When I'm gone, the property will still be his. Lao He and Fong Jingxian had already developed a very good relationship, so he was willing to share these matters with Fong Jingxian. So He, hasn't he come back to visit you in all these years? He used to come back often, but later he had a falling out with his partner. She came from a wealthy family, and didn't want to come to this small place. I could see that, so I didn't let him come back. It was better to avoid constant arguments. Listening to Lao He's words, Fong Jingxian had already imagined the cliché scenario, a local elite being taken in by a wealthy family as a son-in-law, with the bride's family desperately trying to cut ties with the husband's family. Old He, a cultivator at the second level of Qi cultivation, wasn't he anyone special even in Hongye Pavilion, let alone in a place like the Danding sect. Sigh, every family has its own problems, Fong Jingxian sighed, then suddenly remembered that he had come to ask about the house, not to listen to gossip. So Fong Jingxian steered the conversation back on track and asked. Old He, what's the latest on the property price reduction you mentioned last time? Chapter Sup Yi, a familiar old friend. After Fong Jingxian finished speaking, Old He gave him a look that said, you couldn't resist, could you? During the power struggle between the Chu family and the He family, Old He knew that Fong Jingxian had made a fortune. Once a person has money, it's rare to resist spending it. Fong Jingxian was only in his 20s and suddenly had a lot of spirit stones. Wanting to spend money freely was quite normal. Moreover, Fong Jingxian hadn't spent his money on indulgences. Old He hadn't seen him visit any of the entertainment venues in the marketplace. Alright, you've saved quite a bit of money, haven't you? Thinking about buying property is better than throwing your spirit stones at those demonic women in the brothels. In my opinion, once you have property, save up for a few more years, and I'll find you a good match. We'll arrange the marriage, and you can carry on the Fong family line. Sure enough, once people get older, they love to play matchmaker. Old He was no exception. Fong Jingxian shook his head repeatedly, insisting he was still young and should focus on cultivation. Marriage wasn't urgent. Old He smiled and tried to persuade him a few more times, but seeing Fong Jingshuan's firm resolve, he sighed regretfully, lamenting that he hadn't been able to secure such a good match for him. After some casual chatter, Old He returned to the main topic. The property prices in the market area have stabilized after the initial sharp drop. Some people are leaving, but others are moving in. As long as Hongye Lane doesn't collapse, these houses will always be valuable. Take our street, for example. There are still 13 properties up for sale. I suggest you take a look around here first. If nothing suits you, you can always check out other streets. After all, we're neighbors. Once you're settled, you'll have someone to rely on. Fong Jingxian agreed with Lao He's words. After all, neighbors are better than distant relatives. With Lao He around, Fong Jingxian didn't have to worry about other trivial matters. Then please help me out, Old He. No problem. I've got nothing better to do anyway. Let's go. Fong Jingxian and Old He sat cross-legged on Tu Yuan's back, the two of them, and the turtle following the street inward. It's only 2 steps away. Why bother walking? Fong Jingxian smiled but said nothing. Whenever he went out, no matter how close the destination, he always chose to be carried by Tu Yuan. It wasn't because he was lazy or didn't want to walk, it was for safety reasons. Fong Jingxian had developed this good habit, but Lao He was still a bit unaccustomed to it. In just a moment, they arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. Lao He dismounted from Tu Yuan's back and began explaining to Fong Jingxian. This used to belong to a cultivator at the mid-stage of qi condensation. After the market was reopened, he moved his entire family to the territory of the Danding sept. He entrusted this property to a broker to sell, with a asking price of Yetsin low-grade spirit stones. Fong Jingxian didn't respond to Lao He's words. He had Tu Yuan walk inside and led him around the courtyard. The place is a bit small. I want to dig a pond, build some pavilions and rock gardens, and create some artificial mountains and rocks, but there's not enough space here. Wow, you're pretty demanding, aren't you? Alright, let's go check out the next place. After viewing several properties, Fong Jingxian remained unsatisfied. While the location of the Muyu Street area was decent, the unit price was also quite high. However, unlike the large courtyard Fong Jingxian had envisioned, the courtyards here were generally smaller. Only a few large courtyards could meet his requirements, but the prices were too high, making him give up. I don't think the Woodleaf Street area suits my needs. I'll have to look for something in a more remote area. Seeing Fong Jingshuan's dissatisfaction, Old He sighed and tried to persuade him. When buying a house, location is key. This area is close to the town center, so it'll be easier to sell later. If you buy something in a remote area, what will you do if you end up stuck with it? I probably won't sell it anyway. Let's just pick one I like first. Who knows what the future holds? Seeing Fong Jingxian was set on his decision, Lao He had no choice but to find him a real estate agent to accompany him to those remote streets to look at houses. This time, the agent first took Fong Jingxian to the most remote street within Hongye Lane, High Street. Fang, although Lotus Leaf Street is also covered by the main array of the district, it's quite far from the district center, so the spiritual energy here is much thinner compared to the other streets. If you plan to live here, I recommend that you prepare your own spirit gathering array. Additionally, it's not a major thoroughfare, and the terrain is low-lying. In past years, heavy rains have caused flooding, so there are far fewer people living here. Flooding during heavy rain? That doesn't sound very cultivation-like. After all, the district market's grand array is protecting us. How could mere rain become a problem for cultivators? But that's the reality. After all, when it rains heavily for half a month straight, the town's protective array has to be activated at full power to block the rain that consume spirit stones. You must know that when the town's array is operating at full capacity, it consumes a high-grade spirit stone every few hours. Who's going to pay for that spirit stone? The protective array of Hongye Market is only responsible for basic defense. It only activates at full power when enemies attack. A mere downpour? We'll just ignore it. After all, it hasn't flooded the central area, and the mansions of the nobles are safe. As for the flooded areas, they'll just have to fend for themselves. They're all cultivators, they won't die anyway. Just endure it and it'll pass. Fong Jingxian listened quietly as the broker explained the situation. He paid no heed to the potential flooding. Perfect. My two water-type spirit beasts love water. We're here. This is the absolutely perfect house I recommended for you. It spans 5 acres and is incredibly spacious. You won't even need to dig a pond, you could build an entire lake, and no one would bat an eye. After walking for a long time, Fong Jingxian finally stopped in front of a slightly dilapidated courtyard. Following the broker inside, Fong Jingxian immediately fell in love with the place. Though overgrown with weeds and in a state of disrepair, giving it an uninhabited feel, its size was undeniable, and the price was unbeatable. What's the asking price for this property? The asking price is 1,700 low-grade spirit stones. The original owner is willing to accept installment payments. Plus our brokerage fees, and the costs for handling the paperwork at the marketplace, you'll only need to pay 461 low-grade spirit stones upfront. 560. Fong Jingxian's heart skipped a beat. He only had 360 in his possession, leaving him short by 200. But Fong Jingxian remained calm on the surface. He truly loved this courtyard. A 5 mu plot for 1,700 spirit stones wasn't an exorbitant price. In my street, a courtyard of less than 2 acres would cost this much. I see there are 2 other houses next door. Are they occupied? When he first arrived, Fong Jingxian had noticed 2 other courtyards about 100 meters away. Oh, they're all occupied. I heard one of them is a spiritual herb master. Oh, a herbalist? Why would they live in such a place? Before Fong Jingxian could think further, someone opened the door of one of the courtyards next door. She yawned, glanced over this way, then exclaimed in surprise. It's you? Fong Dao Yu. Fong Jingshuan's expression grew awkward, for the person who had emerged was none other than Wang Xinyu, with her slightly stocky build. Compared to last time, she looked a bit disheveled and lazy, as if she had just woken up. Upon seeing Fong Jingxian, a casual acquaintance she had eaten with before, her face flushed, and she quickly closed the door and went back inside. However, moments later, Wang Xinyu emerged again, this time dressed more neatly, looking much more alert. She approached Fong Jingxian, glanced at the tooth doctor, then at Tu Yuan, and finally asked Fong Jingxian. Are you looking to buy a house? Chapter Subsam, the speculative female cultivator. Fong Jingxian looked at Wang Xinyu, who appeared slightly lazy, and felt a bit surprised. Yi Street was in a remote area, and as a spiritual medicine practitioner, why would Wang Xinyu choose to settle here? Facing Wang Xinyu's question, Fong Jingxian thought for a moment before answering. I had the idea to come take a look at the houses. If it's suitable, I'll buy it. Wang Xinyu's eyes lit up, and she said to Fong Jingxian. That's great. We'll be neighbors then. Do you have enough money for the house? Should I lend you some? Such warmth surprised Fong Jingxian. He recalled his relationship with the female cultivator. Before him they had only met once before. However, he was still short of 200 low-grade spirit stones. He had planned to ask Old He for some, but since Wang Xinyu had offered to help, he didn't need to bother Old He after all. With that in mind, Fong Jingxian turned to the broker behind him and said, I really like this property, but I need to think it over. Ask the original owner if the price is negotiable. Let's call it a day for now. Fong Jingxian dismissed the broker. If the deal went through, the broker would take a 2% commission, which amounted to 34 low-grade spirit stones. He would pay 1 point, and the original owner would pay 1 point, but in reality, it would still come out of his pocket. After the broker left, Fong Jingxian began a serious conversation with Wang Xinyu. He needed to figure out her motives for this action. Why would I lend you spirit stones without interest? Of course, I'll charge you interest. You don't think I'd lend them to you for free, do you? In response to Fong Jingshuan's confusion, Wang Xinyu openly revealed her purpose. Wei Tong is willing to take you in, which shows you're not the type to renege on your word. He hates dishonest people the most. Plus, with such a spirit turtle by your side, you shouldn't be unable to repay even this small amount of spirit stones. If you try to renege on the debt, I'll ask Wei Tong to settle it. I don't think you'd want to face him demanding repayment, do you? So after considering everything, I'm willing to lend you some spirit stones. I'll earn some interest, and it's a win-win for both of us. Oh, I see. I knew I didn't have the potential to be a kept man. How will the interest be calculated? Can I pay once a month? Fong Jingxian was truly tempted. Wang Xinyu's straightforwardness made him feel quite fond of her. Lending money with interest is only fair. It's best not to mix emotions into it, or else the relationship might sour, and you won't get your money back. Upon hearing Fong Jingshuan's willingness to borrow, Wang Xinyu was overjoyed. She looked around and then said to Fong Jingxian, "This isn't a place to talk. Come, follow me inside." Wang Xinyu opened the courtyard gate and led Fong Jingxian and Tu Yuan inside. Fong Jingxian was led inside. To be honest, this was his first time visiting a female cultivator's home. As soon as he entered the door, what met his eyes were vast patches of medicinal herbs and spiritual plants, scattered here and there, appearing to be of numerous varieties. Some herbs had already been harvested, while others were still growing lush and green. I chose this place because it's spacious enough to grow some medicinal herbs and spiritual plants. Otherwise, I'd have to buy everything myself, which would cost a fortune in spiritual stones. Wang Xinyu casually kicked a pile of sapmut aside with her foot, clearing a path for Tu Yuan. It's a bit messy. I've stockpiled a lot of supplies, and no one's visited in ages. Please excuse the clutter. Fong Jingxian looked at the piles of large and small packages and asked curiously, "Wang Daoyu, what are these?" "Ah, don't mention it. The marketplace was sealed off earlier, so I thought some spiritual herbs might be in short supply after the seal was lifted. I stockpiled some in advance. But I didn't expect the market to have plenty of supplies even during the lockdown, so now I'm stuck with them." Wang Xinyu spoke with a frustrated expression, while Fong Jingxian, standing beside him, thought to himself, "This Wang Xinyu really loves to speculate." Ordinary spiritual herbists are similar to ordinary physicians, some practicing in clinics, others making house calls. But since Wang Xinyu lives in such a remote area, running a clinic isn't her main source of income. So is her way of making money by selling spiritual herbs and medicines? No wonder she was thinking of hoarding spiritual herbs to make money. It's like gambling on futures, and so far, it's backfired. Upon entering the main hall, Fong Jingxian told Tu Yuan to wait outside and specifically instructed him not to eat the fruits nearby, which were bright red and looked tempting. Wang Xinyu poured a cup of tea for Fong Jingxian. Watching her bustle around with such grace, Fong Jingxian quickly spoke up. "Let us get down to business, Wang Daoyu. How do you plan to collect the interest?" At that moment, Wang Xinyu sat beside him, pulling out a small abacus from somewhere, and began to manipulate it. "It's like this, for 500 low-grade spirit stones, we'll charge 5% interest. For 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, we'll charge 4% interest. For 1,000 or more, well, I can't give you that much yet. After all, we're not very familiar with each other." It seemed that his credit with Wang Xinyu hadn't reached the level of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, even with Tu Yuan factored in. But is this 5% and 4% interest per month? If that's the case, the annual interest rate would be 60%. How could he possibly borrow that? In response to Fong Jingshuan's confusion, Wang Xinyu explained. "Of course it's annual interest. I'll lend you 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and after a year, you just need to return 1,000 ling say something to me." Upon hearing this, Fong Jingxian made up his mind Wang Xinyu was a cultivator he would definitely befriend. Perhaps due to the extremely stable prices in the cultivation world, the value of spirit stones here remains very stable. The price of an item remains largely unchanged over the years. As a result, the interest rates for loans in this area were generally low, though of course, one had to borrow from a reliable person. Fong Jingxian hadn't considered borrowing before, as he believed borrowing money was never a good thing. If he encountered someone unscrupulous, borrowing 100 low-grade spirit stones could end up requiring 500 low-grade spirit stones in interest alone. He preferred to save slowly on his own rather than borrow. He believed in earning and spending what he had, which felt more secure. However, the situation was different now. As Wang Xinyu had said, there was Wei Tong involved between him and Wang Xinyu. Wang Xinyu believed that Fong Jingxian wouldn't betray Wei Tong over a few spirit stones. Fong Jingxian also believed that Wang Xinyu wouldn't betray him over these spirit stones. Fong Jingxian calculated his current shortfall. The down payment for the house was still short by 200, and he would need to hire someone to renovate the courtyard, dig a lake, and set up protective arrays, another significant expense. Lu Zhai couldn't keep living in a basin forever, and it wasn't practical to carry the treasure tree in a storage bag every time they went out. Since that was the case, he would borrow the money and repay it gradually over time. Fong Jing was confident that he could repay Wang Sinu's money within a year, and then it would be time to tackle the mortgage. But he never expected that even in the cultivation world, he would have to take out a loan to buy a house. Fong Jing's expression turned sour. It seemed like we were all destined to be beasts of burden. Chapter 6: A New Home. 3 days later, Fong Jing officially moved into his new home. The house he had been renting on my street, Fong Jing paid 5 low-grade spirit stones as a breach of contract fee. Originally, the lease was for a year, but he left early and gave the landlord some compensation to help him find a new tenant. His previous life had been simple, and he hadn't purchased many new items, so Tu Yuan only made one trip to bring over all the odds and ends. Upon arriving at the new home, Tu Yuan seemed extremely excited. The place was much larger than its previous animal pen, allowing it to roam freely. Fong Jing first dug a large water pit and placed the giant bone catfish inside. This bone catfish was originally meant to be Fong Jing's spirit beast, but once the mutant variety appeared, the bone catfish instantly lost its appeal. However, whether he released it or killed it for food, it would be too wasteful. Fong Jing decided to keep it for now, hoping to breed it in the future, and refine it several times to see if he could produce another mutant like Lu Zhai. For this reason, Fong Jing even gave it a name, Manhwa, because the bone shark had an extra protruding bone on its head. Manhwa wasn't very intelligent and looked rather dull, but in front of Tu Yuan, it behaved very obediently, clearly having been subdued. Lu Zhai's living conditions were also improved. Fong Jing specially built a small artificial mountain and water pond for it to rest in. From Fong Jingshuan's perspective, the golden fish swam gracefully, with a gentle stream flowing above, creating beautiful splashes of water. At that moment, Fong Jing was contemplating whether to use the remaining spirit stones to build a dedicated cultivation chamber. After pondering for a moment, Fong Jing decided against it. A proper body cultivation chamber would cost at least 100 low-grade spirit stones, so he would wait until he had paid off his debts first. Currently, Fong Jing had calculated the total number of spirit stones he owed. The cost of the house alone amounted to nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, which he planned to repay over 5 years. That meant repaying 6 low-grade spirit stones per year, or 6 per month. Additionally, there was the debt to Wang Sinu, which would require repaying 6 low-grade spirit stones, including principal and interest, after 1 year. Calculating it this way, he needs to earn over 6 low-grade spirit stones each month. For a moment, Fong Jing felt the pressure mounting, but since he had already made the purchase, he might as well enjoy it sooner rather than later. If all else fails, he could sell some of the Moon Dew jade he had collected, which would bring back a significant amount of spirit stones. The shopkeeper who sold the 10,000-year cold pine had mentioned that this was a sacred tree, and its dewdrops could be collected daily. These dewdrops contained spiritual energy, and were needed for certain elixirs. If he mixed the Moonlight Dew into it, no one would suspect a thing. However, he hadn't reached the point where he couldn't afford to repay the spirit stones yet. For now, the Moon Dew he collected each month would have to be used first for himself and Tu Yuan. Thinking of this, Fong Jing shook his head, and began setting up the spirit gathering array, and the protective array Shaowuling reverse inversion array according to the instructions. The spirit gathering array is inexpensive, costing only 100 low-grade spirit stones, while the Shaowuling reverse inversion array is much more expensive, requiring 500 low-grade spirit stones. This array primarily relied on the principles of confusion, deception, and illusion. Even cultivators at the late Qi condensation stage, who were not proficient in arrays, could not easily break through it. Additionally, the array has an alarm function to detect intruders. Besides the main array, there are subsidiary arrays that can be carried on one's person. Thus, even if Fong Jing has to leave, as long as he is not too far away, he can sense that his home has been invaded. However, activating the array also consumes spirit stones, which is no small expense. After completing all this, Fong Jing finally felt at ease. Looking at his new home, he couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort. From now on, this will be my home. After all these years of wandering, I finally have a place to call my own. Fong Jing watched Tu Yuan sniffing around and crawling everywhere, unable to help but smile. Half a month later, Fong Jing opened his eyes from the meditation chamber. His eyes shone brightly, as if 3 colors of energy were brewing within them. Clearly, his cultivation of the 3-turn will pulse technique had made progress. He opened the attribute panel out of habit, and the top displayed. True name, Fong Jing. Age, 20. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage 316300. Symbol creation, silent symbol, 42,100. Body cultivation technique, Qingmu Yang Gong, current realm, Qingmu Pai, 39,100. Eye cultivation has increased by nearly 30 points in just half a month, a significant leap forward compared to before. The effects of switching to a higher tier cultivation companion were particularly notable, while the auxiliary functions of the Moonlight Dew were also indispensable. If I continue at this cultivation pace, it should take approximately 7 more months to reach the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation. Besides cultivation, the other 2 skills, symbol creation and body cultivation, have also improved, though the effects are not yet noticeable. But progress is progress, and every little bit counts. Fong Jing could feel that he was becoming more skilled at drawing sound-dampening talismans, and the range of the talismans he created now extended significantly beyond the standard 1 distance. His skin has also become increasingly resilient, with the effects of the Qingmu peel gradually strengthening. Once fully mastered, it will be as though he is always protected by a layer of wooden armor. His cultivation, talisman making, and physical training were all improving steadily, which should have been a cause for joy. But unnoticed, I've already turned 24? Fong Jing didn't remember his birthday, and his master hadn't told him either. Never mind, that doesn't matter. Focusing on the present is what's important. After gathering his thoughts, Fong Jing stood up and began his daily tasks. The time originally set aside for talisman making in the morning was now divided into 2 parts by Fong Jing. Perhaps due to increased experience in talisman making, the time required to draw a single silence talisman had begun to gradually decrease. Fong Jing had calculated that with increased proficiency, he now drew a talisman in a third of the time it had taken him initially. However, the total amount of divine soul infused into the talisman paper was still insufficient. Although the amount of divine soul required to draw a talisman had decreased, he was still a bit short of being able to draw 4 talismans in a day. After completing 2 sound-dampening talismans as usual, Fong Jing needed to rest for a while to recover his spiritual essence. However, he now had some extra mental energy to renovate his current small home. Fong Jing entered the courtyard. The layout of the garden had undergone significant changes since the beginning. Looking around, a wooden corridor stretched from the main gate all the way to the main house, while the rest of the area was filled with rippling water. Several artificial rock formations protruding from the water were purchased by Fong Jing using some spirit stones. These were not expensive, as they were not made from spiritual materials. A single low-grade spirit stone could buy many of them. Hundreds of colorful koi fish swam in the water, following Fong Jingxuan's footsteps. These were ordinary fish. Fong Jing had bought them for 2 reasons: first, for aesthetic appeal, and second, to hide the 6 cubs. The 6 cubs blended in among the koi, inconspicuous. Only when they looked at Fong Jing and saw him looking back would they blow a bubble and arch their fins in greeting, revealing their hint of sentience. Not far away, Tu Yuan was lying on a stone pavilion, basking in the sun. With the weather growing colder, Tu Yuan had grown even more fond of sunbathing. On a hillside, Fong Jing had planted some plants, among which his companion treasure tree was placed. This slope was formed from the earth excavated to dig a pond, slightly higher than the outer courtyard wall. However, due to the array's concealment, it was invisible from the outside. This was the layout of Fong Jingxuan's new home. He planned to make further adjustments as needed, but for now, he was quite satisfied. By spring, the lotus flowers in the pond would bloom, and he would have fresh lotus roots to eat. Fong Jing admired his own handiwork, pondering where improvements could be made, when Wang Sinu's voice came from the doorway. "Fong Daoyu, have you finished cooking? I brought some meat, why don't you stew some for us?" Hearing this, Fong Jingxuan's expression grew slightly exasperated, but he shook his head and went to open the door. Chapter Snow falls on the azure sky. Sometimes, living too close to your creditor isn't a good idea. For instance, right now, facing Wang Xinyu's request for a meal, Fong Jing couldn't bring himself to refuse. Perhaps Fong Jingshuan's cooking skills had reached Wang Xinyu's ears. Shortly after Fong Jingxian moved in, Wang Xinyu dropped by for lunch one day. Fong Jingxian merely made a polite offer, but she actually stayed for the meal. From then on, Wang Xinyu would drop by from time to time for a free meal, but she never came empty-handed. Each time, she would bring something, either demon beast flesh, or a few spiritual herbs and medicines. This also benefited Fong Jingxian, who only realized after observing Wang Xinyu's preferences why this female cultivator had such a robust physique beneath her robes. Wang Xinyu loved meat and supplemented her diet with various body-tempering spiritual herbs. Over time, her physique naturally became exceptionally strong. After following Wang Xinyu for so many days, Fong Jingxian felt that his body cultivation techniques were beginning to improve. Taking the demon beast's flesh and blood handed to him by Wang Xinyu, Fong Jingxian asked curiously, "Wang Daoyu, you always insist on eating meat. Is there a particular reason for that?" At that moment, Wang Xinyu rolled up his sleeves, walked to the wooden corridor, and looked down at the swimming fish below, trying to catch two of them. This action startled the fish, which swam away quickly. Wang Xinyu laughed heartily. "This is the philosophy of my sect. It's a type of dietary supplement technique. Our sect emphasizes refining essence into qi, believing that you get what you eat. Consuming demon beast flesh can strengthen the body, making cultivation more efficient." Oh, almost forgot Wang Xinyu was also a herbalist. Now that he mentioned it, it made sense. Fong Jingxian saw this and didn't ask any more questions. He went to the kitchen to start cooking, while Wang Xinyu ran to the nearby pavilion to play with Tu Yuan. After a while, Fong Jingxian stir-fried 2 dishes, stir-fried vegetables with meat and steamed carp. Where did the fish come from? Just catch one from the courtyard. These fish aren't just for decoration, they're also food. Fong Jingxian keeps them and feeds them spiritual rice from time to time, not just for their appearance. He boiled a pot of spiritual rice and poured some light fruit wine to accompany it. Such a simple yet delicious meal was ready. The two sat silently at the stone table in front of the house, eating without speaking. Seeing Wang Xinyu's happy expression, they knew how skilled Fong Jingxian was in the kitchen. After finishing their meal, Wang Xinyu walked away contentedly with her hands behind her back. Fong Jingxian then used a small water-based spell to sweep the leftover food into the pond in front of him, causing the fish to rush forward eagerly to eat. Watching the fish scramble for food, Fong Jingxian fell silent for a moment, as if he saw his own reflection in the water. He then turned and walked back into the house, beginning another round of drawing symbols. Time flew by, and it was now December. It had been nearly 2 months since Fong Jingxian had purchased this property. The weather grew increasingly cold, and in such times, even low-level wandering cultivators had to worry about securing supplies for the winter. In the biting cold, all industries were in decline. Caravans engaged in cross-border trade also avoided traveling long distances during the winter. This was because, during the winter, demon beasts lacked food and became more active, significantly increasing the frequency of their attacks on caravans. After calculating the costs, caravan leaders found that the spirit stones earned from a single trip didn't even cover the cost of hiring guards, so they lost the desire to venture out. With the caravans out of operation, the prices of goods in the markets begin to rise quietly. This continues until some caravans are willing to take the risk and earn the spirit stones, at which point the prices drop slightly, reaching a balance between supply and demand. Regardless, the winter marketplace was certainly less comfortable than the summer one. One day, Fong Jingxian sat alone in the courtyard watching the snow fall. Watching the gentle snowflakes drifting down and melting into the water without a ripple, he found it an amusing sight. Tu Yuan dozed off nearby. The colder weather had activated his sleep-inducing bloodline, though he didn't hibernate. Still, he'd been feeling sluggish lately. To address this, Fong Jingxian had a warm room modified for Tu Yuan, with a small fire elemental array circulating inside. This made Tu Yuan enjoy spending time there whenever he had the chance. However, no matter how much he enjoyed the warm room, Tu Yuan still wanted to accompany his master to watch the snow. Though he didn't understand what was so fascinating about the snow, he knew his master must have his reasons. Fong Jing didn't bother to use his qi to protect himself, and soon, fine snow covered his entire body, turning him completely white. As time passed quietly, after a long while, Fong Jing stood up, shook the snowflakes off his body, and walked toward the house. At that moment, a sense of tranquility welled up within Fong Jing. It was the stillness of heaven and earth, with snowflakes falling gently, leaving only his thoughts in the world. Maintaining this mindset, Fong Jing went to the place where he usually drew talismans. He didn't look closely or ponder, he simply picked up the brush and began to draw. The intricate patterns of the talismans, which once required careful mental probing, were now second nature to him. This silent snow talisman, Fong Jing had drawn no fewer than 500 times. After a swift and fluid stroke of the brush, Fong Jing completed the talisman in one seamless motion. Only then did the profound imagery of snow falling in the clear sky, all sounds ceasing, the heavens and earth fading into a scroll of pure scripture, quietly fade away. He savored the moment in silence for a few breaths, then a faint smile appeared on his lips. Regardless of the talismans, his mental state had indeed risen to a slightly higher level compared to before. And an elevated state of mind would be of great benefit for breaking through the bottleneck in his cultivation realm in the future. Everyone loves sudden enlightenment, as it signifies a breakthrough. Fong Jing had not yet reached the realm where he needed to break through, but the elevation of his mindset had made his attitude toward things more peaceful. Focusing his mind, Fong Jing turned his gaze to the talisman he had just drawn. This was a talisman that looked similar to the sound-dampening talismans he had drawn before, but with some subtle differences. The sound-dampening talismans he had drawn before strictly adhered to the 18 established patterns. However, while this one shared the same patterns, there were subtle structural changes. Picking up the talisman, Fong Jing examined it carefully. Moments later, he flicked his fingers, and the talisman ignited silently. Instantly, a blizzard swept across the sky, enveloping the area within a 2-zhang radius in a serene, solitary stillness. Half a moment later, this sensation faded away quietly. At that moment, Fong Jing emerged from this sensation. He finally knew with certainty that his new silent talisman was vastly different from the ones he had created before. The previous silent talismans he had drawn merely lacked sound, but they never possessed this kind of profound spiritual enhancement. Could the one he had drawn now still be called a silent symbol? Perhaps it should be called a calming symbol, or a soothing symbol, and such symbols would have a much greater effect. Thinking this, Fong Jing urgently opened the attribute panel. He wanted to know exactly what level his talisman-making skills had reached. Chapter 56, Entrusting the Hounds. True name, Fong Jing. Age, 24. Cultivation level, Qi cultivation stage 323600. Symbol creation, silent symbol, 82100. Body cultivation technique, Qingmu Yangshin Gong, current realm, Qingmu Pai, 59100. Looking at the information above, Fong Jing first focused on the talisman-making section. His talisman-making experience in the silent talisman category had been in the 40s just a month ago, and yesterday it was in the 60s. He never expected that a single enlightenment-like process would directly boost his silent seal crafting experience to 82. Indeed, cultivation relies on sudden enlightenment. He hoped he could experience such moments more often in the future. Fong Jing indulged in these thoughts, but he knew that enlightenment was rare and hard to come by, which was precisely why it was so precious. Regardless, Fong Jing had indeed experienced an epiphany, and his symbol-making prowess had risen. Now, he was certain that in the realm of sound-dampening symbols, he could already be considered a master. However, above master lies the realm of grandmaster. The total of Yepa points becomes increasingly difficult to perfect as one progresses, and Basupyi points is already an outstanding achievement. Now, Fong Jing can easily discern the structure of the silent talisman, and the function of each talismanic symbol. This is a vast improvement from the early days when he would feel overwhelmed just looking at the symbol patterns. The previous silent symbols were just standard designs. The silent symbols I have uniquely mastered are likely unmatched in the market. To distinguish between the two, I will name the newly mastered silent symbols, heaven and earth contemplation symbols. Fong Jing named the newly understood silent symbol, heaven and earth contemplation symbol. Though he named it thus, Fong Jing knew that the heaven and earth contemplation symbol he had just grasped was still far from the ultimate effect he envisioned. Fong Jing suppressed his excitement and focused his attention on cultivating his cultivation. Over the course of more than a month, Fong Jing practiced diligently, meditating and cultivating his energy. Combined with the effects of the Moonlight Dew, his cultivation progress increased by over 60 points. In just half a year, he had already completed 1/3 of the cultivation progress required for the third layer of qi cultivation. This pace left Fong Jing highly satisfied. Compared to his initial plan of 5 years of cultivation, what more could he ask for? Oh, if only he could replace his fellow practitioner of the formless cicada shedding technique, that would be even better. Glancing at his physical cultivation progress, which remained steady but unremarkable, Fong Jing realized he had little natural talent in this area. As his physical cultivation progressed, the amount of spiritual wood essence required for each session increased. Now, when he looked at the spiritual stones he was consuming, he began to feel a pang of regret. He still had a mortgage to pay off, Wang Xinyu's debt to settle, plus his own expenses with Tu Yuan, and the ever-increasing costs of body refinement. The spiritual stones consumed by the protective array also had to be factored in, with the protective array being the largest expense, the spirit gathering array consuming less, and the fire attribute array in Tu Yuan's warm chamber, though small, still representing a significant expense. When all these expenses were added up, the monthly outlay alone amounted to 156 low-grade spirit stones. Sighing, Fong Jingshuan's good mood faded away, and a wave of worry washed over him. Opening the box containing the talismans, Fong Jing counted them. Over the past few days, he had accumulated over 100 silent talismans. Compared to the previous batch, this batch of sound-dampening talismans was of superior quality, with the lowest coverage range extending over 10 feet. The last dozen or so talismans he had refined even reached nearly 20 feet in range. The materials were the same, and the cost had not increased, but as his talisman-making skills improved, the talismans he created became increasingly effective. This meant that the talismans were easier to sell and had a higher profit margin. Fong Jing calculated that if this batch of talismans could be sold, he could make at least 130 to 140 low-grade spirit stones. This would basically cover his monthly expenses. However, there was still a shortfall. After much consideration, Fong Jing decided to sell a portion of the Moonlight Dew. Fong Jing took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch and opened it to confirm its contents. Inside was the dew collected each morning from the 10,000-year-cold pine, which Fong Jing had gathered to sell for money. However, the 10,000-year-cold pine was not a high-grade treasure herb, and the dew it condensed, though containing spiritual energy, was not of the highest quality. Therefore, to get a better price, Fong Jing added 10 drops of moon dew to it. He wanted to see what kind of price the market would offer for the 10,000-year-cold pine dew enhanced with moon dew. Glancing again at his spiritual stone reserves, Fong Jing felt a pang of regret. He decided to sell whatever he had. 2 days later, Fong Jing set out with Tu Yuan. Before leaving, he informed his neighbor Wang Xinyu to keep an eye on his home. At that moment, Wang Xinyu was busy preparing herbs. She readily agreed to his request. Thus, Fong Jing sat cross-legged on Tu Yuan's back and slowly made his way toward the shantytown market outside the city walls. The snow-covered streets were much less crowded, and the people at the market looked at Tu Yuan with a hint of greed in their eyes. This displeased Fong Jing who signaled Tu Yuan to speed up and move away from the crowd. Upon arriving at Wu Laosan's residence, Fong Jing knocked on the door. After a few moments, someone finally answered. "Who's there?" The voice seemed to be suppressing anger, and Fong Jing could hear the anger in it, but he remained unfazed. He spoke calmly. "Third brother, it's me, Fong Jing." Upon hearing it was Fong Jing the cultivator inside paused for a moment before responding. "Oh, it's you, Fang. Please forgive me. I thought you were here to collect a debt." Wu Laosan stepped forward to open the door, ushering Fong Jing inside. It was then that Fong Jing noticed Wu Laosan's condition. He seemed to be injured, limping as he walked, not moving very smoothly. The few ordinary servants who had been there earlier were nowhere to be seen, and no one came forward to offer tea or water. Third brother, what happened to you? Fong Jing was concerned about Wu Laosan's condition. If he were disabled, then the over 100 silent talismans he had would have to be sold to someone else. Ah, don't mention it. Last month, I tried to hunt a demon beast, but I slipped up and got injured by that damn thing. It's nothing serious, I'll be fine after a month or so of rest. What kind of demon beast was that? You're an old hand at this, how could you be so careless? Wu Laosan said grudgingly. Recently, hunting demon beasts has been going smoothly, so I got a bit arrogant. Now that winter is approaching, I thought bear paws would be delicious and fetch a good price, so I decided to hunt a demon bear. Unfortunately, that bear had become a demon and could hide its cultivation level. I barely managed to escape with my life. What? A bear that can hide its cultivation level? Fong Jing had never heard of such a thing. This battle cost me 8 of my best dogs, and 2 of the heavy-duty beasts I borrowed from my brother's demon hunting team were fatally injured. I'll have to compensate them with money. What a mess this has become. The elite dogs were the strongest and most powerful in the pack, and they were crucial for defeating demon beasts with a single strike. Each one was demon beast level, and they were difficult to train. Each one was estimated to be worth at least 400 or 500 low-grade spirit stones. Losing 2 of them at once was a huge loss for Wu Laosan, no wonder he was so furious. Wu Laosan had lost 2 of them in one go, which was a huge loss. No wonder he was so furious. Chapter Nsubtut, Wei Tong's promotion. Such a heavy-duty hunting dog was beyond Wu Laosan's means to raise. As creatures capable of taking on large demon beasts, each heavy-duty hunting dog had to be carefully selected through a rigorous process before being obtained. Wu Laosan's main occupation was a meat seller in the market, with hunting demon beasts in the mountains as his side job. Perhaps because his previous hunts had been too successful, he grew overconfident, expanding his operations until he eventually met his downfall. Fong Jing didn't know what to say. Despite Wu Laosan's current dejected appearance, if he were to succeed in hunting, it would be a completely different scenario. Third brother, hunting in the mountains is risky. Let's stick to selling meat safely. Fong Jing tried to persuade him, but demon beasts weren't that easy to capture. Animals that could absorb spiritual energy for cultivation were all formidable foes. If Wu Laosan stayed in the market selling meat, he could live a comfortable life. But he was tempted by the prospect of hunting, which promised quick riches. He couldn't bear to settle for the small profits of selling meat. I understand. I won't hunt anymore. After all, it's not my profession. But that demon bear, I must kill it. Once I'm healed, I'll gather my brothers and skin it alive. Wu Laosan said this with a hint of resentment. Fong Jing saw this and didn't he try to persuade him further. Everyone has their own fate, after all. However, seeing Wu Laosan like this, the plan to ask him for the silent talisman was now in jeopardy. He was already in debt, how could he possibly afford to pay with spirit stones? If he were to ask for the talisman first and payment later, to be honest, Fong Jing didn't trust him enough yet. What if Wu Laosan couldn't pay back the debt and decided to flee, heading to other markets to make a living? Could Fong Jing possibly track him down? Therefore, Fong Jing merely comforted Wu Laosan with a few words, said nothing else, chatted for a moment, left some spirit rice, and then turned and left. After Fong Jing left, Wu Laosan looked at the spirit rice on the table, pondered for a moment, and finally made up his mind. After leaving the marketplace, Fong Jing returned to the district. The recent experience made him feel that the wandering cultivators outside the marketplace were becoming increasingly bold. As the saying goes, evil arises from boldness, and boldness comes from an empty pocket. When these wandering cultivators outside didn't know where their next meal would come from, seeing such a large pile of demon beast flesh from Tu Yuan, how could they not be tempted? Back in the residential district, protected by the array formation's protective barrier, Fong Jing felt much better. A protective array separated the inside from the outside. The inside and outside were like 2 different worlds. Spending long hours cultivating in his courtyard, Fong Jing found himself beginning to grow fond of this simple yet fulfilling life. Of course, if he had an abundance of spirit stones, he would like it even more. Carrying Tu Yuan, Fong Jing walked through the streets, pondering where to go next. The path through Wu Laosan was temporarily blocked, so he needed to find another way to sell his talismans without selling them cheaply to talisman shops. After pondering for a moment, Fong Jing had no good ideas. He had no master in talisman making, and couldn't inherit the distribution channels of the talisman masters. This was a major drawback. Could he really set up a stall to sell them himself? But selling just one type of talisman silenced talismans, he had no idea how many he could sell in a day. While contemplating the feasibility of setting up a stall to sell talismans, Fong Jing instructed Tu Yuan to head toward Wei Tong's residence. Over the past few days, Fong Jing had also visited Wei Tong several times alongside Wang Xinyu. Upon learning that Fong Jing had purchased a mansion, Wei Tong congratulated him and said he would visit when he had the chance. However, Wei Tong was soon summoned away on official business. Half a month had passed, so Fong Jing decided to drop by and see if he had returned. When Fong Jing arrived at Wei Tong's mansion with Tu Yuan, he saw Wei Tong directing people to move something outside. "Brother Wei, what's going on?" Wei Tong turned around and saw it was Fong Jing, so he called him over. "Brother Jing, didn't you notice anything different about me compared to before?" Wei Tong smiled and said to Fong Jing. After being reminded by him, Fong Jing carefully sensed Wei Tong's aura once more and exclaimed with delight. "Brother Wei, have you successfully advanced to the late stage of qi cultivation?" Wei Tong smiled proudly and replied to Fong Jing. "That's right. Over the past half-month, I actually went into seclusion to break through. Thanks to some insights gained from my previous battle, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise." Before his breakthrough, Wei Tong hadn't told anyone. If it weren't for Fong Jing bumping into him, he wouldn't have known either. Fong Jing understood this well. Breaking through a cultivation realm was something no one could guarantee, and there was no need to announce it in advance. In this way, if one succeeds, it's great. If not, it's as if nothing happened, avoiding any awkwardness. "So what about you, Wei?" Fong Jing watched as people loaded the items from the courtyard onto a cart and couldn't help but ask. "After breaking through to the late qi cultivation stage, my position at the west gate of the marketplace is no longer suitable for me. The marketplace has assigned me a new position as deputy manager of the treasury. I'm preparing to move there. I intended to notify you all later, but I never expected to be seen by you on my first day back." Upon hearing Wei Tong mention his new position, Fong Jing's eyes lit up. Wei Tong had been promoted, and it was a plum position at that. The Western Gate Guard captain, while seeming quite imposing and overseeing several cultivators, was essentially just a gatekeeper. Despite the title of captain, he was merely a low-ranking official. But the deputy manager of the treasury? That position held far more power and influence, and the perks were much better. The West Gate Guard captain might get some bribes from merchant caravans, but the deputy manager of the treasury oversees all the magical artifacts, spiritual materials, and various medicinal supplies stored in the city's treasury. He's responsible for procurement and expenditures, and every transaction he handles is a chance to line his pockets. However, according to logic, Wei Tong is not a member of the Chu family, so even if he were promoted, he wouldn't be assigned to such a powerful department, would he? Could it be due to the merits he accumulated from his injuries last time? But is that military merit really worth that much? Could it really allow an outsider to control such an important position? Or perhaps Wei Tong has aligned himself with a foundation establishment cultivator from the Chu family, and the details of this arrangement are unknown to outsiders. These thoughts flashed through Fong Jing's mind, but he quickly composed himself and offered his sincere congratulations. "Congratulations, older brother. This is a great honor for you. We must celebrate this joyous occasion properly. When would be a good time for us to gather? I'll inform the others of this good news." When one is in a joyous mood, it is only natural to boast in front of one's own people. Wei Tong, who was naturally generous and open-hearted, did not hesitate for long before agreeing to Fong Jing's proposal. "Tomorrow at the Spring Breeze Pavilion, I'll reserve a few tables to celebrate for you. When the time comes, you can invite your former teammates and current subordinates. Let us all have a good time together." "Good brother, I'll leave this to you. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Our good days are yet to come." Chapter 4, The Lucrative Position in the Warehouse. "Wang Daoyu, lend me some more spirit stones." That evening, Fong Jingxian found Wang Xinyu and directly asked to borrow money. Wang Xinyu was startled by Fong Jingshuan's words. She looked at him and then covered her storage pouch, saying, "You still owe me 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and you haven't paid back a single one. How dare you ask to borrow more? Unless you use 10 meals, no, 100 meals as collateral, I'll only lend you 300 low-grade spirit stones." Clearly, Fong Jingshuan's meals had left a good impression on Wang Xinyu, as they could now be used as collateral. "Don't you even ask me what you need the money for. It's none of my business. You're borrowing spirit stones for your own affairs. I'm just lending them, I don't want to get involved in your matters." Wang Xinyu's blunt response made Fong Jingxian can't help but wonder if he had chosen the wrong profession. Maybe he shouldn't have become a talisman maker, but instead a spirit medicine maker, which would be more profitable. How wealthy must Wang Xinyu be to casually lend out 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and still seem so at ease? "Actually, I'm borrowing this money not for myself, but for Wei Tong, my senior brother. He has just advanced to a new realm, and received an official position. I want to use this money to celebrate for him, entertain his new colleagues and former subordinates, and make arrangements for him." Wei Tong is also alone, and Fong Jingxian hasn't seen any of his relatives or clan members in the Red Leaf district. Therefore, having Wei Tong handle such matters on his own isn't exactly a dignified affair. This was the moment for Fong Jingxian to prove his worth. Moreover, given Wei Tong's character, he would never shortchange Fong Jingxian for doing him a favor. Now that Fong Jingxian had handed over 300 low-grade spirit stones to help him, Wei Tong could compensate him with 500 low-grade spirit stones afterward. "So it's for Wei Tong's sake? Why bother asking to borrow it? I'll just give it to you." Wang Xinyu shrugged it off, but Fong Jingxian replied solemnly, "No, this is a loan. We must settle accounts clearly. Every expense for the banquet must be accounted for." Seeing Fong Jingshuan's seriousness, Wang Xinyu muttered, "What's the difference? Never mind, do whatever you think is best. Here, take these spirit stones, 300 of them. Count them." Fong Jingxian took the spirit stones, a heavy bag, counted them to make sure there were none missing, then hurried out the door, leaving behind a parting remark. "The IOU can be written later. Don't forget to go to the Spring Breeze Pavilion tomorrow for the banquet. No need to bring anything, just eat and drink to your heart's content." Watching Fong Jingxian walk away, Wang Xinyu realized she had just handed over a large handful of spirit stones. She checked her storage pouch and found it still fairly well stocked, which relieved her. The next day at the Spring Breeze Pavilion, the place was bustling with activity. The purchasing power of 300 low-grade spirit stones was indeed formidable. There were 5 tables in total, with 6 people per table, making a total of 30 people. Calculating that each person would receive 10 low-grade spirit stones, this was already considered quite luxurious. At the main table, Wei Tong sat with his colleagues, including Chu Yunseng, while Fong Jingxian sat at another table nearby, next to Wang Xinyu. Those who held positions in the treasury were mostly cultivators with deep-rooted backgrounds. They had broad horizons and were cunning. Fong Jingxian was well aware of his own status, and did not bother to ingratiate himself with them. During the event, Wei Tong delivered a speech, but Fong Jingxian didn't pay much attention. It was the usual stuff, thanking former colleagues, and looking forward to the future. By now, Fong Jingxian had unconsciously filtered out such empty rhetoric, it had become second nature to him. What truly piqued his interest was the culinary skills of the head chef at Chunfeng Lu. To be honest, this was his first time visiting such a high-end establishment. "Try this duck meat, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. How did you make it?" Fong Jingxian urged Wang Xinyu to eat quickly, and she devoured it with relish. In her eyes, this was all bought with her mother's spirit stones. Fong Jingxian and Wang Xinyu discussed the dishes on the table, tasting each one in turn, while Wei Tong drank heavily, surrounded by the crowd. The star of the day was undoubtedly Wei Tong. Fong Jingxian didn't even bother to stop him from drinking. Wei Tong loved wine. If you didn't let him drink, he wouldn't be happy. The banquet lasted for 2 hours, and no unexpected incidents occurred. There were no accusations, no public challenges, none of that nonsense. All Fong Jingxian could see were smiling faces, everyone speaking auspicious words to congratulate Wei Tong. When Wei Tong had seen everyone off, only Fong Jing and a few others remained in the private room. At this point, Wei Tong still seemed quite sober. Clearly, the 7 or 8 jars of spirit wine he had just consumed were no more than a trivial matter to him. Among the attendees, Fong Jingxian's position was noticeably closer to the front, while Wu Yong, Lu Yu, and Chu Yunseng, who were originally more familiar with Wei Tong, had fallen slightly behind Fong Jingxian. Fong Jingxian was well aware of the reason behind this situation. These three had not yet adapted to their new roles in relation to Wei Tong. In the original inner circle, although Wei Tong was the leader, everyone was nominally equal. This was because Wei Tong was a Qi cultivation 6th layer cultivator, while Wu Yong was a talisman maker, Lu Yu was a Qi cultivation 5th layer cultivator, and Chu Yunseng was a member of the Chu family with the status of a secret guard, so there wasn't a significant gap between them. However, now that Wei Tong is both a late-stage Qi cultivation cultivator and the deputy manager of the warehouse, the gap in their statuses has widened. Fong Jingxian, by actively assisting him, has already signaled his intentions, shifting from an equal friendship to a subordinate relationship. The others remain in their original states, so Wei Tong, without intending to, begins to appear closer to Fong Jingxian, treating him as a true ally. This change is not yet fully apparent, but it won't be long before everyone realizes it. However, when that time comes, will these three be willing to lower their status? Fong Jingxian found it quite challenging. After all, he had once been the lowest ranked among them, so the transition came naturally without much emotional baggage. But for them, thanks to the master's kindness for appointing me as deputy manager of the warehouse, but as you all know, I'm not very good at this kind of detailed work. Since I'm new in this position, the master has agreed to let me bring along a trusted assistant. Who among you is willing to help out an old brother like me? Wei Tong spoke with a hint of alcohol on his breath, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he spoke. However, everyone could tell that he was mainly looking at two people. One was Fong Jingxian, and the other was Wu Yong. Wu Yong was a first-tier mid-grade talisman maker, unlike Fong Jingxian, who was self-taught. His talismans were in high demand, and he currently mastered the creation of 4 types of talismans. His cultivation was at the 4th layer of Qi refining, with a bright future ahead. As for Lu Yu, he was a combat cultivator at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. Wei Tong clearly did not think he was suited for the role of warehouse manager, so he did not bother to look his way. As for Chu Yunseng, he is a secret guard in the marketplace, so he is obviously not an option either. What about Wang Xinyu? Wei Tong ignored him. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to bring a beautiful female cultivator with him on his first assignment. Therefore, at present, only Fong Jingxian and Wu Yong seem suitable. However, who will ultimately be chosen will require further competition. Chapter Nsupgao, the compilation of the other world. After Wei Tong finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the private room. Then Lu Yu spoke up. Brother, you know me. I'm not good with numbers, so I can't help you with this. Wei Tong nodded and said to him. Old Lu is an honest man. This kind of scheming isn't suited for you. You should focus on cultivating your cultivation, and break through to the late Qi refining stage as soon as possible. After saying this, Wei Tong turned his gaze toward the others. At that moment, Chu Yunseng spoke up. Hey, big brother, you know me too. I can't leave, and it's not convenient for me to go. You little rascal, I wasn't counting on you anyway. Go stand over there and cool off. Wei Tong laughed and scolded him, but he knew exactly what Chu Yunseng was doing, trying to liven up the atmosphere. After Chu Yunseng's interruption, the atmosphere relaxed a bit, and Wang Xinyu dared to sneakily pick up her chopsticks and eat a few more bites of meat. Now, the only ones left at the table were Fong Jingxian and Wu Yong. In truth, Wei Tong favored Wu Yong more. Not only was Wu Yong's cultivation level 1 rank higher than Fong Jingxian's, but he was also more presentable and capable of representing the family. Moreover, Wu Yong had a master who was a late-stage Qi cultivation symbolist, which was an excellent connection for Wei Tong. If he were to bring Wu Yong into the warehouse to work, Wu Yong's master would owe him a favor, and in the future, if anything were to happen, he could speak on his behalf. In contrast, Fong Jingxian had no background, just a lone wandering cultivator. What did he have to offer? But having no background also has its advantages. He can be treated as a trusted confidant and nurtured accordingly. Choosing Wu Yong would at most be grateful to him, but Fong Jingxian could cling to him without any psychological burden. Though blunt, there was truth to his words. Fong Jingxian didn't think that spending 300 low-grade spirit stones to arrange a few banquets for Wei Tong made him the only suitable candidate for the task. If that were the case, it would be underestimating Wei Tong, and overly idealistic, a sign of immaturity in thinking. Seeing Wei Tong's slightly scrutinizing gaze, Fong Jingxian didn't speak first. He was mainly waiting to see what Wu Yong intended to do. If he really wanted to go, then he would think about how to respond. In fact, according to Fong Jingxian's speculation, Wu Yong probably wasn't that eager to go. Taking a position in the city warehouse meant being subject to strict regulations, such as reporting for duty at set times and leaving work on schedule. For someone who had always enjoyed freedom, this would be a highly frustrating arrangement. Moreover, Wu Yong had some natural talent in the art of talisman making. At such a young age, he had already mastered 4 types of talismans. This talent made him believe he could achieve even greater heights. Compared to punching a clock and dealing with mundane tasks, Wu Yong preferred to devote his efforts to talisman making. A first-class talisman maker held a status no lower than Wei Tong's current position. If Wu Yong were older and aware of the limits of his talent, he might have immediately accepted Wei Tong's invitation. But now, he was still young. So, facing Wei Tong's slightly expectant gaze, Wu Yong pondered. "Brother Wei, I've been busy with talisman making lately and fear I won't have the time." Upon hearing this, Wei Tong sighed softly to himself, then nodded in understanding. He then turned to Jing Xian and said earnestly, "Jing Xian, my previous subordinates were all rough and tumble fighters. I had hoped you few could lend a hand, but it seems everyone is busy. If you're also unavailable, I don't know what I'll do." Facing Wei Tong's offer, Fong Jingxian hurriedly replied, "Hee, older brother, I have nothing to do lately and am quite idle. If you don't mind, I'm willing to serve you faithfully, do my best, and also secure a future for myself. Please give me your guidance." As Fong Jingxian spoke, he stood up to bow, but Wei Tong held him up and said, "There's no need for such formalities between us. I'm more than happy to have you help me. However, the market and warehouse are public affairs. Once you're there, you must follow the rules. If you don't do your job properly, I can't protect you. If you're punished or beaten, I'll have to watch helplessly. I can't show favoritism." Wei Tong was giving Fong Jingxian a heads up, meaning he didn't want Fong Jingxian to rely on his connections to act arrogantly. He wanted someone who would work sincerely for him, not someone who would use their connections to lord it over others. Fong Jingxian understood Wei Tong's underlying message. After all, their relationship wasn't strong enough to be considered life or death allies. He hadn't saved Wei Tong's life either. If something went wrong, would Wei Tong choose to protect him or sacrifice his own to uphold justice? Fong Jingxian believed Wei Tong wouldn't hesitate to make that choice. Fong Jingxian believed his greatest strength was self-awareness, knowing how to keep his attitude in check. Do what's expected of you based on your status, and mind your own business. That's the golden rule for getting by in life. Besides, in my previous life, I was a typical office drone. Working? I know all about it. Brother speaks wisely. Please rest assured, I won't put you in a difficult position. If I ever make a mistake, even if you beat or scold me, it's for my own good. I'll never hold a grudge. Please continue to look out for me in the future." Fong Jingxian spoke honestly to Wei Tong. The others nearby looked on with various expressions. Wang Xinyu rolled her eyes and continued her unfinished battle, striving to finish the plate of roast duck. 2 days later, Fong Jingxian, dressed in a different outfit, led Tu Yuan and followed Wei Tong to the heart of the marketplace, in front of a large building. This was the heart of Hongye Alley, situated at the intersection of 4 central streets. It was the Chu family's most valuable asset, housing several key departments, including the core of the most important defensive array. The entrance was guarded by 4 men on duty, with 3 shifts rotating around the clock. Although Wei Tong was on his first day in office, he had been here many times before and was already familiar with the guards. The guards were clearly aware of Wei Tong's promotion, so they merely checked his ID badge before letting him in. However, when it came to Fong Jingxian, there was a minor issue. "We do not allow companion spirit pets inside. This friend's spirit turtle must be stored here first." Tu Yuan tilted his head, following behind Fong Jingxian with his neck stretched out. Fong Jingxian glanced at Tu Yuan's size, and then at the expressions of the guards, confirming they weren't intentionally causing trouble, so he simply said, "All right, we'll store it here. I'll come back to retrieve it later. May I ask your name? We might be fellow disciples in the future. Here's a token of my appreciation. Please accept this tea." Fong Jingxian secretly pulled out 8 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to the other party. He hadn't given any to Wei Tong earlier, because Wei Tong was of higher status and didn't need such formalities, but Fong Jingxian clearly couldn't afford to be so casual. Sure enough, as soon as the spirit stones appeared, the smiles on the other side grew more sincere. "No problem, no problem. My surname is Li. I'll take good care of your spirit turtle. Don't worry." After thanking him, Fong Jingxian signaled to Tu Yuan to follow, and they followed the other party to the nearby animal pen. Once the two had stepped through the gates, Fong Jingxian looked at the vast white jade square before him and felt a surge of emotion. He had finally made it into the ranks of this foreign world. Chapter looks up. This tea is truly fragrant. You're pretty generous, aren't you? 8 low-grade spirit stones at once. How much do you usually earn, and how much is the salary for this position? On the way to the storeroom, Wei Tong chatted casually with Fong Jingxian. The latter's recent generosity had left Wei Tong somewhat astonished. It wasn't that 8 low-grade spirit stones were a lot, but that he had given so much so soon after meeting him, which was completely unnecessary. Even if Fong Jingxian hadn't given anything, the other party wouldn't have been able to find fault with him. In response to Wei Tong's words, Fong Jingxian merely smiled and shook his head, offering no further explanation. Small-time figures have their own ways. To befriend someone, one must be willing to spend money. Setting aside future matters, even whether one can stay comfortably in Tu Yuan today doesn't depend on these gate guards. As they chatted idly, they arrived at the entrance to the warehouse area within this complex of buildings. This was also an independent courtyard, with the gates wide open and people bustling about inside. Wei Tong stepped forward, found someone to explain his purpose, and was then led into an inner room, apparently to meet the head manager. In the warehouse, there were 3 managers, 1 chief, and 2 deputies with 6 assistants below them, each overseeing 2 to 3 warehouse workers. This constituted the entire staff of the market warehouse. As for whether the warehouse attendants had any extra helpers, that was their own business. The warehouse did not cover those expenses. The warehouse of Hongya Ward was not merely a place for collecting and storing various cultivation supplies. Its responsibilities also included compiling and collecting taxes from vassal families across the regions, annual tributes during specific seasons, auditing revenues from ward market businesses, and distributing monthly salaries to personnel across all ward institutions. These are just the more prominent responsibilities. There are many others, but they need not all be listed here. In summary, the warehouse is one of the 6 major institutions within Hongya Fong and ranks among the top, which is why there are no fewer than 2 or 3 dozen cultivators constantly revolving around it. No wonder they say the treasury is a plum position, a place that controls finances. Even a small oversight could enrich many people. As Wei Tong went to hand over duties and begin his new position, Fong Jingxian was ignored by everyone, who all appeared very busy. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that this was all an act. It was likely that everyone was giving Wei Tong a good impression, since he had arrived today. Ignored by everyone, Fong Jingxian was content to be left alone. He found a spot to sit, closed his eyes, and rested. Following Wei Tong here didn't mean he could immediately become an assistant. He had to start from the lowest position, as a warehouse attendant. Although the position of warehouse clerk was lowly, it came with significant authority. Fong Jingxian had researched this beforehand. Warehouse clerks were responsible for procuring certain materials. If he were assigned to procure the silent talismans, the 100 or so talismans he had would not even be enough to fill someone's teeth. Fong Jingxian was so eager to follow Wei Tong for 2 reasons. First, to ensure that the talismans he drew could be sold easily in the future, and second, to achieve a significant upgrade in his status. Previously, Fong Jingxian was a freelance cultivator, and others had no qualms about scheming against him. But now that he was on the payroll of the Red Leaf Workshop, anyone who tried to take advantage of him would have to think twice about whether it was worth the risk. At the very least, if something happens to Fong Jingxian, the guild will definitely investigate, and they might even conduct a thorough inquiry. What if something really does come to light? No one wants to take that risk lightly. Therefore, Fong Jingxian felt that his safety had been greatly enhanced. Additionally, being a warehouse keeper comes with its perks. While not much, he could still manage to get several dozen low-grade spirit stones each month. Add to that the monthly salary, and one could easily earn 600 or 700 low-grade spirit stones a year. With this improved status, the opportunity to make money, and the ability to handle tasks that could open doors for him in the future, why wouldn't Fong Jingxian take this job? Not only would he take it, but he would do it well. Being a warehouse keeper was just the starting point. With Wei Tong as his backer, he could at least aim for the position of assistant manager. Once he had the title of assistant official, he would be a respected figure within the district. Even when going out on errands, the vassal families outside the district would all compete to serve him with fine food and drink, and when he left, they would send him some local specialties. Isn't that better than working hard in the wind and rain to attract customers? It's just about clinging to a powerful figure and valuing one's reputation less. But compared to the benefits, what does a little reputation matter? How many people would kill for this opportunity, yet they don't even have the connections? It's only because I took the initiative to curry favor with Wei Tong that I've achieved this today. All of this is what I deserve. Fong Jingxian kept encouraging himself, finding justifications for his actions. Just then, someone approached and asked, "Friend, who is that new deputy manager? Are you related to him?" Fong Jingxian opened his eyes and saw it was an unremarkable young cultivator. He immediately understood this person was here to probe the situation. In a place like this, there were no ordinary people, only those with connections, and not just any connections. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get in. But even among those with connections, there were ranks. The deeper your connections, the stronger your power, and the higher your status here. Those with weak foundations could only do the dirty, tedious work with no rewards. Those with solid connections get the good jobs first, avoid the dirty work, and don't take the blame when things go wrong. They're the first to get credit. So what level of connection does Fong Jingxian have? Oh, he's my sworn brother. What's the matter? Oh, nothing. I thought you might be thirsty. Come over here and sit down. Have a cup of spiritual tea to soothe your throat. Upon hearing that Wei Tong was Fong Jingxian's sworn brother, the man immediately changed his expression, and eagerly invited Fong Jingxian over to drink tea. Watching his behavior, Fong Jingxian smiled inwardly. This guy's connections clearly aren't strong enough. Although Wei Tong wasn't his sworn brother, who would ask? In this world, one must establish one's own status first. Since Fong Jingxian also wanted to make some connections and gather some information, he casually followed along. What's your name, friend? I'm Ding San. My older brother is Ding Kanban from the patrol office. If you ever need anything, just let me know. We're all in the same boat. You help me, I'll help you. It's all good, right? The patrol office was one of the 6 major institutions in Hongya Lane, primarily responsible for patrols and maintaining order within the lane. During the lockdown, they handled patrols, curfews, dispute resolution, and the apprehension of criminals. A deputy inspector holds a decent position, but compared to a deputy manager, there's a significant rank difference. Moreover, the patrol office's status doesn't compare to the warehouses, so the gap is even wider. No problem, no problem. My name is Fong Jingxian. You can just call me Jingxian from now on. No, Mr. Fang, don't mention it. We'll discuss that later. For now, let's just have some tea, haha. For a moment, Ding San's smile was sincere, while Fong Jingxian sipped his tea, savoring its aroma, and suddenly felt that the tea was truly fragrant. Chapter lockup. You've come to the right place. The warehouse office space was quite large, so it didn't feel cramped. Fong Jingxian sipped the free spiritual tea, chatting idly with Ding San. From their conversation, Fong Jingxian learned that the former deputy manager of the warehouse had been dismissed. He had committed an error that those in high positions with significant power were likely to make, and as a result, he had been removed from his post. In response, Fong Jingxian remarked that the workshop master was wise to make the right decision, otherwise, he wouldn't be here drinking spiritual tea. As the saying goes, pulling a radish brings up the mud. The former deputy manager was taken away, and several of his close associates were also removed, leaving the warehouse short-handed recently. However, even with the shortage, not just anyone can be hired. As the saying goes, it all comes down to connections. Of course, connections that can be bought with money are also connections, but such connections are the lowest tier here. Fong Jing calculated his background and realized that he was at most third-rate here. But it doesn't matter, there are still 2 more layers below him, so he's not at the bottom. The first tier is the direct descendants of the Chu family. The Chu clan holds significant influence within the Red Leaf district. The second tier consists of the sons and nephews of other powerful officials within the district, whose status naturally surpasses that of Fong Jingxian, who is merely a sworn brother by marriage. Fong Jingxian himself was in the third tier, and below him in the fourth tier were ordinary connections like Ding San. And at the very bottom are those with no connections, who simply bribed their way in with spirit stones. In this small warehouse, with only 30 people, the workers were actually divided into 5 distinct tiers. Fong Jingxian hadn't experienced it firsthand and hadn't dared to believe it before, but that was the reality. He had only known that the Chu family was powerful, but he didn't know just how powerful they were. After gaining a deeper understanding, he finally realized the true strength of the Chu family. The Chu family was a foundation establishment family, which didn't sound impressive, as there were 4 or 5 such families within the Danding sect. And the Danding sect, a golden core sect, was hardly notable even in Baishan. Many wandering cultivators would dismiss the Danding sect with disdain, especially when comparing it to the Lingmu and Lianshui alliances, often with a mocking tone. But upon closer inspection, one could see just how significant a foundation establishment family truly was. Setting aside other factors, let us just talk about the number of ordinary people. Cultivators come from among ordinary people, so the Chu family naturally has numerous clan members and relatives. Their ordinary relatives are scattered across several planes, and roughly estimating, there are at least 10,000 of them. Over the years, through marriages and alliances, their extended family network could influence hundreds of thousands of commoners. Add to that the 10 or so Qi cultivation vassal families in the surrounding areas, and their combined population means that the Chu family, as a foundation establishment clan, can effectively control over 1 million commoners. Over 1 million people. The Chu family can exercise life and death authority over them, which is far beyond the scope of a county magistrate or prefect from Fong Jingshuan's previous life in ancient times. As for the number of cultivators, just in the vicinity of the marketplace, there are over 1,000 cultivators relying on the Red Leaf Pavilion for their livelihood. In the territories of other vassal families further afield, the Qi cultivation cultivators, when combined, number around 1 or 2,000, all under the Chu family's command. Controlling over 1 million commoners, over 2,000 Qi cultivation cultivators, and a territory spanning 1,000 miles in all directions is such a foundation establishment family weak. Fong Jingxian considered it extremely powerful, strong enough to crush him effortlessly. The Chu family didn't even need to be mentioned, there were plenty of others eager to deal with them. As for Wei Tong, a late-stage Qi cultivation cultivator, he would only be treated with a bit more caution. If Wei Tong hadn't fled in advance, he would have met his end there. As for resisting and forcing a bloody path out? Have you read too many novels? Qi cultivation is just Qi cultivation. Even 10 late-stage Qi cultivation cultivators combined wouldn't stand a chance against a foundation establishment cultivator. Otherwise, how could the Chu family, with only 4 foundation establishment cultivators, dominate these 2 or 3,000 Qi cultivation cultivators? Sipping on spiritual tea, Fong Jingxian waited for Wei Tong to emerge. Moments later, he saw Wei Tong following an older cultivator out of the inner room. Everyone, please quiet down. This is our new deputy manager of the warehouse, Wei Tong. He will be responsible for tax collection and land management. Cui and Wang, the 2 of you should seek his guidance in the future. The 2 cultivators who were called out by the warehouse manager were both quite imposing. Upon hearing this, they both nodded in agreement. The handover procedures proceeded smoothly, and Wei Tong was assigned a private room as his office. Fong Jingxian was also led away to complete the paperwork, receive his robes and attire, and obtain his waist badge, officially becoming a proud member of the mansion's staff. By the time they finished these tasks, it was nearly noon, time for lunch. At this point, Fong Jing, dressed in his new clothes, followed Ding San out to find something to eat. Why didn't he eat with Wei Tong? Because he had to dine with the officials in charge of the case, and Fong Jing found it inappropriate to join them. Their statuses were different, so they didn't eat in the same place. The officials had their own kitchen, while ordinary warehouse attendants had to go out to eat. The warehouse took a 1.5-hour break at noon, with work starting at 11:30 and ending at 2:30, continuing until 5:30. It was over. The official reason was that they couldn't interfere with the monks' cultivation, hence the early dismissal. After Fong Jing understood the schedule here, he immediately felt that he had come to the right place. Brother Fong, you even have a spirit pet? That's impressive. When he saw Tu Yuan being brought in by the Li surnamed guard, and Fong Jing sitting cross-legged, Ding San's eyes filled with envy. This spirit pet was like a top-notch mount, not something just anyone could afford. Even ordinary people had to spend money to keep horses, right? Raising a spirit pet was even more expensive. With Ding San's salary, he couldn't afford it. Come up. Since we've met today, it's fate. We'll be working together in the future. Come, I'll treat you to a meal. Fong Jing invited Ding San loudly, giving him plenty of face. Once Ding San had joined them, without needing Fong Jingxuan's instructions, Tu Yuan walked ahead on his own, heading toward the tavern. At the restaurant, Fong Jing ordered a few dishes, and instructed the waiter to prepare a proper meal for Tu Yuan, before sitting down to chat with Ding San. Earlier in the warehouse, with so many people around, many things were inconvenient to discuss. Now, however, they could talk in detail. Fong Jing could tell that Ding San wanted to align himself with Wei Tong, and the reason for his attentiveness toward him was naturally also for Wei Tong. It wasn't just Ding San, many others likely shared the same thoughts. However, since Ding San had taken the initiative, the others could only bide their time for now. Ding brother, I'm quite curious about how the former deputy manager managed to get in. Could you tell me the details? Fong Jing steered the conversation in this direction, as he suspected Wei Tong would be very concerned about this matter. Of course, Wei Tong had his own information channels, but the perspectives of his subordinates were also important. Fong Jing had already assumed his role. He needed to gather more intelligence, and act as Wei Tong's eyes and ears in the warehouse. Only after Wei Tong had firmly established himself would Fong Jing consider how to secure funds. For now, the time wasn't right, so there was no rush. Chapter lockup, good things are coming. That evening, after work, Fong Jing reunited with Wei Tong, and began to report on the events of the day. After Fong Jing finished speaking, Wei Tong smiled and said, "You did well. I didn't think of any of that. Although the general outline is correct, there's no need to dwell on the details. We should just focus on doing our own jobs. Currently, I am primarily responsible for two major areas, finances and taxation, as well as land management. The head of operations has never been involved in specific operations. He tends to delegate authority, and it may be this leniency that led to the previous official's greed." After saying this, Wei Tong sighed deeply and continued, "The autumn tax collection is complete, so I don't need to worry about that anymore. However, regarding land management, we must thoroughly investigate the accounts. Those spirit fields, mansions, and mines within and outside the city that have been occupied, sold, or leased must be clarified. Those that have been occupied must be reclaimed, and any insider trading must be exposed. This is no simple task. We will offend many people." After Wei Tong finished speaking, he turned his gaze toward Fong Jing, causing Fong Jing's heart to skip a beat. "This is a matter of life and death, Wei Lauda. You didn't mention how dangerous this would be earlier. Are you really expecting me to charge into battle? I just want to make some money. I'm not here to risk my life for the red leaf market. Look, can I still back out now?" Fortunately, Wei Tong had no intention of making Fong Jing go first. He knew that Fong Jing couldn't handle such a task. This was something he had to do himself. I suppose the people behind Wei Tong chose him as deputy manager, because they value his high cultivation level and strong combat abilities, believing he can handle the pressure and get the job done. Forget it. This isn't something that can be done overnight. Let's give it 3 years. Hopefully, by then, we can present some initial results. Now Fong Jing knew that Wei Tong's deadline was 3 years, and the people backing him wanted to see some results within that time frame. That also means I can just coast by for 3 years. Fong Jing relaxed and suggested. In that case, big brother, you must focus on cultivating loyal confidants over the next 3 years. At least 3 out of the 6 assistant directors should be your own people. That will make things easier to handle. Currently, none of the 6 assistants are Wei Tong's people. Oh, one has been taken away, leaving only 5. I will. Don't worry. You'll be part of it. Fong Jing gave a sheepish smile, poured tea for Wei Tong, and clung to his leg. I'm serious about this. In the following days, Fong Jing quietly familiarized himself with the new environment. Since no one assigned him any tasks upon his arrival, he was more than happy to enjoy the leisure. Until one day, Ding Sen came rushing over, excitedly telling Fong Jing that there was good news. Upon hearing this, Fong Jing perked up. He followed Ding Sen to the adjacent room, where he met a man surnamed Zhao, who was an assistant manager. Emperor Zhao, this is Fong Jing. He has been working as a warehouse attendant for some time now. I think it's time to assign him a proper task. Zhao, the assistant manager, was slender with a mustache and deep eyes. He looked at Fong Jing and nodded, saying, "That's right. I have a task for you. The main warehouse is short several batches of talismans, and they need to be replenished. Take this task." It was that assignment after all. What a great assignment. Procuring goods meant plenty of opportunities for embezzlement. Zhao began writing a note. When he finished, Fong Jing reached out to take it, but Zhao paused. "You're new here. Do you know the rules?" Fong Jing nodded repeatedly. Ding San had already explained everything to him. A tusup samsup split, with the assistant handling the transaction, taking bak funzi tusup and him keeping bak funzi samsup. Of course, if you're skilled enough to negotiate better prices, you can keep whatever you earn. For running errands, getting only bak funzi samsup wasn't something Fong Jing cared about. The clerks had to pay their superiors, and how they divided it among themselves was none of his business. Remember, don't substitute inferior goods, or pass off substandard items as genuine. If we get caught, we'll all be in trouble. If you can't handle it, just tell me in advance and I'll find someone else. But if you delay the work, you'll get a few lashes to teach you a lesson. Facing Zhao's warnings, Fong Jing nodded repeatedly. Some tasks were difficult, and he wasn't confident, but he did understand the art of talismans. After all, he was half a talisman maker himself. Alright, keep it safe. Sign and seal it. Go to the main warehouse to collect the spirit stones. You have 3 days. If you have any questions, ask Xiao Ding. Go now. After receiving the slip, Fong Jing followed Ding San to the underground warehouse to collect the corresponding spirit stones. The upper part of the warehouse was the office area, while the lower section was the true core, the Red Leaf Pavilion's main warehouse. This place stored all the spirit stones accumulated by the Red Leaf Workshop, as well as various magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, spiritual materials, and items for cultivation. It was the wealthiest part of the Red Leaf Workshop. Such an important place was off limits to Fong Jing. On ordinary days he could only enter briefly under these circumstances. And even then, he could only stay in the first floor spirit stone section. After collecting the spirit stones, he had to leave immediately. With the note in hand, the cultivators inside did not give Fong Jing any trouble, and he easily received the spirit stones. Total of 15 mid-grade spirit stones. After exiting, Fong Jing examined a mid-grade spiritual stone in his hand. This item was rare. Lower-tier cultivators typically use low-grade spirit stones, and even if they save hundreds of them, they wouldn't think of exchanging them for mid-grade ones. Because mid-grade spirit stones can be easily exchanged for lower-grade ones, but lower-grade ones are hard to exchange for mid-grade ones. Moreover, when exchanging medium grade for lower grade, there is a premium, while exchanging lower grade for medium grade requires paying the difference. A single mid-grade spirit stone, depending on its attributes, can generally be exchanged for 103 to 107 low-grade spirit stones. At the Danding sect, metal-attributed middle-grade spirit stones are the most expensive, with an exchange rate of 1 to 107. Earth-attributed spirit stones are the cheapest, with an exchange rate of only 103. The reason for this phenomenon is that Earth-attributed spirit stones have a high production volume. The Thick Earth Alliance has a large Earth-attributed spirit stone mine, which has already driven down the price. The White Mountain Sword sect requires metal-attributed spirit stones for cultivation, and has been collecting them, causing the price of metal-attributed spirit stones to rise steadily, much to everyone's frustration. Getting back to the matter at hand, Fong Jing obtained 15 mid-grade spiritual stones, which were recorded in the warehouse ledger as 15 low-grade spiritual stones. They do not account for the exchange rate. This is also a small perk for the warehouse clerk. Later, Fong Jing will simply submit the talismans corresponding to the value of 15 low-grade spirit stones. Mid-grade spirit stones are about the size of a baby's fist, while low-grade spirit stones are as small as a finger, with a significantly larger volume. However, the difference is definitely not 100-fold. Why such a high premium? It's mainly because the spiritual energy contained within mid-grade spirit stones is purer. The spiritual energy in spirit stones contains impurities, and cannot be directly absorbed for cultivation. Those who cultivate by holding spirit stones are fools. It is best to avoid such practices, unless absolutely necessary. Spiritual stones require a spirit-gathering array to slowly release their energy. Their primary use is to power various flying vessels, magical artifacts, arrays, and alchemy furnaces. Fong Jing understood it as a specialized energy source for cultivators, as it is portable and easy to carry, making it highly valuable, and thus recognized as the standard currency among cultivators. After exiting the large warehouse, Fong Jing saw Ding San waiting. He put away the spirit stones and asked, "Old Ding, what should we do first?" "Of course we're going to the black market to exchange them for money. If you want to make more, you have to be bold. The legitimate talisman shops sell them for such high prices. Let's go check out the black market." Upon hearing this, Fong Jing looked at Ding San with newfound respect, never expecting this guy to be so bold. "I seem to recall that your brother is an assistant inspector at the patrol office. You dare go to the black market? Aren't you afraid of getting surrounded and beaten up?" Chapter Loksupsam, Procurement and Purchasing. Upon arriving at the black market mentioned by Ding San, Fong Jing felt somewhat disappointed. It was a secluded alleyway, shrouded in morning mist, with few people in sight. "This is the black market you mentioned? I thought it was somewhere else." "Which one?" "The place where they sell female cultivators, cauldrons." Fong Jing whispered the place he had imagined, but Ding San hurriedly told him to stop. "My lord, we're government officials. How could we go to such a place? Besides, with just a few spirit stones, what could we possibly buy there? Without thousands of low-grade spirit stones, no one would even bother to take us there, okay? From the way you're talking, it sounds like you've been there before. You know your way around so well." Fong Jing stared at Ding San, making him feel a bit awkward. He waved his hands and said, "I've only been once, and it was with a friend. I didn't buy anything. I just went to see around and broaden my horizons." "Friend? Are you referring to yourself?" "Cough, let us not get into that. Let us hurry up and go. If we wait any longer, the gates will close by dawn." Ding San changed the subject and led Fong Jing inside. At this point, Fong Jing rarely left Tu Yuan at the entrance and didn't bring him inside. The alley was indeed quite narrow, and given Tu Yuan's build, once inside, even turning around would be difficult for those beside him. Fong Jing snapped back to reality. Earlier, he had thought Ding San was taking him to the black market, and he had gotten excited for nothing. It turned out to be the flea market inside the marketplace. There were no proper shops here. Both buyers and sellers wore masks and cloaks to avoid being recognized. The cloaks were woven with a special silk thread that blocked others' spiritual perception. Unless the opponent's cultivation was far superior, attempting to use spiritual perception to scan someone would be not only futile, but also immediately detectable. Buying and selling here relied entirely on one's eyesight, and no returns were accepted afterward. Therefore, without genuine skills, one would be taken advantage of here. "Is the person you're looking for reliable?" Fong Jing couldn't help but ask. Carrying a large sum of 15 low-grade spirit stones, with Tu Yuan not by his side, Fong Jing feared being robbed. If it weren't for Ding San's clear background and thorough knowledge of the situation, Fong Jing would never have dared to come to such a dangerous place. Don't worry, we've known each other for years. They pay more for mid-grade spirit stones. Many other merchants have come to him before. Your spirit stones aren't even that much. As they spoke, Ding San led Fong Jing through a maze of narrow alleys, finally stopping at a hidden door. Ding dong. Ding San knocked on the door in a specific rhythm. Moments later, the door opened. Once Fong Jing entered, he realized that the place was quite different from the outside. While the exterior looked dilapidated, the interior was surprisingly well decorated. There were artificial mountains and flowing water, with winding paths leading to secluded areas. Just from the arrangement, one could tell the owner was quite powerful. A few moments later, a puppet emerged from a hidden door. The puppet took human form and spoke with a human voice. Are you here to exchange spirit stones? Based on the current exchange rate, we can offer the following prices. Fong Jing was taken aback. He glanced at Ding San and saw a smug expression on his face. Clearly, Fong Jing had been startled by the puppet, which was within his expectations. Ignoring Ding San's subtle thoughts, Fong Jing exhaled slowly. This red leaf pavilion truly was a place where dragons and tigers lay hidden. Puppet masters were a rare profession. Fong Jing had only heard of them before but had never seen a real puppet before. However, this was not the time for inquiries. Fong Jing listened carefully to the exchange rates and noticed that they were indeed 1 or 2 points higher than the prices in the shops on the street. Perhaps puppeteers required higher grade spirit stones? Fong Jing couldn't be sure, but this price was more profitable for him, so he exchanged all his mid-grade spirit stones for lower-grade ones. 15 fist-sized mid-grade spirit stones were exchanged for a large bag of low-grade spirit stones. Fong Jing counted them one by one, totaling 1,564 pieces. Regardless, the extra 64 pieces were the profit from this errand. Earning 60 or 70 low-grade spirit stones as extra income from a single errand, no wonder working in the warehouse was such a lucrative position. But that's not all. If the talismans were bought cheaply and the required quantity could be met, the remaining spirit stones would be the real profit. After exchanging the spirit stones, Fong Jing followed Ding San out. As soon as he stepped out the door, he turned back and noticed that the door he had just closed was gone. Clearly, the puppet master had set up an array to conceal the door. Fong Jing took out 4 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch, handed them to Ding San, and said, "These are for you. Without your help, I wouldn't have found this place. Rest assured, if I make any profit in the future, you'll get your share." Ding San took the spirit stones with a smile on his face and said politely, "Brother Fong is so generous. We help each other out, right? That's what I said when we first met. Once you're successful, don't forget about me." After exchanging a few more words with Ding San, Fong Jing found Tu Yuan, who was lying quietly on the ground. Upon seeing Fong Jing's figure, Tu Yuan quickly stood up and darted to his side. All right. I won't leave you behind anymore. Let us go back." Fong Jing ruffled Tu Yuan's head and gave Ding San a smug smile. "Such a well-behaved spirit pet. Do you have one like this? Shopkeeper, sell me some talismans." Fong Jing led Tu Yuan to the talisman shop, where they had first inquired about prices earlier. Behind him, Ding San was still far away and hadn't entered the shop yet. "May I ask what kind of talismans you're looking for, friend?" Seeing customers arrive, the shopkeeper smiled broadly, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Ding San's figure. His expression immediately changed, and he hurried forward to close the door. But at that moment, Fong Jing blocked the way with his body and said, "What are you doing? I haven't left yet." "What, trying to pull a fast one?" "Oh no, please forgive me, fellow cultivator. Let me go first. I need to close the shop for a moment. Hurry, or it'll be too late." Just as they were speaking, Ding San strode up to the door with an air of superiority and shouted, "Warehouse procurement and talisman purchase. Please grant the shopkeeper some convenience. It's over. What bad luck. You." The shopkeeper hung his head dejectedly, like a deflated rooster, glaring at Ding San, but dared not speak, his face twisted with frustration. "All right, shopkeeper, misfortune can't be avoided. Just cooperate properly and let me handle this task. You'll lose less, and when the evaluation comes, you'll have it easier. Ding San took out the documents and waved them in front of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper froze for a moment before snapping back to reality and resigning himself to his fate. Fong Jing, standing nearby, saw the shopkeeper's pitiful state and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Doing business in the outer markets was tough, but even opening a shop within the city walls wasn't easy. The term harmonious purchase was essentially a form of forced sale. Those who were subjected to it rarely made a profit, and might even end up losing money. However, since this was an order from the warehouse, which belonged to the market, it carried a certain degree of compulsion, and the shopkeepers had no choice but to comply. Additionally, the market had a compensation mechanism in place, such as tax discounts, but even so, the shopkeepers were unwilling to comply. That's why, upon seeing Ding San, a familiar face, they simply wanted to close shop. But Fong Jing had entered the shop early, leaving the shopkeeper at a disadvantage, forcing him to agree to the joint purchase. Originally, Fong Jing felt a bit guilty about this, but when he thought back to how he had been haggled over the price of the talismans he wanted to sell, he grew angry. I work hard to draw a talisman, and you make more profit than me? This is unacceptable. You deserve this fate. Chapter looks up say, a big profit. 100 light body charms, 100 calm mind charms, 100 body protection charms, 100 blazing fire charms. Ding San was shouting the list, and the shopkeeper was directing his assistants to fetch the items. The shopkeeper sighed heavily, while Ding San smiled broadly, comparing the purchase order and continuing to recite the list. However, as the higher-tier talismans appeared on the list, the shopkeeper hesitated. I said, that's enough, you can't just keep buying from my shop. Ding San stopped, his expression growing serious. He stared at the shopkeeper and asked, don't you want to assist the warehouse? Don't you want to contribute your share to the marketplace? You should know that your shop can operate smoothly thanks to the marketplace. Being good to the marketplace is also good for you. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly waved his hands. Ding San had placed a heavy burden on him, and he couldn't bear it. Fong Jing, standing nearby, was almost in awe of Ding San. This kind of rhetoric was clearly the work of a seasoned official. If he had to say it himself, he would have felt embarrassed to open his mouth. Indeed, bringing Ding San along was the right decision. If he had gone alone, he wouldn't have been able to pull off such a smooth con. That's not what I meant. It's just that there are quite a few high-grade talismans on your list. You can't possibly buy them all from me, can you? Come, let's have a cup of tea and discuss it further. The shopkeeper backed down, and Ding San saw the opportunity to call it a day. After all, anyone who could open a shop here had some connections. However, this shop didn't have strong enough connections. Ding San dared to come and force a joint purchase. If it were a shop with a powerful background, would Ding San dare to go there and cause trouble? Ding San was pulled aside by the shopkeeper to drink tea. Fong Jing noticed that the shopkeeper secretly slipped several low-grade spirit stones to Ding San. Fong Jing pretended not to notice. After all, this was what Ding San deserved for his skills. Extorting bribes was also a kind of skill, wasn't it? A moment later, Fong Jing and Ding San casually left the talisman shop. The two went to a corner and began settling accounts. Total of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for the talismans, mostly purchased at a 7% to 80% discount. The only ones not bought were the sound-dampening talismans. The rest of the low-tier talismans are all accounted for. Fong Jing calculated that at this price, the shopkeeper wasn't really losing much, he was just breaking even. Of course, the costs of storing, transporting, and stockpiling these talismans were all wasted. Fong Jing checked the talismans, confirmed the quantities matched, and had inspected them during the purchase to avoid the shop substituting lower-quality talismans or using old ones as new ones. Talismans also have an expiration date. If stored improperly or left unused for too long, the spiritual energy on the talisman paper would dissipate. Talismans with minor dissipation will have significantly reduced efficacy when used. Those with severe dissipation cannot be activated at all, and are considered useless talismans. Fong Jing, being an expert, casually mentioned a few technical terms and commented on the details of the talismans, designs, and the shop dared not tamper with them. Thank you, Brother Ding. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to buy so many talismans at such a low price. Fong Jing thanked Ding San, who responded with a humble smile, showing none of his earlier arrogance. Among their own people, they were still quite straightforward. Even if they had acted rudely earlier, it was merely for work and out of necessity. Of course, you have to be one of us first to be considered simple-hearted, otherwise, you become the one who has no choice but to act that way. Regarding this, Fong Jing could only shrug and say, the seat determines the mind. The remaining talismans are best left alone. Those are mostly from big shops backed by powerful figures. At our level, we'd only end up getting the short end of the stick. Ding San explained the situation to Fong Jing, who understood that they could only target small talisman shops and dare not touch the big ones. Don't worry about that. I have my own way. I know a talisman master. Let me see if he has any, and he can give me a discount. The person Fong Jing was referring to was Wu Yong. By going directly to a talisman maker, they could skip the middleman, which naturally lowered the price. That's great. Knowing a talisman maker is beneficial for us. It's not just talisman makers, it's good to know people from other professions as well. You never know when you might need their help. After settling the details with Ding San, Fong Jing rode the Tu Yuan back home. This time, Ding San had accompanied him on the trip and managed to secure nearly 20 low-grade spirit stones, for which Fong Jing owed him a favor. In comparison, Fong Jing recalled his days of ferrying passengers for a living and sighed to himself. 10 days of braving wind and rain couldn't compare to the ease of this official's words. Upon returning to his courtyard, Fong Jing began calculating his profits. This order also included a share of sound-dampening talismans, which Fong Jing planned to use his own supply for. He took out 100 sound-dampening charms from his storage pouch, and withdrew 100 corresponding low-grade spirit stones. Finally, 2 piles of items were placed on the table, 1 pile of spirit stones, and another pile of spirit stones. The smaller pile was the profit Fong Jing had calculated for himself. Total of over 240 low-grade spirit stones. Staring at the spirit stones on the table, Fong Jing fell into silence. This was merely the profit from a single assignment, and only from assignments that Kyuden could handle. By extension, how much could those in higher positions, such as assistants or managers, earn in a single go? When compared to that, his previous efforts to earn money seemed rather laughable. After a long while, Fong Jing steadied his mind. This batch of spirit stones still needed to be split, with 7/10 going to others, so it wasn't entirely his own. However, even so, he could still keep 70 or 80 low-grade spirit stones, and he hadn't yet purchased high-grade talismans, which would be another source of profit. If he factored in the profits from selling the sound-dampening talismans, the total earnings from this venture could exceed 150 or 60. This truly proves that one doesn't become wealthy without unexpected fortune. To make big money, one must rely on connections. Without Wei Tong, how could such an opportunity have come his way? Thinking of this, Fong Jing's mood improved. He would work hard, life would get sweeter and sweeter. Carefully storing the spirit stones, Fong Jing began drawing talismans. With 3 days left until the deadline, there was no need to finish so early. When it comes to work, one must never be too eager. Otherwise, one will end up being treated like a beast of burden. This was a good opportunity this time, but what about next time? He'd wait until the last day to hand in the task that was the safest approach. He'd slack off for a couple of days, then buy more talismans from Wu Yong tomorrow. It would still be in time. With this mindset, Fong Jing openly slacked off, enjoying the freedom of not having to work. Since he had started working in the warehouse as a storekeeper, his progress in drawing talismans and refining his body had been severely delayed, all of it a loss. After finishing the talismans, Fong Jing had lunch, continued body cultivation in the afternoon, and began meditation in the evening. After finishing all this, Fong Jing checked his attribute panel, and his expression turned satisfied. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage 3233600. Symbol crafting, silent symbol, 83 Body cultivation technique, Qingmu nourishing body technique, current realm, Qingmu bark, 63 His cultivation progress had increased by 10 points, steadily advancing. The talisman making experience had only increased by 1 point, which was acceptable. However, his physical cultivation progress had increased by 4 points, showing significant improvement. At this rate, by the time the new year arrives, both his talisman making and physical cultivation should be on the verge of a breakthrough. Chapter lockup, the art of inscribing symbols. The next evening, Fong Jing rode out on Tu Yuan and arrived at Wu Yong's residence. After explaining his purpose, Wu Yong invited Fong Jing inside. Due to his connection with Wei Tong, Wu Yong's attitude was fairly courteous. Fong brother, I don't have enough stock of the demon-repelling symbols and the great sun symbols, and I don't know how to make the golden bell symbols yet, but my master can. I think he might have 10 of them. After serving tea, Wu Yong explained his situation. In response, Fong Jing nodded and said, "That's wonderful. Since that's the case, I'll have all these high-grade talismans prepared here. As for the price, how about 8% the market rate?" This price was higher than what Wu Yong could get by delivering them to a talisman shop, but slightly lower than selling them individually over time. However, Fong Jing needed a large quantity, which would save Wu Yong a lot of trouble, so he was naturally willing to agree. After completing the transaction, Fong Jing instinctively grew closer to Wu Yong. He had come with the intention of forming a connection. Relationships require interaction. To grow closer, merely being acquainted is not enough. Even if you have shared a meal, when the time comes to rely on someone for assistance, your treatment will be no different from that of an outsider. Fong Jing and Wu Yong had no personal connection, their only common link was Wei Tong. Now, Fong Jing intended to turn Wu Yong into his friend. Offering him some benefits as a starting point was a wise choice. Otherwise, Fong Jing could have gone elsewhere to make the purchase. Why bother coming specifically to Wu Yong? Actually, I want to hide it from you, Wu brother. I can also draw some symbols. Oh, brother Fong can draw talismans too. Upon hearing Fong Jing mention talismans, Wu Yong became noticeably more proactive. He voiced his doubt, clearly not convinced. "You don't believe me, Wu? Here, let me borrow your talisman brush." Fong Jing took the talisman brush from Wu Yong, examined it, and saw that it was a first-grade superior quality talisman brush, made from the heartwood of a 1,000-year-old spiritual tree, with a second-grade white-haired wolf's tail as the tip, truly extraordinary. This item was worth over 300 lower-grade spirit stones, far surpassing the fox-tail brush he had obtained by exchanging a few spirit stones. The brush felt smooth in his hand, and as soon as Fong Jing gripped it, he felt a sense of calm. This small talisman brush even had a calming function. Fong Jing silently praised it, dipped it in spiritual ink, and then let the brush dance like a dragon and snake, completing a silent talisman in one fluid motion. After finishing the talisman, Fong Jing noticed a change in Wu Yong's expression. His gaze toward Fong Jing had grown brighter. "What's going on? Why does it feel like he appreciates and acknowledges me more now?" Interpreting Wu Yong's change in expression as a shared passion, Fong Jing felt it was akin to a otaku meeting someone who shares his enthusiasm for collectible figures. Handing back the symbol brush, Fong Jing picked up the silence symbol and presented it to Wu Yong for appraisal. "A fine talisman, excellent craftsmanship. Brother Fong, this talisman has truly captured the essence of the silent talisman. The brushwork in these few strokes is particularly ingenious, a masterpiece worthy of a master." Wu Yong first praised Fong Jing then shifted his tone slightly and said cautiously, "However, when you were drawing, it seemed like you were using the same technique throughout. There was no variation. Have you not practiced the 12 methods of drawing charms?" At these words, Fong Jing froze. The 12 methods of drawing charms? No one had ever mentioned that to me. Noticing Fong Jingshuan's expression, Wu Yong seemed to understand something. He smiled lightly and pulled out a yellowed book from the side. "This is a classic text I studied earlier. Brother Fong can take it back to study in detail. After mastering the structure of talismans, you will learn the method of drawing them. Drawing talismans requires a balance of strength and flexibility in your strokes, with a chaotic yet orderly framework. Only then can you advance further." Taking the book, Fong Jing thanked Wu Yong. As they say, true transmission lies in a single word. If Wu Yong hadn't mentioned it, he would have kept drawing like this indefinitely. No wonder his progress in symbol creation had slowed down recently. Fong Jing had assumed it was because he was nearing the 100th symbol, and the difficulty naturally increased. Now it was clear it was because he hadn't mastered the advanced techniques required for the next stage. Indeed, having a symbol master as a mentor was beneficial. One couldn't just work in isolation. We can exchange ideas more often in the future. Now, let me draw a sound dampening symbol for you to critique. At this point, Wu Yong also became interested and casually drew a sound dampening symbol. Fong Jing watched quietly from the side. Once Wu Yong finished, Fong Jing finally realized the gap between himself and the other party. Setting aside the hardware differences in talisman brushes, spiritual ink, and talisman paper, Wu Yong's technique in applying the ink was highly refined. The nuances of his brushwork alone revealed several distinct methods to Fong Jing at a glance. Fong Jing knew that Wu Yong was demonstrating for him. Otherwise, how could a talisman master allow an outsider to watch while drawing talismans? Brother Wu, that stroke here is something I never would have thought of. Is there a specific technique for that? For a moment, Fong Jing and Wu Yong began discussing the details. Fong Jingshuan's expertise in sound dampening symbols was actually quite high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to draw sound dampening symbols better than those available on the market. However, those sound dampening talismans were mostly drawn by low-tier talisman masters, while high-tier talisman masters wouldn't waste their precious soul energy on such low-tier talismans. They chatted until nearly curfew before Fong Jing reluctantly took his leave from Wu Yong. On the way back, he sat cross-legged on Tu Yuan's back, recalling the gains from the day, his face beaming with joy. Opening the attribute panel, the symbol creation progress suddenly changed. Symbol crafting, silent symbol, 86 Just a brief conversation had increased his progress by 3 points, which was more effective than half a month of relentless practice. Once he returned and mastered the technique of inscribing symbols, the progress of his silence symbol would likely reach perfection. Once the silence symbol was perfected, the other two basic symbols would also quickly reach mastery. It was only a matter of time. Once you master one method, you can master all others. All symbols are based on the 18 basic symbol configurations, so there isn't much difference between them. Thinking of this, Fong Jing grew even more determined to cultivate his relationship with Wu Yong. If he could use this opportunity to get closer to Wu Yong's master, his path in the art of talismans would undoubtedly become smoother. Carrying the newly purchased advanced talismans and the book on talisman inscription techniques, Fong Jing returned home with a sense of fulfillment. Upon returning home, he eagerly began studying the book, practicing all night long. By the next morning, when the sky had brightened, Fong Jing rubbed his eyes and gathered the talismans scattered across the table. After a night of practice, Fong Jing had finally mastered the basics of the pointing symbols technique. In simple terms, it involved using different techniques and speeds to create specific brush strokes when drawing. In the pointing symbol technique, the concealing the tip technique involves first pressing lightly against the grain, then turning the brush to draw the stroke, creating a smooth and reserved starting point. This creates a thick and solemn starting stroke, suitable for laying the foundation of talismanic scripts. The exposed tip technique involves the brush tip following the natural direction and directly entering the paper, with the tip exposed at the starting point, resulting in light and agile lines. This technique is suitable for the edges and connecting lines of talismans. Additionally, there are techniques such as the central brushstroke, side brushstroke, lifting and pressing, and the balance of solid and hollow, with the final step being the returning brushstroke to conclude the stroke. Such meticulous attention to detail was something Fong Jing had never noticed before, but it wasn't too late now. After all, he had only been learning talisman making for 4 months. He took one last look at his gains from the night. On the attribute panel, under the talisman making section, it clearly displayed symbol creation, silence symbol, 92 Haha, Fong Jing was in high spirits. He tossed the symbol brush onto the white paper, causing a few drops of spiritual ink to splash and spread out. Despite having stayed up all night, Fong Jing felt wide awake. He called over Tu Yuan, opened the courtyard gate, and strolled out with a sense of ease. He planned to purchase all the talismans today, and then divide the spiritual stones. Thinking about the spirit stones he was about to obtain, Fong Jing thought to himself, it's good to have a big tree to lean on. I need to draw talismans, cultivate my techniques, make money, and gain power. I want it all. With this anticipation, Fong Jingxian and Tu Yuan walked forward steadily. Tu Yuan moved forward steadily. Chapter Lok, The Approach of War. The next afternoon, Fong Jingxian went out to find Wu Yong and collect the high-grade talismans. They had agreed upon a total of 10 golden bell talismans. These golden bell talismans could only be crafted by a first-grade upper-tier talisman master, composed of 36 talisman symbols meticulously drawn together, making their creation extremely challenging. These talismans were not cheap, costing 30 lower-grade spirit stones each, but they were highly effective. During a battle, one could be slapped onto one's body to withstand several attacks from an opponent's magical artifact. You get what you pay for. Ordinary protective talismans are only worth 5 low-grade spirit stones, and can only withstand a single strike before breaking, and sometimes not even that. After carefully storing the talismans and double-checking the inventory, Fong Jingxian headed to the warehouse to hand them over to the supervisor. After signing and sealing the documents, Fong Jingxian watched as the papers were filed away and the talismans returned to the warehouse. He exhaled in relief. His first assignment had gone smoothly without any complications. Fong Jingxian couldn't understand why some people's first assignments were so nerve-wracking, requiring them to endure hardships before they could be completed successfully. In his opinion, the simpler the task, the better. After completing his duties, Fong Jingxian's days became much more leisurely. He also handed over the agreed-upon Bafunzi Tsup of the profits. Spirit stones were valuable, but one couldn't break the rules. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a next time. For the next half-month, Fong Jingxian was in a state of idleness. The coveted task of purchasing talismans was not something that would come his way anytime soon. Not getting such a plum assignment didn't bother Fong Jingxian. Sometimes, other warehouse workers would call him over to lend a hand, and he could earn a few low-grade spirit stones in the process. This routine continued until the end of the month, and the final day was payday. Fong Jingxian, attendance for November was normal, no tardiness or early departures. You will receive 50 low-grade spirit stones. Please sign for your payment. Fong Jingxian stood in line, signing his name at the desk of an assistant, with several others waiting behind him. After slacking off for the entire month, he had earned 50 low-grade spirit stones, which left Fong Jingxian feeling very satisfied. This job was better than his previous life in every way. At least there were no overtime hours, and he could leave on time. In his previous life, he often worked overtime for free, often not returning home until late at night. The cultivation world does have some humanity after all. The pace of life here is slower, though nightlife is a bit boring with few entertainments. But as long as one doesn't set high standards for oneself and isn't afraid of one's cultivation regressing, the pleasures of that demoness are truly indulgent. Fong Jingxian didn't go to those places anyway. In the past, he was too poor to afford them. A single visit would cost a fortune in spirit stones. Now that he received his salary, Fong Jingxian was tempted. At 24, he was in the prime of his life. But upon reflecting on his circumstances, he still owed Wang Xinyu yet 300 spirit stones. He instantly lost all desire for such worldly pleasures. I'll wait until I save up 3,000 before going. After setting this goal for himself, Fong Jingxian put away the spirit stones and prepared to go home. He planned to repay Wang Xinyu 150 low-grade spirit stones first. He couldn't keep owing her forever. The 1,000 he owed her was a one-year loan, but the 300 he borrowed to host Wei Tongyan's banquet was a short-term loan. The sooner he paid it back, the sooner he could rest easy. Fong Jingxian currently had over 300 low-grade spirit stones. He had some left over from buying a house, plus the 200 he had earned this month, giving him a bit more confidence. With that plan in mind, Fong Jingxian was about to slip away. On the last day, everyone left early, and no one was watching closely. But just as Fong Jingxian was about to leave, he was called back by Wei Tong. "Jingxian, come here." Fong Jingxian froze, cursing inwardly as that familiar feeling returned. Upon entering Wei Tong's private office, Fong Jingxuan's expression darkened. Noticing this, Wei Tong pretended not to see. "Over the past month, you've done a good job. I've noticed that the other officials in the vicinity have a favorable impression of you. I had thought it would take you some more time to integrate into the group." Wei Tong first acknowledged Fong Jingxuan's work, but then changed the subject, his tone growing serious. But if you keep this up, you'll be fine, but how am I supposed to report back? What? Fong Jing finally remembered that Wei Tong had been assigned a specific task. The previous official had embezzled funds, and Wei Tong had taken his place. Given Wei Tong's qualifications, he wasn't exactly qualified for the position, as the gap between being the commander of the Western Gate Guard and the deputy manager of the Treasury Office was significant. However, the person backing him had exerted influence to secure this position for him, clearly expecting results. Over the past month, Wei Tong had been quiet, and Fong Jing had assumed he was biding his time. But now it seemed that the person behind him was putting pressure on him? Brother, why the rush? Fong Jing whispered his confusion, and Wei Tong sighed before explaining to Fong Jing. I don't want to be so aggressive either, but time is of the essence, and the situation is growing dire. Have you not been paying attention over the past month? What has the warehouse been up to? After Wei Tong's reminder, Fong Jing recalled the main activities in the warehouse over the past month. They had been purchasing various supplies. He himself handled talismans, Ding San handled herbs, and others handled basic magical artifacts, elixirs, and even some large-scale machinery. Generally speaking, for such procurement, the major items were handled by the warehouse, which had signed purchase agreements with various shops in the market. They simply delivered the goods on time each month. However, over the past month, the scale of material collection had significantly increased, with many being last-minute orders. The massive quantities of supplies are handled by warehouse attendants like Fong Jing and stored in the lower warehouses. Over the past month, the warehouse has spent at least 5,000 or 6,000 low-grade spirit stones on this, and the trend shows no signs of slowing down. Fong Jing ran through these details in his mind and couldn't help but feel a chill. What could the warehouse be stockpiling all these supplies for? It can't be for reselling or hoarding goods, can it? Or could it be that a war is imminent? At that moment, Fong Jing felt a jolt of electricity run through his heart. As the saying goes, those in the midst of it are often blind, and after Wei Tong mentioned it, everything fell into place for Fong Jing. Wei Tong observed Fong Jing's expression and realized he had figured it out. He immediately spoke without hesitation. Our own cultivation seeds were ambushed. How could the Chu family let this go? At White Mountain, they were attacked and didn't utter a word that's weakness and incompetence. Beasts only go mad once they taste blood. Only mad dogs won't be constantly targeted. This time, the Chu family is launching a campaign to demonstrate their strength to the outside world. For this, they are willing to sacrifice hundreds of cultivators, no matter the cost. Fong Jing heard this and his heart trembled. The incident where Chu Yunho was ambushed had already been 4 months ago, and Fong Jing had thought the matter was settled. Little did he know that after the grand-scale lockdown and search in the marketplace, another war must be ignited. And the primary purpose of this war was for the Chu family to bare their fangs. They didn't care about the hundreds of cultivators who might die in the battle, and they weren't even afraid of losing their own people. Thinking of this, Fong Jing's voice grew hoarse as he asked slowly. Is the target clear? We have a general direction, but the specifics cannot be disclosed. You only need to know that war is imminent, and some of us here must accompany the troops. As someone I brought in, you must set an example. Fong Jing heard this and felt bitter. I've only been paid for a month. Now I have to go to the front lines? Am I getting the short end of the stick? Can I return the spirit stones and not take them? Chapter lockup, chasing rises and cutting losses. Fong Jing returned to his small courtyard with his head hanging low. After talking with Wei Tong, the joy of slacking off and collecting a salary was completely gone. The lives of Foundation establishment cultivators are truly valuable. If he was ambushed and injured, hundreds of cultivators would have to die with him. And these people would never have imagined that they would die because of this. The Chu family was preparing for war, and their vassal families were required to dispatch cultivators to aid in battle. The number of Qi cultivation cultivators to be sent depended on the size of the vassal family. Though it wasn't a full-scale mobilization, being conscripted at a rate of half the population was still acceptable. Additionally, there were cultivators from various institutions in the marketplace and scattered cultivators recruited with heavy rewards. This time, the Chu family could muster over 1,000 Qi condensation cultivators for battle. This force is immense, and wherever it goes, no chi cultivation family can stand in its way. Only foundation establishment families could potentially block them, but among the 5 or 6 foundation establishment families in the Dan Ding sect, only the Ning family, known for their beast taming, could confidently hold them off. Their family specializes in beast taming, and with their cultivators and spirit beasts, their foundation establishment combat power approaches 10, which is twice as strong as the Chu family's 4. As for the other families, whether it was the He family from Qinghe Lane, or the Zhang family from Miaodong Lane, none of them could match the Chu family. The remaining 2 foundation establishment families are located deep within the Dan Ding sect's territory, far away from the Chu family, and are completely unrelated. Fong Jingxian did not consider them as potential targets. Who should they target? Fong Jingxian pondered the matter all the way, but came up with no clues. After thinking for a while, he gave up. The information he currently possessed was too limited, which left Fong Jingxian feeling uneasy. A sense of helplessness, unable to control his own situation, enveloped his heart. However, there was still time. The Chu family had not yet fully prepared, and Wei Tong estimated that the actual outbreak of war would likely occur around next spring. It was currently November, leaving nearly 2 months at worst, 1 month remaining. The scenario Fong Jingxian feared most had not materialized, that is, continuing to coast by at work one moment, and being ordered to the battlefield the next. Such a scenario was too fantastical to be true. Moreover, Wei Tong had instructed Fong Jingxian to accompany him to the battlefield, but not as cannon fodder. As a staff member assigned to logistics, his role was to ensure rear support. Those who would be sacrificed first were the high-priced mercenary cultivators, followed by the cultivators from vassal families, and only then would it be the institutional staff like Fong Jingxian. When even Fong Jingxian was being forced to the front lines, it meant that the Chu family's purpose for this war had completely failed. It was meant to be a show of strength, but instead, they ended up exposing their weaknesses, making the people of Baishan laugh at them. According to Wei Tong's analysis, the Chu family's strategy this time was to act swiftly and decisively. Looking on the bright side, perhaps Fong Jingxian wouldn't even have to go before the war ended. Holding on to this thought, Fong Jingxian tried to lift his spirits and comfort himself. Since things have come to this, let's eat first. As the aroma of cooked rice filled the air, Wang Xinyu arrived as expected. She served herself rice with ease, showing no signs of being a stranger. The 2 of them silently dug into the 4 dishes and soup on the stone table. After finishing, Wang Xinyu set down her bowl, gently rubbing her slightly rounded stomach and said, "Why is the meal so abundant today? I ended up eating several extra bowls. What a sin." Fong Jingxian silently cleared the dishes, leaving them for Tu Yuan to wash. He also hated washing dishes, and this was when the value of having a water-type spirit pet became evident. Regarding Wang Xinyu's question, Fong Jingxian thought to himself, if I can't spare it now, what's the point of saving it for later? In a couple of months, we'll be heading to the front lines. If I don't treat myself to something good now, how can I face myself? Speaking of which, if he were to meet an unfortunate end, would he no longer have to repay the loan he owed Wang Xinyu? How could he think that? Wasn't he that kind of person? These thoughts flashed through Fong Jingxuan's mind. Usually, he didn't have such emotional fluctuations. His temperament still needed refinement. Just eat. You don't have to pay for your meal. Though you eat more than me, you're the creditor, so I'm not going to brown-nose you. Fong Jingxian spoke playfully, and Wang Xinyu thought about it and realized he was right, so she felt at ease. Here, this is 150 low-grade spirit stones. You owe me 300, pay half now, and the rest next month after you get your salary. Fong Jingxian pulled out a cloth bag containing a pile of thumb-sized spirit stones. Wang Xinyu looked at it and glanced at Fong Jingxian, saying, I didn't say you had to pay me back now. You've only been working here for a month, how much salary could you possibly have? Plus, you have a mortgage to pay. I'm not in a hurry, just wait until you're more financially stable. Though she said this, Wang Xinyu felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Fong Jingxian had just received his salary, and offered it voluntarily. It wasn't something she had to ask for, which made her even happier. Fong Jingxian pushed it away a few times, but seeing that Wang Xinyu wasn't being polite, and clearly didn't need the 100 or 200 yuan, he eventually accepted it. With the war approaching, it would be wise to prepare more high-grade talismans for himself. He had to survive at all costs to repay her the 1,300 yuan. But how did Wang Xinyu get so rich? She's a little rich lady. Does growing spiritual herbs and medicines really make that much money? Speaking of which, you mentioned earlier that you stockpiled some spiritual herbs during the market blockade. How is that going? Have you sold them yet? Mentioning this, Wang Xinyu perked up and said excitedly. I sold them at a slight loss, but at least I didn't lose money. I don't know why, but they suddenly started selling well recently. These herbs are used for healing injuries and illnesses. I thought the market closure would make them more valuable, but it was just a lockdown without any fighting. All my efforts were in vain. Clearly, Wang Xinyu was unaware of the recent changes in the market, and had sold the medicinal herbs she had stockpiled at a loss. In response, Fong Jing looked complicated. You've been hoarding them for so long, why couldn't you have waited a little longer? Chasing prices up and selling when they drop like that, even with a fortune, you can't withstand the losses. Fong Jing hesitated, unsure whether to tell Wang Xinyu about Wei Tong's speculation. After all, he couldn't see it himself, so would she believe him now? After a moment of deliberation, Fong Jing decided to tell Wang Xinyu. Although Wei Tong had instructed not to spread the information, if Wei Tong knew, it meant that many powerful officials were also aware of it. Besides, such matters can't be hidden forever. At most, it would only take half a month for the news to spread throughout the city. Considering how generous Wang Xinyu had been, he decided to give her a heads up to prevent her from making a misjudgment and causing trouble during this period. Thus, Fong Jing slowly revealed the information he had. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinyu immediately slapped her thigh hard. Oh no, I've been outsmarted. That treacherous merchant clearly knew the inside information before me. Wah, my spirit stones. Thousands of them. Seeing Wang Xinyu wailing so pitifully, Fong Jing couldn't help but chuckle. He walked over to comfort her. Forget it. This insider information is too risky for you. Just stick to making a steady income. No way, I won't accept this. I have to get back what I lost. I know what to stockpile now. Fong Jing let's team up and give it a shot. Seeing Wang Xinyu's eager expression, Fong Jing let out an exasperated thinking, I don't have any money. You don't need to invest any spirit stones. Just tell me about these kinds of insider information in advance. It's all about having the right information channels. Since you work in the warehouse, you should know what's in demand. That's all I need. We'll split the profits by sup. If we lose, you don't lose anything, right? What do you say, in or out? When it came to collaborating on trading spiritual herbs, Wang Xinyu exuded an overwhelming aura. Fong Jing had never seen her like this before. Could this be her true form? Pressured by Wang Xinyu's overwhelming presence, Fong Jing nodded involuntarily. All right, from now on, we're in this together. Fong Jing to avoid the risk of you meeting an untimely end in a few months, and to consider my debts, I'll make an additional investment in you. Use this money to buy magical artifacts and talismans. With a clatter, a bag of spirit stones was thrown onto the table by Wang Xinyu, leaving Fong Jing speechless. Click, Wang Xinyu tossed a bag of spirit stones onto the table, leaving Fong Jing speechless. Chapter Lockup, the Ancient Golden Bell. Facing Wang Xinyu's actions, Fong Jing was taken aback. Did he really have the potential of a tiger of major cases? Who wouldn't want such treatment? But unfortunately, Wang Xinyu showed no signs of lust for his body. Clearly, Wang Xinyu was afraid that he might really get into trouble, which would affect the 1,300 yuan she owed him. Perhaps it was the sunk cost principle that had gotten the better of her. Facing the spirit stones offered to him, Fong Jing didn't refuse. At this moment, there was no need for false politeness. Thank you very much. I happen to need a magical artifact for protection. How about this? I'll use this house as collateral. Fong Jing proposed his own plan. He felt that relying solely on his credit wouldn't be enough to convince Wang Xinyu to do this. Mortgaging the property to her would give him some peace of mind. But Wang Xinyu clearly didn't care about such things. She smiled. Chapter Lockup, the power of the magic weapon. What about this one? Fong Jing pointed to a shield-shaped magical artifact and asked. Oh, this artifact is called the Rhinoceros Horn Shield, crafted from the horn of a moon-gazing rhinoceros. It is imbued with the giant rhinoceros technique spell, which grants the user enhanced stats and the power of a giant rhinoceros, making them incredibly fierce. It is priced at 800. The giant rhinoceros technique combined with body forging techniques isn't bad, but the design is too reckless. Is this even something a cultivator would use? Clearly, this artifact isn't mainstream. No wonder it looks like it's been neglected in the corner. What about this turtle shell shield? Any stories behind it? Fong Jing asked about another item, and the shopkeeper patiently explained. This is the Tsungjiang turtle shell shield, a first-tier upper-grade magical artifact with 2 spells, water therapy and water prison. The water therapy spell can heal oneself and mend wounds, but it can only be used to treat. Chapter Tsup, Tu Yuan's advancement. Before Fong Jing stood a copper pot, accompanied by various fresh ingredients. During the New Year's festival this year, Fong Jing and Wang Xinyu had a simple meal like this, while Tu Yuan stood by and snacked on some treats. Outside, snowflakes were falling, while inside the pavilion, steam rose gently. The aroma wafting from the copper pot made Wang Xinyu's mouth water. How did you come up with so many variations? I've never seen this way of eating before. Fong Jing smiled gently and added the tripe and bean curd he had prepared himself into the pot. At this time, cultivators generally emphasized both taste and presentation. A dish had to be both delicious and visually appealing to be considered beautiful. Something like this, which Fong Jing was casually preparing the offal of a demon beast, something only poor wandering cultivators would touch, was something Wang Xinyu had never eaten before. Offal, if not handled properly, can be extremely fishy and unpleasant to eat. Wealthy cultivators had access to fresh, delicious meat dishes. Chapter Tsup, the secret transmission of the cicada's hide. Of course someone else paid for it. I didn't want this thing either, but I couldn't get rid of it, so I'll just give it to you for self-defense. If you feel bad about it, give me some spirit stones as compensation, and I'll accept that. Facing Jing Xian's persistent questioning, Wang Xinyu revealed the truth: this item had been used as collateral when she was collecting debts. I see. That's why you thought to give this to me. Though it's a fine item, using it requires a lot of courage. After hearing Wang Xinyu's explanation, Fong Jing examined the item again. The metal ball, about the size of a fist, was covered in complex lightning-shaped symbols, densely packed and dizzying to the eye. Is this a second-tier talisman? Such terrifying power locked within this small sphere. The talismanist who created this must be of an unparalleled caliber. And possessing this talisman, does that mean that as long as one has the courage to fight to the death, even a cultivator at the late stage of qi cultivation could? Chapter Tsup, cultivation progress. On this piece of cloth are 2 diagrams, one depicting a cicada's shadow, and the other a dormant creature. Additionally, there are several hundred words of profound scriptures, which constitute the entirety of the content. Looking at the vivid depictions of the cicada and hibernation patterns, Fong Jing understood that these diagrams were the essence of this martial art. The text could be revealed, but the specific patterns and their underlying meanings were closely guarded secrets. Without the corresponding imagery to match the textual teachings, even those who know the words would find it extremely difficult to master the art. However, though this item was valuable, Fong Jing couldn't help but recall the jade tablet Huatsong had casually given him earlier. At the time, he had thought it was nothing special, but now, looking back, he realized how generous that person had been. Pushing aside distracting thoughts, Fong Jing focused his mind on the technique. The secret method of concealing one's aura was a life-saving skill for critical moments. Mastering it sooner would bring peace of mind. When the night had passed, Fong Jing awoke from his meditative state. Chapter Tsup, a plan forms in his mind. I'll bet a little too. I'll go big. Fong Jing squeezed his way in, pulled out a few spirit stones, and placed them on the table. But when the lid was opened, he lost. What bad luck. Let's try again. After 4 or 5 consecutive bets, it ended with Fong Jing losing 7 or 8 low-grade spirit stones. Forget it, I'm done. Today's not my lucky day. When are we going to eat? After a few rounds of betting, Fong Jing and the other cultivators had grown more familiar with each other, no longer harboring the subtle hostility they had felt earlier. Speaking of which, shouldn't you be trying to curry favor with the military supply officer? Why are you targeting me? Fong Jing suppressed his frustration. After all, he was an official, while the quartermaster wasn't. You lot are just parasites. There is a type of insect that feeds on rotten wood, and since it has no aspirations, it is called a parasitic insect. Just like these insects, the cultivators called corrupt cultivators are the worst among the wandering cultivators. Chapter 6, A Moment of Enlightenment. Fong Jing began to play the victim, hoping to evoke sympathy from the other party. If the other party didn't fall for it, he was ready to resort to threats. I'm just a warehouse attendant. I know plenty of people in various government offices. If you don't help me now, just wait until after this battle. You'll see how I'll deal with you. Fortunately, the other party didn't let Fong Jing utter the threatening words. There was no need to escalate things to that point. Are you sure you only want a pot of meat? You want to drink the broth too? I can't take responsibility for that. No, just a pot of demon beast meat. It's enough to pacify these people. As the kitchen supervisor, a pot of demon beast flesh was within his authority, and since Fong Jing was willing to compensate with spirit stones, he managed to bring the pot of meat back smoothly. The four people behind him had no opportunity to act, merely following along as extras. Chapter 7, The Military Formation Sets Off. Over the next 3 days, Fong Jing mingled with the others. During the day, they were taken out to practice formations, and at night, they played games together. Fong Jing even deliberately lost a dozen or so low-grade spirit stones, which made everyone very happy. Not only that, but through his connections, Fong Jing managed to secure meat every day. This arrangement left the cultivators in the neighboring camp drooling with envy. The formation drills were quite intriguing to Fong Jing, who was also pulled into the formation to experience it firsthand. However, the cultivators of the Bengziying were not the core of the Chu family's formation drills. Fong Jing felt that these people were merely there to make up the numbers. The true core of the array consisted of the few Chu family cultivators, and a significant number of cultivators from affiliated Qi cultivation families. In contrast, these cultivators were much more disciplined. Within the formation, they only followed orders. They knew exactly when to input spiritual energy into the array flags in their hands, and when to begin changing the formation. Chapter 7, The Art of Leading Subordinates. The Chu family's army marched for 3 consecutive days, covering 1,000 miles, before finally arriving at a mountain valley where they set up camp. At this point, no one knew who the Chu family's true target was, and they had only just left the Chu family's sphere of influence. Along the way, they passed through several vassal families, territories, but the Chu family did not linger for even a moment, focusing solely on their journey. However, news of the Chu family's campaign could not be kept secret. The main force's slow pace severely hindered the principle of speed is essential in warfare. But this was unavoidable. Even if they had moved faster, it would have been of little use. Relying solely on the cultivators themselves, they had little ability to breach the widespread mountain defending arrays. The Chu family relied on those slow-moving beasts carrying their array-breaking artifacts. For the various sects and clans of Baishan, the top priority upon establishing their sects was to set up an extremely powerful mountain defending array, which would give them peace of mind. Moreover, they generally aimed to upgrade their arrays to a higher tier, which means Chapter 7, Unmovable as a Mountain. According to regulations, upon seeing the warning signals, Fong Jingxuan's side must respond immediately to investigate the situation. However, as the saying goes, when allies are in trouble, stand firm like a mountain, and Fong Jing really didn't want to go. On the very first day, a situation had arisen. The home turf he had meticulously prepared couldn't be abandoned so easily, only to go to an unknown location to rescue others. What if they fell into an ambush? Fong Jing couldn't help but suspect that this was the enemy's strategy, to lure the tiger out of the mountain and surround the point to rescue the reinforcements. He immediately divided his men and said, "This is the enemy's tactic to lure us away and ambush us. We must stay put, observe the situation, and make a decision later." Upon hearing this, Sima Shang immediately looked at Fong Jing with an admiring gaze. The other cultivators in the group nodded in agreement. But if we do this, what about Chu? Chapter 8, The Beginning of the Turmoil. Those who had been dismissed by Chu Shenfeng as insignificant now posed a significant threat to Fong Jing. After Xiao Wujio led his men out, Fong Jing ordered everyone to remain in their positions. This plan was safe but offered no initiative. However, Fong Jing had no other options. Among the current group of cultivators, how many could he truly trust if they were to engage the enemy? Listening to the faint sounds coming from the distance, Tu Yuan felt uneasy and shrunk his neck, moving closer to Fong Jing. At that moment, Fong Jing sat cross-legged in meditation, eyes closed, appearing calm and composed, exuding a sense of tranquility. This action reassured the others. Seeing that Fong Jing was unflustered, they felt more at ease as well. However, Fong Jing was far from calm on the inside. Though he had been mentally preparing himself along the way, telling himself that this was a battlefield, the thought of actually facing enemies, or rather, even just coming into contact with them made his heart race. Chapter 2: Before the Two Armies. The first merit of this battle goes to Chao Wujio. In the face of an unclear situation, he bravely stepped forward and took on the responsibility. I will report this to the Chu family, and they have specially granted you this reward. Chao Wujio, come forward. As Fong Jing issued the order, Chao Wujio's face betrayed a hint of excitement as he stepped forward. The 28 cultivators standing by watched silently, most of them with eyes filled with longing. Fong Jing handed a flying knife-like magical artifact into Chao Wujio's hands. This was a first-grade mid-tier magical artifact, worth over 800 lower-grade spirit stones on the market. Everyone has seen it. The Chu family does not hesitate to reward those who have rendered meritorious service. Chao Wujio performed a heroic deed last night, and this morning, he has already received his reward. This magical artifact would cost 7 or 800 lower-grade spirit stones in the marketplace. Ask yourselves, how long would it take to save up that amount in your daily lives? A year, 2 years, or 3 years? I'll tell you, without any unexpected circumstances, many people wouldn't be able to save enough in 10 years. Chapter 3: The True Colors of White Mountain. As the Ning family's military formation slowly approached, a stir could be heard from the Chu family's side. With so many fierce demon beasts charging toward them, the pressure was overwhelming. Fortunately, the Chu family managed to suppress the unrest, and their main military formation remained as stable as a rock, unaffected by the external chaos. The over 100 Chu family cultivators stood like pillars of strength, each holding a command flag, their expressions solemn and devoid of fear. Additionally, 30 cultivators clutching magical swords coldly watched the crowd. These were the Chu family's enforcement squad. Anyone who dared to retreat would be immediately beheaded. Fong Jingxuan's position was on the right side of the military formation, not very noticeable. As a member of the third-tier camp, he couldn't secure a spot in the center of the formation. That area was reserved for the military formation, composed of the Chu family's Qi cultivation clan vassals. As an outer circle cultivator, he could only be stationed at the very edge. However, this was for the best. If a battle were to break out, he wouldn't have to face the most formidable opponents. Chapter 4: Breaking the Formation and Plundering. As everyone knows, cultivation in the demon path requires resources, and these resources are best obtained from fellow cultivators of the same kind. The blood and bones of 1,000 ordinary people are no match for a single cultivator with spiritual root potential. In comparison, these demonic cultivators also seek quality. Unless a demon cultivator is so destitute that they have no other choice, they would resort to raiding mortal cities, slaughtering indiscriminately, and collecting the resources needed for cultivation. However, such actions quickly draw the attention of the ordinary people's cultivator relatives, who launch relentless pursuit, with no mercy. Demon cultivators are also human beings. Practicing demonic arts does not mean their minds have degenerated. Upon realizing that indiscriminate slaughter would provoke retaliation, some smarter demonic cultivators would change their ways. If I can't do it myself, why not buy it? After all, the righteous cultivators we intercept have magical artifacts, spirit stones, and various spiritual materials in their storage bags, which are all useful for cultivating demonic arts. Chapter 5: Returning to Prosperity. Chapter 5: Returning Rich. Kill. A sharp golden blade flashed by, instantly slicing the Qi cultivation cultivator in front of him into 2 pieces. The blade then turned, sweeping up the scattered storage bags on the ground and retrieving them. Fong Jing watched Han Feiyu's fluid movements with a touch of envy in his eyes. This kid was so skilled at this kind of thing. With the Lin family's great array broken, the cultivators inside had no intention of fighting to the death. They all wanted to hide or flee with their loot. Under such circumstances, they were no match for Fong Jing and his group, especially since they outnumbered their opponents. Often, 10 or more would surround and attack a single person, leaving no room for error. However, just as they had captured a few people and seized several storage bags, the Chu family issued an order, commanding Fong Jing and the other members of the Bengzi Ying to defend the back mountain to prevent any Lin family members from escaping. Damn it, they won't let us go to the good places. They're just letting us have the scraps. The Lin family's treasure vault, medicinal fields, and hidden. Chapter Basupsam, Major Harvest. Finally back. Fong Jing pushed open the courtyard gate and immediately went to check on his fellow disciple Bao Shu. Since he had gone off to battle, he couldn't carry this 10,000-year-old pine with him at all times, so he had placed it in this small courtyard to allow it to soak up the sun every day. Despite being away for just over 10 days, the precious tree showed no signs of change, remaining as lush and vibrant as ever. Besides the precious tree, Fong Jing also checked on the two-bone catfish. The smaller one, Xiaolu, hadn't he changed much and still looked as mischievous as ever. However, the larger one, named Mangu, had grown significantly. The protective array within the courtyard had been reinforced with several spirit stones by Fong Jing before he left, enough to last for 3 months. It seemed that the war would end soon, lasting less than half a month in total, at most a localized conflict. Fong Jing told Tu Yuan to rest properly. He must have been exhausted these past few days. Chapter Basupse, 4th layer of Qi cultivation. Time flew by, and it had been over 10 days since Fong Jing had safely redeemed his master's magical artifact. During this time, he had only done one thing: go to the storeroom and resign from his duties. After this war, Fong Jing finally realized that things were different from his previous life. Stability was no longer the norm, constant combat was the new reality. In his previous life, joining the ranks meant a lifetime of stability, but in the cultivation world, in White Mountain? Aha! Thinking that joining the ranks would allow him to live a stable life for the rest of his days was an unrealistic notion in Baishan. Fong Jing observed the Chu family's actions this time. Although they were well prepared and achieved their goals, what would happen afterward? Would the Ning family just let it go? After being publicly humiliated by the Chu family, if they didn't retaliate, would they still be considered natives of White Mountain? It's easy to predict that after this incident, the Chu family will have further moves, and when that time comes. Chapter Basupn, a new spirit pet. Fong Jing arrived at the pond in the courtyard, released a wave of spiritual energy, and signaled Xiaolu to come forward. Among the hundreds of colorful koi fish, an unremarkable fish swam swiftly toward him. Upon reaching Fong Jingxuan's feet, only upon closer inspection did this bone-shaped fish reveal its unique characteristics. The most striking difference was its high level of sentience, making it seem like a different species compared to the koi fish swimming nearby. After half a year of cultivation, Xiaolu had grown slightly in size, but its overall length remained modest, only about the size of a palm. Xiaolu's innate talent did not lie in its physical prowess, it did not rely on its body to win. As a mutated bone carp, it possessed unique innate abilities. Fong Jing casually scattered a handful of spiritual rice to feed Xiaolu. Watching the greedy bone carp devour the food, he began to ponder in his mind. After advancing his cultivation to the 4th layer of Qi refining, he was now preparing to enter the next stage of cultivation. Chapter Basuplo, Earth Rank Talent. It was said that at the dawn of chaos, in the northern abyss, there was a bone-eating catfish that swallowed stars and spat out mist. Its spine bore 9 orifices, and every time the great transformation number was reached, it would seep out mystical crystal marrow. After 3,600 eons, the marrow fluid condensed into a chessboard with 19 intersecting lines, aligning with the changes of the celestial stars, and was named the Linglong Jigu board. This was the innate divine ability dormant deep within the bloodline of the bone catfish clan, and only those with profound blessings and karma could awaken it. Fong Jing closed the commentary on the Encyclopedia of 10,000 Beasts Volume 15, Sea Beasts, in his hands and fell into deep thought. This compendium was purchased by Fong Jing from a bookstore in the marketplace. Since it was not related to cultivation, and contained no cultivation-related content, it was sold cheaply, costing only 2 low-grade spirit stones. In addition to this compendium, Fong Jing had also collected several other annotated collections of spiritual beasts and works on humanities and customs. After learning that Lu Gu's innate talent was Earth tier, Fong Jing developed a great interest in the bone catfish race. Chapter 37, Plotting the Legacy. 10 days later, Fong Jing awoke from meditation and glanced at his cultivation progress, furrowing his brows. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage say 181,000. 17 points in 10 days wasn't slow, and at this rate, he could gain around 60 points in a month. However, the number of cultivation points required to advance from Qi cultivation stage say to stage N was a full say bat points more than the previous stage, exceeding half the total required for the next stage. What about Qi cultivation stage N? Based on the pattern, Fong Jing estimated it would require 1,000 bat points, and Qi cultivation stage Lok would need 1,000 bat points. As for the later stages of Qi cultivation, Fong Jing didn't dare to think about it yet, it was still too far off for him. Fong Jing stood up, walked to the table, poured himself a cup of jade dew water, and sipped it slowly, but his thoughts were still on his cultivation progress. He looked at the 2 items before him, the 10,000-year cold pine, which looked quite pleasing to the eye, and the golden cicada's shed skin. Chapter 38, The 6 Bone Orifices. Talismans on sale. Directional talismans, cleansing talismans, silence talismans, and evil-repelling talismans all discounted. Buy a dozen, get 3 free. An unprecedented offer, available today only. Don't miss out, come take a look. At the ghost market, the sky was still dark, and there were few people around, but the vendors' cries added a bit of liveliness to the area. Several cultivators drawn by the prices approached the vendor. Upon getting closer, they noticed a massive spirit turtle lying motionless behind him, looking somewhat intimidating. Don't worry, it won't bite. Come take a look. Whatever talismans you need, they're all top quality. Buying them is a steal. If I weren't desperately in need of spirit stones, I wouldn't be selling them so cheaply. Fong Jing smiled broadly, pushing his wares on the people in front of him. Over the past half year, he had been constantly drawing talismans. Although he had sold some to buy materials, he still had a decent stockpile left. Chapter 39, Entering the Valley to Seek the Cicada. A few days later, at the edge of the barbarian wasteland, in the small market, at the entrance of Fulor Valley, a male cultivator seated atop a fierce black turtle arrived. This place was approximately 5,000 miles from Hongye Pavilion, a region truly bordering the barbarian wastes, hence it was sparsely populated. Most of those who came here were cultivators. The market here was also spontaneously set up by cultivators, primarily to provide a place for those entering the wilderness to rest and replenish supplies. Fong Jing slowly made his way to the front of the market, first observing the surroundings. The market was quite rudimentary, with no large-scale array formations in place. Only a few scattered wooden huts were haphazardly piled together. Some cultivators were busy with their own tasks, some were skinning and dismembering demon beasts, while others were drying and processing spiritual herbs. They didn't bother with others, clearly accustomed to the environment. After observing for a moment, Fong Jing signaled to Tu Yuan to move forward, following. Chapter 40, The Golden Cicada Ancestor. The trees here look so gloomy. Fong Jing stared at the endless forest of trees ahead, which looked quite different from the lush, vibrant scenery along the way. The trees in the forest of knowledge were mostly sickly and withered. There were many paths leading up the mountain, and Fong Jing chose a narrow trail, making his way up the slope from the side. Tu Yuan advanced steadily, his thick limbs crushing the dry branches beneath him, emitting a crisp crackling sound. Fong Jing silently activated his innate talent, whim, exercising utmost caution in this place. The bronze ancient bell in his sleeve was ready to be activated at any moment, and the 6 bones in his spirit-controlling pouch could also emerge at a moment's notice. If they encountered an enemy, as long as it wasn't a particularly powerful late-stage Qi cultivation cultivator, Fong Jing was confident he could handle it. As he delved deeper, the color of the surrounding trees gradually turned as dark as iron, growing even more. Chapter 41, The Brink of Life and Death. In a daze, Fong Jing felt as though he were in a warm cavity, his soul enveloped by an endless expanse of amniotic fluid. Comfortable and at ease, he wanted to think of nothing else but to drift into eternal slumber. In this moment, Fong Jing was immersed in the serene state of a sage, free from worldly desires. His mind had sunk into the deepest slumber, and even his breathing had grown faint, almost imperceptible. Tu Yuan, standing nearby, sensed Fong Jingxuan's current state. At first, he didn't think much of it, but as Fong Jingxuan's breathing grew weaker, he began to grow anxious. Tu Yuan knew that without breathing, a person was likely to die. Though his master had cultivated a technique similar to the turtle breathing technique, his breathing rate was already very low, but it had never been this low before. What terrified it even more was that the spiritual contract between Fong Jing and it was slowly weakening, and Fong Jingxuan's soul was dissolving. Master. Chapter 92, The Awakening of the Formless Cicada. The formless cicada was his life-bound spirit, yet Fong Jingxuan's understanding of it was only superficial. He only knew that the formless cicada was of a very high rank, and from the innate talent it had bestowed, one could glimpse its true nature. Whim was no ordinary talent. Having encountered so many cultivators, Fong Jing knew that such abilities, which seemed to sense fortune, misfortune, and danger, were extremely rare. However, that was the extent of it. Unlike the thousand spirits ancient pine, which exhibited a subtle resonance during cultivation, this Wuxiang cicada remained completely motionless during cultivation, as if it were truly a lifeless object. Previously, Fong Jing had assumed that the formless cicada would remain this way, and that he couldn't activate it or showcase its true potential due to his insufficient cultivation. But now, it had moved, and as the tiny wing of the formless cicada shedding its shell trembled while clinging to his spiritual seat, the surging energy that followed was equivalent to 1/10 of the soul of a golden cicada demon beast at the Golden Core realm. Chapter 93, Escape and Harvest. Chapter 93, Escape and Harvest. With a thunderous crash, the earth erupted, revealing a massive black tortoise emerging from the pit. After briefly assessing its direction, it retracted its head and sprinted away with all its might. Four massive turtle claws stomped on the mud, crushing the ground into a pulp, clearly demonstrating its immense strength. On the black tortoise's back, Fong Jing sat upright, his expression solemn. He held a bronze-colored small bell in one hand. As the creature's body leaped out of the ground, he immediately summoned it. A mystical golden bell grew from small to large, directly enveloping the creature's body. In the next instant, several streams of poisonous liquid sprayed toward the bronze-colored bell, corroding it with a sizzling sound. Seeing its power, Fong Jing felt a chill run down his spine. If that venom had landed on Tu Yuan's back, even with its thick turtle shell, it would have been difficult to withstand. The demonic beasts atop the mud pit had clearly been waiting for this moment, biding their time until he approached. However, given their intelligence, it was hard to imagine how they could have anticipated this. Chapter 94, Unrestrained Exhilaration. They must be demon beasts at the Foundation establishment stage, otherwise, they wouldn't give me such a strong sense of pressure. They're most likely aquatic, as according to Tu Yuan's abilities, their combat power doubles when they enter the water. With the constant attacks, the land-dwelling demon beasts would also lose some of their combat power once they enter the water. Fong Jingxuan's mind raced as he saw hope within reach, making him even more cautious. There's no time to waste. The opponent is a demon beast at the Foundation establishment stage. I must use every ability I have. If I hold back, my trump card will only be left for the next life. With that thought, Fong Jingxuan's expression grew serious. He quietly tapped the spirit bag at his waist, and in the next instant, Lu Gu appeared in his embrace. As Lu Gu spat out 3 threads of the heavenly and earthly meridians, Fong Jingxuan's perception within a radius of several hundred meters was greatly enhanced once again. Originally, I had soul power at the 4th layer of Qi cultivation. Over the past year, I've continuously drawn talismans, studied their structures, and refined my body and willpower. I feel that. Chapter 94, Post-Battle Review. The small market at the edge of the wilderness had clearly not been affected. Everything appeared calm and undisturbed. Fong Jing sat cross-legged on Tu Yuan's back, walking slowly from the distance, just as he had at the beginning. If one were to ignore Tu Yuan's labored breathing and the bloodshot veins in Fong Jingxuan's eyes, it would be even better. While fleeing through the river, Fong Jing had been contemplating whether to push himself to return directly to Hongye Pavilion instead of lingering at the edge of the wilderness. However, the pulsating blood vessels in his brain, the dormant magical artifact, and his weakened 6 bones were all telling him that if he continued in this state, he would have no trump cards left if he encountered demon beasts or cultivators again. The immovable golden bell mantra on the bronze bell would take 3 days to recover, his 6 bones would need 4 or 5 days to regain their strength, and he himself required rest. Therefore, after much consideration, Fong Jing decided to return. Chapter 96, A New Divine Ability. Inside the room, Fong Jing closed his eyes and pondered, slowly digesting this information. Moments later, he opened his eyes, smiled faintly, and his expression grew slightly excited. His life-bound artifact, the formless cicada shell, no, it was no longer appropriate to call it that now, for within the shell, flesh and blood had begun to form, no longer a withered husk. Formless cicada. That was its correct name. The message the formless cicada had sent by flapping its wings was actually an analysis of a new innate divine ability. Unlike whim of the heart, this new innate divine ability was formed after the formless cicada absorbed a massive amount of the golden cicada ancestor's soul power, and then fused it with the fully mastered cicada hiding technique. Fong Jing named it Cicada Hiding Yuan Restoration. The original cicada hiding technique passed down by Wei Tong, though a secret technique, only possessed the ability to hide and suppress one's presence, with functional mechanisms similar to the turtle breathing technique and the breath suppression technique. Chapter 97, Deterring the Cultivators. 2 days later, as the vanguard of the beast horde approached the market, the cultivators who had clung to false hope finally faced reality, their faces pale as they fled in panic. At this point, a first-grade lower-quality beast hide was priced so low it was only a quarter of its original value. Other bulky cultivation supplies were similarly priced. These items were difficult to carry away, and hiding them carried the risk of losing everything. Who knew if there were demon beasts that specialized in digging up the ground? Such spiritually charged items were sure to attract their attention. Moreover, once the beast tide receded, any buried supplies would belong to whoever found them. These were ownerless items, and naturally, they would be claimed by those of virtue. What? You say you've already marked them and left proof? Well, when I found them, I immediately left proof too. Why should your proof be valid and mine not? Chapter 98, Return to the Marketplace. After returning to the small courtyard he had been away from for so long, Fong Jing finally relaxed completely. The rest of the journey went smoothly. Perhaps there were indeed secret channels of communication among the bandits, as Fong Jing did not encounter any more bandits along the way. The 2,000-plus-mile journey was quickly completed by Tu Yuan. When the man and the turtle saw the familiar red leaf alley, they couldn't help but feel as though they had been transported to another world. After unloading the cargo, Fong Jing told Tu Yuan to rest immediately. The journey had been exhausting for it, carrying so much cargo over 5,000 miles. Without the 2 divine talents of lightness and return to origin, it might have collapsed from exhaustion along the way. Ordinary Xian Shui Lingui turtles didn't possess such endurance, and moreover, most of the journey had been on dry land, making progress extremely arduous. Among these, the return to origin talent, though still at the beginner level, granted Tu Yuan a physical stamina, at least twice that of its peers, enabling it to endure the ordeal. Chapter 99, The Ultimate Cicada Shell. 3 days later, a massive Xian turtle walked along the street, with 2 people seated atop it, a man and a woman. The female cultivator was young and beautiful, with a rounded figure, unlike the flat-chested bodies of other female cultivators. Her curves were well developed, with a prominent bust and a shapely rear. In contrast, the male cultivator was unremarkable, merely handsome, but his expression was calm, and beneath his peaceful exterior lay an air of confidence. These 2 were Fong Jing and Wang Xinyu. Today was the day they had agreed to appraise the cicada shells, so Fong Jing had followed Wang Xinyu, and arrived early at the entrance of a mansion to wait. This location was in the heart of Hongye Lane, far more valuable than their own homes, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Fong Jing estimated that this single mansion alone was worth at least over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moments later, someone came out and ushered Fong Jing and Wang Xinyu inside. Soon after, Tu Yuan was led to the animal pen, and the cultivator guided Fong Jing to the next room. Chapter Yetba, Tu Yuan's Ascension. Upon returning home, Fong Jing confirmed that the array was functioning properly before entering the quiet room. He carefully retrieved the golden cicada exoskeleton and examined it closely. This exoskeleton was no more than 3 inches in size, its entire body as smooth and round as sheep's fat jade, vastly different from its previous black and dull appearance before it had been awakened. Holding it in his hand, a chill penetrated his brain, causing him to unconsciously fall into a state of profound calm. In this state, trivial thoughts would not arise, allowing one to focus solely on cultivation, thereby achieving the effect of 1 part effort yielding 2 parts reward. Fong Jing examined the relic carefully and found that it had a significant effect in calming the mind and nurturing the soul. When holding this relic and practicing cultivation, it was quite difficult to stray into the path of demonic energy. In the final moment, the relic finally activated its spiritual energy, clearly reaching the limit of what Master Hua could discern. This relic is classified as a first-grade premium item. If sold on the market. Chapter Yet Bat Ling Yet, High-Tier Talent. Upon reaching adulthood, the Tu Yuan had grown significantly larger, nearly the size of a house. In any case, Fong Jingshuan's spirit bag at his waist could no longer hold it, which left him somewhat troubled, contemplating whether to purchase a larger spirit bag. He currently possessed over 4,700 low-grade spirit stones. Over the past 3 months, he had continuously sold goods at the market, and the various spiritual materials that the Tu Yuan had traveled 5,000 miles to bring back had all been sold in exchange for spirit stones during this time. Wang Xinyu had also sold the remaining spiritual herbs and given the spirit stones to Fong Jing. Additionally, he sold the magical artifact left behind by the group of bandits, obtaining over 500 low-grade spirit stones. Combined, Fong Jing originally had over 6,000 low-grade spirit stones, but he still owed Wang Xinyu 1,000, which was now due after a year. He settled the debt. The major expenses that followed were Chapter Yet Bat Ling Yi, Qi Cultivation 5th Layer. He decided on the Zhenhai Divine Technique. As his will commanded, the bloodline points within Tu Yuan's body began to deplete rapidly. Moments later, Tu Yuan shook his head, sensing that a new innate divine ability had emerged in his mind, which he could now activate at will. However, since Tu Yuan had only just awakened this ability, it still required some adaptation. In a few days, he would become more proficient in its use. After handling this matter, Fong Jing felt quite pleased. With this arrangement, should they encounter another ambush in the future, Tu Yuan's triple protective spirit shield, combined with the immovable golden bell chant inherent in his magical artifact, would make it impossible for even a late Qi cultivation stage cultivator to break through in a short time. During this period, he could focus on using the 6 bones technique to analyze the opponent's weaknesses and aim for a decisive strike, leaving ample time for himself. Thinking of this, Fong Jing felt his confidence grow even stronger. Chapter Yet Bat Ling Sam, Staying True to One's Core. Wei Dage, what brings you here? Fong Jing ushered Wei Tong into the main hall, brewed some spiritual tea, and seated them according to their status. After a brief chat, Fong Jing finally asked the question that had been on his mind. At this time, Wei Tong coming to find him, Fong Jing felt it wasn't good news. Since the battle at Xianlin Ao last time, Fong Jing had no desire to get involved in such matters again, so he had resigned from his position in the warehouse and dedicated himself to cultivation. As a result, Wei Tong naturally grew distant, and since Fong Jing didn't want to pursue the relationship, Wei Tong didn't force the issue either. Thus, over the course of more than a year, the two had little contact. The only times Fong Jing heard anything about Wei Tong were when he casually mentioned it to Wang Xinyu. However, Wang Xinyu was not part of Wei Tong's inner circle, so these pieces of information were insignificant and of no use. Fong Jing had assumed that things would remain this way between them. Chapter Yet Bat Ling Say, The Budding of Spring. After Wei Tong left, Wang Xinyu finally emerged from her home and came over to Fong Jingshuan's side. What did Wei Gu want to talk to you about? He seemed pretty upset. Did you two have an argument? Wang Xinyu asked with concern, her tone betraying a hint of care for Fong Jing rather than mere curiosity. Feeling the tone in Wang Xinyu's voice, Fong Jing felt a warm glow in his heart. It seemed that the past 2 years of nurturing had paid off. Don't worry. He wanted me to join some kind of trial, but I refused, so he might be a bit upset. Trial? The one from the Danding sect? I heard it's pretty intense. In previous years, there were quite a few casualties. You're right not to go. Wang Xinyu felt relieved that Fong Jing had refused Wei Tong, as it took a lot of courage. In her eyes, the gap between Fong Jing and Wei Tong was too great. Now that Wei Tong held a high position, and had come personally, no matter what he offered. Chapter 105 Qing Xian Falcon Feather. Leisurely time often passes quickly, and before she knew it, half a month had passed. On this day, in the quiet room, Fong Jing, who had finished his meditation and cultivation, looked at the attribute panel displaying the progress of his cultivation, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Cultivation level, Qi refining 5th layer 76500. 5 points of progress per day was indeed not slow. At this rate, he would reach Qi cultivation stage Lokchun less than a year. At Qi cultivation stage Lok, one would be considered a decent expert within the Red Leaf district. Outside the district, one could practically walk around with confidence. Of course, that was assuming he didn't encounter any late-stage Qi cultivation cultivators. Just as Fong Jing was feeling a bit proud, a faint cracking sound came from the spirit gathering array in the corner. Fong Jing frowned upon hearing it, went over, removed the broken low-grade spirit stones inside, and replaced them with 5 new ones. Looking at the 5 originally crystal-clear lower-grade spirit stones. Chapter 106 The Secret Realm of the Cave Heaven. After placing the exploding symbol in his storage pouch, Fong Jing tidied up, and then slowly walked out of the quiet room. Outside, Wang Xinyu looked excited. Upon seeing Fong Jing emerge, she hurriedly pulled him to sit down, and shared the good news with him. After so many years, a large-scale cave mansion secret realm has finally emerged. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I've heard that many prominent figures participated in such expeditions when they were young, obtained opportunities within, and then rose to great heights afterward. Fong Jing looked at the excited Wang Xinyu, reached out to touch her forehead, and asked, "You're not having an episode, are you? Why are you acting so excited?" Wang Xinyu pushed away Fong Jingxuan's hand and said impatiently, "What's wrong? Aren't you tempted? This is a secret realm, the place where great masters have passed away. At the very least, it's the dwelling of a golden core cultivator, or even a nascent soul cultivator. If we manage to gain even a little benefit, we wouldn't need to cultivate at all before reaching the foundation establishment stage." Chapter 107 The Heavy Hammer of Mount Zhenyu. That night, the two began dividing the spoils. In just one day, each had earned around 300 low-grade spirit stones. The reputation of items from the secret realm speaks for itself. Of course, Fong Jingxian's disguise as a late Qi condensation stage expert was also a crucial factor. This was a case of disguising oneself as a tiger to eat a pig, taking the opposite approach. However, when Fong Jingxian tried to repeat the same strategy the next day, they arrived at the market to find that there were already competitors. Not only were there competitors, but many stalls had also added items from the secret realm to their inventory, making it difficult to distinguish between genuine and counterfeit goods. The people of Baishan were always quick to adapt to such small tricks, and as a result, Fong Jingxuan's business suffered a significant decline. After selling for a few more days, business finally came to a standstill. Fong Jingxian decided to call it a day, having made a small profit of 1,000 low-grade items in 5 days enough for now. Taking advantage of everyone's desire for items from the secret realm, Fong Jingxian made a small profit. Only. Chapter 108 Qi Cultivation 6th Layer. As spring passed, summer came to an end, and autumn hurriedly followed, before winter's harsh chill arrived in the blink of an eye. The chaotic events within the secret realm had lasted for half a year, and finally came to an end. The White Mountain cultivators had sacrificed the lives of over 1,000 cultivators, before finally fully assimilating this secret realm. During this time, Fong Jingxian and Wang Xinyu had heard rumors from the outside world about the fortunate individual who had obtained such an opportunity, rising from the 5th layer of Qi cultivation to the 9th layer in a single leap. There were also late Qi cultivation stage cultivators who obtained top-grade foundation establishment pills, which they consumed on the spot, successfully becoming foundation establishment cultivators. More prevalent were tales of sudden wealth, which made even more wandering cultivators yearn for such fortune. However, Fong Jing merely listened to these stories without giving them a second thought. He continued his daily meditation and cultivation, counting the days patiently, eagerly awaiting the day he would become a chi condensation 6th layer cultivator. Outside, prices were rising. Chapter 109, Contemplating the Heart in the Wilderness. In the wilderness, a massive black turtle rested on the shore, surrounded by scattered remnants of fish it had eaten. The smell of blood and fish filled the air, attracting birds in the sky, which circled low but dared not descend. Beside the black-shelled turtle, a young male cultivator with clear features sat cross-legged on a large green stone, closing his eyes to rest. This was none other than Fong Jing. Having recently advanced to the 6th layer of qi cultivation, he had only prepared for a few days, informed Wang Xinyu, and then set off with Tu Yuan, following the Qinghe River basin outward. Given Tu Yuan's expertise in water combat, Fong Jing had not strayed from the Qinghe River basin throughout their journey, instead following the river's course for safety. At this moment, Tu Yuan, who had not been out for a long time, could finally let loose and enjoy himself. Fong Jing allowed it to eat its fill, catching fish and feasting to its heart's content. After Tu Yuan had eaten his fill, Fong Jing opened his eyes and gazed at the vast expanse of the Qinghe River, lost in deep thought. The Qinghe River Basin. Chapter 110, The First Hunt. After returning to the marketplace, Fong Jing led Tu Yuan to the outer market to search for Wu Laosan. It had been some time since he last saw Wu Laosan. The last time they met was when Fong Jing was shopping in the market, and had a brief encounter with him from a distance. Upon arriving at Wu Laosan's residence, Fong Jing knocked on the door, but another cultivator emerged from inside. Upon seeing Fong Jingxuan's attire, and the Tu Yuan on his back, the man's initially impatient expression immediately turned warm. "My friend, may I ask what brings you here?" Fong Jing was puzzled. This was supposed to be Wu Laosan's residence, so why had someone else taken his place? In response to Fong Jingxuan's question, the man looked as though he had suddenly understood, then explained. "That Wu Laosan sold this mansion to me a year ago. He now lives in the shack up front. If you're looking for him, I can take you there." At that moment, Fong Jing. Chapter 111, Ambush and Counterattack. Fong Jing was puzzled. When would only be triggered passively when his own safety was threatened. After all, he was just going out to hunt. What kind of danger could there be? Could it be that this time out, he would encounter a demon beast at the late qi cultivation stage? Fong Jing carefully sensed the intensity of this sudden urge warning. Compared to when he had encountered the golden core golden cicada before, this warning could only be described as restless. Such a warning indicated that the upcoming danger would only cause minor inconveniences, but would not endanger his life. Above restless level warnings, the alert reaches an unbearable level. Such warnings foretell that one will soon face severe danger. If handled improperly, injury is inevitable, and death is even possible. And at the highest level, one is completely immersed in the vast spiritual energy of the golden cicada. At this level, the warning is of the fear category. Chapter 112, Mercilessly Slaughter. After dawn, the morning mist had not yet dissipated over the water, and the withered yellow reeds rustled softly in the breeze. Fong Jing sat atop Tu Yuan's back. The tortoise-shell patterns beneath him glowed a pale gray in the morning sunlight, faintly echoing the jagged black rock formations on the distant earthen mounds. This river bend was once a bustling place teeming with life, but now it was eerily quiet. Even the usual flocks of birds scavenging on the mudflats had vanished, leaving only a few fish carcasses floating belly up in the shallow channels, their eyes fixed eerily on the sky. This should have been a beautiful scene, and a day of bountiful harvest, but for the impending life or death battle, everything would have been perfect. As Fong Jingxuan's mind connected, suddenly, a water elemental protective barrier began to form around Tu Yuan, constantly replenished by threads of water drawn from the river below. Clearly, the Zhenhai divine technique had been activated. The strength of this protective barrier far surpassed the effects of Tu Yuan's usual abilities. Chapter 113, Organizing the Harvest. Chapter 113, Organizing the Harvest. Bang! Under a large tree in the forest, a female corpse collapsed lifelessly. Like the others, she lacked a leader at the top, and her graceful form now appeared particularly terrifying. Toward his enemies, Fong Jingxian felt no mercy. In his eyes, anyone who sought his life deserved to die, regardless of their appearance. The town was no shortage of beautiful female cultivators, and even 50 low-grade spirit stones could secure a friendly sparring session with a disciple from the Union sect. We'll make sure you're so weak you can't even walk straight. Therefore, showing mercy to a beautiful female cultivator was a completely idiotic act. In Fong Jingshuan's worldview, enemies fell into two categories, those who were already dead, and those who hadn't died yet. There was no distinction between the two. Fong Jingxian still retrieved the other party's storage pouch and magical artifact, then activated a flame symbol, reducing the other party to ashes. Damn it. Chapter 114, 6th Layer Perfection. The spiritual energy is overwhelming. Fong Jingxian looked at the various spiritual materials and treasures spilled out on the table, and this thought crossed his mind. No wonder they're in this line of work. As the leader, Fong Jingxian estimated that after each successful operation, he would at least get more than half of the spoils. Fong Jingxian carefully counted each item, eventually discovering 3 magical artifacts among them, along with 4 items for shared cultivation. Setting aside the most valuable items, the remaining pills, talismans, spirit stones, and spiritual materials were also numerous. When added together, the leader had a stockpile worth 7,000 lower-grade spirit stones. If he added the assets from the previous few individuals, Fong Jingxian had secured a total of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones in one go. A huge haul, absolutely a huge haul. After calculating everything, Fong Jingxian couldn't contain his joy. At that moment, he truly understood what it meant to kill and burn with impunity. The savings of these 4 cultivators, who had been practicing for over a decade, were merely a drop in the bucket. Chapter 115, Her Family Background. It was rumored that in the black market, there were cauldrons that could help cultivators break through bottlenecks. When 2 such cauldrons were combined, they could absorb the pure essence accumulated by the other, thereby greatly increasing the chances of breaking through the bottleneck. Additionally, there are treasures like the barrier-breaking pill, enlightenment bamboo, and dragon-transforming fish, which can aid cultivators in breaking through bottlenecks. These items are strictly controlled in the outside world and monopolized by the foundational families. Ordinary cultivators who wish to obtain them must work tirelessly for them, accumulating merits over time. Fong Jingxian refused to be someone else's lackey, running around on orders and only receiving crumbs in the end. In the black market, even the foundation establishment clans are powerless, their influence doesn't reach here. The next day, Fong Jingxian prepared a meal and waited for Wang Xinyu to arrive. For years of living together had formed a habit in Fong Jingxian. Every noon, he would prepare a meal for 2. Chapter 116, A Friend's Last Request. That evening, Fong Jingxian did not continue his meditation practice. Instead, he lay on a wicker chair in the courtyard, gazing at the stars and lost in thought. After the night had passed, Fong Jingxian, as usual, prepared 2 portions of food before suddenly remembering that Wang Xinyu had left the previous night. She had boarded a camel beast bound for the Danding Gate, heading first to Danding City, where there were high-grade flying boats that could reach Qiyun in just 10 days and nights. Qiyun. I've never been there before. It must be incredibly beautiful. Fong Jingxian chuckled to himself. At his current status, he probably didn't even have the qualifications to go to Qiyun. Qiyun may be vast, but it's not a place anyone can just go to. One must verify their identity and have no record of criminal activity before being allowed entry. Additionally, one must possess a large quantity of spirit stones to prove they have no intention of deliberately lingering in Qiyun. Especially for cultivators from the White Mountain sect, going to Qiyun is even more difficult. As for cultivators from the beast-taming sect, going to Qiyun is. Chapter 117, The Black Market Trip. 2 days later, Old He sent a message through Hiyu, stating that the matter had been settled. That evening, Fong Jingxian arrived at a secluded riverside area outside the marketplace. This time, he did not bring Tu Yuan with him to the black market. Its massive size and distinctive features made it unsuitable for such covert operations. Without Tu Yuan, Fong Jingxian felt a bit uneasy. He had made up his mind to purchase an extra large spirit bag this time, so that he could bring Tu Yuan with him wherever he went in the future. Thus, Fong Jingxian waited silently until midnight, when a small black-roofed boat finally approached from the distance. Please put on this ghostly cloak to conceal your aura. This item can block both internal and external spiritual thoughts, preventing others from spying on you. Of course, you must also refrain from projecting your divine sense. The person who approached was a cultivator, also wearing a ghostly cloak that completely shrouded his body. Now, Fong Jing could not discern the other's cultivation level, nor even determine their gender. Chapter 118, Breaking Through the Bottleneck. The iron cage was lifted, revealing a naked, unconscious female cultivator. Fong Jing looked over and found her indeed very beautiful. A female cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation was only worth over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fong Jing thought that the efficacy of this cauldron must not be as good as the barrier-breaking pill. Because the female cultivator herself had some added value, her yuan yin was worth at most the same as a break barrier pill, and possibly even less. At this moment, Fong Jing remained calm, even cold-hearted. He felt no pity for the female cultivator, only cold calculation. It seems that after living in White Mountain for so many years, I have begun to get used to it. Fong Jing silently watched the sudden surge in bidding. Soon, the price for this female cultivator had been driven up to over 4,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Finally, a cultivator paid nearly 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones to secure ownership of the female cultivator. Interlude. Chapter 119, The Enlightenment Spirit Plant. The pill entered his mouth, transforming into a stream of jade-like liquid that flowed down Fong Jingxuan's throat and into his abdomen. Instantly, a profound sense of enlightenment surged through his mind. Under this state of heightened awareness, matters that had once been perplexing now became clear with the slightest effort of thought. Knowing that this opportunity was rare, as the pill of breaking barriers could only last half an hour, Fong Jing dared not delay and immediately immersed himself fully in meditation and cultivation. At this moment, his 3-turn will pulse technique was circulating rapidly, with spiritual energy circulating in circles within his body. Details that he had previously overlooked during his cultivation were now automatically corrected in this state of enlightenment. Fong Jing felt that his perception of the 3 types of spiritual energy, gold, water, and wood, had become much clearer. After just half an hour, Fong Jing reluctantly snapped out of his meditation and looked at the attribute panel with anticipation. However, his expression immediately darkened. This. Chapter 120, Planting Bamboo and Vines. Fong Jing saw Mo Guanong's expression and knew that the old man was trying to take advantage of him. However, if the enlightenment vine was truly as he claimed, no, even if it only had a third of its claimed effects, he had to give it a try. The breakthrough pill was a one-time use item, but if the enlightenment vine could be cultivated, it would continue to aid in breaking through bottlenecks in the future. However, this second-grade middle-quality spiritual plant, though just a broken branch, wouldn't he cost an arm and a leg, would it? Noticing Fong Jingxian's unusual expression, Mo Guanong knew there was hope. He quickly seized the opportunity and said, "Don't worry, it won't be too expensive. It's just a broken branch from a genuine 3rd-grade enlightenment vine. You should know that vines are spiritual materials that grow very quickly, so they need to be pruned regularly to maintain healthy growth. The origin of this branch is exactly that. According to grading standards, branches detached from 3rd-tier spiritual plants are generally graded as 2nd-tier. Chapter 120, Breaking Through to the Next Level. As the branch of the enlightenment vine sprouted, Fong Jing quickly noticed this phenomenon. He carefully removed the vine from the jade bottle and prepared to transplant it to an open area outside. Keeping it in the quiet room was clearly inappropriate. Fong Jing believed that only the enlightenment vine grown in a natural environment would be effective. In the open space outside the small courtyard, Fong Jing directly planted the enlightenment vine, then secured the soil and applied fertilizer. Looking at the lone enlightenment vine, Fong Jing thought for a moment before fetching a thick piece of wood to stand beside it, providing support for the vine to climb. After finishing these tasks, the rest was left to time. At this point, Fong Jingxuan's mind was much more at peace, no longer as urgent as before. Half a month passed quickly, and the 5 enlightenment bamboos had truly taken root here, no longer looking as withered as before. The successful transplantation of the enlightenment bamboo brought a sense of reassurance to Fong Jingxuan's heart. This. Chapter 122, Qi Cultivation Level 7. After a day and a night, Fong Jing finally awoke from this state. At that moment, he felt refreshed and rejuvenated, as though he had been completely renewed. Beside him, Tu Yuan saw Fong Jing wake up and finally felt at ease, crawling back to his little nest to rest. Fong Jing didn't notice Tu Yuan's actions. As usual, he glanced at his attribute panel, and was immediately overwhelmed with joy. True name, Fong Jing. Age, 28. Cultivation level, Qi cultivation stage 71800. He had reached Qi cultivation stage 7. Just by sleeping for a while, he had mysteriously broken through the bottleneck, advancing from Qi cultivation stage lock to Qi cultivation stage 7. If that's the case, then the breakthrough pill I bought earlier was wasted. Thinking of this, Fong Jing shook his head. He shouldn't think that way. Without that breakthrough pill as a foundation, he probably wouldn't have advanced this quickly either. Chapter 122, The Mantis Catches the Cicada Catches the Mantis. Chapter 123, The Praying Mantis and the Cicada. A few days later, in a wilderness forest, a caravan of cultivators was moving slowly forward. Several massive spirit beasts, each pulling heavy carts, were straining with all their might. Fong Jing noticed that the wheels were sinking deep into the mud, turning the hard ground into a muddy mess, and knew that the cargo inside the carts must be extremely heavy. Each cart held at least 10,000 pounds of cargo, likely consisting of various metal ores. With 5 such ox-like spiritual beasts, each capable of pulling 10,000 pounds of metal ore, they could travel thousands of miles non-stop, truly deserving of praise for their endurance and dedication. Fong Jing walked slowly beside the cart, while Tu Yuan remained inside the spirit bag. After failing to capture a cultivator in the Red Leaf District, Fong Jing joined a merchant caravan and became a hired combat cultivator. Fong Jing concealed Tu Yuan and his cultivation level, only revealing the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. Chapter 124, The 12 Yuan. Upon seeing Fong Jing and Tu Yuan, the other party was also quite surprised. He had clearly set up demon beasts to guard the cave entrance, so how could someone break through to this point? Friend, those who see it get a share. You've made such a big deal, so I'll take my cut. That's not too much to ask, is it? Facing Fong Jing the cultivator across from him was unsure of his intentions. After all, Fong Jing had already used the Qi concealment technique to hide his cultivation level. Under such circumstances, where the other party was on guard, the difficulty of using spiritual sense to probe one's cultivation level was extremely high. Moreover, Fong Jingxuan's spiritual sense had already reached the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Cultivators below the 9th layer had no chance of discerning his true cultivation level. Even with a rough estimate, the other party could sense that Fong Jing was no pushover. At that moment, Tu Yuan bared his fangs, revealing his sharp teeth, and adopted a eager expression. Meanwhile, Fong Jing slowly raised the Zhenyue mace. As the spiritual light on the Zhenyue mace flickered and rose, it exerted immense pressure on the opponent, who was a cultivator of the Tribulation Realm. Chapter 125, Counting the Spoils. Tu Yuan followed the current downstream, reaching Hongye Pavilion in just one day. At this moment, Fong Jing still disguised himself as a cultivator at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation, drawing no attention from others as he quietly returned to the courtyard. In the small courtyard, everything remained as it had been before Fong Jing had left. The swimming fish, the wicker chair, the Zen bamboo, and the enlightenment vine were all in their usual places. Lying down on his vine chair, listening to the sound of the wind rustling through the bamboo leaves, Fong Jing relaxed. He reflected on his journey, and a smile spread across his face. Originally, the purpose of his outing was to ambush and steal from a cultivator. Now, it seemed he had achieved his goal. However, this bandit seemed to have some connections. The 12 Yuan? It sounded intimidating, but in Baishan, who feared whom? Robber monks were just rats in a sewer, they dared not appear openly. As long as he stayed put, they wouldn't dare come into the town to cause trouble. Chapter 126, Extending Life by 10 Years. In the quiet room, Fong Jing stretched his waist lazily, then neatly placed the talismans he had drawn on the table into a wooden box on the side. 100 exorcism talismans ordered completed. Setting down his talisman brush, Fong Jing rubbed his eyes. Drawing talismans was highly taxing on his spiritual energy, leaving his eyes feeling slightly weary. Perhaps he should go find some spiritual water to rinse his eyes. Who knows, maybe he could even gain a new eye technique. Such thoughts flashed through Fong Jingxian's mind. He realized that as long as he was willing to spend spiritual stones, there were many aspects of his body that could be strengthened. It had been 5 months since then, just as Fong Jingxian had anticipated. He had remained within the workshop, and no one had come to cause trouble for him. The group of Gipsao known as the 12 Yuanshan had also made no further moves, and everything remained calm. During this period, Fong Jingxian relied on occasionally selling some snake-faced cultivation pills to exchange for. Chapter 127, Chi Cultivation Stage Bat. It was truly a deep and restful sleep. When Fong Jingxian awoke from his dreams, he looked at the sky and realized it was already the evening of the next day. He had slept for an entire day and night. Startled, he then noticed that the range of his spiritual perception seemed to have expanded. He extended his spiritual sense outward, expanding it continuously, 100 zhang, 130 zhang, 135 zhang, 140 zhang. Finally, Fong Jingxian determined the limit of his spiritual perception, reaching 140 zhang. This was a direct increase of 10 zhang compared to before, and his cultivation had not broken through. This gain was clearly due to the influence of the Tao understanding vine. Excellent. I made the right choice. It was well worth the effort of nourishing you with a drop of moon dew every 2 days. From now on, I'll give you 2 drops every 3 days. Fong Jingxian made grand promises to the enlightenment vine, unconcerned that it lacked sentience and couldn't understand his words. But when Fong Jingxian. Chapter 128, the current state of the 2 pets. In the clear river, a massive black tortoise was drifting downstream. On its back, it carried numerous items, including 2 pots of spiritual plants, lush and vibrant, catching the attention of all who saw them. Fong Jingxian sat cross-legged at the front, while behind him, the enlightenment vine, and the 10,000-year-old cold pine, were neatly arranged on the turtle's back, basking in the sunlight. Hongye Pavilion had long been left far behind, out of sight. He was now about to cross the borders of the Chu family's territory, and enter the domain of the He family of Qinghe. Further ahead lay the border between the Dan Ding sect and the Lian Shui alliance. As a buffer zone between the 2 factions, there were no powerful forces stationed here. Fong Jingxian had considered settling down here, but after some thought, he decided to continue further downstream. He recalled Old He's warning: the patriarch of the Dan Ding sect had not been seen for many years, and the Dan Ding sect was like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Chapter 129, Acting with Impunity. In the distance, the cultivators on the ship also spotted Tu Yuan. Several figures appeared on the deck, pointing and gesturing in their direction. Fong Jingxian was also torn. Should he get involved in this mess? He had just arrived and didn't think it was wise to stir up trouble. His usual caution surfaced, prompting him to consider backing down. But just as he was about to order Tu Yuan to turn back, he reminded himself, what was he afraid of now? His strength had improved too quickly, causing his mindset to lag behind. He still thought of himself as a lowly cultivator from his days as a ferryman. With that thought, Fong Jingxian gently patted Tu Yuan, and in an instant, the man and the turtle swiftly headed toward the large ship. After a dozen breaths, Fong Jingxian stood up from Tu Yuan's back and drew the Zhenyue mace from his storage pouch, ready to act at any moment. Perhaps because Fong Jingxian appeared so confident, no one attacked him until he had already boarded the ship. On the deck, several cultivators stood on guard, their expressions filled with caution. Chapter 130, Stay Away. The Ximing Sect? Upon hearing this name, Fong Jingxian began to search through the limited knowledge of sects in his mind, trying to find information about the Ximing Sect. After a moment, Fong Jingxian remembered that he had heard the name somewhere before. The Ximing sect was a large sect that had risen to prominence in recent years within the Confucian sects. Its location seemed to be east of the Qiyin sect, an area traditionally under Confucian influence. Clarity of mind, clarity of virtue, clarity of reason, and clarity of sagehood were the 4 Ming sect's principles and also the divisions of their cultivation levels. This sect emphasizes that the mind is the essence of reason, and reveres moral integrity. It advocates the unity of knowledge and action, and the practical application of learning to benefit the world. As a result, its disciples often choose to leave the world and travel far and wide, hunting down demonic cultivators and exterminating demons and evil spirits as their life's mission. This is a standard orthodox sect, but such a style is bound to clash with the local culture in Baishan and the outer seas, making it unpopular. Fong Jing was unaware that a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Chapter Yet Bak Sam Sup Yet, acting on heaven's behalf. 10 days later, Fong Jing had finally had his fill of the sea breeze, and began to attend to his affairs. He sorted and packed all his belongings, stored the enlightenment vine in his storage pouch, and also packed away Tu Yuan. Alone, he set off for another small island dozens of miles away. During this time, Fong Jing had secretly investigated the area, and discovered that it was inhabited by cultivators, with several hundred ordinary people living on the island, relying on fishing and farming for their livelihood. Upon arriving at the island, Fong Jing found several children playing on the beach, and asked them to inform their elders of his presence. At this point, Fong Jing had concealed his cultivation level to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation, as the cultivators residing here were only at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. He did not wish to startle them. Moments later, a male cultivator appeared before Fong Jing with a guarded expression. He stared at Fong Jing, trying to gauge his strength. Fong Jing, of course, deceived him with his disguised cultivation level. Upon learning that Fong Chapter Yet Bak Sam Sup Yi, recorded on file. Who are you to kill talent? Have you had enough of living? Daring to come to the entrance of my cave to make a scene, do you not know of my divine abilities? Today, I will tear you to pieces and feed you to the fish. A few moments later, a rugged-looking male cultivator burst out of a mountain peak in the central part of the island, his clothes still disheveled. Following closely behind him were 3 female cultivators with seductive eyes, wearing barely enough cloth to cover their vital areas. As they walked, their bodies were exposed, yet they seemed utterly unconcerned. These 3 female cultivators were all extremely bold. They stared at Fong Jing, constantly teasing him, and making all sorts of indecent gestures. How dare you? Engaging in lewd behavior in broad daylight, gathering a crowd, and 3 of you? Disgusting. Record this, and add another charge to your list of crimes. Fong Jing saw this scene, and felt a surge of anger. Damn cultivators, living so freely. I dare not even look for one, yet you dare to bring 3 along to play. Oh my, this gentleman. Chapter Yet Bak Sam Sup Sam, who will back down first? As 3 deep, thunderous booms echoed through the air, Fong Jing who was hiding behind the protective water barrier of Tu Yuan, felt a surge of boiling blood coursing through his veins. This sound wave could penetrate the water curtain amplified threefold, and directly affect Fong Jingxuan's entire body. However, Fong Jingxuan's soul was stronger than Chen Hechan's, so he was not significantly affected in terms of his soul. Only his physical body, upon hearing the croaking sounds, felt his blood boil, nausea rise, and extreme discomfort. Moreover, the toad's cries neutralized the 2 flying head suppression techniques. The invisible sound waves, with most of their power, were directed at those 2 chess-like formations. In an instant, Fong Jing endured the nausea, and regained his composure. This is bad. This Chen Hechan is indeed a formidable opponent. His innate divine ability is truly formidable. This is the first time I've encountered a situation where the 6-bone divine ability is ineffective. In previous battles, as soon as the 6-bone divine ability was activated, the opponent would become as if they had lost their mind. Chapter Yet Bak Sam Sup Say, The Abyssal Market. Half a day later, Fong Jing randomly landed on a deserted island. This place was several hundred nautical miles away from Black Toad Island. Upon arriving on the island, Fong Jing began to survey the terrain and environment. After confirming there were no dangers, he set up defensive arrays, fed Tu Yuan, and meditated to restore his magical power. After another hour, Fong Jing had fully replenished his depleted magical energy, and his divine soul had returned to its peak state. At this point, Fong Jing began to review the battle. Recalling the recent clash, the details remained vivid in his mind. He had thought that even if he couldn't easily defeat Chen Haiken, it wouldn't have ended in a draw. To fight to a standstill against Chen Haiken, a cultivator at the peak of the 8th layer of Qi refining, with only the cultivation of the 8th layer of Qi refining, if word got out, others would only express admiration for Fong Jing. However, Fong Jing was now deeply frustrated. The six bones technique, which had never before demonstrated its devastating power, had failed to produce the desired effect, leading to Chapter Yepbak Samsup Negotiations and Schemes. Guest, may I ask you a question? Where did you obtain this object? Fong Jing looked at the other person with a calm expression. When the person in front of him began to grow impatient, he spoke slowly and deliberately. I don't recall the Great Passing Merchants Guild having a rule about asking guests about the origin of their items. At this point, the master appraiser's face lost all traces of arrogance. He immediately explained. Sir, you've misunderstood. We do not have such a rule. However, the packaging technique used on this item is characteristic of our Grand Passing Merchants style. It is not something we would normally allow to circulate outside our circles, as it is considered internal confidential information. Since it has appeared in your possession, and since our store intends to purchase it, we feel it is our duty to ask a few questions. Fong Jing understood. He had already speculated about this possibility. Every major merchant house has its own marking methods. Items with such secret keys can be instantly recognized by the Grand Passage Merchant House as their own. Chapter Yepbak Samsuplok, the true interpretation of the mysterious abyss. Shen Yuan addressed Fong Jing as Chen Daoyu, because Fong Jing had adopted a pseudonym to avoid unnecessary trouble if his real name were discovered. In the cultivation world, there are techniques for countering curses, as well as corresponding supernatural abilities, though they are rare and not mainstream. Still, one must remain vigilant. Shen Yuan's demeanor was elegant, exuding the grace of a noblewoman. She handled herself with composure and poise in her interactions with others. If one were unaware of the full circumstances, Fong Jing would indeed have been led around by the nose throughout the entire ordeal. No problem. A little time is nothing. For the sake of the upcoming transaction, I can wait a bit longer. Fong Jing smiled faintly and spoke, then stood up and returned the bow. Chen Daoyu, you must have traveled a long way from White Mountain to the South Sea. Are you here to obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill? Yes, the Foundation Building Pill is indeed rare. After saying this, Fong Jing noticed a smile in Shen Yuan's eyes. Chapter Yepbak Samsup Tut, Taiyin Moonlight. After leaving the Datongxing Guishu branch, Fong Jing immediately chose to leave the marketplace. Upon exiting, he summoned Tu Yuan, and the two one-man and one turtle quickly departed, heading toward an unknown deserted island. To prevent anyone from following, Fong Jing instructed Tu Yuan to dive beneath the sea surface for several dozen miles to avoid detection. After all this trouble, even Fong Jing himself didn't know where they were. Once he felt they were far enough from the Guishu district, he randomly chose a small island to stop. He did not rush to take out the jade slips for meditation, but first set up an array to block divine perception. He couldn't be certain whether the 3 jade slips contained any marks that could be used to determine their exact location. The storage pouch could block the marks, but as soon as he took it out, the marks would send a message. Therefore, he decided to block them with an array first and see what happened, which was a safer approach. Once Fong Jing had taken out the array disk and set up the 5 elements reversal array, he proceeded to Chapter Yepbak Samsupbat, Changing Cultivation Techniques. In the summary of the Xian Yuanzhen Jie, there is a clear record of the characteristics of these 7 celestial waters. Among them, one of the miraculous waters seemed to Fong Jing to be the advanced manifestation of his innate divine ability, the Moon Dew of Jade. Taiyin Moonlight True Water, also known as Emperor's Flow Elixir, is the essence of the Taiyin energy within the moonlight on the night of the Gongxian lunar cycle. It resembles a string of olive-shaped pearls, containing the essence of heaven and earth, capable of aiding plants in becoming demons or enhancing the cultivation of demonic beings. This substance is extremely rare, said to appear only once every 60 years, and even those without the proper karmic connection cannot hope to see it. When Fong Jing read the description of this true water, he felt that its mechanism was very similar to his own Moonlight Jade Dew. It was only now that he confirmed that the Taiyin Moonlight True Water was the superior version of the Moonlight Jade Dew liquid. If his Moonlight Dew essence divine ability could be elevated by one more tier, there was a high probability that he could condense the Taiyin Moonlight True Water. Even if advancing one tier isn't enough. Chapter Yepbak Samsupgao, Opening the Second Orifice. Life on the deserted island was extremely boring. This place was far from civilization, and it was rare to see any cultivators pass by. After a long time, Fong Jing even began to feel a sense of isolation, as if he were the only person left in the vast world. On this day, it was once again the time of the month when the moonlight was at its most intense. Fong Jing activated his divine ability that night, facing the bright moon in the sky, and began to collect the Moonlight Dew. Half an hour later, looking at the nearly full jade bottle, Fong Jing nodded satisfactorily. This time, there were a total of 73 drops of Moonlight Dew, the largest amount he had ever collected in recent memory. At that moment, Tu Yuan approached from the side, rubbing against Fong Jing in a flattering manner, hoping to taste a few drops immediately. Regardless of the Moonlight Dew's properties, its taste alone was exquisite, and Tu Yuan naturally wanted to consume more. However, this time, Fong Jing decided not to give Tu Yuan too much Moonlight Jade Dew. Lu Gu was about to open his second bone orifice, and this was a critical moment that required more. Chapter Yetbak Says Up, 2 Divine Abilities. The cultivation level of the 6 bones is determined by the number of bone orifices opened on the back. The first 3 orifices correspond to the mid-stage of qi cultivation, to the early stage of foundation establishment. The middle 3 orifices correspond to the middle and late stages of foundation establishment, as well as the initial stage of the golden core realm. The final 3 orifices lead to the late stages of the golden core realm, and the ultimate stage of the nascent soul realm. Currently, Lu Gu has opened the second orifice, placing him at the 7th layer of qi cultivation. If he were to open the third orifice, he would directly advance to the foundation establishment stage, reaching the first layer of foundation establishment. However, it took the 6 bones nearly 3 years and over 1,000 drops of moon dew to advance from the first to the second orifice. From the second to the third orifice, Fong Jing estimated it would require approximately 3,000 drops. Born with extraordinary traits, earth-tier talent, and astonishing divine abilities, the benefits of such gifts come at a price: slow growth and extraordinary difficulty. The heavens are impartial and emphasize balance. The stronger a creature is, the more difficult it is for it to reproduce. Although Lu Gu has great potential, his growth is exceptionally slow. If he doesn't the 6 bones technique, it would be even more difficult to cultivate. Chapter Yetbak Says Up Yet, a desperate situation. South Sea, Meteorite Island. Fong Jing, disguised, arrived here first with Tu Yuan to gather some information. This was the South China Sea archipelago, part of the second island chain, one of the few large island cities in the region. It was only a few thousand miles away from Black Toad Island, where Chinhaikan was located, making it relatively close. Last time, Fong Jing had been rather reckless, acting on the brief advice of a few other island lords and rushing to confront Chinhachan. But the result was a humiliating defeat, which was the consequence of not planning carefully beforehand. Reflecting on his mindset at the time, Fong Jing realized that after the 2 instances of instantly defeating bandits in Baishan, the overwhelming nature of those battles had made him overconfident. Although Fong Jing had lived 2 lives, he wasn't a cunning strategist in his previous life either. Even in this new life, he had started from the bottom and spent most of his time meditating at home. Chapter Yetbak Says Up Yi, Jade Dew Lures Demons. After leaving the black market, Fong Jing summoned Tu Yuan and sat cross-legged on its back, heading directly toward the distant seas. The shortage of Yetman low-grade spirit stones was not something that could be resolved in a short time. Making talismans, hunting demons, farming, working as a bodyguard, and having Tu Yuan transport goods for trade, all these methods were too slow. After much consideration, Fong Jing decided to raid again. It was the fastest way to make money. After making this decision, Fong Jing felt a lingering unease. He realized he had grown accustomed to handling problems this way. Whenever he lacked spirit stones, he thought of raiding. The cultivation world was full of hidden dangers. If he stumbled once, everything would be lost. Counting the 2 times at Baishan, this was already the 3rd time. If the first time was out of necessity, and the second was a stroke of luck, then this 3rd time was entirely his own choice. However, the rewards were great. The 6,000 low-grade spirit stones he obtained the first time had resolved his cultivation bottleneck and provided ample resources for his future cultivation. Chapter Yetbak Says Up Sam, displaying divine power in public. 3 days later, Fong Jing arrived at the westernmost island of the South Sea archipelago, with Tu Yuan. As soon as they stepped ashore, several cultivators rushed over. The lead cultivator was a middle-aged man at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Though he should have been handsome, his appearance now bore the signs of fatigue caused by worry. Are you Chen Pingan, the Taoist friend? I am Li Shangyun, the island master of Shangyun Island. Upon seeing Fong Jing arrive on a turtle, the cultivator sensed a faint sense of danger from him, and immediately cross-referenced the information with Chen Yulu. Master Li, I am Chen Pingan, disciple of Lingji Zhenren of the White Mountain Xianqing sect. I have come to the outer seas to travel, and heard that Shangyun Island may be in trouble, so I have come to assist. Fong Jing was dressed in the attire of a true cultivator, wearing a jade crown, a purple robe, and a pair of sandals woven from 100 herbs, none of which were cheap. This was the attire he had meticulously prepared in the Guishu district. Chapter Yetbaksei Supsei, Cave Residence Cultivation. Master Chen, this is your temporary residence. If there is anything you need, please feel free to ask. Our island master has instructed that your requests be fulfilled immediately. A young woman dressed in a green form-fitting outfit, with a curvaceous figure and cultivation, at the 3rd layer of Qi refining, led Fong Jing to a secluded cave residence. Fong Jing surveyed the surroundings and nodded slightly. I have no special requests, but please take good care of my spirit turtle. Feed it 3 meals a day with fresh seafood. It will let you know what it prefers in the future. The young woman glanced nervously at the massive Tu Yuan, who responded with a slightly menacing grin. All right, Channer, note that down. Is there anything else you need from Chen Xianshi? Fong Jing shook his head, signaling for the other to withdraw. After the young girl Channer had left, Fong Jing told Tu Yuan to wait outside. Chapter Yetbaksei Supn, sending the female cultivator for body tempering. There were 6 late-stage Qi cultivation practitioners, 18 mid-stage cultivators, and 43 early-stage Qi cultivation practitioners. These were all the combat forces currently under Li Shangyun's command. However, in Fong Jingshuan's opinion, the current group of early Qi cultivation cultivators could be disregarded. 20 early Qi cultivation cultivators attacking together might not even be able to defeat a single late Qi cultivation cultivator. Don't be fooled by the difference in total spiritual power, which is less than 10-fold. The actual combat strength cannot be calculated so simply. Moreover, Qi cultivation stage cultivators tend to lose their composure when their comrades fall in battle. Out of 20 such cultivators, only 5 or 6 would likely survive, and the rest would scatter in panic. In that case, our side's combat strength would primarily consist of a few late Qi cultivation stage cultivators, with mid-stage cultivators providing support, and early-stage cultivators handling logistics and reconnaissance. As for combat willingness, Fong Jing estimated that only the Li family members would be willing to fight. Chapter Yetbaksei Suplo, the preciousness of the immortal path. 2 days later, Li Shangyun indeed delivered the body-refining spiritual materials that Fong Jing needed. With these materials to aid him, Fong Jingshuan's cultivation of the Songming 9 transformations technique in the deep sea accelerated by a full 70%. In this manner, over the next half-month, Fong Jing spent his days practicing body refinement and his nights meditating in seclusion, leading a rather pleasant life. However, Li Shangyun was beginning to feel the strain. He had invited so many cultivators to assist him, and the daily consumption of spiritual stones was a significant expense. Relying solely on his original savings, continuing at this rate was not sustainable. A month later, Li Shangyun came knocking on the door again. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Shangyun stated his purpose. Chen Daoyu, I propose organizing an offensive operation in the near future. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Continuing to defend passively is not a viable strategy. However, many of the cultivators here have suggested consulting. Chapter Yetbaksei Subtut, a show of strength. Who are you? State your name. Seeing Fong Jing step out of the mountain defending array, the hostile cultivators were startled. They were all here, yet someone dared to step forward. Either they were mad, or had a powerful backer. And judging by Tu Yuan's demeanor, these people knew that Fong Jing was no one to mess with. Enough chatter. Let us settle this with our fists. Fong Jing didn't bother with small talk. He wanted to finish this quickly so he could continue his evening meditation. Thus, Fong Jing launched his killing move. With a single tap on his spirit bag, the figure of Lu Gu appeared silently. 5 threads of the heaven and earth grid emerged, with Fong Jingshuan's divine sense attached to them, instantly expanding to over 200 zhang in size. At that moment, Tu Yuan let out a muffled roar and charged toward them. Quick, attack together. Among the crowd, several late Qi cultivation stage practitioners. Chapter Yet Bak Se Sup 3 hurried years. Alright, Chen Xianshi is truly mighty. Master Chen's first move sent the enemies fleeing in fear. Such divine might leaves us in awe. After Fong Jingxian returned to the mountain guarding array, the onlookers rushed forward to express their admiration. Fong Jingxian paid no heed to these words. He had merely caught the enemy off guard and gained an advantage. Next time they fought, the enemy would be prepared, and it wouldn't be so easy. Chen Daoyu, your attack this time greatly boosted our morale. The Li family will definitely reward you according to your merits, we will not shortchange you in any way. Li Shangyun made the promise immediately, but Fong Jingxian merely smiled in response. I must return to meditate and cultivate. When the enemy attacks again, have Chana notify me. Also, please have Island Master Li sell those 4 magical artifacts for me. If the enemy wishes to redeem them, Island Master Li may decide as he sees fit. Chapter Yet Bak Se Sup Gao, singing high while riding a turtle into the azure sky. Inside the cave, Fong Jingxian was drawing talismans. Li Chana, standing beside him, watched his focused expression and hesitated to speak. 3 years had passed, and Li Chana had grown more mature, her figure now full and rounded, though her face remained as pure as ever. Over the past 3 years, she had devoted herself entirely to serving Fong Jingxian, and had not been involved in the internal affairs of the Li family, so her mental state had not changed much. Half a moment later, Fong Jingxian stopped what he was doing, gently placed the talisman brush on the brush stand, and then casually lay back in the wicker chair. At that moment, Li Chana poured the brewed spiritual tea into a purple clay teapot, and handed it to Fong Jingxian. Fong Jingxian took a sip and said slowly, Channer, you have been with me for 3 years. Now that I am leaving, what do you desire? Upon hearing this, Li Chana hurriedly knelt down and said, Master, I desire nothing. I only wish to continue serving you and follow you wherever you go. Chapter Yet Bak Sup, Trafficking in Summoning Soil. Yunqing Island, a black market island hundreds of miles away, Fong Jingxian returned here once again with Tu Yuan. Fong Jingxian left Tu Yuan outside and entered alone. Now that Tu Yuan had grown significantly larger, the previous spirit binding bag was no longer suitable. His primary purpose for coming here was to spend money on a larger spirit binding bag for Tu Yuan. However, after searching the black market for half a day, he couldn't find a storage bag with a capacity of around 13 or 14 zhang. The largest available on the black market was only 7 or 8 zhang in size. After all, a spirit beast as large as Tu Yuan was rare, so spirit bags suitable for it were made in very limited quantities. With no other options, Fong Jingxian had no choice but to meet with a manager of the black market and present his request. Sir, there are 2 solutions to your problem. One is faster but more expensive, the other is slower but requires fewer spirit stones. In the secret room. Chapter Yet Bak Sup Yet, secretly formulated summoning soil. At the Guishu workshop, Fong Jingxian left Tu Yuan at the animal pen by the dock and went alone to find a buyer. Tu Yuan was too large to enter the district, and this was where the advantage of having a large spirit-controlling bag became evident. At that moment, Fong Jingxian recalled what the black market manager had mentioned: the materials used to craft spirit-binding bags must primarily possess spatial attributes. The higher the quality of the spiritual materials, the larger the internal volume of the resulting bag. A spirit bag differs from a storage bag in that, although it has a larger capacity, its manufacturing process is relatively simpler, so the production costs are not particularly high. This time, upon arriving at Guishu Fong Jingxian also intended to seek out suitable space-attributed spiritual materials to resolve the issue of the spirit-binding bag once and for all. The marketplace was even more crowded than Hongya Market, as it was the largest marketplace in the entire South Sea archipelago, backed by a powerful foundational-level noble family. Fong Jing. Chapter Yet Bak Sup Yi, Chui family's 6th young master. Upon seeing this scene, Fong Jing, though he had anticipated it, still paused for a moment. The Moonlight Dew and the demon summoning soil, the effect is truly this powerful? If I had known, I should have tried it on the enlightenment vine as well, but I was worried it might harm it, so I couldn't bring myself to try. We have them all. Each packet contains 10 low-grade spirit stones. Here. Moments later, Fong Jing had obtained over 500 low-grade spirit stones, selling over 50 packets. After walking through several streets, Fong Jing directly obtained 1,500 low-grade spirit stones, and his storage pouch still contained half of the summoning soil. This time's profit is nearly 3 times the original investment, but that's because of the Moonlight Dew. Otherwise, if it were just buying and reselling, transporting it from the meteorite island to here and marking it up by 30% would already be quite good. Fong Jing calmly analyzed where his profits came from. In the black market, who? Chapter 152, The Foundation Pill. Chapter 153, News about the Foundation Building Pill. Listening to Cui Ye's words, Fong Jingxuan's heart raced. His actions might deceive other qi cultivation cultivators, but they couldn't be kept secret from the Cui family, a powerful local clan. In the South China Sea archipelago, the Cui family was one of the 3 most powerful clans. Although Shengyun Island was some distance away, the conflict between the Li and Wang families, involving over 100 qi cultivation cultivators, would certainly have reached the Cui family's ears. And at that time, as the most prominent figure present, he had undoubtedly caught the attention of the 3 foundational families. However, there was one thing Cui had not discovered: my transaction with Shen Yuan of the Great Passage Merchants. Clearly, the Cui family's influence did not extend to the Great Passing Merchant Guild. After all, the guild's roots were in Qiyun, spanning half of the cultivation world, while the Cui family was merely a local warlord, pale in comparison. Since Cui was unaware of the affairs of the Great Passing Merchant House, it also meant that he had no idea about. Chapter 154, The Operation Begins. Foundation Building Pill? Fong Jing immediately perked up. To be honest, most late-stage qi cultivation cultivators start planning for the foundation establishment pill once they reach the 8th layer of qi cultivation. Yet here he was, nearly mastering the 9th layer, and hadn't he even begun to focus on the foundation establishment pill. His primary goal and focus were on planning for Black Toad Island. While the foundation pill was important, Fong Jing believed he still had time. He aimed to obtain the foundation building pill before the age of 65. Moreover, he believed 1 pill was insufficient for security, at least 2, or even 3, would be more reliable. Additionally, he sought the highest quality for the foundation building pill. Even if he couldn't obtain an exquisite grade pill, an upper grade pill was the minimum standard. He absolutely refused to settle for a lower grade pill. For this reason, Fong Jing was willing to wait a few more years rather than rush into the foundation establishment stage. However, at present, as a foundation establishment cultivator of the Cui family, could it be that Cui Yi? Chapter 155, The Life Hiding Symbol. On Black Toad Island, Chen Haiken impatiently pushed away the several white, fleshy limbs. Looking at the women lying motionless on the ground, unconscious, Chen Haichan left the cave alone and stared blankly at the stars in the sky. Not long ago, he had been a confident and ambitious young man. How had he ended up in such a state? Chen Haichan recalled the days of his youth, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. But after a few breaths, his gaze hardened as he looked toward the distance. Who? Outside the array, a figure appeared silently, causing Chen Haichan to grow vigilant. Old Chen, it's me, Black Dragon. It's been years since we last met, and you've become so distant? Teasing voice came from beneath the cloak. Hearing the voice, Chen Haiken relaxed his brows. Who else would I be talking to? It's you, Black Mudskipper. Why are you looking for me in the middle of the night instead of being a pirate on Blind Man's Island? Chapter 156, Direct Execution. It's you? When Chen Haichan saw Fong Jing again, he immediately recognized him. The events of 3 years ago flooded back, leaving him with a sense of absurdity. What? 3 years have passed, and you still won't let me go? When did the cultivators from Qiyun become so ruthless? Fong Jing looked at Chen Haiken, his smile unchanged on the surface, but his heart was filled with emotion. The life-hiding symbol mentioned earlier by Chen Haiken was something he was familiar with. It was a second-tier talisman originally designed to counter Foundation establishment cultivators. However, for caution's sake, the Black Hand had opted to use this symbol. This symbol could temporarily obscure the target's heavenly perception, causing their intuition to fall into a false sense of security. Cultivators, regardless of the cultivation method they practice, all focus on communicating with the heavens and earth as their core principle. Moreover, the souls of cultivators are constantly strengthened through cultivation. Ordinary. Chapter 157, Major Discovery. On the desolate island, Tu Yuan pulled at the robe, which had several large holes in it. Beneath the robe lay a small pile of fine white ash. As Tu Yuan moved, the sea wind continuously scattered it, and within moments, it vanished into the vast expanse of the ocean. Fong Jing sat cross-legged nearby, holding a 10-sided storage pouch in his hand. He continuously used his divine sense to wash away the marks left by Chen Hechan on the surface. Black magic fire, under Fong Jingshuan's precise control, only burned away Chen Haiken's physical body, causing no damage whatsoever to the precious storage pouch. At that moment, the white mist surrounding the deserted island completely vanished, signifying that the Black Hand's men had all withdrawn. The transaction between them and Fong Jingxian had officially come to an end. Now was the moment for Fong Jingxian to reap his rewards. Earlier, he had staked his entire fortune to enlist the Black Hand's assistance. Now, he could only hope that this item would be worth it. Chapter 158, Taking Over Black Toad Island. Although Fong Jingxian had never seen the foundation building pill in person before, he had come across numerous illustrations of it while gathering information for this mission, so he recognized it immediately. Not only could he recognize it, but Fong Jingxian could also determine the grade of the pill based on the Dao patterns on its surface. Upon seeing the pill, Fong Jingxian suppressed his joy and excitement, carefully picked up the foundation building pill, and placed it under his eyes for a closer look. However, the longer he observed it, the more disappointed he became. This foundation building pill was of very low quality. Its surface was bare and smooth, with not a single pill pattern in sight. Foundation building pills were divided into 5 grades, with the lowest being inferior quality, also known as poisonous pills, or useless pills. While consuming such a pill might grant a Qi cultivation cultivator a single opportunity to break through to the foundation building realm, the likelihood of success was extremely low. With a success rate of less than 20%, only those cultivators with little time left would dare to try it. Chapter 159, Spiritual Fields and Mines. Master of the clan, someone from outside the island has delivered an invitation, saying that we are invited to attend a banquet, and the location is Black Toad Island. Within Linxia Island, a mid-stage Qi cultivation cultivator hurriedly entered his clan leader's private chamber, holding a greenish-black invitation in his hand, and addressed a middle-aged male cultivator. Black Toad Island? Chen Black Toad? Why would he invite us? Could he have some ulterior motive? The middle-aged male cultivator opened the invitation and frowned. Chen Heichan's infamous reputation had spread far and wide over the past few decades, and no one wanted to get involved with him. In previous years, due to their proximity to Black Toad Island, Chen Heichan had extorted them, and their relationship had long since reached an icy low point. Master, the signature on this invitation isn't Chen Heichan, it's Qingxian Gate. Upon being reminded, the family head noticed the signature, which clearly read 3 characters, Qingxian Gate. How did it become Qingxian Men? Is Chen Haiken up to something? Chapter 160, Body Tempering Perfection. Reporting to the sect master, the jadeite mine in question has been inspected by a cultivator skilled in earth vein divination. According to measurements, this vein extends over 2,000 meters in length, with the deepest point reaching 300 meters underground. The jadeite yield is the highest, totaling approximately 3,000 pounds. Additionally, there are some accompanying Xianing stones, Zhonglan stones, and the most valuable Wujin stones. A rough estimate suggests that if this entire vein is fully mined, it could yield approximately 8,000 lower-grade spirit stones for the sect master. Fong Jingxian nodded. Mining has always been a highly profitable venture. That Chen Haiken was short-sighted, with his mind set only on plundering, never considering the principles of management. He probably thought it was too troublesome and time-consuming, so he preferred to just take it by force. But he was different. With the spirit mine and spirit fields as profit sources, sustaining dozens of cultivators would no longer be a problem. In your opinion, what is the best way to mine it? He pondered for a moment before saying, I suggest. Chapter 161, New Characteristics Extra Chapter for Monthly Votes. Half a day later, Fong Jing quietly surfaced from the sea. Tu Yuan hurriedly brought him his robes and looked at him anxiously, worried about his current condition. Fong Jing stared blankly for a moment, before channeling his energy to dry himself off, put on his robes, and leap onto Tu Yuan's back. Let's go to the Guishu district. The once-in-10 years auction should be about to begin. Tu Yuan obediently turned and left, while Fong Jing closed his eyes and once again checked his current condition. True name, Fong Jing. Age, 30 130. Cultivation level, Qi cultivation 9th layer say 300 say 500. Body cultivation technique, Greenwood nourishing body technique extends lifespan by 10 years. Songming 9 transformations technique Koanzong, increases maximum Qi and blood by 3 times. Cultivation technique, Xian Yuanzhen Jie. In terms of age, 1 year is older than the next. Time waits for no one. Fong Jing looked. Chapter 162, Qi cultivation reached perfection. A month later, Fong Jing was in the quiet room of the rented cave residence, slowly dispelling the unusual phenomena caused by his cultivation of the Xian Yuanzhen Jie. Within the Guishu Island, aside from inns where people could rest temporarily, there were also long-term rental cultivation caves. Fong Jing had rented a cave residence with a first-grade superior spiritual vein to stay in during the gap before the auction began, and he had been cultivating diligently every day without leaving the premises. Now, with his physical prowess enhanced, and the Songming 9 transformations technique fully mastered, the qi and blood within his body were slowly increasing. Though the process was slow, it was unstoppable. With his greatly enhanced physical prowess, Fong Jing now finds practicing the Xian Yuanzhen Jie even more effortless. After over a month of cultivation, the final Yi Ba points of his cultivation progress have finally been fully attained. True name, Fong Jing. Age, 30 say 130. Cultivation level, Qi refining 9th layer say 10. Chapter 163, The Three Friends of Winter. Upon hearing the words, Foundation Establishment Pill, many late Qi cultivation stage cultivators' eyes lit up with a gleam of excitement. This auction clearly regarded the Foundation Establishment Pill as its opening highlight, aiming to fully stir up everyone's emotions. Without a doubt, they had succeeded. Fong Jing glanced around the atmosphere on site, was now bustling beyond compare compared to just moments ago. 1,100 mid-grade spirit stones. Someone immediately placed a bid. Fong Jing followed the voice and saw that it was just a Qi cultivation cultivator. He had no idea how he could afford such a sum. 1,130 mid-grade spirit stones. 1,300 mid-grade spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, this high-grade Foundation Establishment Pill had been bid up to 1,300 mid-grade spirit stones. This price far exceeded what Fong Jing could afford, so despite his envy, he could only watch as the price continued to rise. There were roughly 300 to 400 cultivators present in total. Chapter 163, The Effect of Joint Cultivation. As Fong Jing had suspected, a xianling fruit, with over 8 years of cultivation appeared at the subsequent auction. However, the appearance of this fruit caught the attention of all the late-stage Qi cultivation cultivators. The older the xianling fruit, the higher the grade of the Foundation Establishment Pill it could be refined into. A main ingredient that was over 8 years old had a high probability of being refined into a high-grade Foundation Establishment Pill. Therefore, the appearance of this fruit prompted many Qi cultivation cultivators to bid aggressively, with the price eventually soaring to 700 mid-grade spirit stones. Fong Jing was among them, bidding several times, but when the price rose to 500 mid-grade spirit stones, he wisely decided to withdraw. Currently, after purchasing the Suihan Santong Can, Fong Jingxuan's spirit stone reserves amount to over 600 mid-grade spirit stones. Even if he were to spend every last one, he still couldn't afford this priceless xianling fruit. Therefore, Fong Jing shifted his focus to two other items. One was a high-grade spatial attribute spiritual material. Chapter 165, another 3 years. 3 days later, it was the full moon. Fong Jing entered the courtyard within his cave residence, arranged the three friends of the cold winter together, and waited quietly for the moment when the moonlight was at its peak that night. The innate talent of Moonlight Dew could only be activated once within a month. After activation, the 1,000-spirit ancient cypress within Fong Jingxuan's spiritual sea would fall into a state of decline. Therefore, to maximize its benefits, Fong Jingxian typically chose to activate this divine ability during the night, when the moonlight was at its peak within the month. The midnight hour of the full moon is when the moonlight's power is at its peak within a month, so Fong Jingxian has grown accustomed to activating it at this time. As the first time he was using the new companion to activate his life-bound talent, Fong Jingxian was filled with anticipation. As time passed, the moon above had reached its brightest point. Thus, Fong Jingxian acted decisively and instantly activated his life-bound divine ability. Chapter 166, Six Bones Foundation. Fong Jingxian never expected that the six bones would be the first to establish their foundation. As the latest spirit beast he had contracted, despite being fed the same amount of moon dew essence, the six bones had successfully established their foundation, while Tu Yuan was still striving to reach the 9th layer of qi cultivation. Within the spirit bag, the figure of the six bones roamed freely. Upon sensing Fong Jingxuan's call, it voluntarily flew out of the spirit bag. In the quiet chamber of the cave residence, a dazzling golden bone fish hung mid-air, showcasing its perfect form. This bone fish was not particularly large, measuring only about 1.5 feet in total length. However, 3 yutqiu were faintly visible opening and closing along its spinal column, and the 4 fleshy tentacles around its mouth had become long and slender. Fong Jingxian examined the 6 bones carefully, wanting to confirm the differences between its current state after reaching the foundation establishment stage and its previous form. First, regarding the soul contract, Fong Jingxian confirmed within his divine soul that even though these 6 bones had become foundation establishment stage spirit beasts, they were still. Chapter 167, Return to White Mountain. Over the next month, Fong Jingxian continuously tested the limits of the 6 bones. The rainbow transformation light escape was indeed powerful. Fong Jingxian had tested it against his own mountain guarding array, and it passed through effortlessly, unable to block even a single thread. This mountain guarding array was a second-tier lower-grade magical array purchased at great expense by Chen Hachan, yet it still failed to hinder the rainbow transformation light escape in the slightest. Finally, after more than a month, Fong Jingxian spared the 6 bones and allowed it to rest in the spirit summoning bag. On this day, Fong Jingxian sat cross-legged in the quiet inner chamber of his cave residence, quietly contemplating the future. At that moment, Fong Jingxian withdrew his gaze from his attribute panel. He was now 37 years old. With the Qingmu Yangsheng Gong technique fully mastered, which granted an additional 10 years of life, Fong Jingxian had calculated that his optimal age for the foundation establishment stage would be 65. Originally, Fong Jingxian believed he had 18 years to plan his future. He intended to wait until Tu Yuan was also subdued by the moon. Chapter 168, The Current State of the Chu Family. Fong Jingxian stepped onto the scorched earth, slowly entering the old site outside Hongye Lane. The soles of his shoes ground against the soil mixed with charcoal particles, emitting faint crunching sounds. The once densely packed shantytowns had been completely leveled, leaving behind a charred expanse of earth dotted with half-broken bricks and scorched wooden beams. The air was still filled with the faint, lingering smell of burnt flesh, like an unhealed scar stretching across the land. He remembered that every morning, this place would echo with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Wandering monks would set up stalls in front of their makeshift huts, selling herbs, magical artifacts, and even odd trinkets they had collected from all over. Now, those scenes of bustling life had turned to dust, leaving only this crimson-black land to silently recount the calamities of the past. Fong Jingxian followed the path etched in his memory toward the dock area, where all he could see were ruins and rubble. The enclosures that once housed spiritual beasts and exotic creatures now lay in ruins. Chapter 169, Slaying the Plunderers. Fong Jingxian huddled among the crowd, standing quietly. Beside him, a group of cultivators at the mid to late stages of chi cultivation all wore black robes. Moments later, a late chi cultivation stage cultivator approached from a distance and whispered to the others. A group of cultivators from the Ning family left this area at dusk, nearly all of them. I dared only glance at them from afar and have no idea where they went or where they are gathering. The one in charge here is Ning Zishui, a foundation establishment elder of the Ning family. He achieved foundation establishment 30 years ago, but his talent was average, and even now, he remains at the early stage of foundation establishment. What's worth noting is that his spirit pet is also a foundation establishment stage spirit beast named the Unicorn Water Ape. It has a violent temperament, is extremely aggressive, and possesses overwhelming combat power, cannot be matched in battle. The lead foundation establishment cultivator, upon hearing this information, nodded and ordered. I will engage Ning Zishui. Chapter Yetbak Tsup, sweeping them all away. As Fong Jing vanished, the numerous cultivators outside reacted differently. However, the overwhelming majority were filled with anger. The members of the Ning family felt as though a rat had invaded their granary, and they couldn't wait to kill him. Those cultivators who had come with Fong Jing to carry out the task felt even more resentful. Why should we be here holding back the enemies while you get to enter the main warehouse and loot to your heart's content? The thoughts of these cultivators had no effect on Fong Jing, who had already entered the Ning family's grand warehouse. To be honest, the array used in the Ning family's great warehouse was only of second-tier quality. However, under Lu Gu's rainbow transformation light escape talent, both the arrays and the walls themselves were bypassed in an instant, completely ineffective in blocking anyone. The inner vault is naturally unguarded, as anyone who can break through the outer array formations, and the cultivators guarding them wouldn't bother setting up another array formation inside. Chapter Yetbak Tsup Yet, Tu Yuan's rank upgrade. Please vote for a monthly ticket. Around the South Sea Meteorite Island, in a secret room within the black market, Fong Jing was discussing various spiritual materials with an appraiser sent by the Black Hand. After a long time, the appraiser looked utterly dejected. He simply couldn't endure it anymore. Fong Jingshuan's endless retrieval of spiritual materials from his storage pouch. Hold on a moment, friend. Could you give me a rough estimate of how many more spiritual materials you have left in your storage bag that need to be appraised? Fong Jing roughly sensed the situation, then looked at the spiritual materials that had already been appraised for their specific grades, functions, and prices. He said, "There are roughly 200 items left." The appraiser across from him froze for a moment, then silently stood up and walked out, never to return. Moments later, a cultivator clad in a cloak entered. He spoke impatiently. "I suggest the guest purchase a storage bag, or a storage technique that can automatically appraise items." Chapter Yetbak Tsup Yi, Growth Talent. As multicolored beams of light flashed by, the 5 elements wood, fire, earth, metal, and water merged together, forming the source of the multicolored light. Tu Yuan, under Fong Jingshuan's gaze, saw his originally massive body, which had been 6 zhong in size, slowly shrink to its current size of about 2 zhong. Seeing this, Fong Jing furrowed his brows. Having consumed so many high-grade spiritual materials, shouldn't Tu Yuan have grown even larger? Although he had always been troubled by Tu Yuan's ever-growing size, making it difficult to carry around, the Sumi Yuling bag he had gone to great lengths to obtain hadn't even been used for 2 years yet. Why had it shrunk? Fong Jing believed that the larger Tu Yuan's body, the stronger its power. It didn't rely on innate abilities or divine techniques to survive. It couldn't be compared to the 6 bones. This thick-skinned, sturdy creature, the stronger it grew, the more reassured Fong Jing felt. But what was going on now? Fong Jing suppressed his doubts and continued. Chapter Yetbak Tsup Sam, Divine Ability at Will. The divine ability of size control allows Tu Yuan's body to shrink from its original 6 zhong in size to as small as 2 zhong, and expand to approximately 10 zhong at its largest. Currently, Tu Yuan's body was no longer as agile as it had been at the beginning. Imagine a 6 zhong tall body moving about stealthily. The difficulty was simply too great. This divine ability allows Tu Yuan to adjust his body size according to the specific combat situation during battle. This maximizes flexibility and greatly enhances combat effectiveness. Fong Jingxian looked at Tu Yuan now and felt the same as when he was ferrying passengers for a living. Back then, he had always hoped Tu Yuan would grow larger, but now, he no longer harbored such thoughts. After witnessing Tu Yuan shrink, Fong Jingxian asked him to try growing larger. A burst of colorful light flashed, and Tu Yuan's body began to slowly expand. Ah, so it's not an instant transformation after all, Fong Jingxian thought. Chapter 174, Planning the Foundation Building. Among the 5 pieces of intelligence, 2 were about obtaining foundation establishment pills, while the remaining 3 were about obtaining xianling fruits. Foundation building pills of superior quality or higher are generally not sold. They are treasures of various factions, barely enough for their own qi cultivation geniuses, so how could they be sold? The foundation building pills available for sale are of inferior quality, which Fong Jingxian deems unworthy of his attention. Therefore, even though he currently has no shortage of spirit stones, he refuses to spend money on such low-quality pills, deeming it a waste of resources. Fong Jingxian would rather risk clashing with foundation establishment cultivators to obtain foundation establishment pills of superior quality or higher. After cultivating the Songming 9 transformations technique and the Xian Yuan true explanation, his own foundation establishment process is already quite challenging. If he were to use ordinary foundation establishment pills, the chances of success would indeed be low. Moreover, taking top-grade foundation building pills for foundation establishment greatly increases the likelihood of awakening higher-tier divine abilities. Fong Jingshuan's current 3 divine abilities could also receive significant nourishment during foundation establishment, thereby advancing their tiers. Chapter 174, Obtaining the Foundation Building Pill. The Chu family of Hongye Pavilion originated from Chu Hongye, who broke away from the Chu family of Qiyun and established a branch in the territory of the Dan Ding sect on White Mountain. The Lingmu Alliance, however, has a larger territory than the Dan Ding sect, so it is natural that some members of the Chu family chose to settle here. However, unlike the Chu family of the Dan Ding sect, the Chu family of the Lingmu Alliance was not faring well. As for whether the Lingmu Alliance had intentionally suppressed them, that was hard to say. In any case, Chu Huixin's current situation was clearly not favorable. Her neighbors were all qi cultivation cultivators, and the spiritual energy emanating from their underground spiritual veins was insufficient for her, a foundation establishment cultivator, to cultivate. After Chu Huixin welcomed Fong Jingxian into the courtyard, Fong Jingxian became even more certain of his suspicions. After serving tea, and after Fong Jingxian introduced himself, Chu Huixin asked, "Young Master Fong, you're from the Red Leaf Pavilion. Do you know the current situation of the Chu family?" Seeing Chu Huixin's concern. Chapter 176, Preparing for the Assault. 5 days later, Fong Jingxian once again arrived at the territory of the Dan Ding sect. This time, he went directly to the Zhang family's domain and paid a visit. Although he had already obtained an exquisite foundation establishment pill, Fong Jingxian felt that having 2 would be more secure. What if, at a critical moment, he was just 1 pill short? With this in mind, Fong Jingxian arrived at the Zhang family estate, intending to obtain their premium-grade foundation establishment pill. In truth, there was another option, to seize it by force and join the opposing faction of the Zhang family. However, the top-grade foundation pill was too easily damaged. Facing a life-or-death situation, the Zhang family would likely destroy the pill rather than let it fall into the hands of their enemies. Therefore, Fong Jingxian thought it over and decided to play it safe. When Fong Jingxian presented the token included with the Black Hand intelligence, the Zhang family no longer harbored the initial suspicion toward his identity. However, this was still insufficient. Given the current situation. Chapter 177, The Moment of Foundation Building. Half a month later, Fong Jingxian once again arrived at the territory of the Lingmu Alliance to attempt the foundation establishment breakthrough, which naturally could not be done on Black Toad Island. First, it wasn't safe, and second, the spiritual energy on Black Toad Island wasn't sufficient. During the seclusion period for foundation establishment, a cultivator's defensive capabilities are extremely weak. As a lone cultivator, Fong Jingxian had no one to protect him. Even with Tu Yuan and Lu Gu present, he still didn't feel entirely at ease. Choosing to come to the Lingmu Alliance's Bomu City was because there were high-grade cave dwellings available for rent here. As a divine city with a 4th-tier spiritual vein, the cave dwellings here can reach up to 4th-tier quality, which is sufficient for breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Of course, Fong Jing didn't need such a high-tier cave residence, nor could he afford it. From the chi refining stage to breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, renting a 2nd-tier cave residence was more than enough. Additionally, in terms of safety, the rented cave dwellings also provided some protection. The cave dwellings within Bomu City are all managed by the main spirit. Chapter 178, finally reaching the foundation establishment realm. After feeling the spiritual energy explode within his body, Fong Jing closed his eyes, placed his hands in a special gesture on his thighs, gathered his chi, focused his mind, and embraced the essence, guarding the one. The techniques of those Xian Yuanzhen Jie automatically activated, and streams of spiritual energy, after absorbing the spiritual energy, expanded even further. In this state, Fong Jingxuan's thoughts in his mind began to fade one after another, gradually reaching a state of complete detachment from the world. Once he entered this optimal state for cultivation, Fong Jingxian remained still, continuing to channel his energy, aiming to push the techniques of the Xian Yuanzhen Jie to their peak. After a long time, Fong Jingxian closed his eyes tightly, his expression serene, devoid of joy or sorrow. A faint, cold, blue glow began to emanate from his face. This was the external manifestation of having mastered the Xian Yuanzhen Jie technique to perfection. As Fong Jingxuan's complexion changed, an intangible sense of deep-sea tranquility enveloped the quiet room. Cold, lonely, and ancient darkness. At that moment, the two. Chapter 179, Divine Abilities. As he sensed the sunlight from the outside world, Fong Jingxuan's divine consciousness detected warmth. He extended his divine consciousness outward to survey the surrounding landscape, and discovered that it was already summer. He clearly remembered that he had come here to seclude himself during the autumn and winter seasons. Now, without realizing it, he had spent half a year in this cave residence. It must be because his spiritual essence was too abundant, causing his fusion with his divine soul to take longer than usual. With this thought, Fong Jingxian withdrew his divine consciousness and carefully examined the changes occurring in his body. He sat up from the meditation cushion, summoned a large water mirror Zhengtao, and placed it before him. Within the mirror, the face of a handsome and sunny male cultivator appeared, resembling the deity Erlangshen from Chinese mythology, though he was much taller than the original. The unusual changes brought about by his cultivation of the Songming 9 transformations technique had all been completely erased during this transformation, restoring him to his normal human appearance. Additionally, Chapter 180, Danger at Tu Yuan. Within Black Toad Island, Fong Jingxian felt somewhat out of place as he remained in the quiet chamber. Now that he was a foundation establishment cultivator, this originally first-tier upper-grade spiritual vein cave residence no longer held the same excitement for Fong Jingxian. The spiritual energy beneath the spirit gathering array was far inferior to that of the 2nd-tier upper-grade cave residence he had occupied in Bomu City, causing his cultivation progress to lag significantly behind his previous pace. However, while the 2nd-tier cave residence in Bomu City was indeed superior, its price was exorbitant, one high-grade spirit stone per month, a cost that Fong Jingxian could not afford to sustain comfortably at present. Having returned to Black Toad Island for over half a month, Fong Jingxuan's daily cultivation progress was less than 10 points, which was indeed far too slow compared to the total of Sei. However, Fong Jingxian wasn't overly concerned. Having just completed his foundation establishment, he needed to remain low-key for a while longer and plan carefully. Having been away for over a year, the situation on Black Toad Island has improved significantly. Thanks to Fong Jingxuan's previous ruthless display of power, the surrounding wandering cultivators are all well aware of this place. Chapter 181, Reviewing the Escape. As the thunder raged, a rainbow-colored light shot out hurriedly and landed 10 miles away, revealing Fong Jingxuan's blood-stained figure. At that moment, Fong Jingxuan's body was extensively charred, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. However, he paid no heed to his injuries, fixating his gaze on the thunderous ocean before him. After 10 breaths, the thunderous sea finally came to a complete halt, and Fong Jingxian could now see with his own eyes that there was nothing left inside. The sea surface had been vaporized into a large hole, with seawater surging in from all sides. Fong Jing, with his keen eyesight, spotted a flash of blue. He immediately channeled his spiritual energy into a gigantic palm, swept it back, and casually stuffed it into his storage pouch. Once the spiritual energy in the area had slightly recovered, Fong Jing used his divine sense to scan the area repeatedly, confirming that the Foundation establishment cultivator had been completely killed on the spot. After completely confirming this, Fong Jing finally relaxed slightly and flew toward the mount. Chapter Yetbakba Supyi, Tu Yuan's Foundation Establishment. A month later, at the edge of the Chaos Star Sea, Fong Jing brought Tu Yuan across tens of thousands of miles of sea to this place. The journey had been slow, with frequent stops, and most of the time had been spent recovering from injuries. It was only now that he had fully recovered. Earlier, Fong Jing had heard that this place was extremely chaotic, so during his qi cultivation period, he dared not come here at all. However, now that he had established his foundation, and possessed the innate divine ability of the six bones, Fong Jing believed that even if he couldn't defeat his enemies, he could at least escape. To evade the pursuit of the cultivators from the Haifeng sect, he deliberated carefully, and decided to stay here for a few years to lie low. On a small deserted island, Fong Jing settled down. As he was about to enter the Chaos Star Sea, he decided to first consult the oracle to determine the auspiciousness of his journey. Since achieving foundation establishment, Fong Jingxuan's innate talent, whim of the heart, had been enhanced, granting him the ability to vaguely sense good or bad fortune. Though it was not entirely accurate, merely a vague perception, it was still better than nothing. Chapter Yetbakba Subsam, for Divine Abilities. Tu Yuan's transformation continued, and Fong Jing watched closely from the side. Once Tu Yuan's condition had completely stabilized, he probed with his divine sense to examine Tu Yuan's current information. Companion beast, Tu Yuan, a second-tier superior grade Xianling Linglong dragon tortoise, with a cultivation base at the first layer of the Foundation establishment realm, and an expected lifespan of Yetsin Sam Bakba Sup years. Bloodline progress, Yetbak Se Sup. Talents beginner, agility water mastery return to the source. Talents advanced, sea taming divine ability 5 elements in harmony. Talents growth, unique, Shuangwu bloodline size control. Talents, bear the scene yang suppress evil snake coil. Looking at the completely transformed attributes of Tu Yuan on the system panel, Fong Jing felt a mix of shock and wild joy. After establishing his foundation, Tu Yuan's strength had indeed increased significantly, and even his original dragon form had completely transformed into the Shuangwu bloodline after establishing his foundation. And Chapter Yetbakba Subse, seeking another path. However, the reality was not as rosy as Fong Jing had imagined. Which merchant house are you from? Where are your cargo documents? Where are your guarantee documents? The manager's few words extinguished all hope in Fong Jingxuan's eyes. After all, such valuable goods would never be entrusted to an unknown cultivator. Fong Jing couldn't produce such documents, nor could he obtain them. After all, the Tu Yuan beast was no ordinary creature, a 30-zhang tall colossus that even among Foundation establishment cultivators was extremely rare. This was the kind of resources only a golden core sect could possess. As a first-tier wandering cultivator pretending to be at the qi condensation stage, Fong Jing couldn't possibly explain it. Forget it, Fong Jing thought to himself. Damn it, after all this trouble, the easiest solution was to rob this risk-free business. Who in their right mind would risk their life to rob someone when they have a way to make money? However, the idea of continuing to rob others was something Fong Jing only. Chapter Yetbakba Sup. Daoist name Xian Ming. Upon hearing the stranger's words, Fong Jing grew wary. The man was clearly a heretic cultivator, otherwise, which righteous cultivator would refer to themselves as Ghost Face. However, Fong Jing still felt confident in his abilities. With Tu Yuan and the Six Bones clan backing him, he wasn't afraid of even an ordinary Foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator, let alone someone like Ghost Mask, who was only at the early stage of Foundation establishment. So you are Ghost-Face Daoist. I am Xianming Daoist. Greetings. Fong Jing naturally did not reveal his true name. When traveling, a pseudonym sufficed. His real name was something he must never reveal. So you're Xianming Daoist. Your name is truly imposing. Ghostface spoke with a hint of teasing, extending goodwill toward Fong Jing. As for the demon cultivator on the ground, he didn't even bother to glance at him. Those who hadn't reached the foundation establishment stage were mere ants, unworthy of even a word. Such cannon fodder, though slightly stronger, were still insignificant here. Chapter Yebakba Suplok, Allocation of Essence. 5 days later, Fong Jing was silently refining the Xianming True Qi in the second-tier middle-grade cave mansion assigned to him. After the banquet that day, Xiaoyan waved his hand generously and granted Fong Jing 100 pounds of Xianming True Qi, stating that this was his welcome gift for joining the Holy Gate. Fong Jing had previously purchased 15 pounds of Xianming True Qi at the Nine-Leaf Pavilion, and refining a complete Xianming True Qi gangsha only required 100 pounds. Therefore, Fong Jing gave the extra 15 pounds as a token of gratitude to the ghost-faced one. Sure enough, after receiving Fong Jingshuan's favor, Ghostface's attitude toward him grew even more enthusiastic. The current second-tier mid-grade cave residence was also arranged by him. Additionally, Ghostface wanted to give Fong Jing 7 or 8 female cultivators for his personal service, but Fong Jing declined, selecting only 3 of the most attractive ones to be stationed outside to handle mundane affairs. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, Yuanyang no longer held the same importance as it did during the Qi cultivation stage. Chapter Yebakba Subtut, a huge reward. Inside the grand hall, the other 4 had already taken their seats, but Xiaoyan was nowhere to be seen. When Fong Jing and the masked man entered, the 4 stopped talking and coldly stared over at them. Seeing this, the masked man sneered dismissively, unconcerned. Fong Jing sighed inwardly. Damn this world of connections. No matter where you go, you can't escape it. It seemed that Ghost Mask had offended them earlier, which explained why he had been so eager to help him. He was probably looking for an ally as well. A moment later, Xiaoyan finally strolled in from the back. Fong Jing followed the others, stood up, and called out, "Senior Xiao." Xiaoyan waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to sit down, then got straight to the point and stated the purpose of his visit. The Qianyang sect is greedy and ambitious. The Spirit Stone Mine on the Great Qian Island is the heart and soul of our Holy Gate. We cannot afford to lose it. Since the Qianyang sect wants to fight, we will oblige. However, Chapter Yebakba Sappa, the true water of the underworld. The inner treasury of the sect is heavily guarded. Even the wild beasts and Fong Jing had to present the credentials given by Xiaoyan and pass through several layers of inspections before they were allowed inside. This grand vault houses thousands of treasures, and ordinary spiritual materials are not even worthy of being included among them. Upon entering, the fierce beast parted ways with Fong Jing. The direction he headed seemed to be the section for beast-type spiritual materials. Fong Jing hesitated briefly before abandoning the magical artifacts and pills, heading straight for the rare 5 elements spiritual materials section. Looking at the hundreds of spiritual materials before him, each of which was made of second-tier or higher-grade materials, Fong Jingshuan's eyes shone with intense light. However, he knew that every one of his movements was being monitored by an array formation, and many eyes were watching his actions. Moreover, these spiritual materials were all protected by restrictions, making it impossible to take even one extra item. Therefore, Fong Jing could only resist the temptation and focus all his efforts on finding the item he had been hoping for. Chapter Yebakba Supgao, Lady Yi. Immediately, Fong Jing smiled and nodded, showing his goodwill. In response, Lady Yi smiled, revealing her teeth, and no longer paid attention to them. The wild beast beside him snorted a few times, then whispered to Fong Jing. This Lady Yi practices the path of emotionlessness. Don't be fooled by her delicate and alluring appearance. She's ruthless in her methods. She takes the greatest pleasure in seducing foundation establishment cultivators, then, when they are most infatuated, suddenly turning on them and ruthlessly slaying them. With each kill, her cultivation advances by a fraction. That is her method of cultivation. Among the 4 elders, her combat strength is the strongest. Even the sect master dares not treat her lightly. You're new here, and you look decent enough. Be careful. Hearing this, Fong Jing's heart sank. Danger truly lurked everywhere. Thank you for the warning, mad brother. I'll keep it in mind. That's good. Our elder Xiao and Lady Yi don't get along well. Chapter 190. You deserve to die. The third battle Qianyang sect wins. Fong Jing stared blankly at the pile of ashes on the stage. Just moments ago, Guangshou, this fellow cultivator who appeared arrogant and reckless but had a warm heart, was reduced to this. The cultivator who had fought against Guangshou didn't seem particularly impressive, but his true strength was formidable. He must be a direct disciple of the Qianyang sect, having cultivated the Qianyang Fenshin technique to the Purple Yang realm. After these few battles, Fong Jing had finally figured out the criteria for evaluating the strength of Qianyang sect disciples. During the Qi cultivation stage, they practiced the pure Yang Qi forging technique, the Great Sun Spirit refining scroll, and the 9 Fire Body forging technique to lay a solid foundation. After establishing their foundation, they all cultivate the Qianyang Fenshin Ju. Based on their cultivation progress, their strength is divided into Red Yang, Blue Yang, Purple Yang, 100 Yang, and 1000 Yang. Once one reaches the Bai Yang realm, they can begin the process of forming a Dan, while the Xiang realm signifies that one has already touched upon the path of foundation establishment. Chapter 191. Extreme Tug of War. Tu Yuan, this spirit pet that had already entered the foundation establishment stage, when summoned by Fong Jing, immediately caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. Xiaoyan was overjoyed. He had no idea that Fong Jing had such a trump card up his sleeve. Upon emerging, Tu Yuan immediately unleashed his sea-subduing divine technique. Thanks to his innate talent of 5 elements in harmony, even on the arena's land, Tu Yuan moved with agility. The 5 elements' spiritual energy surrounding him replaced the pure water spiritual energy, powering his movements. On the opposite side, Chen Yanling summoned over a dozen fire chains. With a few loud bangs, she effortlessly turned all the water puppets summoned by Fong Jing into mist. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke filled the air, but this had no effect on the foundation establishment cultivators, who primarily relied on spiritual perception. Bang! A deafening roar echoed as the fire chains coalesced into a fire dragon, over 10 zhang long, colliding head-on with Tu Yuan's protective water barrier. Chapter 192. Divine Domain Techniques. Fong Jing walked down from the stage safely, greeted by Xiao Yan's approving gaze. Noticing the flickering gaze of Lady Yi, Fong Jing stood obediently behind Xiao Yan, letting him shield him. At that moment, Fong Jing had not forgotten the words of the mad beast that had turned to ash. Lady Yi practiced the path of emotionlessness. Therefore, no matter how she showed her favor toward him now, it was all a spider's web, a trap that would kill anyone who fell into it. Xiao Yan was pleased with Fong Jingxuan's self-awareness. He could fight and obey orders. This man from the Xianming sect was far more worthy of his favor than the other foundation-building cultivators. You won this time, helping our holy infant sect regain a victory. Regardless of the outcome of the next 2 battles, you have already earned merit. Now, watch carefully. In another 10 years or so, we might have to fight again. Fong Jing nodded seriously, but deep down, he didn't think much of it. In 10 years, he would still be. Chapter 193. The Precious Cicada's Enlightenment. Upon receiving the news, Fong Jing eagerly made his way to the Sherwu Peak. The Peak Master personally received him, and led him to a secluded hall. As soon as he entered, Fong Jing saw several Qi cultivation cultivators sitting before him. They were all relatively young, with cultivation levels primarily at the early and mid stages of Qi cultivation. Upon sensing Fong Jingxuan's arrival and seeing the Peak Master, who was usually so high and mighty, accompanying him personally, the cultivators immediately realized that the main guest had arrived. They all stood up and bowed in respect toward Fong Jing. Xianming attendant, these are disciples from our sect who have come to present treasures. After our verification, they indeed meet your requirements. Fong Jing nodded, then sat down in the main seat, signaling for them to begin. The first item presented was a golden cicada exoskeleton. Even from its spiritual glow, it was clear that this was no ordinary first-tier treasure. Second-tier mid-grade Tongxian Baochuan. Chapter 194. 3 years in a hurry. Moments later, Fong Jing awoke from his state of enlightenment and noticed that the upper limit of his spiritual perception had increased by 10 zhang. The further one progresses, the more difficult it becomes to expand this range. This increase of 10 zhang was equivalent to half a year of arduous cultivation for Fong Jing. Such enlightenment among cultivators was rare and unpredictable, not necessarily requiring the comprehension of profound cosmic truths. It simply required alignment with one's inner state, and unwavering commitment to one's beliefs to have a chance of achieving this state. Fong Jing had not entered this state for many years, and especially in his current state with the enlightenment vine, this realization was all the more difficult to achieve. After checking his own state, Fong Jing turned his gaze toward Lin Xiaochuan. During his enlightenment, she had wisely remained silent and not disturbed him. Otherwise, if Fong Jing had lost this rare opportunity for enlightenment, he wouldn't have known if he would have acted impulsively out of anger and killed her. Chapter 195, Summoning Ghosts and Inviting Gods. The sea, shrouded in twilight, glowed faintly. Suddenly, waves erupted. A 5 zhang long black turtle broke through the waves, its dark brown shell plates clearly patterned with array markings. Each plate was as large as a millstone. Its 4 limbs, as thick as pillars, were covered in coiled muscles, with dark green scales on the surface. As it moved, the muscles bulged prominently, exuding immense strength. With each strike against the water, it sent waves several zhang high into the air, creating whirlpools that sent nearby fish scattering in all directions. On the turtle's back, 2 figures sat in distinct postures. The one in the center, dressed in a dark-colored Taoist robe, sat cross-legged with golden cloud patterns embroidered on the hem of his robe. A jade plaque at his waist emitted a faint glow, and a faint aura of spiritual energy swirled around him. The other, a chi cultivation cultivator, sat cross-legged behind Fong Jing, silent and tense. As the black-shelled turtle let out a low, hoarse cry, its limbs struggled violently, churning up whirlpools. Its speed suddenly accelerated, leaving a trail of water marks stretching over 10 zhang behind it. Chapter 196, Foundation Establishment, Second Layer. While Fong Jing was still savoring the aftermath of the battle, Zhu Yunzi was already feeling the pain. This ghost general was someone he had finally managed to seal away, and now, upon recalling it, he discovered that it had lost approximately a decade's worth of cultivation energy. However, since he had been defeated, Zhu Yunzi was decisive. He retracted the altar and prepared to leave. Just as he turned to leave, he heard Fong Jing speak up. "Friend, please wait." Fong Jing, accompanied by Tu Yuan, moved forward several hundred zhang and stopped about 10 zhang away from Zhu Yunzi. At this distance, for a foundation establishment cultivator, it was already extremely close. If they got any closer, Zhu Yunzi would likely lose his temper and attack. At this moment, Zhu Yunzi's expression grew displeased. He had already admitted defeat. What more did they want? Did you really think he had no temper? Who doesn't have a few trump cards up their sleeve? It's just that he didn't want to risk his life over such a trivial matter. Chapter 197, Encountering Enemies on the Mission. At Xiaoyan's mansion, upon learning of Fong Jingxuan's arrival, Xiaoyan specially arranged a banquet to entertain him, and even invited the masked one to accompany them. After so many years, the relationship between Fong Jing and Ghost Mask had grown somewhat strained due to their prolonged lack of contact. However, this slight awkwardness was quickly resolved by Xiaoyan. Additionally, due to Fong Jingxuan's significant improvement in cultivation, Ghost Mask naturally wanted to rekindle their old friendship. After a few rounds of spiritual wine, the two were back to their former selves. "Xianming, my old friend, you've been focused on your cultivation these past few years, and must be unaware of the outside world. Since we were defeated by the Qianyang sect, things have only gotten worse each year. If it weren't for Lady Yi, that fearsome warrior, we would have been overrun long ago." The ghost-faced one embraced the beautiful chi cultivation attendant by his side, his hands roaming freely, while updating Fong Jing on the recent developments at the Holy Gate. Fong Jing had heard some rumors about these events, but he didn't know much about them. At this moment, after hearing Ghostface's explanation. Chapter 198, Desperate Escape. On the cargo ship, Fong Jingxuan's expression was solemn. 5 foundation establishment cultivators were attacking. This was no trivial matter. However, Bai Zhu, standing beside him, remained calm. Even after Fong Jing had informed him of the situation, he appeared as though nothing had happened, which truly impressed Fong Jing. "Xianming, I suspect these foundation establishment cultivators are from either the Qianyang sect or the Sihai Society. To be honest, their foundation establishment cultivators aren't much of a threat to me. Later, you help me tie up one or two of them, and once I've scattered the others, I'll come to assist you." Upon hearing Bai Zhu's words, Fong Jing nodded. In his eyes, Bai Zhu was a master of defense. With Tu Yuan by his side, many cultivators regarded him as a reliable spirit pet, while his own combat prowess was nothing to write home about as a beast tamer. Fong Jing was naturally happy with this stereotype and saw no need to explain. "Brother Bai Zhu, after all, the enemy has 5 foundation establishment cultivators." Chapter 199, Asking the Heart and Clarifying One's Resolve. On the sea surface, Fong Jing sat cross-legged on the back of Tu Yuan, appearing to be meditating with his eyes closed. The world is unpredictable, and Fong Jing never imagined that such a simple mission would ultimately escalate to this point. It could only be attributed to fate and circumstances, a combination of various factors. However, if one were to delve into the deepest underlying cause, Fong Jing believed it lay in the fact that he was no longer the young ferryman he once was, but rather a self-centered, cold-hearted individual who had spent over 2 decades abroad, ultimately becoming a standard-issue overseas cultivator. For his own safety, Fong Jing calmly abandoned Lin Xiaochuan, abandoned Bai Zhu, and abandoned everything he had in the Holy Infant sect. On one hand, these things did not hold significant value for Fong Jing, they were easily obtained, so losing them did not cause him much sorrow. However, if it had been Tu Yuan or Lu Gu who had been detained, Fong Jing would never have left so decisively. On the other hand, Chapter Yi Ba, Planning the Spiritual Land. South of Chifu City lies a vast expanse of wandering cultivators, spanning 5 or 6,000 miles. Most of the wandering cultivators of Baishan regard this place as their paradise. Compared to the 5 Elements Alliance, the strength of Chifu City is still insufficient, but when compared to the current realm of wandering cultivators, it is a colossal force. Within Chifu City, 5 Golden Core families have joined forces to maintain control. One of them is Luo Feng, a female Golden Core cultivator whose influence has already reached the outskirts of the wandering cultivators' domain. The realm of wandering cultivators is resource-poor, considered the barren wasteland of the White Mountain region. Bounded on all sides by the major powers of the White Mountains, it has always been a melting pot of diverse cultivators, with a highly perilous situation. However, this place is also an ideal haven for those who refuse to be bound by conventions, as well as a sanctuary for the disillusioned and the defeated to lick their wounds. After spending a few days in the city of artifacts and symbols, Fong Jing learned that Wang Xian needed considerable time to refine the true water. He then made his way to the wandering cultivators' domain. Chapter Yi Ba Ling Yut, Return to the Old Haunt. After setting his initial goals, he proceeded with caution to gather intelligence. Although Wu Sameo was well versed in geography, he knew little about the inner workings of Jianying Mountain. What was the best way to gather intelligence? The second talent Fong Jing sought to recruit, Jia Xingyu, provided his answer. Subverting enemies and planting spies are the best ways to obtain insider information. If the master is willing to wait patiently, within 2 years, I will uncover every detail of Jianying Mountain. It was the same quiet room, but this time, Fong Jing faced a middle-aged scholar-like cultivator across from him. He had 2 strands of goatish beard, giving him a shrewd appearance. Fong Jing scrutinized his opponent, his gaze deep and piercing. The immense power derived from cultivating the Xian Yuanzhen Jie made Jia Xingyu feel as though he were standing on the edge of an abyss. But fortunately, this aura flickered and vanished. Soon after, Jia Xingyu heard Fong Jing speak in a slightly. Chapter Yi Ba Ling Yi, The True Essence is Forged. The battle between the White Mountain Sword Sect and the Sharp Gold Alliance broadened Fong Jingshuan's horizons. Though most were at the Qi cultivation stage, there were a few matches between Foundation establishment cultivators. Fong Jing also seized some mid-grade spirit stones for entertainment, with some profits and losses, but overall, he didn't lose out. Currently, the southern region of White Mountain was in a state of suppressed tension, with both sides building up their emotions. It was unclear when a major battle would erupt. After witnessing the moves of the White Mountain Sword Sect's Foundation establishment cultivators, Fong Jing felt he had gained a great deal, giving him a better understanding of how to deal with the sword cultivators of Sword Shadow Mountain in the future. Upon arriving here, Fong Jing had originally planned to acquire some spirit stones for emergencies, but after staying for 7 or 8 days, he had not yet had the chance to act. At that moment, Wang Xian, the alchemist from Chifu City, sent him a message via communication talisman. The extreme moon dew essence that Fong Jing had been longing for had finally been refined by him. Instantly, Fong Jing was filled with joy. Chapter Yi Bat Ling Sam, Emperor Hua Jade Du Pill. As soon as a drop of the essence entered his stomach, his 6 bones trembled violently, and his eyes rolled back, giving him the appearance of a dead fish. Seeing this, Fong Jing furrowed his brows, suspecting that this extreme moon dew true dew might need to be diluted first. However, after just a few breaths, Lu Gu regained his strength, and a profoundly comfortable sensation emanated from his soul. Still uneasy, Fong Jing extended his divine sense, scanning Lu Gu's body bit by bit. With Lu Gu's cooperation, Fong Jing could roughly sense that the drop of moon dew true essence was slowly yet firmly promoting the growth of Lu Gu's physical body. Concurrently, Lu Gu's cultivation base was also steadily increasing. Thus, Fong Jing stayed by Lu Gu's side for an entire hour. When Lu Gu finally emerged from that state, Fong Jing checked again, and found that Lu Gu's cultivation had improved significantly compared to just an hour earlier. If calculated based on the 6 bones, current natural cultivation time, this single drop of moon dew true essence alone had already granted the 6 bones. Chapter Yi Bat Ling Say, the 6 bones, advancement. How much moon dew jade essence could he produce in a month? This left Fong Jing deep in thought. Since he had reached the foundation establishment stage, he had been able to collect over 200 drops of moon dew jade essence each month. Now, he had obtained the 2nd-tier premium companion tree, the Jianmu Lingbai, which could enhance his collection. With this item's boost, he could now collect 320 drops of moon dew essence per month. Originally, all this moon dew essence was meant for Tu Yuan and Lu Gu, with the enlightenment vine occasionally receiving a few drops. However, now it seemed that if he gave it all to Wang Xian, he could net 90 high-grade spirit stones each month. This is more lucrative than his monthly earnings at the Holy Infant sect. At this rate, it is sufficient for his cultivation, purchasing elixirs, and acquiring the Xianming True Qi. So, should he continue to plot against the mountain gate of Jianying Mountain? After a moment of contemplation, Fong Jing said, I can provide you with 300 drops of jade dew every month, but you must extract it exclusively for me. Chapter Yi Bat Ling Outer Sea Follow-up. Senior Fong, this is what my grandfather sent me. Please count the payment for this month. In the cave residence where Fong Jing rented a room, a young man with a heroic demeanor held a storage pouch and bowed to Fong Jing. Fong Jing took it, scanned it with his divine sense, and immediately determined the number of spirit stones inside a full 90 high-grade spirit stones. Very good. Please convey my regards to your grandfather. It's getting late, why not stay here for dinner? No, I still have homework to finish. I won't disturb you in your seclusion. The young man turned and left. Fong Jing smiled as he watched him go. This was Wang Xian's grandson, named Wang Sun, the same child whose innate talent was too rare to find a suitable cultivation partner back then. Now, with the mysterious substitution technique given to him by Fong Jing, Wang Sun had successfully embarked on his cultivation path, and had already reached the mid-stage of qi cultivation. As for what exactly Wang Sun's innate essence was, Fang. Chapter Yi Bat Ling Lo, Wei Tong's gaze. After finalizing the plans for Jianying Mountain, Fong Jing shifted his attention to other information. Currently, his true essence had reached nearly 2,000 drops, yet he was only at the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. Typically, cultivators at the 2nd layer of foundation establishment had around 600 or 700 drops of true essence in their bodies. His cultivation power was 3 times that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator at the same realm. This alone gave him a significant advantage in combat. Additionally, the Yellow Springs true water he had obtained from the disciple of Shangqing, Jue Yunzi, during his time in the outer seas, had been refined into his Yellow Springs domain over the past few years. The additional divine ability within that domain, Yin River Soul Binding, is the result of these Yellow Springs true waters. This divine ability automatically activates with the Huangquan domain. As long as a cultivator is within the domain, Fong Jingxian can, at his discretion, continuously generate chains from the domain to bind and restrain the opponent. Chapter 107, Meeting the Golden Core. On this day, 3 cultivators at the foundation establishment stage arrived at the cave residence where Fong Jingxian was renting for cultivation, one of whom was even at the late foundation establishment stage. Upon sensing the situation outside, Fong Jingxian furrowed his brows tightly. Had it not been for the array, which revealed Wang Xian's presence, he would have summoned the 6 bones and fled immediately. Fong Daoyu, please step out to meet us. This is Kuei Wuliang, a cultivator from the Kuei family, here to pay you a visit. The Kuei family? Fong Jingxian was startled. Within the Chifu city, someone surnamed Kuei, who was a foundation establishment cultivator, must be connected to Wei Tong, the golden core cultivator. But why would such a powerful cultivator from the Chifu city come to seek out him, obscure foundation establishment second-layer cultivator? And they even brought Wang Xian along. Could it be because of the Moon Dew jade elixir I provided? Fong Jingxian continued to ponder, and in an instant, he deduced the true nature of the matter. He then cast a displeased glance at Wang Xian. But, Chapter 108, The Green Gourd Sword Vine. Please vote for the monthly award. Fong Jingxian had always been curious about the splendor of a golden core cultivator. But upon seeing him today, Fong Jingxian realized that Wei Tong, this powerful golden core cultivator, was truly no ordinary man. Wei Tong appeared to be in his early 40s, sitting calmly on a wide jade throne. His features were naturally handsome, and his demeanor was as serene as a still spring, cold and unwavering, yet capable of nurturing others from within. Upon seeing Fong Jingxian arrive, he spoke first. Young friend Fong, I apologize for troubling you to come here. I have heard that you are able to collect moon dew, and condense it into the essence of the moon's yin energy. I have a spiritual plant that requires this substance. I humbly request your assistance. Wei Tong spoke in a calm tone, getting straight to the point. He did not use the condescending tone of a superior towards Fong Jingxian, nor did he show him much respect. This was simply because, as the city lord of Chifu City, Wei Tong had always conducted himself in this manner. In his position, he had to consider the consequences of his actions. Additionally, Fong Jingxian. Chapter 109, Foundation Establishment, 3rd Layer. The next day, the female cultivator indeed delivered a jade slip, which contained the secret technique for extracting the extreme yin moon dew essence, a technique that Wang Xian had previously refused to teach Fong Jingxian under any circumstances. However, while Wang Xian could put on airs in front of Fong Jingxian, he completely backed down when faced with the Kuei family of Chifu City. Upon receiving the jade slip, Fong Jingxian immediately began to comprehend it, and within just a few days, he had mastered it. After reaching the foundation establishment realm, Fong Jingxian, whose soul had greatly strengthened, felt that his learning ability had also improved significantly. Ordinary qi cultivation stage techniques and secret arts were no longer as obscure to the current Fong Jingxian as they once were. His comprehension and analytical abilities had improved greatly. It was like a high school student looking at elementary school problems. Naturally, they seemed simple. However, for the techniques of the foundation establishment stage, the sudden increase in difficulty perfectly matched the enhanced spiritual power he had gained. Chapter 110, The Fall of the Golden Core. You seem troubled? Before the sword vine, Siting was carefully observing the growth of the green gourd sword vine. Fong Jingxian stood a few paces away, his hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a casual tone, as if chatting with a friend. Siting counted the leaves of the sword vine. Upon hearing Fong Jingxian's question, she did not turn around and replied, "It's none of your business. Don't ask." Fong Jingxian smiled lightly. Clearly, she wasn't truly upset by his question. Seeing that Siting didn't want to talk, Fong Jingxian shifted the topic back to the sword vine. In recent days, I've sensed a kind of longing emanating from this sword vine toward me. It's not for the extreme yin moon dew essence, but for something else. Based on my understanding, it seems like it's seeking a sword weapon. Siting stopped, turned to look at Fong Jingxian, then explained. What do you mean? Chapter 111, Chaos in the Mountain Capital. Is there anything unusual? Siting Nu peered through the array formation at the sword vine inside, but detected nothing unusual. By this time, Fong Jing had already returned to the house, and was no longer lingering by the sword vine. Inside the secret room, the two Foundation establishment cultivators both shook their heads, indicating that everything was normal. Xi nodded, watched for a moment longer, then said, "Do not be complacent. Report any unusual occurrences immediately. The Qinghu sword vine is crucial to the Master's affairs. If anything goes wrong, your lives will not be spared." The two nodded again, dismissed Xi, and then snorted coldly a few times. Xi Tingnu exited the formation, and made her way toward the grand hall at the mountain peak. Along the way, she encountered other cultivators, but kept her figure hidden, so none of them noticed her. Only when she reached the summit hall did she reveal her form and step inside. At that moment, the wide jade throne was empty, and Wei Tong was not present. Chapter Yi Ba Yes Sup Yi, the time has come. As the surveillance cultivators withdrew, Fong Jing felt more at ease. At first, he dared not make any excessive moves, but as days passed, his confidence grew. That night, Fong Jing rarely sat in meditation for cultivation. Instead, he stood before the sword vine. Through the array, Fong Jing stared at the green gourd sword vine, his expression hesitant. If Xi found out he was eyeing this sword vine, she'd probably tear him to pieces on the spot. But thinking of the injustices he had endured over the past 7 years, a flame of anger began to rise within him. With this thought, Fong Jing gently tapped his waist-level spirit bag, and released Lu Gu. After 7 years, Lu Gu finally emerged to breathe some fresh air. Although Fong Jingshuan's soul could occasionally penetrate the spirit bag to communicate with it and soothe its emotions, Lu Gu had also endured a long period of oppression. But now, this was not the time for that. Chapter Yi Ba Yes Sup Sam, the sword vine changes hands. Within the sword vine spirit garden, Fong Jing had not seen Xi arrive for quite some time. This interval was longer than any previous one, so long that Fong Jing couldn't help but feel as though he had been forgotten. Since that was the case, Fong Jing decided to go out and take a look. That night, Fong Jing made thorough preparations. He carefully stored the Tu Yuan, along with the danlo and spiritual herbs he had exchanged for merit points, all into his storage bag. Finally, he summoned Lu Gu, gently stroked its head, and his gaze grew resolute. Although this place was decent, a third-tier upper-grade spiritual site once he left, he would likely no longer have such a spiritual vein to cultivate with. But compared to freedom, what was a third-grade upper-tier spiritual vein worth? His own life was in the hands of others. This was something Fong Jing could not accept. After 7 years of endurance, he finally saw the glimmer of hope, and was rewarded with a generous return. Chapter Yi Ba Yes Sup Say, Escaping the Kuai clan. The Kuei family's spiritual vein was bustling with activity. Kuei Wuliang was leading his men in digging frantically, determined to uncover Fong Jing. In a corner, Fong Jing was working with several other qi cultivation cultivators from the Kuei family, carefully searching every nook and cranny. The qi cultivators were unaware of Fong Jingshuan's presence. In their minds, he was simply a long-time companion they had lived with. Though seemingly unreasonable, it was actually quite logical. Within the minds of these cultivators, a sword intent known as the Lihuan sword intent was quietly at work. This gift from the Qinghu sword vine several years ago was now proving invaluable. The Lihuan sword intent could create illusions and disrupt others' perceptions, especially for these qi cultivation cultivators, who were completely unaware that they had already been affected. Of course, illusions that are too inconsistent with their common sense will have significantly reduced credibility compared to Chapter Yi Ba Yes Sup 1000-Mile Rush. Fong Jing couldn't help but blame himself for not preparing a top-tier flying artifact earlier. After he had the 6 bones consecutively cast 4 layers of the rainbow light escape technique, he finally managed to escape from the changes in the Kuai family's mountain defending array. However, this did not mean that Fong Jing could now rest easy. He could imagine how much hatred the Kuei family must harbor toward him, a wandering cultivator who had stolen the Qinghu sword vine. In truth, if he had secretly fled, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. However, since he had chosen this path, he would see it through to the end. Moreover, Fong Jing coveted this 4th-grade mid-tier spiritual plant greatly. Stealing it would serve as compensation for the 7 years he had spent pursuing it. At that moment, Fong Jing could sense that the man behind him, Kuei Wuliang, was closing in rapidly. However, he had already used the rainbow transformation light escape technique to create a 20-mile distance, gaining the upper hand, and then summoned a ordinary flying artifact. Chapter 216, The Battle of the Great and Small. Deep within the river, there was an underground water vein, approximately 1,000 feet below the surface. At that moment, a Tu-Zhang long, armored, scaled spirit turtle was swiftly following this underground water vein, constantly moving toward the pitch-black cave ahead. The area ahead was filled with dark currents and branching passages, making it impossible for ordinary cultivators to determine their direction. However, for Tu Yuan, this place felt as comfortable as returning to its old lair. It simply followed its instinctive senses to find a clear path forward. On Tu Yuan's back, Fong Jing sat cross-legged, completely still, as if rooted to the spot, unaffected by Tu Yuan's movements. Fong Jing closed his eyes, not diverting his attention from the surroundings. Everything was handled by Tu Yuan. At that moment, Fong Jing was constantly fleeing toward the direction of the barbarian frontier. The pursuers sent by the Kuei family had blocked him several times before while they were underground, but they had all been defeated by Fong Jing, relying on Tu Yuan and his own innate heavenly power. Chapter 217, The Snake with a Human Face. Caw. As the crow's puzzled cry echoed, a faintly childish voice echoed in Fong Jingxuan's mind, resembling that of a 4 or 5-year-old girl, and the meaning of her words was somewhat jumbled. That turtle. You all together. You're a water monkey. I've never seen one. No fur. Ugly. Very ugly. Fong Jing looked down at Tu Yuan and exhaled softly. He had signed a soul contract with Tu Yuan, causing a part of his divine soul to carry Tu Yuan's essence. Additionally, after years of living with Tu Yuan, he had absorbed its essence. He also practiced the water-based cultivation technique, Xian Yuanzhen Jie, endowing him with divine power imbued with the aura of the Xianming realm. From this perspective, it made sense that this powerful crow, having never encountered humans before, would mistake him for a water monkey. Though absurd, there was a grain of truth to it. Chapter 218, Settling in the Wilderness. When this demon beast, which looked incredibly powerful, commented on his appearance, Fong Jing did not argue. After all, as different species, differences in aesthetic preferences were understandable. At that moment, Fong Jing found himself somewhat captivated by the charm of the creature before him. The golden core crow he had encountered earlier was known to be powerful, but its appearance was unremarkable, revealing little of its true nature. However, the snake before him, with its snake-like head transformed into a human face through cultivation, reminded Fong Jing of a little celestial maiden from his previous life. Moreover, the spiritual pressure emanating from its body caused Fong Jing to feel an instinctive fear deep within his bones, a natural reaction when facing a powerful creature. He forced himself to suppress it. Where did you find this ugly monkey? What's so interesting about it? The beauty snake questioned this with her divine consciousness, and the golden core crow, as if presenting a treasure, brought the jade bottle Fong Jing had taken out and placed it before the beauty snake. He has the heavenly flow elixir. Good. Chapter 219, The White Deer Comes to Beg. 2 months later, Fong Jing gradually gained a clear understanding of the environment within several hundred miles of this area. This was the territory of the beauty snake. Aside from the beauty snake, which appeared to be in the late golden core stage, and the crow in the mid-golden core stage, there were no other demon beasts of the golden core realm in the vicinity. As snake-like demon beasts, the beauty snakes were unusually lazy, rarely getting involved in anything, leaving all matters to the golden core crow. This unusual arrangement of one snake and one bird puzzled Fong Jing. As in other demon beast territories, two powerful beings of the same kind would never coexist. Yet these two seemed to get along remarkably well. Over the past 2 months, Fong Jing had collected another 6 drops of Moon Dew essence. He gave 3 drops to the golden core stage crow as a gift and kept 3 drops for himself, intending to use them for alchemy. Having received benefits from Fong Jing, the golden Dan crow grew even more fond of him. During their most recent encounter, it even brought him a 3rd-grade spiritual fruit to consume. After consuming the fruit, Fong Jing. Chapter 220, Kill Them All. Since the white deer had once requested the Moonlight Dew, this demon beast would return every month. Each time, it came alone with great caution, either leaving high-grade spiritual herbs for Fong Jing, or bringing him valuable parts from another demon beast at the foundation establishment stage. Over time, Fong Jing grew curious about the male creature behind the white deer. What kind of being could possibly tame such a beautiful and powerful demon beast? Half a year later, on this particular day, Fong Jing was refining Dan in his newly opened cave residence. Currently, Fong Jing knew few alchemical formulas, but he had mastered the high-grade Emperor's Jade Dew pill formula most thoroughly. However, refining this pill required the skill of a second-tier alchemist, and Fong Jing was currently stuck at the peak of the first tier. The pills he had been refining so far were merely ordinary healing pills. Though ordinary, they were still of great value in this remote and wild region. Chapter 221, The Ascension Conference. In a valley deep within the wild and barren lands, 8 sets of cultivators' remains lay quietly on the ground. At this moment, some bold beasts were cautiously approaching the area. The bodies of the cultivators, brimming with spiritual energy, were a precious tonic for them. However, before the beasts could strike, Fong Jing slowly stepped forward, casually casting several spells to disperse the beasts seeking an easy meal. Only then did Fong Jing take the time to carefully discern the cultivation levels and identities of the 8 individuals, speculating on their purpose for venturing so deep into this barren wilderness. At first glance, Fong Jing recognized the distinctive features on their bodies. They were clearly dressed like cultivators from White Mountain. As for whether they were from the City of Artifacts, that required further confirmation. However, based on the residual magical energy fluctuations still lingering on their bodies, Fong Jing could tell that among the 8, 3 were at the foundation establishment stage, and 5 were at the chi cultivation stage. All were male, and their ages. Writer's block, taking a day off. As the title suggests, I'm stuck on the story and unable to update. I'll take a day off to think about the plot development. Chapter 222, 4th Ranked Fellow Disciples. Over the past half year, Fong Jing had been living a steady life, focusing on alchemy, cultivation, and collecting rare spiritual herbs and medicines. In the wilds, free from complex interpersonal relationships, he faced only some demon beasts at the chi cultivation and foundation establishment stages, which made Fong Jing feel quite content. Previously, at the Kuei clan's spiritual land, although the spiritual vein's grade was high and he had no contact with outsiders, allowing him to cultivate in peace, overall, Fong Jing was still constrained by others, which hindered the clarity of his thoughts during cultivation. Now, although his spiritual vein's grade was somewhat lower, he was free and unfettered, and his cultivation felt joyful. When he left the Kuei family, Fong Jingxuan's cultivation had already filled most of the cultivation progress points required to complete the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Now, in this barren wilderness, Fong Jing had been cultivating steadily for over a year, accumulating over 800 cultivation progress points each month, which was no small feat. One day, Fong Jing emerged from his meditation state. Outside his cave residence. Chapter 223, 3rd Layer Perfection Tasting the Golden Dan. Having obtained the permission of the Golden Dan Chunsan Gap, Fong Jing felt much more at ease. These wild beasts of the wilderness did not seem as cunning as humans, and they generally kept their word once they had made a promise. The Golden Dan Crow, seeing that the matter was settled, gave a few instructions and flew back to its own spiritual domain. Clearly, she did not wish to linger here, especially on the territory of another Golden Dan demon beast. The white deer also took its leave. Its role in this matter had been fulfilled. After all the other demon beasts had departed, Fong Jing slowly approached the massive pine tree. The spiritual tree before him stood dozens of zhang tall, incredibly majestic. Fong Jing felt that his Qingmu Baoyuan was too small to contain it. Mentioning the Qingmu Baoyuan, Fong Jing couldn't help but feel a headache. Earlier, he had stuffed the Wudao vine into it. Since the Wudao vine wasn't of a high grade, the spiritual energy within the Qingmu Baoyuan could still meet its needs. However, with the addition of the Qinghu sword vine. Chapter 224, The Immortal Moss of Longevity, Greatly Increased Lifespan. Fong Jingxuan's newly refined Emperor's Jade Dew pill had been verified by the Golden Dan piercing pangolin, confirming it could withstand the immortal beast. Encouraged by this, Fong Jing immediately refined 2 more batches, and had Tu Yuan try them as well. Tu Yuan had thick skin and a strong constitution, far more resilient than Lu Gu, so Fong Jing didn't want to risk letting Lu Gu try it. Instead, he gave Tu Yuan one directly. After swallowing the Emperor's Jade Dew pill, Tu Yuan felt immediately invigorated. This single pill was equivalent to the 7 drops of Moon Dew essence he had consumed previously. From the initial Moon Dew essence, to the later Moon Dew True essence, and now the Emperor's Jade Dew pill, in Tu Yuan's eyes, his master always brought him surprises. Noticing that Tu Yuan showed no unusual reactions, Fong Jing finally confirmed that he had indeed successfully refined this second-tier, Emperor's Jade Dew pill. A single, Emperor's Dew essence pill, consumes the following main ingredients. Chapter Yi Ba Yi Sup Building the Taoist Hall. Fong Jing, who was focused on refining the pill, was unaware of the major upheaval occurring outside. He felt content, as the increase in his lifespan had made him incredibly composed. Of course, this was assuming he did not feel his life was threatened. However, in this barren wasteland, Fong Jing relied on his divine talent and alchemy techniques to make 3 golden core demon beasts grow increasingly fond of him. In this region, Fong Jing could be said to hold a position above all beasts, second only to the 3 demons. However, he has yet to uncover the identity of the ultimate ruler of this region, the ancient beast at the Yuanling stage, who shares dominion with the beauty snake, the crow Xiaohe, and the earth-returning beast. In fact, the power structure in this barbaric wilderness is similar to that of human society. Lower-tier demon beasts merely struggle for survival, but once they reach the Foundation establishment and Golden Core realms, they begin to understand many truths. Chapter Yi Ba Yi Sup Lo. 3 years have passed. When he chose this name, Fong Jing had his own reasons. In this realm, he had never heard of the 8 scenic palaces, the Doji Palace, or the Yuqing Palace, these legendary Taoist retreats from myth. Therefore, he simply adopted this name and registered it immediately. If he were to one day achieve immortality and become an ancestor, it would not tarnish the reputation of this cultivation site. However, this cultivation site was rather crude. What sense of aesthetics could these demon beasts have? At most, he could build it sturdier and larger, which would be more than satisfactory. But Fong Jing didn't he care much about such things. There was plenty of time in the future. Building his own cultivation site, bit by bit with his own hands, could also be a form of enjoyment. After all, in his long life, if he didn't interact with other human cultivators, he'd have to find something to occupy himself with. Fong Jing instructed Tu Yuan to continue supervising the Foundation building monkeys in overseeing the chi-cultivating demon beasts' work, while he himself entered the newly constructed meditation chamber to begin his daily seated meditation practice. Now, Chapter Yi Ba Yi Sup New Insights. Over the past 3 years, the Emperor's Jade Dew pill had been supplied without fail, with 1 pill per month. On average, each of these spiritual pills could increase Tu Yuan's cultivation by 5 to 7 years. As a member of the spiritual turtle clan, Tu Yuan's bloodline has also become more advanced due to the consumption of high-grade dragon blood and turtle-related spiritual materials. Now, with a trace of Xuanwu bloodline, Tu Yuan's growth rate has become even more prolonged. According to conventional wisdom, if Tu Yuan were to rely solely on its own cultivation, with a total lifespan of yet 300 years, it would require over a century of arduous cultivation to advance from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the intermediate stage. However, the Emperor Hua Jade Dew pill has significantly shortened this process, allowing it to advance from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the intermediate stage within just over a decade. However, as Fong Jing had previously feared, without the accumulation of time, relying solely on pills for rapid advancement is not a sustainable path in the long run. Sometimes,